Chapter 82. It is absolutely imperative that, bathed in the radiant glow of midday, a golden-haired woman clad in a tea-green long coat stepped through the wooden gates, briskly making her way into the village like a gust of wind. "Lady Tsunade, wait for me." A young girl in black, approximately 10 years of age, hurriedly jogged behind her. Cradling a pink piglet that had just turned a month old in her arms, she fumbled, nearly dropping her luggage onto the ground. Fortunately, someone nearby promptly reached out and caught the box, holding it securely at their side. "Ah, thank you, Lord Shoma. Allow me to handle this," she said, taking the box and glancing at the towering stack of luggage in Shoma's other hand, offering a slightly embarrassed smile. "I apologize for the inconvenience." "Not at all. It is I who should be apologizing to you," Shoma replied, glancing helplessly at Tsunade's hurried silhouette ahead, deciding to remain silent lest he be caught in the crossfire of her urgency. "Hurry up, Shizen. We must finish our tasks swiftly so we can leave. Otherwise, if we get entangled with the old man, he will undoubtedly bombard us with a plethora of trivial matters." The mere thought of being subjected to his incessant rambling quickened Tsunade's pace. Shizen quietly muttered, "That is because you still owe the Hokage some personal funds, you know." "Shizen, yes, coming." Upon reaching the hospital, Tsunade disregarded the astonished and reverent gazes of the surrounding medical staff, flinging open the ward door with a flourish, approaching Naoto's bedside to scrutinize his condition before extending her hand to grasp his arm and assess his chakra. Kakashi observed her as if she were conducting a medical examination, and upon noticing the appearance of his father at the doorway, he opted for silence, patiently waiting nearby. You are." Naoto stuttered slightly, his demeanor akin to that of a child surrounded by unfamiliar relatives during the new year, exhibiting a mix of awkwardness and embarrassment. "This is Princess Tsunade." Shoma interjected timely to alleviate the awkwardness, introducing her to Kakashi and Naoto, who were unfamiliar with Tsunade. "Tsunade is the most exceptional medical ninja in Konoha. With her assistance, there will surely be no issues." "Master." Naoto's eyes lit up. "Humph, spare me the flattery." Tsunade straightened her posture, casually accepting the medical record book from Shizun and quickly flipping through its pages, her brow furrowed. This reminded Naoto of what netizens had said in his previous life about visiting a hospital and encountering a doctor sighing in despair, evoking a feeling of sudden descent into despair. Shoma surveyed the room and inquired, "Is Kana not here?" "Sister Kana went to school with Senior Kushina to complete her enrollment procedures," Naoto responded, appearing quite pleased with this development. "She can start school tomorrow." As Kana was already over 10 years old, she would only attend the ninja academy for a year or two, capable of refining chakra and mastering the transformation technique, thereby graduating directly as a ninja, while Kushina would teach her the remaining jutsu of the Uzumaki clan separately. Shoma smiled warmly in agreement. "Indeed, this is splendid news." "All right, Shizen." Tsunade closed the medical record book and commanded, "Take him for a more thorough examination. Expedited. The report must be ready by tonight." "Yes." Shizun initially intended to assist Naoto, but Kakashi was quicker to act, already helping Naoto into a wheelchair and pushing him towards the exit, with Shizen hurriedly following to guide them to the appropriate examination room. Left in the ward, Shoma and Tsunade could still hear the voices echoing from the corridor. "Kakashi, I can manage on my own." "Hmm? Do you have any objections?" No. I absolutely adore being in a wheelchair." Shoma couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. It seemed that during his absence, Naoto had somehow given Kakashi leverage over him. After a moment of levity, Shoma composed himself and quietly asked, "So, how is it?" Tsunade crossed her arms and tapped her fingertips thoughtfully. "From the symptoms, it does not appear to be very severe. There is a possibility for recovery. Speaking of which, being a father seems to be quite a taxing endeavor for you." "Children are the most precious treasures in the world," Shoma sighed, gazing silently at the vacant hospital bed for a long time before murmuring softly, "Thus, I must not allow." "What?" Tsunade turned to Shoma, noticing a shadow of gloom passing over his brow. "No, it's nothing," Shoma replied earnestly. "I entrust Naoto's care to you for the time being. I have matters to attend to." Seizing the opportunity while the children were occupied with their examinations, Tsunade sought out a familiar tavern, intending to indulge in a few drinks. As the dishes were finally served, it was nearly time for the meal. The tavern gradually filled with patrons, and the sounds of conversation rose and fell like waves, creating an auditory tapestry that was impossible to ignore. Among the subjects of discussion, the most frequently mentioned was none other than Hataki Sakomo. Tsunade, sipping her drink, couldn't help but curl her lips into a sardonic smile as she listened for a while. Her political acumen was quite sharp, enabling her to discern numerous discrepancies in the conversation. Furthermore, the fact that Tsukumo had gone to great lengths to summon her back to treat his pupil, who happened to be a Uchiha, made the identity of the perpetrator abundantly clear. Indeed, it was still in this dismal state, utterly nauseating. One couldn't help but wonder if that stubborn Hitaki Tsukumo would ever come to terms with reality. Tsunade lost her appetite for dining there and summoned the proprietor to pack her meal. After finally completing all the required examinations, Naraku sat in a wheelchair, being silently pushed ahead, while Kakashi trailed behind, burdened with a plethora of folders, as they made their way to Tsunade's designated office. This office had remained in use for quite some time, accumulating a thick layer of dust. Tsunade languidly settled into the only chair that was reasonably clean, her feet crossed atop the desk, holding an enigmatic document in her hands. Beside the table lay a large bag filled with neatly arranged meal boxes, exuding a faint aroma of alcohol. Kakashi stared at the dust-laden desk, unsure of how to proceed. Yet it was Shizen who, familiar with the surroundings, retrieved a duster from the cabinet and cleared the surface, finally creating a space for their belongings. "All right, you may return to rest for now. Shizen can stay." "Understood, Lady Tsunade." As Kakashi wheeled Naraku away, Shizen had already poured 2 cups of hot water, placing one on the desk and holding the other as she sipped delicately. Tsunade removed her feet from the desk and began to peruse the examination results, her expression gradually easing from the tension of earlier in the day. She bit her nails thoughtfully and exhaled a long sigh. Shizen leaned closer to the edge of her cup, feeling the continuous warmth wafting against her face, mumbling indistinctly, "Lady Tsunade, how is Naraku doing?" The rapid enhancement of his ocular power has led to a mismatch in his physique and chakra levels, resulting in uncontrollable backlash against his body, causing excessive strain. What can be done about it? Sealing his excess ocular power may prolong his condition, but it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. The ideal solution would be to align his body with his ocular power, although this will require multiple attempts to discover an appropriate technique. Tsunade tossed the documents onto the table and stretched lazily, declaring, "In any case, we shall stabilize his ocular power tomorrow." Under the watchful eyes of Shizen, Kakashi, and Hanabi, Naraku gingerly touched the minuscule diamond-shaped seal on his forehead, feeling no discernible difference from before. Tsunade confirmed that her technique had succeeded, settled back in her chair, and instructed, "Try activating your Sharingan." After blinking, Naraku's eyes transformed into blood-red 3-tomo, and he soon realized that the flow of chakra within him had become significantly smoother. Although his ocular power felt subdued to the point of near dormancy, the discomfort of surging energy had diminished considerably. "How does it feel?" "Well," Naraku replied with a cheerful smile, "it doesn't hurt anymore." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Did it used to hurt?" Hanabi asked with concern. "Just a little, but it's all good now." "You fool." Kakashi poked him on the head with his index finger, exasperated. "If it weren't for Lady Tsunade's treatment, how much longer would you have endured?" "I'm sorry," he replied sheepishly. "If you understand your mistake, then make amends." Tsunade slightly lifted the corners of her lips, resting her chin on one hand as she quietly observed the playful antics of youth before her. Perhaps it had been too long since she had experienced such an atmosphere. Instead of finding it bothersome, she felt a sense of nostalgia. Even from such a decayed and withered tree, new buds could still emerge. Chapter 83, Illusion of Flowers and Water. "By the way, isn't Sister Kanai supposed to attend school today?" Naraku reminded her. "Oh no," Kanai exclaimed, clutching her head in panic as she hurriedly searched for her school bag, which she had left under the bed, completely engrossed in watching Naraku's treatment process. She had completely forgotten about her school obligations for the day. "I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you after school, Naraku." The sound of her frantic footsteps grew fainter, accompanied by the unmistakable noise of her tumbling down the stairs. Naraku's brow twitched. Is Sister Kanai all right? How had he not noticed before that she possessed a bit of a natural airheadness? "I'll go check," Shizen exclaimed, clutching her little pig as she dashed out. Naraku deactivated his Sharingan and innocently asked, "Lady Tsunade, does this mean my illness is cured?" "Not even close, little brat." Tsunade felt compelled to speak the truth. After all, the subsequent treatment would not only be lengthy, but also likely yield little effect, something that could not be hidden from this exceptionally astute Uchiha child. "This is merely the first step. I will attempt various techniques on you in hopes of discovering a definitive cure. It might take several years to determine the appropriate treatment method." Kakashi clenched his fists, only to quickly force himself to relax. He did not wish for Naraku to witness his sorrow. "I'll step out for a bit." Upon leaving the hospital, Kakashi wandered aimlessly, uncertain of his destination. The streets were bustling, and he could hear the murmurs criticizing his father, feeling the sting of countless scrutinizing gazes, plunging him into profound confusion. Could it be that his father was in the wrong? Was the mission truly more significant than camaraderie? He pondered, questioning if he would make the same choice as his father if faced with a dilemma between a mission and a comrade. Just as Naruto had once said, he would come to save him at any cost. Thus, Kakashi mused, they were destined to err. After meandering, Kakashi ultimately returned home, discovering his father kneeling in the living room, seemingly lost in thought. Father. Shikaku snapped back to reality, noticing the look of distress on his son's face. Realizing that the recent events had severely impacted Kakashi, and that what he was about to do was too rebellious to keep Kakashi in the village. He gestured for him to sit beside him. Are you unhappy, Kakashi? A little. He quietly admitted his negative emotions as he settled next to Shikaku, gazing up at his father, whom he had always admired. His father remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil, which provided Kakashi with a slight sense of comfort. What is father truly thinking? I still believe that ninjas are not merely instruments of slaughter. Shikaku gently articulated his philosophy, noticing Kakashi's lingering turmoil. He patted his shoulder and suggested, all right, these matters will pass. There's no need to worry. Tsunade mentioned she requires a rare medicinal herb. Why don't you venture outside the village to procure it? Perhaps by the time you return, the discussions will have subsided. But what about Naruto? Tsunade is present. It will be fine. If you continue to wallow in despair, Naruto will not be happy either. Reflecting on his current state, Kakashi realized he was not suited to be by Naruto's side, as it might hinder his recovery. Thus, he left to find Tsunade in the hospital laboratory to inquire about the specifics of the herb's location. Meanwhile, Shikaku remained at home. Shortly after, Tsunade personally appeared at the door. What is going on? What excuse are you using to send Kakashi away? I merely wanted him to clear his mind, Shikaku chuckled. As he had not been faring well in the village lately, Tsunade scrutinized him with skepticism, reluctantly accepting this explanation, and briefed him on her plans. I sent Kakashi to Short Street. There's a herbalist there with whom I'm familiar. Good. Kakashi, you're going out of the village to retrieve herbs? Naruto, adjusting his freshly wrapped bandages, looked at Kakashi, fully equipped, sensing something amiss. Yes, Lady Tsunade requires a medicinal herb that is unavailable in Konoha. Did Lady Tsunade tell you this? My father instructed me to go. He suggested I step out for a change of scenery. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, feeling guilt creeping into his tone, as if he were abandoning him to evade reality. Naruto paused, then smiled brightly. That's fine. You've seemed quite tired lately. A change of scenery would do you good. But remember to bring me back a souvenir. All right, I promise. Once Kakashi left the hospital, Naruto sprang from his bed, disregarding any concern for his injuries, and leaped out of the window, heading straight for the Haytake household. Master. He rushed into the living room, only to find Shikaku calmly seated, polishing his sword, rather than lying in a pool of blood. The tension he had been holding and dissipated, causing Naruto to sway slightly, needing to steady himself against the doorframe to avoid collapsing. Naruto, why have you returned? Shikaku quickly assisted him in sitting down, lifting his clothing to check if his wounds had reopened. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto grasped Shikaku's wrist, gazing intently into his eyes. There was something different about him. Shikaku's eyes bore a newfound tranquility, reminiscent of those he had witnessed in many others who had come to terms with death. I must stop him now. In an instant, Naruto's eyes turned crimson, nearly depleting his chakra as he unleashed the most potent genjutsu he had acquired from the system, while Shikaku was completely unguarded. The illusion of flowers and water. In the final moment, Shikaku sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The instant he fell under the genjutsu, he lost all consciousness and collapsed heavily to the ground. Exhausted from the sudden drain of chakra, Naruto sat on the floor for a moment before checking on Shikaku, confirming that he was unable to escape. He had tirelessly honed his genjutsu skills for this very day, to forcibly prevent Shikaku from taking his own life when all other methods had failed to halt the disastrous turn of events. Though the illusion of flowers and water was formidable, its duration was limited, and he needed to act tonight. Since Danzo Shimura intended to recruit him into the route, he would comply. He would stir up a commotion, exposing Danzo's nefarious deeds for all to see, revealing his greed for the Uchiha Sharingan to the public eye. At that moment, all of Konoha's shinobi would feel insecure, and the ensuing storm of public opinion would engulf Danzo himself, leaving him no energy to deal with Shikaku. This time, he must ensure that this old rat is buried without a chance of resurrection. Naruto carefully placed Shikaku in the bedroom, propping him up with a pillow and covering him with a blanket, feigning that he was merely resting. Sleep well, master. When you awaken, everything will improve. He strapped a kunai to his back, rummaged through the drawer for a few soldier pills to tuck into his pocket, and resolutely made his way to the forest of death. Chapter 84, Everything. After Naruto departed, The once silent and empty home began to stir in a shadowy corner, where a pool of black mud gradually enveloped Shikaku. Moments later, Shikaku opened his eyes. He shot upright, rapidly scanning his surroundings. The entire house was devoid of anyone else. There was no sign of any visitor. Why was I released? He vividly recalled the last second before losing consciousness, with Naraku's crimson eyes filling his vision, followed by the jolt of his consciousness succumbing to the Jinjutsu, plunging him into a brief slumber. What an impressive Jinjutsu it is. However, the abundant chakra within him suggested that the illusion had dissipated on its own. Could it be that Naraku had encountered trouble? He seized his long blade and departed with purpose. Kakashi Hatake had not been oblivious to the shadows that loomed over the ninja world. After years of being a shinobi, he had witnessed countless sordid and brutal tales, stories that proliferated through the ninja realm like wild grass in spring, chaotic and rampant, always returning to overrun the land no matter how often they were cleared away. They could not be burned away, nor could they be exterminated. He had always believed he could protect those within his reach. He was Konoha's White Fang, a formidable force in the ninja world, capable of vanquishing any foe that dared to approach, shielding all assaults with his own body. Yet when he realized that peril did not solely arise from adversaries, but that comrades could also inflict harm upon their loved ones, he awakened to a grim reality. He remained oblivious to how Naraku had fought for survival, escaping the clutches of the Rain Village's shinobi and those enemies that roamed freely within the Land of Fire. He could not fathom the cold and painful despair that accompanied the resolve to face death, nor the anguish of having his life threatened in a way that compelled him to awaken his Sharingan. He was left wondering what thoughts had occupied Naraku's mind upon learning of his dire and nearly incurable affliction. Was he merely this kind of man, Kakashi Hatake? Unable to protect even his own family? He incessantly questioned himself, wondering how far he could truly go. Eventually, he heard his own answer, everything. I can give everything. Thus, he cast aside his restlessness, finding himself enveloped in a peculiar tranquility, a sense of liberation that allowed him to act without fear. He would no longer grant anyone the chance to dictate his actions. Whispers of gossip circulated throughout the village, yet he felt no sorrow, had he been his former self. Perhaps such slander would have shattered his resolve to the point of contemplating his own demise, but now, it mattered little. On his journey to fetch Tsunade, he encountered a root ninja. Emerging from the darkness, the figure, clad in a mask and wrapped tightly in layers, obstructed his path. Kakashi Hatake, you are commanded to abandon Uchiha Naraku. Kakashi scoffed, enunciating each word with disdain. I refuse. The root ninja appeared unfazed by his defiance, continuing in a monotone voice. He is merely a dying Uchiha, of no use to you. Your reputation and your son, Kakashi, are truly the valuable assets. I refuse. The Lord will demonstrate to you that his means extend beyond this. After the root agent vanished, he proceeded to collect Tsunade and Shizune, and the three returned to Konoha together. There remained a flicker of hope for Naraku's bloodline illness, alleviating some of the burden from Kakashi's heart. He had heard that during his absence, the Uchiha had attempted to curb the spread of rumors, but the matter had eventually been handed over to the Umbu by the Hokage, worsening the situation. He gazed out at the bright sun beyond the window, observing the sunlight that illuminated his palm, yet he could no longer feel its warmth. Hokage-sama, even you have succumbed to this coldness. Upon returning home, he stared silently at the chakra blade resting on the rack for a long while. Shadows of familiar figures appeared outside the window. This is your final ultimatum, Kakashi Hatake. Comply with the Lord's orders and relinquish Uchiha Naraku, or your son, Hatake Kakashi, will perish on his next mission. Kakashi suddenly felt an urge to laugh. He chuckled at the absurdity of having lived aimlessly for decades, priding himself on his extraordinary insights, yet failing to truly perceive the world around him. Perhaps he still did not see clearly. However, he understood now where his blade must be directed. Very well, Kakashi replied, let him wait. He dashed through Konoha as night fell, the moonlight casting a long shadow behind him. Unlike Naraku, he had always known the location of the root base. The concealed entrance could not deter him, nor could the distorted passage deceive him. The root agents that charged at him in a futile attack could not harm him. The long blade in his hand radiated a brilliant and pure white light, a beacon of his formidable reputation in the ninja world, shining luminously even in the subterranean darkness. Like a sharp white fong, it sliced through the bodies of root ninjas, extinguishing their lives one after another. As he delved deeper, fatigue was a foreign concept. Kakashi Hatake. Assaulting the root base is a capital offense. The machine-like ninjas trained for battle surged forth, only to vanish amidst the crackle of thunder. The only evidence of their loyalty and numbness was the warm, rich blood that flowed freely. At last, he beheld a man clad in half a kimono. his body wrapped in bandages, staring at him with eyes filled with fear and disgust, shouting in outrage, "Kakashi Hatake, are you mad?" He wiped the blood from his blade, replying, "I have merely traced the source of it all," before his words could fully dissipate. The tip of his sword touched the ground, unleashing arcs of lightning that erupted from the blade, extending in length like a bolt of lightning striking the walls and leaving behind a multitude of charred marks. In the next moment, the long blade, trailing lightning, surged past numerous obstacles, suddenly appearing before Danzo. The searing and sharp lightning crackled, scorching every inch of air. Danzo narrowly evaded, retreating to a distance, watching helplessly as a serpentine blue-white arc detached from the blade, obliterating the ceiling of the underground structure. Countless stones and debris could no longer bear the weight, crashing down and shattering pathways. Danzo had never anticipated that the normally unassuming Kakashi Hatake would dare to launch a surprise attack on the route, just as he was unaware that threatening a child could incite a true father to such fury. Realizing that Kakashi genuinely sought to kill him, Danzo felt both astonished and enraged, then recognized a golden opportunity. He could use the impeccable pretext of an assault on the route to eliminate Kakashi without consequence, effortlessly capturing that Uchiha brat in the process. The Uchiha clan, deprived of Kakashi, would hardly stir for a dying waste of bloodline illness. Thus, he decisively commanded those around him, "Kill him." The root agents surged forward, an impenetrable web of various jutsu converging within the collapsing space, launching toward Kakashi in a relentless onslaught. Yet, several gleaming blades cleaved through the center, effortlessly breaking the encirclement, accompanied by Kakashi's silhouette bursting forth. Just as he emerged, a wind-based vacuum wave materialized before him, its transparent and sharp force even slicing through two root agents, trailing a pungent scent of blood. Kakashi slashed his long blade diagonally, countering with a wind-based cutting wave, effectively severing the vacuum wave and immediately deflecting a barrage of vacuum orbs, propelling himself like a bolt of white lightning toward Danzo's side. Wind release, wind blade. A chilling light formed a massive crescent, nearly obscuring the figures of the two, whizzing past Danzo and causing blood to bloom from his shoulder. With Kakashi closing in, Danzo had no choice but to painfully draw a kunai, infusing it with wind chakra to momentarily fend off Kakashi's assault. Fortunately, his swordsmanship was not lacking, and his proficiency with wind techniques was commendable, allowing for a fierce exchange. The two battled fiercely, blades flashing and clashing, sparks erupting like a torrential rain within the thickening darkness. As time elapses, Sakamo grows increasingly formidable, even possessing the strength to fell several remaining ninjas from the root organization, while Danzo, weakened from blood loss, finds himself struggling more than ever. Thunder roars as serpents of lightning erupt from Sakamo's blade, accompanied by countless minuscule wind blades that violently sweep through the hollow of the root base. The surrounding wooden walkways, unable to withstand the onslaught, collapse entirely. "Sakamo Hatake, are you truly willing to betray the village?" Danzo's voice, strained and hoarse, pierces through the tempest. "You do not represent all of Konoha," Sakamo calmly retorts, his expression imbued with a chilling indifference towards life and death. "If this is treason, then I shall gladly atone with my life, after I have eliminated all threats." The long blade, entwined with wind and thunder, is raised high and strikes toward Danzo with unimaginable speed. In the face of imminent peril, Danzo taps into a ferocity born of desperation, launching a full frontal assault in response. At the moment their fates seem poised for resolution, Sakamo's body momentarily stiffens before returning to normal. Although Danzo does not comprehend the reason behind this, it does not impede him from seizing the fleeting opportunity, exploiting the slight edge to deliver a strike upon Sakamo. Chapter 85, Never Stop. Nara just arrived in the Forest of Death, swallowing soldier pills as he awaited the arrival of the root members, striving to restore his chakra as much as possible. As for the gaping wound in his abdomen, it need not be addressed immediately. He could stabilize it with his remaining chakra when engaging with the root later. He gazes up at the moon, the night breeze gently brushing through his hair, and an intense unease washes over him, a chill creeping from his feet to his core. Intuition? Could I possess such a sixth sense? Nara scans his surroundings, even activating his Sharingan once more to ensure he hasn't overlooked any traps. Since Tsunade had cast a healing jutsu upon him, he had purchased a limited-range but effective sensory technique that could penetrate multiple layers of architecture to compensate for his diminished visual prowess. If questioned, he could attribute it to the peculiarities caused by the healing jutsu. After all, no one could verify its authenticity. After scanning for some time and finding nothing amiss, Nara, whose chakra was not abundant, decided to deactivate the Sharingan to conserve energy. Just as he was about to do so, an unusual chakra fluctuation emanated from a certain direction, suggesting a fierce battle was unfolding. Soon after, faint, distant sounds reached his ears. Without a moment's thought, his body instinctively took a step towards that direction. At that very moment, his three-tomo Sharingan clearly discerned the silhouettes of several Umbu members rushing towards the location of the disturbance. It was neither a secured apartment, nor a densely populated residential area, nor even a training ground. Why would a battle erupt there? What could that place possibly be? Concealed and isolated. The route? Nara leaped forward, swiftly traversing the rooftops. As his sensory range enveloped a vast cavity, the unmistakable chakra flames at its depths sent shivers through his entire being. Why is Sakamo here? With no time to ponder further, Nara broke through the Umbu blocking his path and dashed into the root base. Utilizing his sensory technique, he swiftly navigated the intricate maze of passageways to find the correct route. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, rich and viscous, and the bodies accumulating at his feet bore wounds that were unmistakably fatal, each inflicted by a single strike. It was undoubtedly Sakamo. Nara became a blur, racing along the narrow path until he reached the end. Ahead, the path had collapsed into a vast underground chasm, its walls in disarray, marked by the scars of blades and lightning strikes. Two massive fissures spanned across, still intermittently crumbling with debris. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down from the broken passage, using the walls to propel himself deeper, reaching the very depths in mere moments. The battle raged on. Danzo found himself kneeling before a bloodied Sakamo, who was just raising his arm when a shadow struck him violently in the side, sending him crashing away. Nara? Sakamo gasped, his body drenched in blood, struggling to discern the identity of the sudden figure. His vision had dimmed considerably, barely allowing him to recognize the chakra signature. Master, Nara called out, glancing at Sakamo, who was on the brink of collapse, finding it difficult to maintain his grip on his blade. The chakra emanating from Sakamo was now exceedingly faint, akin to the last flicker of embers in a dying fire, about to extinguish entirely. Why? He did not understand how Sakamo had escaped the confines of the illusion, a genjutsu that should have been utterly unbreakable. Yet, upon glimpsing Sakamo, he realized why he had appeared at the root, and why he and Danzo were locked in a stalemate. Why go to such lengths? Was it merely for my sake? Nara's eyes blazed crimson as he swung his blade, pinning the barely alive Danzo against the wall. In an instant, he stood before him, gripping the hilt and driving the entire blade through. The force was so tremendous that it cracked the earth behind Danzo, blood erupting forth to paint the wall with a grotesque crimson lotus. Immediately, Nara returned to Sakamo's side, feeding him 2 soldier pills and hoisting the towering heavy man upon his back as he sprinted up the rocky wall. I'm sorry that it has come to this, Nara, Sakamo murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. I had hoped to resolve this with more flair. Do not speak, Nara urged loudly, preventing him from exhausting any further strength. Sakamo fell silent, his faltering mind still striving to comprehend. If Nara was unharmed, then how had the genjutsu been lifted? His body had experienced several strange pauses, as if obstructed by an unknown force. It couldn't possibly be Danzo. He was clearly unaware of these matters. Someone else lurked in the shadows, intent on ensuring my demise at Danzo's hands. With his last ounce of strength, Sakamo issued a warning to Nara. Be cautious, there may be others. Before he could finish, his heart, precariously close to stopping, trembled one final time. In the next moment, it ceased altogether. Sakamo's head drooped weakly. Master, Nara could not allow this to happen. In that fleeting second before Sakamo's life ebbed away, his only recourse was to expend his chakra to preserve the rhythm of Sakamo's heart. As a traveler, using chakra on another will cost 100 times the usual amount. Nara nearly shouted in fury, hurry, use it. Understood. Current chakra reserves, 26, 330. Can sustain target's vital signs for 633 seconds. Countdown initiated. In an instant, Sakamo's heart began to beat weakly yet defiantly once more. Nara wasted no time leaping out of the chasm, retracing the path he had entered. Before him appeared several arriving Umbu, with no time for explanations. He unleashed a fire jutsu to clear the way. Fire style, great fire destruction. The roaring flames engulfed every inch of the passage. And by the time the Umbu invoked their water or earth techniques to counter, the target had already vanished from sight. Nara found himself equally ensnared by his own fire release, utilizing the remnants of his chakra to shield Shoma's mouth and nose, leaving no strength to consider his own plight. The searing pain radiated from his throat to his lungs, swiftly followed by the metallic sweetness of blood. He coughed up a mouthful, his body shuddering faintly before he forcibly steadied himself, resolutely continuing toward the hospital. He could not afford to pause. Stopping was simply not an option. Once his vitality was depleted, Shoma's life would hang by a thread. He had no time to squander. Chapter 86. I Make a Wish. In her efforts to treat the troublesome bloodline disease, Tsunade had been residing in the Konoha hospital for the past couple of days, either poring over materials or refining sealing techniques, striving to discover an appropriate remedy as swiftly as possible. That imp named Nara might not last much longer. Tsunade raked her fingers through her golden locks, irritation bubbling within her. Damn it, today was particularly vexing, all thanks to that troublesome Konohashoma. Just as she contemplated retrieving another case for comparison, distant commotion subtly reached her ears. Numerous ANBU operatives were rushing past under the moonlight, creating a ruckus that disrupted her peace. Tsunade leapt from the window, descending to the hospital rooftop, where she caught sight of a peculiar silhouette advancing towards her direction. The figure moved with some difficulty, yet at a remarkable speed, and as it drew closer, Tsunade discerned its form. It was a rather diminutive boy carrying an adult man on his back, with most of the ANBU converging towards them. How strange. Why would the ANBU obstruct an injured person from receiving treatment at the hospital? If they were enemies, how dared they approach Konoha Hospital? As the duo came nearer, the boy leapt from the eaves of a building, exhaling a dragon of fire against the moonlight, and Tsunade finally recognized the boy's face. Uchiha Naraku. Then the white-haired man he carried must be Konohashoma. Just as Tsunade was reeling from this revelation, Nara staggered into the hospital courtyard, collapsing to his knees. Without a moment's hesitation, he struggled to rise, inching towards her. Tsunade sprang into action, leaping down from the rooftop and landing at the hospital entrance, disregarding the crater formed beneath her feet as she rushed forward to assist. However, as the two approached the warm glow of the lights, the blood on their bodies and faces became strikingly vivid, causing her to feel faint, her limbs growing weak and trembling on the ground. At this moment, emergency personnel surged through the doors, clumsily transferring Shoma's body from Nara's back and whisking him into the emergency room. Nara, gasping for breath, fell to his knees before Tsunade, his tone almost pleading, his voice akin to a cuckoo's, each word dripping with anguish. Tsunade-sama, I implore you, save my master. But the blood staining him only deepened Tsunade's dread. The remnants of her rationality urged her to regain composure, yet her body refused to obey. Tsunade attempted repeatedly to rise, but her limbs remained unresponsive. My blood. Nara coughed up another mouthful of blood, seemingly struck by an idea, raising his gaze to meet Tsunade's eyes, his own possessing a swirling tomo. Tsunade felt her soul shudder, the once overwhelming stench of blood dissipating, the glaring red on the boy's form transforming into a profound darkness. Her own trembling body forcibly stilled. She realized she was not devoid of fear. Even without perceiving color or scent, she could still feel the terror gnawing at her mind. Countless invisible blades delicately slicing through her innards. Yet fortunately, she finally regained the strength to save her comrade. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade rose decisively and turned towards the emergency room. The ENBU seemed to receive some command, swiftly evacuating the area surrounding the hospital. The icy courtyard was left with Nara alone. The countdown reached its conclusion. Nara staggered into the hospital, his abdomen drenched in crimson. With each step, he left behind a bloody trail until he reached the door of the rescue room. Leaning against the wall, he collapsed to the ground. Listening to Tsunade's authoritative commands and the beeping of machines within, the situation evidently dire. Nara gazed up at the corridor ceiling, his expression vacant. As a system panel materialized before him, words flickered in red at the center. Type Izanagi, fate reversal. He had never acquired such forbidden techniques through any means. He should not, therefore, sacrifice his eyes. He could have utilized his vitality to enact the technique, altering a minor juncture, thereby securing a more favorable future while evading the gaze of the animator. However, now, his vitality was nearly depleted, and it would take considerable time to accrue enough for even a single use. The only remaining option available as a cost was his lifespan. I make a wish. Nara pressed his face into his hands, stifling his sobs as he silently murmured, a wish to reach the future where Konohashoma lives. His dark eyes transformed into blood-red orbs without him even realizing it, the three tomos spinning ever faster, their after-images blending into a singular form about to emerge. The diamond-shaped mark rapidly spread across the upper half of his face, desperately suppressing the impending evolution of his ocular power. Yet the force of his eyes threatened to shatter it. Bang! Tsunade's shadow clone kicked open the door to the rescue room, instantly appearing before Nara, her right hand pointing at the seal on his forehead. The mark bestowed by Tsunade and the surging ocular power clashed for a mere half-second before rupturing and vanishing. Yet in that fleeting moment, the ocular power was successfully severed. The spinning tomo gradually came to a halt, reverting to its original form. Tsunade bent down to catch Nara's collapsing body, deftly applying her medical ninjutsu to his wounds. If the Sharingan were to evolve into the Mangekyo, it would likely succumb to the bloodline disease within a month. Truly, what a pitiable boy, both fortunate and unfortunate. She let out a soft sigh. Inside the rescue room, the machines emitted rhythmic beeping, signifying the heartbeat. Once again. Chapter 87. Picking sugar from glass shards. Nara's spirit awakened before his body did. Staring blankly at the system interface before him, he attempted to rise, but found himself unable, ultimately resigning to lie within his spiritual realm. After a protracted period of time, his thoughts oscillated between hope and despair several times before he nervously inquired, "Did it succeed? Your ninjutsu has successfully activated." Nara exhaled a breath of relief. After a moment's pause, he instructed the system to access modern world websites, seeking any clues. He vividly recalled Shoma having reminded him of others. The inexplicably unraveling illusion. Shoma should not have faced such a grueling struggle, and there was that last piece of advice. The animation began to play. In the new episode, Nara had awoken from his stupor, nearly mummified in bandages, looking pitifully at Kakashi, who was spooning rice porridge into his mouth, which he obediently swallowed. Behind him, Kanai was voraciously devouring fried rice, her cheeks puffed up like a red-furred hamster. "Feed me. Hee. Feeding is a sign of good manners." No, this was simply too adorable, heart-clenching. Uchiha Kakashi, with certainty. Had Kanai never seen rice before? The Heitake family of 4. Perhaps they would even have to take back a few children for Shoma. Shoma lamented, "The pressure of providing for the family is growing ever greater," scratching his head. In the scene, Shoma suddenly sensed something, turning to leave the hospital room to exchange a few words with Fugaku, who had come to visit. The exchanges between the two individuals reveal that Uchiha was utterly oblivious to the reasons behind Naraku's failure, with the truth concealed at the deepest levels. When Shikamaru re-entered the room, the slightly oppressive atmosphere was pierced by Kanna's antics, causing Naraku to wince in pain from his wounds. Earning a scolding from Kakashi for his foolishness, Uchiha had indeed been deceived. "Sarutobi, you fool. And you, Fugaku, what a simpleton. Your home has been robbed. And yet you stand here grinning like an imbecile. The darkness is truly suffocating." And Shikamaru was seething with anger. Who could accept their child becoming a sacrificial pawn? Any father would struggle to withstand such a reality. The audience initially assumed these grim matters would simply fade into oblivion, but as the scene shifted from dark to light, whispers began to circulate throughout Konoha the following day, thickening the air with malevolence. The animation, from Kakashi's perspective, meticulously depicted the content and evolution of these rumors. The terrible public sentiment converged like a dark tide, transforming into an oppressive mountain that bore down heavily upon Kakashi's youthful shoulders. The once proud and spirited genius lowered his head for the first time, burdened with unease as he drifted into a troubled sleep, stifling his sighs for fear of waking Naraku. Was the animosity of these villagers towards Shikamaru not excessive? If Shikamaru refrained from undertaking that mission, surely someone else would step in. "Ah, the dagger is aimed at Uchiha. The truth is laid bare. I know who is behind this mischief. Who else but that one-eyed, sinister old man?" Modern society understands that verbal abuse can indeed be lethal. The villagers whom Shikamaru had diligently protected for years, not a single one comprehended the truth. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to speak up. Who among the common folk would risk speaking out in such circumstances? My heart aches for Kanna, whose eyes are filled with suppressed anguish. I feel deep compassion for Kakashi, who cannot even let Naraku know the truth. Konoha, return to me that spirited genius Kakashi. In just one day, the entire village had transformed into a living hell for the Heitake father and son. Kakashi sought to shield Naraku from the truth. Yet it seemed fate was intent on mocking him. At midnight, Naraku awoke just in time to overhear the medical staff gossiping. Dragging his injured body, Naraku sought out Fugaku, hoping he could assist in resolving the matter while disclosing the circumstances of his injuries. He calmly articulated the ambiguities surrounding that mission and the enigmatic ninja forces wreaking havoc in the land of fire, as if recounting a tale detached from his own reality. However, the bandages peeking from his wounds conveyed to the audience that he had, indeed, experienced the myriad torments contained within that narrative. It was intentional, absolutely deliberate. If not, I shall wash my hair upside down. Careful now, dear, you have a penetrating wound on your abdomen. Upon decisive action, Naraku demonstrated remarkable courage. He was evidently aware of everything transpiring around him. Revealing one's wounds is truly painful. It feels as though he has grown so disheartened that he has become indifferent to Konoha. On the journey back, the audience observed Naraku, now somewhat reticent. Through Uchiha Fuyu's perspective, his pitch-black eyes brimmed with emotions they could not decipher, even the gentle evening breeze failing to soothe them. The once innocent and kind youth they had always known seemed to have transformed overnight. Yet, his transformation was not without trace. Oh, the princess carried by the Uchiha older brother. Kakashi, another one? Naraku seems to be either suffering or on the path to suffering. Now, away from family. Naraku rarely smiles, often burdened with thoughts. Enough already, my heart aches for him. Kakashi and Naraku are both enduring great hardship. Upon returning to the hospital, Kakashi stormed in to confront Naraku, and their interaction finally elicited laughter from the audience, which had been tense for the entire episode. It was quite humorous. Naraku's greatest fear was Kakashi scolding him. He couldn't maintain a facade of toughness. Naraku, yielding cannot be equated to fear. Can a ninja's affairs be deemed cowardice? Only around Kakashi and Shikamaru can Naraku revert to his carefree self, even if merely on the surface. The earlier cries of "Why are you doing this?" were met with an influx of sharp comments. In the next episode, the Uchiha police force detained a multitude of villagers who maliciously spread rumors, at least cooling the brewing public sentiment. When Kakashi went out to procure supplies, he no longer heard those hurtful words, yet his heart remained heavy. He questioned Naraku about the reasons behind it all, but Naraku remained silent, merely stating that if the day ever came, he would undoubtedly rescue him, no matter the cost. A profound silence enveloped them, suddenly broken by a gentle evening breeze that rustled the curtains behind them. Naraku's gentle yet resolute voice resonated through the screen, striking the hearts of every viewer. He would pay any price. Once again, the Uchiha were formidable, acting decisively without hesitation. Kakashi had only Naraku to confide in. How could this not be considered a declaration of affection? Now, it was Naraku's turn to heal Kakashi. The straightforward Uchiha lived up to his reputation. Sisters, I am convinced. The forums now refer to Naraku as the Uchiha King of Love Confessions. Let us expel that earlier mood-dampening comment. Ha ha ha, that nearly made me die laughing. Naraku's lip twitched. What the heck is this Uchiha King of Love Confessions nonsense? He strained to maintain a serious expression for less than 2 seconds before he too succumbed to laughter, inwardly chastising himself for his absurd sense of humor. The Uchiha police cells were nearly filled to capacity, and Fugaku awaited a response for 1 or 2 days, only to receive an order from the Hokage to release them in order to quell public discontent. He argued vehemently with several elders, but ultimately had no choice but to comply. Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo also clashed within the Hokage office. Yet after Danzo suggested that Shikamaru and the Uchiha were no longer trustworthy, Sarutobi reluctantly acquiesced to his proposal. Sarutobi, you fool. Don't back down, Fugaku. Don't you dare. Stand firm. The Uchiha are openly defying the Hokage. Would he gamble with the safety of thousands of clansmen? Just because Shikamaru has a good relationship with the Uchiha, he faces suppression and slander. Even Senju Tobirama would be left dumbfounded. Friends, my vocabulary is insufficient. I need a term more venomous than scoundrel. How about this? From now on, let us refer to such individuals as Shimura Danzo. If someone defends that person, we'll call them Sarutobi. Goodness, how filthy. Naraku once again conversed with Fugaku, but to no avail, and was escorted back to the hospital by Uchiha Fuyu. As Naraku ascended to the second floor, the BGM abruptly turned eerie and suspenseful, coinciding with his sudden glance over his shoulder, startling the audience. The orders conveyed explicitly mentioned ROT, indicating that Danzo was audacious enough to reveal his identity without fear of exposure, igniting a wave of comments, all peppered with obscured symbols. Naraku returned to his hospital room in silence, the only sound being his own footsteps. On the small bed beside him, Kakashi remained entranced in a genjutsu, his brow furrowed. Clearly not at ease, perhaps once more haunted by the foolish and short-sighted faces of the villagers. Naraku reached out to smooth Kakashi's furrowed brow, his gaze shifting like shadows, eventually settling into stillness. The screen faded to black, suddenly pierced by Naraku's almost wistful whisper. Kakashi, I am sorry. Do not go. That is no place for a person to be. It is a certainty that one would meet their demise there, wailing in despair. Naraku seems intent on safeguarding Kakashi and Shauma, given that his illness is largely deemed incurable. Furthermore, with Naraku afflicted by a bloodline disease, it hardly seems worthwhile for the Uchiha clan to stand against Danzo on his behalf. The anguish is overwhelming. Based on my years of enduring pain, a significant ordeal looms ahead. Shauma, please return swiftly. In the subsequent episode, Tsunade returns to the village to examine Naraku, attempting to seal away his excessive ocular power, which closely mirrors his own experiences. Yet, within that scene, Naraku succumbs to an extended silence. As several children vacate the hospital room, Shauma reveals an unprecedentedly somber expression, accompanied by a barely audible whisper, clearly indicating that he had already resolved to defy Danzo. It becomes evident that Shauma was not contemplating suicide. Rather, he had mentally prepared himself for the worst, which explains his calm acceptance of death. Logically, Shauma should not have struggled so fiercely against Danzo. There must be matters beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, the audience, oblivious to the forthcoming events, remains entranced by Shauma's icy demeanor. How strikingly handsome he is. Who understands the allure of a man when he harbors dark inclinations? To the earlier sisters, I comprehend. Xiaoma, give it your all. Defeat Danzo. Vanquish that shameless old man. With much of his ocular power sealed, Naraku's prior torment from awakening his Sharingan has significantly diminished. After speaking candidly, he finds himself chastised by Kakashi, who pokes his forehead and scolds him for being foolish. Naraku, donning a pitiful visage, repeatedly apologizes, softening Kakashi's heart momentarily, though he feigns toughness, threatening to ignore him if he dares repeat such folly. Awakening his eyes was far too premature. His body simply could not withstand the strain of the ocular power. Naraku, I was wrong. I shall do it again. Kakashi, the pain of picking sugar from shards of glass is unbearable. This narrative is excessively cruel to these two innocent souls. Naraku inquires of Tsunade whether his ailment has improved, only to receive an answer that is brutally harsh. Kakashi, unwilling to lose control of his emotions before Naraku, seeks an excuse to depart the hospital. However, he fails to notice Naraku's sorrowful gaze, tightly pressed lips. As he turns to leave, Kakashi walks alone, the weight of malevolence surrounding him, gnawing at his body and devouring his soul. A flashback reveals Naraku's earlier promise. If you are in danger, I will rescue you at any cost. Kakashi closes his eyes, echoing, I too. Thus, we are destined to err, Naraku. Even Tsunade must navigate this affliction step by step. Indeed, a bloodline disease is a terminal illness. The tragedy lies in the fact that Kakashi and Naraku fail to meet each other's gaze, both unwilling to burden the other with their worries. I sense that they both acknowledge each other's sorrow yet tacitly choose to evade it. How agonizing. Why can't my fists break through the screen? No, Kakashi. This is not a mistake. Such love for comrades and friends, and the courage to sacrifice for it, are the very hallmarks of humanity's brilliance. Worn and weary, Kakashi opts to return home, confessing to his father about his recent despondency. Xiaoma maintains that a ninja is not merely a tool for slaughter and reassures his confused son, urging him to leave the village to procure rare medicinal herbs for Tsunade while also allowing him some respite. Kakashi, recognizing his current unsuitability for caregiving, fearing his gloom may hinder Naraku's recovery, nods in agreement. Yet, upon his departure, Tsunade's arrival and inquiries reveal to the audience that Xiaoma seeks merely to excuse Kakashi's exit from Konoha. The rationale of venturing out for relaxation fails to convince Tsunade or the viewers. Xiaoma's resolve is remarkably steadfast. Despite overwhelming public pressure, he remains unwavering. Truly, Xiaoma embodies the essence of a man. Leaving is perhaps beneficial. Escaping this environment could significantly improve his spirits, as Kakashi would surely succumb to depression if he lingered in the village any longer. Isn't that right? The matter of the herbs was fabricated? A father sending his son away must surely be up to something significant. Brothers, this is troubling. I have an ominous premonition. What could Xiaoma possibly intend? He can't truly be plotting to overthrow Danzo and fracture Konoha, can he? Amidst the audience's myriad questions, this episode concludes. Chapter 88. So it is you. A new episode unfolds. The sun has begun to set, casting a warm hue as Kakashi bids farewell to Naraku, promising to bring him a gift before departing Konoha alone. As he steps through the village gates, only the setting sun and the evening breeze accompany him. Kakashi's silhouette appears so fragile that it leaves an ache in my heart. None can ascertain whether this parting is final. To those ahead, I caution against speaking ill of fate. The scene shifts, revealing Naraku hastily returning home. Sighing in relief upon seeing Xiaoma unharmed, collapsing onto the ground. Naraku is remarkably astute, discerning something amiss with merely a few words. You heartless rogue. Can't you allow Naraku to recuperate properly? Indeed, it seems he is perpetually burdened by injuries. As Xiaoma approaches to assist him, Naraku locks eyes with him. Realizing Xiaoma is indeed preparing for perilous endeavors, though he has yet to act. Master, I am sorry. Without hesitation, Naraku employs Genjutsu to incapacitate the unsuspecting Xiaoma, gently placing him in a safe position despite his own weakened state. He then silently begins to prepare weapons and provisions. In that moment, he pauses, seemingly overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, lowering his head as his hair cascades to obscure his face. The audience can only witness the subtle tremor of his arms. Yet, Naraku swiftly suppresses his emotions, resuming his actions with a decisive grace, ensuring no one glimpses his previous expression. Regardless of Xiaoma's intentions, Naraku refuses to let him take risks on his behalf. Naraku has not resigned himself to fate. He is armed. Surely he does not wish to emulate Jinko? A final desperate struggle before death. What can he fight with, still gravely injured, with chakra nearly depleted from the Genjutsu? The youthful spirit of the boy is such that even if he cannot slay his foe, he will bite down in defiance until his last breath. Let the tears flow freely, dear child. The weeping boy Kakashi spoke of has once again learned to refrain from shedding tears. Are you trying to pierce my heart? Before departing, Naraku gazes longingly at his home, bathed in twilight, the photographs on the counter, the once laughing table basking in sunlight, the garden where he loved to play. All of these memories are etched deeply within his mind, leaving indelible imprints of nostalgia. Then, Naraku turns away, choosing to confront his destiny alone. Only a few whispered words linger in the air, echoing in the audience's ears. Take care, Master Kakashi. Please no. This time, it truly may lead to death. I cannot bear to watch. I cannot accept Naraku walking this desolate path alone. What wrong has he committed to warrant such a life? The audience continues to lament. As the scene lingers on the Haytake household, the faint sounds of insects filling the air as the light gradually fades into the embrace of night. Suddenly, Shaoma awakens with wide eyes, sitting up from beneath the covers, the image flashing back to Naraku's Shirinan, signifying that he has realized he has fallen victim to a genjutsu. However, the illusion has now been dispelled. He gazed at his palm, attuning himself to the state of his chakra within. There was no depletion. No one had approached in the vicinity. The only plausible explanation for such an illusion unraveling mid-course is the demise of its caster. Wait a moment. My CPU is fried. How did Shikamaru awaken? Could it be that Naraku has already met his end? Ah! A sharp, explosive sound. I shall send the old thief a blade. What good is the old thief's death? I want Danzo to perish. The scene began to unfold, revealing all that Shikamaru had endured during this time. He stood before a rapid succession of memories, leaving behind only a silhouette. From the moment he suspected Naraku's mission in the Land of Rain was dubious, to the grievously wounded and near-death Naraku, oblivious to the tumultuous rumors surrounding the Uchiha, to the command from the root to abandon Naraku encountered on the way to retrieve Tsunade, culminating in the evening when the root ninja reappeared, threatening him with Kakashi's life. All these recollections, accompanied by Shikamaru's internal monologue, were laid bare before the audience. Are you merely such a man, Kakashi Shikamaru? Unable to even protect your own family? He lifted his head, his face filling the screen, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fury and resolve. Everything. I am willing to sacrifice it all. In the next moment, he had pierced through layers of night, wielding his long blade as he stormed into the root, slaying foes left and right. Only the blood of his enemies could quell a father's wrath. If Danzo thinks he can threaten Shikamaru, he has gravely misjudged him. So magnificent, Shikamaru, a true man. Let Danzo experience despair firsthand. The epitome of men, the father among fathers. Amidst the flickering blades and shadows of blood, he finally beheld the architect of his suffering. The source of darkness. Repulsive, nauseating. Shikamaru's chakra surged within him, his hair and garments swirling in fury. Arcs of electricity erupted from the blade, transforming into countless lightning snakes that pierced the sky, yet were bound to his weapon, howling wildly as they rolled, piercing through the darkness, pervading the vast underground cavern. Thunder and tempest brewed a storm, shattering stone and uprooting the withered. He coldly observed the being known as the darkness of Shinobi, struggling to evade beneath his blade. No different from any other. So why? Why should he? The tempestuous winds and thunder entwined around his blade, slicing through the darkness as he swung towards his foe. Let Konoha witness the wrath of the White Fang, Kakashi Shikamaru. Absolutely stunning. Thunder from the heavens. Return to my being. All resistance in this world stems from one question. Why should it be so? Come on, Shikamaru. Strike him down. Just when everyone, including Shikamaru himself, believed Danzo was undoubtedly doomed, Shikamaru's body abruptly stalled, giving Danzo the opportunity to retaliate first. The animators chose not to depict the ensuing battle, perhaps to conceal something. Abruptly cutting the scene to Naraku's side. What is happening? Oh no, what has happened to Shikamaru? No, it's over, it's over. The old thief is going for a plot kill. It shouldn't be a plot kill. Shikamaru must be suffering a physical ailment. I suspect Danzo has poisoned him. After all, he possesses many underhanded methods. Shikamaru could have killed Danzo, but now it's uncertain. As Naraku approached the vicinity of the Forest of Death, the sky had not yet fully darkened. He had concealed himself previously, observing the surroundings with his Shirinan, ensuring that no traps were laid by the root here. And he had begun to sense chakra within a certain radius. So both Naraku and Shikamaru are battling against the root? A dual-front operation? Is the Shirinan endowed with such acute perception? Has there been a mutation in its ocular power? It is possible. After all, Naraku is the first Uchiha to receive treatment, and the sealing techniques might alter the nature of his ocular power. After waiting a moment, Naraku suddenly felt an instinctive urge to glance back at a distant location. His expression tinged with unease as he opened his eyes to scan the surroundings once more. A faint tremor was felt, accompanied by a gentle breeze brushing against Naraku's cheek. He turned towards that direction, where, under the moonlight, several umbu were rushing forth. Something is amiss there. Driven by instinct, Naraku moved closer to the source of the tremor. Then, a flame flickered into the edge of his perception. Master? Goodness, what an extraordinary intuition. Tsuneyoshi Sawada found it commendable. This is the telepathic bond between father and son. Naraku broke through the Umbu's obstruction and made his way deep into the root's underground base, where he beheld Danzo raising his blade to deliver a final strike to Shikamaru. He sent the equally beleaguered Danzo flying, finally getting a clear view of Shikamaru. Now drenched in blood, his white hair soaked through, drooping limply at his side, dripping blood. Shikamaru. Damn it. Shimura Danzo, how dare he? It's impossible. Danzo cannot possibly reverse the situation against Shikamaru. This is a grave issue. Naraku's pupils constricted in an instant, his fingertips trembling. Overwhelmed with pain to the point of silence. Master, why must you go to such lengths? I have no value left. Why do you refuse to abandon me? Accompanied by this heart-wrenching thought, a flash of crimson light flickered in Naraku's eyes as he drove his long blade into Danzo, pinning him against the wall. Blood splattering onto the darkened surface behind, saturating it in a deep red. How could Shikamaru possibly forsake you? Sob, sob, sob. This may be the one occasion Naraku wished Shikamaru would abandon him. Is he about to awaken the Meijikyo? May the old man meet his end. Slumped against Naraku's youthful shoulder, Shikamaru gasped faintly, still in the mood to utter a failed jest, which only served to irritate the usually good-natured Naraku, who scolded him loudly to be silent. Shikamaru, slightly comforted, curved the corners of his eyes, before finally closing them. The flame behind him had dwindled to the brink of extinguishment, and Naraku had no time to waste. Upon encountering the Umbu, he unleashed a fire jutsu. Indifferent to the burns, he would sustain himself. When he emerged from the underground, he was already on the verge of collapse, yet somehow summoned the strength to maintain his footing and continue toward the hospital. Even at this point, still so out of sorts, truly, it is just like you. Sob, sob, sob. Can he make it? Surely he can. Naraku, already in a precarious state, was truly on the edge. What in the world are these Umbu doing? Can't they see it's Shikamaru? Along the way, he encountered numerous Umbu. Naraku either used his body flicker technique to evade them directly or deployed fire jutsu to clear a path, seizing the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Reaching the hospital entrance in mere minutes, collapsing to the ground from sheer exhaustion. He was utterly drained of strength. What had once been the weight of a full-grown man now felt like a mountain, pressing down upon his trembling, powerless body. Yet he could not afford to pause. He had no right to stop. This disheveled state, accompanied by an emotional score, left the audience in a state of despair. After rising and taking a few steps, Naraku spotted a golden-haired figure leaping from the rooftop, advancing a few steps before collapsing to the ground, no longer approaching. My heart is about to shatter. My tears are worthless. Wah. Naraku coughed up copious amounts of blood, and his master bled profusely too. Sob, sob, sob. Sundara, please rise. I implore you to muster your strength. Paramedics rushed in from the hospital to escort Xiaoma away. Naraku, nearly crawling, left a long trail of blood on the ground as he approached Tsunade, bowing his head in desperation. Lady Tsunade, I beseech you, save my master, save him. The once clear voice of the youth had turned hoarse and ragged, the syllables indistinguishable, with only the choking sobs and tremors revealing his tears. I can't take it anymore. I feel utterly miserable. Naraku's throat felt scorched. He had brought Xiaoma here at the cost of his own life, to witness the one he loved losing breath. His body growing colder by the moment. What kind of despair must that be? How did it come to this? Why did it turn out like this? Once Tsunade entered the emergency room, Naraku struggled to rise from the ground, swaying as he made his way into the hospital. His abdominal wound had reopened. His clothes stained a dark crimson, with a pool of blood beneath him. Whether it was Xiaoma's or his own, he could not tell. The scene shifted to the emergency room, where the heart monitor flatlined, emitting a sharp, continuous alarm that pierced through the walls and windows, striking Naraku to his core. He leaned against the door of the emergency room, his eyes dull, pupils unfocused, staring vacantly at the ceiling, allowing the infinite despair to envelop him. Memories surged uncontrollably in his mind, forcing him to repeatedly confront what he had lost. It's all right, Naraku, nothing will happen. You possess great talent. I find that firework beautiful. Oh, God. Naraku covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers. Did we eat bracken today? How did the graduation exam go? Watch closely. I'll teach you a super powerful jutsu. I make a wish. His sobs became increasingly uncontainable, his eyes turning blood red as 3 Tomo spun rapidly. Sorry. I still need Naraku to save me. I wanted to resolve this handsomely, but it failed. Let my master live. The Tomo's afterimages coalesced, gradually forming sharp edges. Why? Why? Kill me, but spare me the knife of memories. I beg you, don't die, don't die, don't die. I'm about to cry myself unconscious. Help! It's murder. If Xiaoma were to die, Naraku could not continue living. He would take his own life. Oh my god. The kaleidoscope, the seal on his forehead, and the raging power within his eyes were at an impasse. Ultimately severed in the moment before shattering under Tsunade's shadow clone enhancement. As Naraku collapsed, the monitor's screen filled with a straight line. The flat line began to fluctuate. The beeping signaling the return of a heartbeat, time and again, an unbroken rhythm. He lives. He is alive. Xiaoma is alive. Naraku erupted into tears of joy. Thank goodness. He is alive. Master is alive. Naraku, you must pull yourself together. Having absorbed the situation, Naraku calmed his racing heart, finally finding the strength to ponder his previous questions. The animator had not revealed the truth. The only clues remained the inexplicable dispelling of the genjutsu and Xiaoma's strange pause during battle. If the illusion had not failed, Xiaoma would not have attacked the root, and if not for that bizarre pause, Xiaoma would not have died from the assault. Thus, the aim of the others was to lead Xiaoma to Danzo, ensuring his demise at the hands of the latter. If Xiaoma died, there was a high probability he would awaken the kaleidoscope. Moreover, the animator had consistently concealed the existence of only Kaguya and Madara from the first season to the present. What they needed most was a successor, one steeped in despair, to inherit the infinite Tsukiyomi plan. So it is you, Kaguya? Chapter 89. The long night finally passes. Naraku gritted his teeth in silent curses. Damn you, it's Satsuki Kaguya. May you be eternally trapped on the moon until the universe crumbles. After cursing Kaguya, only one episode remained. The scene rewinds to Naraku's approach to the root base. In the Hokage office, an Umbu appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen, softly reporting, Hokage-sama. A massive chakra disturbance has been detected within the village. Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged. Where? At the root base. A team has already been dispatched to investigate. He said, taking up his pipe, his demeanor turning serious. Order them to contain the situation and prevent any significant conflict. I'll decide on the course of action. Understood. Once the Umbu departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, what is Danzo up to now? As if it weren't enough to be Hokage year-round. He must also remain in the office 24/7? That's unlikely. It must be a shadow clone. Danzo hadn't done anything. He was too busy being killed by Xiaoma. Indeed, after being struck down by Xiaoma, he was then attacked by Naraku. The perspective shifts to the Umbu squad, where Naraku had broken through the blockade, heading straight for the hospital, with someone recognizing that he was carrying Heitake Xiaoma, prompting them to halt their pursuit. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you stop? That's White Fang. What? Just as the Umbu hesitated, one of them, dressed as a ninja, jumped out and loudly declared, latest orders from Hokage-sama. Heitake Xiaoma attacked the root. He must be apprehended. He cannot escape. However, a young man quietly countered. But that's not the direction of escape, is it? A senior companion slapped him. No more nonsense. Hurry and chase. Damn you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I knew you would pull a trick. Old man, if I could just jump into the screen, I'd show you what a powerful kick looks like. I can't do anything right, but I sure excel at dragging others down. Return to the days when you were the mighty Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now he turned into a bear instead. The Umbu attempted to intercept Naraku, perhaps due to insufficient strength or perhaps a reluctance to act. They ultimately failed to stop him, allowing Naraku to successfully arrive at the hospital entrance with Xiaoma. At this moment, another order was issued for all pursuing personnel to retreat immediately. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, silently departing. It was evident that they were seasoned actors. Naraku wasn't trying to escape. What was wrong with rescuing someone first? Moreover, this was Heitake Xiaoma. If he died, Konoha would suffer as well. Back in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a frown, the wrinkles on his face seemingly deepening further. Hokage-sama, an Umbu, half kneeling in the center, reported solemnly. According to surviving ninjas from the root, Heitake Xiaoma initiated the attack on the root base and was severely injured by Elder Danzo, subsequently being rescued by Uchiha Naraku. Both have now arrived at Konoha Hospital, where Lady Tsunade is administering treatment. Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded in surprise, quickly regaining his composure. What is the situation? Both are unconscious and have yet to awaken, but their lives are not in danger. What about Danzo? Elder Shimura is gravely injured and still in critical condition. All right, you may leave. After smoking his pipe for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, contemplating how to suppress this matter. Ultimately, he summoned another Umbu and instructed, seal the information, no one is permitted to discuss it. Publicly announced that tonight's incident was the capture of a spy within the village. Understood. Damn it. Danzo didn't he die? Naraku's blade had aimed straight for his heart. How could he have survived? Is he some kind of cockroach? No further inquiries? Shuomo's recent actions have indeed stirred quite a tempest. It is fundamentally impossible to pursue accountability, Otherwise, everyone would undoubtedly be curious as to why Shuomo has gone mad. And the trivial matters concerning Danzo cannot remain concealed. There is an unsettling feeling in the air. Just moments ago, orders were issued to hunt down Shuomo, reflecting a stance that was anything but indifferent. It is likely that the Umbu reported that Shuomo had not fled, prompting the retraction of the command. Indeed, Naraku escorting Shuomo to the hospital signifies no intent of betraying the village, making it unwise to escalate the situation further. The long, arduous night has finally passed, with the dawn gradually illuminating the eastern sky, heralding yet another day. Upon receiving the news, Minato and Kushina hurried to the hospital, where they encountered Fugaku and Mikoto outside the intensive care unit. Minato, his face etched with concern, inquired, "Fugaku-senpai, what is the situation?" Who could have anticipated that in the span of a single night, both Heitake Shuomo and Uchiha Naraku would be on the brink of death? Were it not for the timely information from his comrades in the Jonin class, he might still be oblivious to the circumstances. "It is hard to say whether they will awaken," Fugaku replied, shaking his head gravely. "I received reports from the security team during the night, and by the time I arrived, Lady Tsunade was still in the midst of resuscitation efforts. What on earth happened? Are you aware, senpai?" Kushina, whose perception range is significantly greater than Kanai's, sensed the turmoil during the first half of the night, but dismissed it at the time. In hindsight, it seems that it was precisely when Shuomo and Naraku encountered their misfortune, and she is now filled with regret. Had she known the gravity of the situation, she would have made every effort to rise from her bed to investigate. The Hokage's explanation for last night was that the Umbu were engaged in capturing spies outside the village, which led to the ensuing conflict. If that were indeed the case, it would be one thing for Shuomo-senpai to be involved in the battle, but why was Naraku also entangled? Kushina's thoughts trailed off as Minato gently tugged at her hand, subtly shaking his head to signal her to refrain from probing further. Since the Hokage had already made a determination, they could only accept it, regardless of whether it represented the truth. Will they not awaken? The deepest regret in this world is the realization of what could have been. Even if Kushina were to leave, it would be of no use. As a primary subject under observation, the Umbu would not permit her to approach the combat zone. Minato exhibited a modicum of survival instinct. The Hokage had already rendered a verdict. Questioning the matter would only be seen as provocation. Kanai pressed her forehead against the glass, peering through the curtain's gap into the intensive care unit. The duo, donned in oxygen masks, appeared grievously injured, their bodies adorned with an array of wires and tubes. Unable to contain her emotions, she quietly sobbed, drawing the comfort of Kushina's embrace. Why isn't that healing technique of Kurokura's being employed? That technique is life-threatening, and these two are barely clinging to life as it is. It's not just Kanai. Seeing them like this brings tears to my own eyes. What will happen when Kakashi returns? Suddenly, it feels as though the three of us have become just one. The thought of what he would become is too painful to fathom. Naraku's gaze fell upon the last few comments in the forum, his heart heavy with worry. When Kakashi returns from outside the village and witnesses Shuomo's and his own dire states, the impact will undoubtedly be severe. Additionally, lurking in the shadows is Kurizetsu, ever poised to strike. Naraku pondered, if I am unable to awaken the Mangekyo, will Kurizetsu target Kakashi once more upon my awakening? A strategy must be devised to sever its ambitions. Chapter 90. The Obsessive Boyfriend I Adore. Naraku opened the shop, and his popularity had once again amassed significantly, sufficient for him to upgrade his perception technique once more. Although Kurizetsu's ability to conceal its presence and chakra is indeed remarkable, it is still worth attempting to ascertain its whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity while the system upgrades the ninjutsu, Naraku opened the forum. Indeed, this recent plotline has deeply affected many, giving rise to a plethora of posts. The most popular is a petition titled "A Million Blood-Written Appeals for Danzo's Ineffective Rescue," followed closely by "May Shimura Danzo Faced No Risks of Rescue Failure," which elicited a chuckle from Naraku. There are also various discussion threads, but the audience is far less informed than Naraku himself, rendering any analyses somewhat superficial. Nonetheless, some have pinpointed the critical issue, how the Genjutsu, Mirage, failed. Shuomo's abnormal behavior during the battle can be attributed to certain measures taken by Danzo. Yet it is implausible that he would remotely dispel the illusion to let Shuomo harm him, is it? Some posters even boldly claim that Naraku's technique faltered, causing Shuomo to awaken midway, and that the subsequent anomalies were merely side effects of the illusion, leading to blame being placed on Naraku for Shuomo's grievous injuries, which garnered considerable attention. Moreover, the final episode featuring Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions has sparked extensive discussion. Does anyone else feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders were quite disjointed? 1L, original poster observe, at the outset, he spoke of controlling the situation to prevent severe conflict, asserting that all decisions would await his judgment. Then suddenly, It transformed into an imperative to capture Heitake Shomo, declaring that he must not be allowed to escape. Ultimately, the pursuit order was rescinded, information was sealed, and no one was permitted to discuss it. The public statement regarding last night's events was that they were apprehending spies within the village. It is hard to imagine that such orders could be issued by a single individual in a short span of time. 2L, indeed. It felt excessively forceful when the orders to capture Shomo were issued. 3L, a habitual flip-flopper is he? 4L, in response to 3L, surely he cannot have flipped to such an extent? After all these years as Hokage, he must know better than to issue such orders indiscriminately. 5L, in response to 4L, is it possible he was reminded of his dear, crossed out, old friend, almost losing him? 6L, in response to 5L, oh, I don't believe that. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to let matters lie. 1L, original poster as the title suggests. Originally, an assault on the route would be a severe crime, and Heitake Shomo would inevitably face accountability. Even branding him a rogue ninja would not be overly harsh. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware that Shuomo's actions were driven by Danzo, pushing him to the brink, forcing him into rebellion, entirely Danzo's own doing. Should there be repercussions for Heitake Shomo, a significant portion of the Jonin class would voice their dissent, and the unsavory deeds of Danzo would inevitably come to light. The darkness hidden beneath the flames, once exposed, would leave the people of Konoha in a state of unrest, counterproductive to stability. Thus, he ultimately decided to conceal the matter, leaving Shuomo and Danzo unaddressed. 2L, if only the Uchiha were to assist, at least Shuomo would not have ended up like this. 3L, even if Uchiha Fugaku had chosen to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen back then, Shuomo likely would not have sought his aid. Otherwise, the situation would have spiraled beyond control. 4L, in response to 3L, exactly, and I sense that Shuomo did not wish to implicate others. After all, an assault on the route is no different from betraying the village. He merely aimed to eliminate Danzo on his own, but ultimately, he was betrayed. 5L, in response to 4L, no one could have anticipated Shomo's defeat, not even he himself. 6L, it turns out that Danzo had long mastered the art of manipulating Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should he succeed in his endeavors, handling the aftermath would only lead to greater losses, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to acquiesce. 7L, in response to 6L, indeed, you have uncovered the truth. Naraku scoffed at the phrasing, finding it rather peculiar. The posts ranking high in the fanfic section are predominantly new, as the recent episodes have showcased Heitake Shomo in a more favorable light, whether in solo promotions or romantic pairings, leading to a surge in short clips as well. Thanks to Shuomo's newfound popularity and his interactions with others, there is an increase in romantic fanfiction as well. Even a highly skilled lady has created a clip of misunderstandings directed towards a pairing, devoid of any traces of Photoshop, which she has uploaded to a certain external barrage website, where it has swiftly ascended to the 3rd spot on the trending chart. In the comments section beneath the video, fans have harmoniously engaged in role-playing, expressing their tears over the beautiful romance between mentor and disciple, evoking genuine emotion that has prompted many passers-by, unfamiliar with Naruto, to inquire about its authenticity. Observing the chaotic comments, Naraku could not help but feel a wave of darkness wash over him. Naraku, is this good? This is not good. He continued to scroll down the progress bar until he finally stumbled upon some fan works that piqued his interest. One title looked rather familiar, and upon clicking on the author's profile, he recalled that it was indeed the same author who had previously posted the beginning of Chaos. Naraku never cherishes himself. Ultimately, Kakashi resolved this troubling matter. 1L, original poster dark captivity trope, highly OOC, beware of pitfalls. This marked yet another time Naraku found himself in the hospital. Kakashi thought, tightening the lid on a kettle filled with hot water as he slowly made his way back to the ward. I can grasp the future, wield the cold blade, and hold the lives of those who stand before me, yet I cannot seem to hold your hand. Winter has arrived. Let us go watch the fireworks together. If you do not take care of Naraku, you will always end up hurting yourself. Isn't it better to stay here? Others will naturally take care of the rest. Do not attempt to leave. You are not permitted to abandon me. How splendid. Naraku, it is finally just the two of us. Just keep looking at me. And only at me, will you? 2L, first. 3L, goodness, this is overwhelmingly dark and twisted. It makes my stomach ache. 4L, in the anime, Naraku hasn't even turned dark yet, and Kakashi is already dark in the fanworks. 5L, it smells so good. I can't speak for other characters, but if Kakashi becomes like this, it must be because he cares deeply for Naraku. 6L, reply to 5L, Shikamaru, so love can disappear, can't it? 11L, internet, Yandra boyfriend, I love love love. Reality, JC uncle, hurry hurry hurry. 12L, internet, wow, this dark transformation is so satisfying. Reality, quick. Run. Dead legs. Why aren't you running already? 13L. Ha ha. Naraku. Very well, very well. It seems I haven't tormented you enough. You writers of fanworks, just wait for me. He forcefully inscribed the author's name in his little notebook, and after a moment's thought, he noted the accounts of those who had commented with playful banter. Naraku, you shan't escape either. All of you shall pray for your survival. Chapter 91. A diary of the unraveled defenses of a certain Itsutsuki. In the abyss of the mountain prison, a dark underground cavern. Silence enveloped the space, save for the rhythmic drip of water echoing through the void. The subterranean realm, perpetually devoid of sunlight, was chillingly cold, with dampness seeping into one's very bones. After navigating a labyrinthine series of passages, one arrived at the deepest recesses, where the internal space opened up into a spacious, rectangular area, marked by signs of human excavation. At the center, upon an eerie chair, sat an elderly man nearing death. Behind him, several long white tubes extended, reaching towards a thick, root-like entity in the distance. This root branched out, suspending dozens of humanoid forms, which, rather accurately, were the desiccated bodies of those who had been drained of life. From the vacant space before the elder, a pitch-black creature slowly emerged. What is the outcome, Kurizetsu? Despite dragging such a decrepit body, the elder spoke with a robust voice, entirely at odds with his imminent demise. As you have planned, Madara-sama. The creature known as Kurizetsu responded in a low voice. The final evolution was thwarted by Tsunade. Otherwise, it would have surely transformed into the kaleidoscope. Humph, in any case, he still cares for one person. The elder scoffed, a sardonic smile twitching at his stiff facial muscles, his white hair swaying slightly, revealing the Sharingan lurking within his eye sockets. No one would ever suspect that Uchiha Madara, who had perished long ago at the Valley of the End, was now clinging to life in this inconspicuous underground cavern. Noticing that Madara was unfazed by this failure, Kurizetsu began to report the series of maneuvers it had executed the previous night in the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon discovering a 9-year-old Uchiha prodigy who had awakened the two Tomo Sharingan, Kurizetsu was positively elated. As the reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Madara was running out of time, and Kurizetsu urgently required a plan B to continue collecting tailed beasts for the infinite Tsugumi after his demise. Now, it had found a chosen one, rich in emotion and connections, and could not contain its excitement, exclaiming that it was akin to a pie falling from the sky. As long as it could destroy everything Uchiha Naraku cherished, plunging him into despair, it could acquire the perfect puppet. Even more fortuitously, it had yet to intervene, as the hidden leaf had already inflicted harm upon itself, forcing Uchiha Naraku, who had never felt a strong sense of belonging to the village, to awaken the three Tomo Sharingan and even suffer from a terminal bloodline illness. However, it later realized that as long as Shikamaru and Kakashi were around, Naraku would likely not harbor hatred towards the world, let alone execute the infinite Tsugumi. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate these two individuals, ideally disguised as the Hidden Leaf's agents. This way, Naraku would presumably lose all attachment to the world. That guy, Shimura Danzo, can read minds, can he? How else could he act on my thoughts? Kurizetsu was baffled. It had yet to make its move, yet the Hidden Leaf had already harmed itself again. Was it being a tad too accommodating? After lurking for several days, on an ordinary dusk, the Hidden Leaf finally pushed Shikamaru to his limits. Just as he was about to seek his demise, Kurizetsu was elated for a mere 2 seconds before witnessing that little Uchiha Naraku unleash a powerful genjutsu that incapacitated Shikamaru, who then proceeded to head towards the root. No way, is Shikamaru that weak? He fell in an instant? The precious plan B must not come to harm. Kurizetsu quickly descended to assist in breaking the genjutsu, only to realize that it was not Shikamaru's incompetence. Rather, this genjutsu was simply beyond the norm. Shikamaru's chakra was thoroughly suppressed, and no matter how hard Kurizetsu tried, it could not budge even a fraction. Ultimately, it expended a significant portion of its own chakra to barely break free, although the loss was somewhat substantial. Watching Shikamaru hastily charge into the root to wreak havoc brought a cold smile to Kurizetsu's face. If he doesn't die, I'll write Kurizetsu backward, shall I? Shimura Danzo, you worthless fool. How can 180 people be wiped out so easily? Kurizetsu had no choice but to risk exposure to manipulate the situation, using its backup plan to sabotage Shikamaru at a critical moment, finally placing him at a disadvantage. It had initially hoped that Danzo would finish off Shikamaru, but the former was simply too incompetent, turning a favorable situation into mutual destruction. With no other option, it sought another opportunity to attach itself to Danzo. Now, all that was needed was to eliminate Shikamaru, and the plan would be a resounding success. Cough cough. Just as Kurizetsu controlled, Danzo raised his blade. He was kicked away by Uchiha Naraku, who had rushed to the scene. The long blade pierced through his chest, shattering several of his internal organs. Well, to hell with it. This is a precious plan B. I want he stooped to his level. Just in case, I should keep this Shimura Danzo alive. As long as he is around, how can I, Kurizetsu, fail in my grand designs? Descending from Danzo, Kurizetsu continued to hasten towards the front line. Disguised as a member of the Konoha Anbu, a white Zetsu seized the opportunity to possess a body and, before the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen could reach him, proclaimed a false announcement regarding the pursuit of Heitake Sakamo. With so many Anbu operatives present and Uchiha Neri utterly fatigued, the Zetsu could hardly believe that Sakamo would escape death once more. Truly, how could the Konoha Anbu be so inept? Were they merely going through the motions? Engaging in superficial compliance? Black Zetsu seethed in frustration. Ultimately, witnessing Neri deliver Sakamo to the hospital's entrance, he thought that this time, it might indeed be over. Yet, to his astonishment, Neri cast a Genjutsu, and lo and behold, Tsunade miraculously recovered. Why was this damned brat endowed with such formidable talent? Black Zetsu silently screamed in exasperation. Fortunately, it seemed that Tsunade's intervention would not suffice to save Sakamo. Surely, it was time for the Mangekyo Sharingan to awaken, concealed in the shadows. Black Zetsu eagerly rubbed his hands together, watching as the Tomo and Neri's eyes spun rapidly, their patterns shifting, on the brink of transformation into the Mangekyo. What foul sorcery is this? Black Zetsu's jaw dropped in disbelief as he beheld the sealing runes spreading across Neri's visage. Complemented by Tsunade's shadow clone rushing in to reinforce the intervention, ultimately disrupting the evolution of the Sharingan. To make matters worse, Sakamo's life was restored. Listening to the rhythmic beeping of the machines, Black Zetsu felt as though this was the cruelest mockery of all. This is utterly outrageous. Time rewinds to the present. Black Zetsu diligently plays the role of a loyal subordinate. Madara-sama, Tsunade has yet to reapply the seal on Uchiha Neri. During this interval, we still have a chance. Madara squinted, contemplating how to compel Neri to activate the Mangekyo once more. With Sakamo being unconscious after his rescue, even if he were to perish again, it might not sufficiently provoke Neri. It would be best to devise a plan to target Heitake Kakashi, either eliminate him or incite him to betray Neri. As a fragment of Madara's consciousness, Black Zetsu seemed to perceive his thoughts and proactively suggested, Madara-sama, what if we consider Heitake Kakashi? Upon hearing Black Zetsu's idea, Madara couldn't help but admire the cunning of his own consciousness, reflecting on how despicably he could think. Yet, all was for the sake of the infinite Tsukiyomi plan, so he nodded in agreement. I leave it in your hands. Yes, Madara-sama. Chapter 92, The Melodic Deception. In the second underground base of the Root, the remaining handful of Root ninjas maintained the facility's operations, and although they were short-staffed, everything remained relatively orderly. In a heavily secured room, filled with respirators and various monitoring devices, tubes and sensors connected to a central medical bed, Danzo lay beneath a thin medical sheet, his chest rising and falling faintly. A dark shadow emerged from beneath the bed, climbing up the bedpost and enveloping much of his body, concealing itself beneath the bandages. Then, Danzo sat up, whispering, "Come forth." A figure appeared in the empty space, kneeling respectfully, masked. Danzo-sama spread the word in Konoha, stating. Danzo succinctly conveyed his orders. Once the Root ninja departed, he reclined back on the bed, slipping into a state of unconsciousness as though his previous wakefulness had never occurred. Among the common folk of Konoha, a narrative began to circulate quietly. The recent uproar surrounding the White Fang's abandonment of his mission had taken a new turn. Regretting his actions, White Fang sought to atone by attempting to take his own life. Initially, disbelief rippled through the populace, as this was an unfathomable conclusion. However, with a bit of inquiry, it became known that one night, a blood-soaked White Fang had indeed been brought to the hospital for emergency treatment, and he remained comatose in the intensive care unit. Thus, the question arose, did we contribute to his demise? Were our words too harsh? Soon, many rose to proclaim the righteousness of their previous actions during the grand campaign against him. If we were in the wrong, why did the Hokage order the guards to release him? If we were mistaken, why did White Fang ultimately choose to end his own life in atonement? In my view, we emerged victorious. We confronted a ninja who had erred, and he ultimately acknowledged his mistakes. Indeed, we were not in the wrong. It dawned on them that their collective voices held immense power. As long as they united to vociferously condemn someone, that individual would inevitably recognize their faults. Countless seeds of malice and darkness were sown within their hearts, nourished by the tiniest drops of negativity, awaiting the day they would break ground. Once the righteousness of their actions was validated, the narrative of White Fang's suicide became the prevailing truth. Many lower-ranking ninjas from humble origins began to believe he had indeed taken his life in remorse. Even those who suspected otherwise lacked compelling evidence to counter the narrative. Only a few Umbu operatives and the immediate witnesses knew what had transpired that night, but without the Hokage's command. They could not divulge such classified information that had been silenced by a gag order. As for the medical ninjas who participated in the rescue, by the time they sought to speak on Sakamo's behalf, it was already too late. Their faint protests were drowned in an uncontrollable tide of irrationality. Upon receiving reports, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly deduced the orchestrator behind the events. Dispatching personnel to confirm the situation, the medical ninjas reported that there were no signs of awakening. Perhaps it was a contingency plan, he mused. In truth, this was for the best. It would cover up the truth to some extent, deflecting blame onto White Fang as the one who had committed suicide. It would also instill in every lower-ranking ninja the notion that the mission superseded all, prioritizing the village's interests above all else, thus ensuring they approached their tasks with renewed diligence. Moreover, he harbored some resentment towards Sakamo for his actions that fateful night. Why could he not discuss matters civilly with him, the Hokage, instead of resorting to such drastic measures that cost the village so much strength? Given the precarious state of the ninja world in recent years, this was just adding insult to injury. Thus, he issued a symbolic order for everyone to cease discussion, declaring the matter closed. The public discourse was temporarily quelled, yet the truth remained obscured. This stigma would serve as a punishment for Heitake Sakamo. 2 days after that night, Nairi finally regained consciousness. During this time, an episode of the anime had been released, chronicling Kakashi's experiences in Short Book Street. He had watched it in the mental space, and nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred. After leaving Konoha, Kakashi's mental state visibly improved. The more he improved, the more concerned Nairi became about how he would cope with the current circumstances upon his return. On the third day, Nairi could finally open his eyes. The first thing he did was remove the oxygen mask and sit up, tearing away the intrusive apparatus from his body, staggering across to the adjacent bed. Sakamo lay there quietly, still showing no signs of awakening. Wait, how can you just get out of bed like that? A supervising nurse rushed in to stop him, pulling him back to lie down and reattaching the equipment. How is my master? After a prolonged absence of food and water, compounded by previous burns, Nairi's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Rest assured, the nurse reassured him as she tucked the blankets tightly around him. Lady Tsunade will find a way. With that, she stepped out to summon Tsunade for assistance, having been instructed to promptly report when the two patients regained consciousness. Has the little ghost awakened? Tsunade inquired as she entered. Observing that Naraku was indeed alert, she deftly conducted a thorough examination of him. Aside from the bloodline ailment, all that remained were superficial wounds. With proper care, he would recover. Lady Tsunade, my master, he is not in immediate danger of remaining unconscious. Aside from that, there are no significant issues. Tsunade then approached Shoma's bedside, meticulously cross-referencing various data while documenting in the medical record. The situation was far more complicated than anticipated. While Shoma's indicators were gradually improving, there were no signs of consciousness returning, and the frontal lobe continued to deteriorate. If this trend persisted, this body would become a soulless shell. Tsunade chose not to disclose this grim reality. Uchiha Kakashi had already endured enough turmoil. Moreover, with Kakashi still outside the village, one could only wonder how matters would unfold upon his return. As for the rumors circulating among the common folk and lower-ranking shinobi, Tsunade had been far too occupied of late, scarcely having time to indulge in a drink, and no one dared to broach such topics in her presence, rendering her oblivious to the gossip. The only sounds in the room were the beeping of the monitors and the soft rustle of her pen against paper. Because I am Uchiha? Upon hearing the faint murmurs behind her, Tsunade paused her writing momentarily, then resumed with an air of nonchalance, impatiently interrupting him. Little ghost, don't overthink. It has nothing to do with you. Not hearing any further response, she turned to find Naraku had once again succumbed to slumber, likely overwhelmed by his injuries. Ugh, truly, this is such a hassle. Tsunade muttered quietly in exasperation, tossing the medical record onto the soft blankets, one hand on her hip. The other accusingly pointed at the oblivious Shoma. Her reprimands were barely audible, yet her tone was undeniably irate. Why must I clean up your mess? I haven't set foot in a gambling den for an entire week. What are you going to do about my emotional distress? Kakashi had spent 3 or 4 days outside of Konoha. Although most of that time was spent traveling, the absence of idle chatter certainly lightened his spirits. He was nearing Konoha, confirming once more that the gifts he had brought for Naraku and his father were intact, instinctively quickening his pace. The weather was dismal, with the possibility of rain after sunset. Finally, he reached the gates of Konoha just before nightfall. Initially anxious about whether the villagers were still discussing his father, he was relieved to find no further gossip as he walked through the streets. Just as his father had predicted, upon his return, The matter had lost its appeal. How splendid. Kakashi felt his steps lighten considerably. Upon arriving home, he found the house empty, the bedding in his room untouched. His father must have gone to the hospital to care for Naraku and had not had time to tidy up. He decided to take a shower first. After washing away the grime and sweat, he would visit Naraku, for he felt unkempt in his current state. After his refreshing shower and changing into his regular attire, Kakashi gathered the gifts for Naraku, placing them in a bag slung over his shoulder as he stepped out. The sky had darkened considerably, and the evening breeze carried a chill, whisking away the remnants of warmth. Passing by a small shop selling dango, he hesitated, contemplating whether to buy a few skewers to bring along. Two villagers, walking together, were chatting and laughing as they passed by him. Did you hear about White Fang? Yes, I know. It was because he abandoned his mission, right? Kakashi's previously uplifted mood plummeted once more. He thought, here we go again. They still haven't let my father rest. When will this end? It's not about that. One of the speakers subtly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Kakashi through the distorted reflection in the shop's metallic sign. A fleeting glint of red flickered in his eyes. In a conspiratorial tone, he leaned closer to his companion, whispering, I heard that White Fang, out of guilt from the last incident, committed suicide. What are they saying? Kakashi stared at the ground, unaware of the slight tremor coursing through him. Their voices echoed in the distance, ethereal, yet all too close. The mistakes he made were far too grievous for a shinobi to abandon a mission for the sake of saving someone. They say he is still in the ICU, unable to awaken. What are they talking about? I say he should never have gone to save that Uchiha. He was a failure of a mission and dragged White Fang down with him. Exactly, it's all that Uchiha's fault. It was all to save him. Each word struck Kakashi's mind like a relentless drumbeat, disorienting him and disrupting his chakra flow, shaking his very essence. What suicide? What Uchiha? Just as his sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, Kakashi abruptly came to his senses, finding himself alone, with only the steaming dango remaining before him. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as he hazily sensed that he had forgotten something crucial, yet he could not recall what it was. Instinctively, he turned and sprinted toward the hospital. Deep underground, Kagaya extracted the shurinan from the eye sockets of the white zetsu it had possessed, pondering in silence. It had successfully ensnared Heitei Kakashi in an illusion earlier, but perhaps his resistance was too strong, or some internal restriction had interfered. In any case, the illusion quickly slipped from its grasp. Though the technique still lingered within Kakashi, even it was uncertain what the ultimate outcome would be. It needed to investigate further. In the ICU, Naraku sat by the bed, speaking to the unconscious Shoma when hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by Kakashi bursting in. He gasped for breath, his eyes hollow as he gazed upon his father, still in a coma, tears welling in his eyes, his entire being trembling with sorrow. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but words choked in his throat, escaping only as fragmented syllables of confusion. Father, the hero he had idolized since childhood. The sharpest white fang of Konoha, a mountain that no enemy could ever surpass, lay there, his brightest sun, now reduced to a mere shadow of life, clinging to existence through various machines. The sounds of those machines struck his heart like a hammer, each beat tearing at his very soul, leaving him in agony. The intense pain surged through Kakashi's nerves, leaving him disoriented, his spirit curled up in the depths of despair, with only instinct guiding his body. To prevent Kagaya from targeting Shoma, Naraku had kept his sensing technique activated ever since awakening, and at this moment, he sensed a subtle anomaly in Kakashi's chakra flow. This deviation was exceedingly faint. Had he not enhanced his sensory ninjutsu, he likely would not have noticed it. Kakashi. Naraku rose, grasping Kakashi's arm, attempting to help him break free from the illusion-s effects. To his surprise, Kakashi recoiled, tears streaming down his face as he questioned him. Why are you like this? Naraku? Feeling a hint of hostility in Kakashi's tone, Naraku was about to explain when he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible, unfamiliar chakra entering the ICU. Here. It was only him and Kakashi. Employing Jinjutsu to cloud Kakashi's mind, he had now silently concealed his presence, appearing unnoticed beneath Kakashi's very gaze. A flicker of realization passed through Nagato's heart. It must be you again, the accursed Kuroha. Yet this time, his sensory technique detected even the faintest trace of Kuroha's aura. At last, his upgrade was not in vain. Nagato's eyes shifted toward Kakashi, whose anguished and sorrowful expression bore a subtle tinge of inner conflict, as though the surface emotions were not truly his own. Very well. You intend to sever ties with me, do you? Indeed. What could be more shattering than a cherished friend believing I was responsible for his father's demise? Nagato suppressed his desire to lift the Jinjutsu before Kuroha. He would not allow this adversary his wish. Next time, an assassination attempt on Kakashi might be inevitable. Slowly lowering his head, He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. I ask you, why did you kill my father? Kakashi's lips uttered the forced accusation. But upon seeing Nagato's face paler than before his departure, his heart clenched painfully. How could he voice such words? Was he truly blaming Nagato? Yet, this was not Nagato's fault. Then, he heard his own voice, yet it sounded alien, as if belonging to another. Whose fault, then? Kakashi's gaze returned to his father, filled with confusion and sorrow. Before leaving the village, his father had spoken of treasuring comrades' lives, yet upon his return, his father had taken his own life over this matter. So, was his father wrong? Was his belief that comrades were more important than missions mistaken? The gentle voice wrapped around his mind, repeating once more, yes, he proved it with his life. No, that is not the truth. Kakashi shook his head, stepping backward. Overwhelmed by the unbearable reality, his mind fracturing, and he fled into the night. Kakashi. Nagato struggled to pursue him, fearing for his safety. Chapter 93. Cast the blame upon him. Night had fallen. Kakashi ran aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, stumbling, barely apologizing when colliding with passers-by, spinning about like a headless fly. Though those around him had done nothing, in Kakashi's perception, he saw their mocking eyes brimming with malice, countless chains binding him tightly, dragging him slowly into a quagmire. His body grew increasingly immobile, a profound sluggishness enveloping him. All he heard was his own rapid breathing and the rushing flow of blood. Suddenly, something tripped him. He staggered down a grassy slope, falling onto a rocky riverbank. The last rays of sunlight were swallowed by the western horizon, enshrouded by heavy clouds, plunging the world into utter darkness. Street lamps had yet to ignite. Struggling to rise amid the gloom, he inhaled the scent of damp air, recalling that gentle, breezy dusk. If you were in danger, I would save you at any cost. No price would be too great. Both Nagato and I err sometimes. Father has already paid the price. I must not let Nagato suffer the same fate. How can I protect Nagato? How can I ensure he does not repeat the same mistakes? Kakashi stood bewildered by the riverbank, the rising gale tooling his hair, tumultuous emotions intertwined under the influence of the genjutsu, forming an inextricable shackle. The howling wind seemed to speak, whispering, or perhaps sneering, cast the blame upon him. Indeed, Nagato must realize one truth. For a shinobi, the mission is paramount. If protecting friends is a mistake, then Nagato must never regard me as more important than the mission. I must make him understand that I am not a friend worth his sacrifice. Under the dual influence of his genuine thoughts and the hypnotic genjutsu, Kakashi arrived at a distorted and unsettling conclusion: to protect Nagato by inflicting harm upon him. Kakashi. Nagato slid down the slope, unsteady on the gravel. Sweat-dampened strands of hair clinging limply to his forehead, lips devoid of color. Can we talk about this when we get back? He reached out to grasp Kakashi's hand, but saw Kakashi recoil half a step, adopting an evasive posture. Nagato froze, his hand suspended midair, only the cold wind slipping through his fingers. Sheepishly, he withdrew his arm, forcing a fragile smile as he murmured, "Ah, it's all right. I was too abrupt." His voice trembled slightly, betraying an underlying fear, as if on the verge of losing the most precious thing in his life, yet still deceiving himself with the hope such a fate would not come to pass. Kakashi's face was swallowed by the thick darkness, but his voice carried a chilling edge. Uchiha Nagato. It's all your fault. Nagato's breath caught. His blood seemed to freeze into ice at that instant. The bone-chilling cold causing uncontrollable shivers, a lump lodged in his throat, silencing any sound. If not for your father, Kakashi expended his remaining strength to utter those words, not needing to look to envision Nagato's expression. What am I even doing? Kakashi questioned himself on the verge of collapse, his soul torn apart by the uncontrollable body, fracturing piece by piece. Warm yellow lights flickered on one after another, casting faint illumination from the side, outlining the blurred silhouettes of the two. Even in such dim light, Kakashi could see Nagato's lips murmuring softly, his fingers unconsciously clutching at the hem of his clothing. Kakashi remembered that habit from years ago, before joining the Heitake household. A habit long since vanished. Those once clear and bright eyes were now bathed in tears, dimming gradually, leaving only a faint glimmer, fragile and wavering. Unconsciously, Kakashi stepped forward. Sensing his movement, Nagato seemed to grasp a flicker of hope, desperately trying to speak. He inhaled the icy air sharply, coughing a few times, his voice growing hoarse. "I'm sorry, Kakashi. It's all my fault." He still hasn't recognized his mistake. A gentle, yet merciless voice echoed in Kakashi's mind, birthing an irresistible impulse. His body moved against his will, raising his hand to grasp a black woven cord at his collar, pulling out the gray ceramic shard hanging beneath. With a firm tug, the necklace snapped, slackening limply in his fingers. The shard swung back and forth, spinning in the wind. Nagato watched as the shards slowly descended, transforming into a faint pale shadow, trailing the long black cord as it streaked across the night sky, falling into the ceaselessly flowing river, vanishing in an instant. Still dazed, Nagato looked toward Kakashi's hand. A lightning bolt cleaved the darkness, its pale light illuminating the world between earth and sky, revealing an empty space. In that brief flash, Kakashi also saw Nagato's despair-stricken eyes, and his lips slightly parted as if to speak. Boom! A tremendous thunderclap drowned out the whisper. Perhaps Kakashi would never hear what Nagato tried to say again. Turning away, Kakashi departed. Nero observed him retreating step by step until he was enveloped by the darkness, becoming one with the night. The torrential rain poured down relentlessly. The world became indistinct and distant amidst the downpour, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Nero stood motionless, allowing the rain to drench his hair and cascade down his cheeks, his garments thoroughly soaked, clinging to his form and revealing his emaciated silhouette. In his perception, Kuro was still present. It seemed he was determined to witness whether Nero would unlock the kaleidoscope. With a stoic expression, Nero commanded the system to exhaust all his accrued popularity points, completely unlocking the kaleidoscope. Although his earlier self-evolution had been interrupted, it had significantly reduced the popularity points required for unlocking, making it feasible for him to bear the cost now. After a wave of pain, blood tears poured from Nero's eyes, the tomo in his irises swiftly intertwining to form 3 black crescent moons, gently rotating upon the crimson pupils. He stood in the rain for an extended time, long enough for the blood on his face to be washed away, mingling with the puddles below, flowing into a burbling stream. Having already unlocked the kaleidoscope, it seemed only reasonable to act with a bit more fervor thereafter. After all, in the eyes of Uchiha Naraku, he had little left to lose. Naraku contemplated coolly. Yet, he could sense his fury simmering like magma flowing beneath a glacier, boiling relentlessly beneath a facade of icy calm. Chapter 94, Given Time. In the cavern beneath the mountain prison, Kuro emerged from the ground to report to Madara. Lord Madara, the plan has succeeded. Uchiha Naraku has successfully unlocked the kaleidoscope under the provocation of his friend's betrayal. This was anticipated by Madara. The Uchiha clan was deeply emotional, and no one could withstand such a degree of turmoil. However, Naraku's bloodline illness had worsened, and he needed to be retrieved quickly, lest he perish and the effort be wasted. Given Madara's research on the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, curing Naraku's bloodline illness was not a formidable challenge. Excellent, Kuro. Keep a close watch on him and bring him over at the first opportunity. Kuro nodded in affirmation. In the Konoha hospital, the rain continued to fall, the downpour drenching the glass windows, coalescing into streams that meandered downward, blurring the world into a haze. Tsunade was in her office, savoring a rare moment of tranquility while Shizune busily organized documents for her. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. She rushed to open it, revealing a drenched boy standing there, water dripping from his clothes, forming a large puddle at his feet. Naraku, what happened to you? Shizune hurriedly ushered the soaked Naraku inside, rushing to fetch a dry towel to dry his hair. Naraku's complexion was alarmingly pale, and he trembled slightly from the cold. Tsunade, exasperated, slammed her palm on the table. You reckless brat. Are you trying to throw your life away? Quietly thanking Shizune, who was busy drying herself off, Naraku took the towel, indicating he could manage, and maneuvered past her to stand before Tsunade, his tone respectful yet numb. Lady Tsunade, could you please tell me if Master will ever awaken? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Did you run out into the rain because of this? Does it ease your heart at all? She was genuinely angry. As the disciple saved by Shoma, this boy was acting impulsively, showing no regard for his own health. Naraku shook his head, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. In truth, I have always known that Master may never awaken again. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. Rainwater dripped from his hair and chin, splattering into droplets. I just dared not confirm it with you, but now? There is no time for confusion. Naraku blinked, revealing a pair of crimson kaleidoscopes in his eyes. I want to be able to live much longer. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the dull patter of rain. Tsunade stepped forward, grasping his face, gazing into the eyes that symbolized death for Naraku. Her expression filled with compassion. Just before administering the second sealing technique, she had left a few days for recovery, and yet he had opened his eyes for some reason. Did fate truly wish for this child to perish? What on earth was happening? It no longer matters, Lady Tsunade. Naraku's voice was faint, the red in his eyes gradually fading, overshadowed by a returning darkness, his gaze remaining dull and lifeless even under the harsh fluorescent light. Could you teach me medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques? You wish to learn? This is not something that can be mastered in a short time. Tsunade swallowed her words, realizing she had implicitly accepted that this child would soon meet his demise. To refuse his request on that basis would be cruel. I want to save Master. Even if hope is faint, I wish to exert every effort to rescue him. Perhaps I might not learn much before I die, but I still do not wish to waste the time I have left. Nero slowly performed a deep bow. I implore you to teach me. Tsunade felt as if she were transported back to that fateful night, when this boy had similarly knelt before her, pleading for her to save Shoma. Had she demanded him to take his own life then, he would have obliged. The bloodied figure of that night gradually merged with the boy before her. Despite being the same person, Tsunade could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Let it be clear, I want to always hold your hand. You must rely on yourself. Understand? Yes, I understand. The following day, Tsunade placed another seal on Nero, but this time, its purpose was merely to stabilize his ocular power, as there was no longer a need to sever his evolution. Forced to remain in the hospital for several more days, Nero spent each morning visiting Shoma, conversing with him for a while the remainder of his time was devoted to diligently studying the foundational medical ninjutsu Tsunade had provided. Tsunade feared that if he learned too quickly, he would only grasp fragments of knowledge, and she conducted assessments to gauge his understanding, discovering that he indeed comprehended it profoundly, exhibiting a level of chakra control that was astonishing. She foresaw that, given time, Nero would undoubtedly become one of the foremost medical ninjas in the ninja world. Alas, what he lacked most was time. On the eve of his discharge, Nero sat on his bed, engrossed in a book, unconsciously fiddling with the corners of the pages while contemplating Tsunade's notes. Nero, I'm here. Kanna entered the hospital room, carrying a bento box, glancing around before frowning slightly. Is Kakashi not coming today? No, Nero replied softly, folding a corner of the latest page he had read, placing the book beside his pillow as he accepted the bento box from Kanna. Upon opening it, he found it filled with fresh fruit slices. Thank you, Sister Kanna. Nero smiled as he always did. No need to thank me. It was actually all prepared by Kushina. Observing his lack of any notable reaction, Kanna hesitated, weighing her words before finally asking, did you two have a falling out? A few days prior, she had sought Kakashi to visit Nero in the hospital, but he had declined. Kanna hadn't thought much of it then. Yet, with so many days having passed, even the clan leader and his wife had visited twice, while Kakashi had not come once. Nero, who usually spoke of Kakashi incessantly, now seldom mentioned him, his focus solely on the book he read, evident each time she visited. No, Nero smiled, denying it in a tone that seemed utterly natural. Kakashi is probably just too busy. I'm already very happy that you came, Sister Kanna. He struggled to maintain his expression, but all his smiles remained surface level, failing to reach the depths of his eyes. Kanna lowered her head and pressed her lips together, refraining from further inquiries, silently peeling roasted chestnuts for him. After her departure, Naraku, clutching a box that still contained a few pieces of fruit, remained in a daze for quite some time. He then quietly descended from the bed and walked out of the hospital, making his way to the riverbank. Ignoring his still recovering body, he removed his shoes and socks and stepped barefoot into the water. The river's chill at night was bone deep. Before long, his hands and feet lost all sensation. Nevertheless, he tirelessly sifted through the riverbed's gravel, searching for the missing shard of pottery. He had been searching for several nights, starting from the spot where it had fallen, gradually moving downstream, turning over nearly every stone in fear of inadvertently overlooking it. Yet today, he found nothing once again. Naraku sighed, his movements stiff as he emerged from the shallow river and squatted by its edge, staring blankly at the ceaseless flow of water. Behind him, a familiar presence of chakra lingered 2 to 3 dozen meters away, showing no intention of approaching. Chapter 95, Naraku, it's all Kuro's fault. Kakashi stood in the shadow of the trees, suppressing the urge to intervene and stop Naraku. If he revealed himself now, everything he had done would be rendered futile. Yet, Naraku appeared so forlorn. Was there no one who could come and take him back? If this continued, he might fall ill again. Kakashi pondered, suddenly realizing that apart from himself and his father, who else could Naraku rely on? He gripped the rough trunk of a nearby tree tightly, torn within himself. His soul divided in two. One half urged him to approach, to bring his heartbroken friend home and prepare a warm bowl of soup to ward off the chill. The other half coldly warned him not to forget his father's current state, to prevent Naraku from meeting the same fate. Just as he struggled to reach a conclusion, the boy who had been squatting by the riverbank stood up, donned his shoes and socks, and walked in the direction of the hospital. The night was deepening, and as Naraku walked past one flickering streetlight after another, his silhouette appeared faint and lonely. Kakashi watched him fade into the distance, his heart feeling hollow as if a great void had opened within him. The cold wind howled through the shattered emptiness, gnawing away at him. Tomorrow, he would be discharged from the hospital. Naraku lay in his hospital bed, opening the system and logging into the website. The animation had released 2 episodes in one go. As soon as he clicked to open it, the barrage of comments filled the screen. Sweet warning. This episode is packed with sweetness, dear friends. Watch it and come back to tell you. Feel free to dive right in. This unusual display left many viewers hesitant, yet they ultimately chose to press on, silently praying that nothing intolerable would unfold. The plot picked up from the previous episode, with Kakashi returning from the short street, stepping into Konoha beneath the backdrop of ominous clouds. Something was off. The atmosphere felt wrong. What good plot could arise from such ghastly weather? Kneeling. The standard answer for reading comprehension told me that this episode is a pill. Perhaps it was due to the impending rain, but the entire Konoha felt cold and quiet. Kakashi encountered few passers-by on the road, and those he did meet hurried past him. He returned to the empty manor, finding no one at home, and noted the unmade bed in the bedroom, yet he did not dwell on it. Perhaps his father had gone to the hospital to care for Naraku. Kakashi thought to himself as he tidied up, preparing a gift and heading straight to the hospital. This episode exuded an eerie atmosphere from the very beginning. Rainy days are like that. Sigh, this day has finally arrived. Friends, I am so scared. On the way, he passed a dumpling shop that had yet to close. Drawn by the steam rising from freshly made dumplings, Kakashi paused at the entrance, contemplating whether to bring a portion for Naraku. After all, he had quite the fondness for sweet treats. The scene shifted behind Kakashi, where two passers-by, their features obscured, walked past him carrying items, casually mentioning White Fang. Kakashi's attention was partially diverted, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse of their reflections in a nearby mirror at the dumpling shop. The camera focused on the reflection, as one of them casually spoke of recent rumors circulating among the common folk of Konoha. Accompanied by a slightly eerie sound effect, Kakashi froze, the camera zooming in to reveal his trembling pupils. What were they discussing? The two seemed oblivious, continuing their conversation as the image slowly distorted and became exaggeratedly surreal. What were they truly discussing? Everything around him gradually faded away into a deep black, leaving Kakashi alone in the center of the frame, faintly hearing his own heartbeat growing louder. What suicide? What Uchiha? It was only when he heard the faintest sound of a thud that he snapped back to reality. Kakashi glanced around. The two passers-by had long since vanished, and he silently bent down to pick up the object that had fallen to the ground. What the hell? How did this rumor spread? Shikaku couldn't possibly have committed suicide. Such an absurd rumor could not be believed. I suspect this is yet another conspiracy by Danzo. He must hate Shikaku and wants to tarnish his name. It's very likely. After all, no one dared to speak of what truly transpired that night. Suicide is a convenient excuse. Oh no, the child is about to break. Is Kakashi turning dark? Just before leaving the village, his father claimed he had done nothing wrong, and now he had already committed suicide. Who could withstand such a blow? Even adults might struggle to bear it. No matter how talented Kakashi is, he is still a child. Kakashi rushed into the hospital, inquiring about his father's room number, and, heedless of anything else, directly opened the door. The figure lying in the bed, surrounded by monitoring equipment, could only be Shikaku. The memory of his father calling him Kakashi flashed before him, loving, stern, and full of life. The father who had always unconditionally embraced and cared for him. The hero of Konoha who would never be defeated, the figure he both admired and aspired to surpass. Kakashi took 2 steps forward but halted abruptly, torn between the desire to see Shikaku's condition and the fear of doing so. His gaze was entirely fixed on Shikaku, oblivious to the additional bandages that adorned Naraku's body, whose complexion was far worse than when he had left days prior. The emotional weight was unbearable. Who could endure witnessing their father in such a state? Kakashi felt as if the sky had fallen. There would be no one left to shield the two of them from the storm. Damn you, Danzo. Naraku approached, attempting to grasp his hand, only to be brushed aside. Upon looking at Kakashi again, he noticed tears streaming down his face. Why was this happening? Why? Before leaving Konoha, his father had believed that the lives of comrades were more precious. Yet how could it have come to this? Was his father wrong? Was it wrong to acknowledge that comrades are more important than missions? Kakashi desperately wanted to refute the thoughts that surfaced in his mind, but the sight of his father lying in the hospital bed rendered him incapable of convincing himself otherwise. For the first time since his appearance, Kakashi cried, No. Shikaku did not commit suicide. Damn you, Danzo. You are undoubtedly behind this. Look at what you have forced Kakashi to become. Danzo, you scoundrel. I will surely take your life. As the night descended, the gusts of wind grew increasingly fierce before the rain, lifting the shopfront signs and stirring up dirt and debris that battered the last few villagers hurrying home. The camera followed Kakashi, stumbling along the streets in a frantic dash, the frame shaking violently as it swept across the faces of passers-by, blurring their features. Gradually, the pedestrians transformed into mere silhouettes in Kakashi's eyes, their slightly upturned eyes glinting with malice, as if whispers of conspiratorial intent were exchanged. Even when he shut his eyes and covered his ears, Those strange expressions and malevolent voices pierced through his defenses, reaching deep into his mind. In the chaos, Kakashi stumbled off the riverside path, tumbling onto the rocky shore. What a pitiful sight. He felt as though he were on the verge of succumbing to inner demons. How many individuals in this world can truly disregard the gaze of others? Especially when he was still so young. No more tormenting Kakashi. He thought fiercely. I shall confront you, old thief. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the horizon, Kakashi stood in a daze, gazing at the encroaching darkness. His heart engulfed in confusion. He pondered whether his father had truly capitulated and admitted his mistakes to the world, recalling Naraku's words. Relentlessly questioning himself on how he could shield Naraku from a similar fate. Then a thought struck him. Since the mission holds greater significance than friendship, perhaps I shall cease to be Naraku's friend. In this manner, he would not err on my behalf, would he? The sun dipped below the horizon, extinguishing the light within Kakashi's heart. This cannot be. No, Kakashi, this is truly unacceptable. He realized Naraku could not withstand such emotional turmoil. I am indifferent to your thoughts. Kakashi, discard them at once. When Naraku finally arrived after great trials, what he received was Kakashi's avoidance and coldness. He believed this was Kakashi's struggle to accept the situation surrounding Xiaomo, forcing a faint smile, assuring that everything was fine. It was unclear whether he was comforting Kakashi or himself. Then, he heard a reproach that had never before passed Kakashi's lips. Uchiha Naraku, it is all your fault. As the final note lingered in the air, Naraku's eyes dimmed abruptly, transforming into a blur of darkness, accompanied by the audience's sharp gasps. "Ah, Kakashi, what are you doing? Please, do not treat him so. You truly know how to inflict the deepest pain. Kakashi, how could you say such a thing? Is there any difference between that and stabbing Naraku's heart?" In truth, Kakashi was equally heartbroken. His father lay in the hospital, and now he had to sever ties with his friend for the sake of protection. He wished for Naraku to live according to the values of an ordinary ninja, thus sparing him from persecution. However, Naraku was already prone to internal conflict and self-blame. He would genuinely believe that this was Kakashi's true intention. I will take the first step into death, dear sisters. I never imagined I would experience such a tragic ending while shipping this couple. Naraku gazed at the screen, feeling a twinge of sadness. Even though Kakashi's coldness stemmed from being twisted by Kagaya's influence, it still stung deeply. Naraku clenched his teeth. It is all Kagaya's fault. In the scene, the distant streetlights flickered to life, casting a dim yellow glow. Naraku seemed to be transported back to the time before he arrived at the Haytake household. His head bowed, clutching the hem of his clothes, desperately suppressing tears that threatened to spill. Kakashi's breath hitched, as if he suddenly regained consciousness, incredulously questioning himself. What am I doing? He saw Naraku instinctively apologizing, shouldering all the blame. I'm sorry, Kakashi. It's all my fault. Upon hearing those words, a fleeting glimpse of pain and compassion flickered in Kakashi's eyes, only to be swiftly cloaked by an icy demeanor once more. Come to your senses, Kakashi. If this continues, you will truly lose Naraku. His friends recognized that Kakashi's behavior was amiss. There was something inherently wrong, a significant problem. The camera followed his lifted hand, moving up to his collar, clearly revealing how he unfastened the necklace and forcefully tore the woven cord. The pendant, which had piqued the audience's curiosity for so long, dangled from Kakashi's hand, swaying and spinning in the wind. It was merely a simple light gray ceramic piece, meticulously polished into a teardrop shape. It was evident that its owner had cherished it dearly. Even after all this time, its sheen remained intact. The scene abruptly transitioned. The ceramic piece still centered in the frame, but now there were two, the cords held in Naraku's hands. The camera zoomed out, revealing a sunlit environment, lush greenery. As a freshly graduated Naraku held two necklaces, offering Kakashi a shy smile. Congratulations on your graduation, Kakashi. I hope it can protect us like a talisman. The scene shifted again, the ceramic pieces gently swaying in the center of the frame, while Kakashi's blurred figure gradually came into focus. He sat on the edge of his bed, his expression a mix of worry and frustration. Naraku's voice reached him from off-screen. It's fine. Look, it will protect me. Kakashi replied with resignation, the tension in his brow easing somewhat. Returning to the present, the ceramic piece in Kakashi's hand continued to sway in the breeze. Naraku stared blankly, instinctively reaching out to catch it, revealing the same woven cord from his collar. Yet, he watched as the other gently flicked it away. The light-colored point tracing a graceful arc across the night sky, before plunging into the river, vanishing from sight. It truly was a talisman, a graduation gift from Naraku. Kakashi, how heartless of you to discard even the token of your affections. Bro, what are you doing? Why throw it away? A chorus of astonished cries erupted. Marmot screams. Could you not return it to Naraku? Please do not discard it. Sisters, truly, my heart has shattered. You are quite resilient to have survived this long. I've already died several times over. The relentless flash of lightning illuminated them both. Naraku observed Kakashi's empty hand, while Kakashi beheld Naruka's eyes, now devoid of their former brightness. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, drowning out Naruka's voice as if it were a mere dream. Old thief, look at what you are doing. Frantic, what did Naruka say? It was inaudible. The old thief's lips had not fully formed the words. Kakashi did not even glance at the pendant, turning away and leaving Naraku standing still, watching his figure recede into the distance. When he vanished into the night, the torrential rain began to pour. The downpour was heavy and relentless, suffocating Naraku with its weight. The large raindrops pounded the ground, sending up countless splashes that rapidly coalesced at Naruka's feet, flowing into the small river through the gaps in the scattered stones. Suddenly, a drop of dark red liquid fell into the puddle at Naruka's feet, followed by several more, mingling and lingering for an extended period. The camera cut to Naruka's face. His expression was blank, blood tears streaming from his eyes, and upon the crimson irises, the mesmerizing patterns of a black moon spun. I am completely numb from this ordeal. The torrential rain beat down upon him mercilessly, causing pain and difficulty in breathing. What the hell? A kaleidoscope? A kaleidoscope under the age of 10? Naruka realized he could not survive this. Why must my precious Naruka be treated this way? Sobbing, Naruka, after enduring the arduous journey to attain love, finds it cruelly snatched away by fate, leaving him with little time left in this world. The sharing on, awakened by love, ultimately evolves due to the anguish of loss. A testament to the inescapable grip of destiny. Ha ha ha, how mistaken everyone is. It is not Naruka who has awakened the Mangekyo, but I who have done so. It is I who orchestrated these events. Drag him away, and let madness ensue. Chapter 96, an additional charge of death for Black Zetsu. This episode concludes. Yet Naruka refrains from diving into the next installment, instead meandering through the comment section. As anticipated, the comments are rife with disputes, compounded by the harrowing plot that has left many in distress, prompting a significant portion of typically reticent viewers to surface from their silence to vociferously condemn the old thief's inhumane actions, resulting in a comment count exceeding that of previous episodes by a considerable margin. Naruka muses, if you have the energy to argue, save it for berating Black Zetsu. You will have ample opportunity to do so in the future. In the final episode, Kakashi traverses his way home slowly, drenched by the rain. Upon arriving, he is met with darkness. No lights illuminate the space, and no one is there to greet him. He steps into the entryway and flicks on the light, paying no heed to the water dripping from his clothes onto the floor as he makes his way into the living room. The once warm and bustling home now stands desolate, leaving him in solitude. His dear friend, with whom he shared a profound bond, has been swept away by the rain. Kakashi's plight is indeed tragic. Having returned from a journey, he finds that everything he held dear has vanished. If we count from the era of Hashirama, Kakashi's suffering ranks among the most profound. Although Naruka bears a heavier burden, having risen from nothing only to lose it all, he too faces imminent death. There is no need to argue over who is more unfortunate. Both are equally afflicted. A sharp pain pierces Kakashi's mind, causing him to grunt softly as he sways unsteadily, clutching his forehead before collapsing to the ground, the agony rendering even his breath tremulous. The animators seem intent on preventing the audience from misinterpreting Kakashi's condition, as they have sprinkled hints of his abnormal behavior in both the previous and current episodes. Whether the true puppeteer behind these events will be revealed remains uncertain. As long as the animators keep Obito and Black Zetsu from appearing, no amount of audience speculation will uncover the truth. At best, they might ascertain the presence of a hidden entity more elusive than Danzo. What is happening? I suspect Kakashi has been cursed. Otherwise, how could he have acted so recklessly in the last episode? The earlier remarks hold some merit. Indeed, it feels as though he has been possessed. Could Kakashi have been set up? Let me gather my thoughts. Enough noise. I'm in the midst of grilling. Naruka. Very well. It seems there are lingering effects, yes? System, add another charge of death to Black Zetsu. The system, as ever, dutifully responds. Understood, noted in the memorandum. Fortunately, he has begun studying medical ninjutsu. He must find an opportunity to examine Kakashi to ensure no lasting ailments remain. After some time, Kakashi feels the pain gradually subside, choosing to remain seated on the floor, gazing out at the rain. He worries whether Naruka has returned in a timely manner, fearing he might fall ill again if he encounters rain before fully healed. Time flows unnoticed until the wind calms, the rain ceases, and the clouds disperse, revealing the moon in the night sky. Kakashi remains there, contemplating the moon throughout the night. Meanwhile, Naruka seeks out Tsunade, requesting her to teach him medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, eventually securing her approval. Exiting her office, He pauses at the window at the end of the corridor, gazing at the same round moon, lingering in its presence. Kakashi, you fool. If you are worried about Naruka, just go find him. My heart aches with every thought of you. Kakashi, I can only hope you truly are afflicted. Naruka has yet to succumb to darkness. It truly brings me to tears. May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even from afar. Kakashi and Naruka have shared numerous pivotal moments under the moonlight, suggesting their destinies are intertwined in tragedy. Not at all, if we are to follow my reasoning. This full moon signifies that they will ultimately achieve a fulfilling resolution. To the friends ahead, I trust you. Naruka and Kakashi will surely have a happy ending. As dawn breaks, the perspective shifts to Kana. A slender hand emerges from the covers to silence the insistent alarm clock. The girl with long red hair pushes aside her blanket, sitting up and stretching widely. Yawning, Kana heads to the bathroom, completing her morning routine before donning her daily attire and grabbing her small bag to head off to school, greeting Kushina, her neighbor, who is conveniently taking out the trash. When Minato arranged for her to stay with Kushina, it was to facilitate their mutual care. Although Kushina's culinary skills require improvement, Kana always enjoys her meals. For Kushina is one of her few relatives, warm-hearted and kind, treating her as a true sister. Let us take a moment for Kana. She deserves it. As she is reaching her limits. I have spent a decade in the DRF slaying fish, and my heart has grown as cold as my blade. I cannot be tormented. Haha, I have already transcended. You too, dare to remove your sunglasses. After a full day of classes, Kana stops by the fruit shop to purchase fresh fruit before heading directly to the hospital. In truth, she learned early yesterday that Naruka had awakened, but upon visiting, she was informed that he could not maintain consciousness for long, so she waited until the afternoon when the medical staff suggested it was appropriate. At last, Kana sees Naruka awake in the hospital, and instead of breaking down as she did last time, she merely wipes her eyes and places her belongings on the bedside. Seeing Naruka still burdened by guilt, his eyes filled with remorse, she wonders if, had it not been for her constant worry, her sister would have thrived in Konoha. Why must he always cause suffering to those around him? He grips the pristine bedsheet tightly, his gaze darkening further. Yet as Kana speaks to him, he transforms back into his gentle, cheerful self, even managing to mask his smile, just as he used to. How can I evade the initial frame? I cannot escape, even a little. My push always strikes my heart with unforeseen pain. Kakashi, awaken, do not bear the weight of every mistake upon yourself. Naruka has succumbed to despair. He instinctively believes that the suffering of those around him is his fault. Darling, it is all right not to smile when you are sad. Concealing one's emotions is the most painful of all. After a brief conversation, Kana, concerned that too much time might hinder Naruka's recovery, advises him to rest before taking her leave. Upon returning home, she arrives just in time for dinner. Holding her bowl absent-mindedly, she reflects on how peculiar Naruka seemed today, suspecting he might still be unwell but is merely enduring. Perhaps Kakashi possesses some insight. She resolves to inquire with him tomorrow, silently commending her own cleverness. However, when she seeks Kakashi the following day, she finds not the spirited young genius but a cold and brooding ninja. Upon hearing about Naruka's troubling state, he grips the doorframe tightly, yet ultimately refuses to visit the hospital or explain why. Kakashi, you heartless, cruel, unreasonable being. This is not the kind of cool persona I desire. You wretched thief. Kakashi's current demeanor embodies the kind of ninja Konoha wishes for, indeed. It must be Danzo's doing. Shimura Danzo, you villain. Naruka carefully reviews this segment. Even Kana fails to perceive the faint anomaly in Kakashi's chakra. Perhaps only those with an acute sensing ability, capable of detecting Black Zetsu's presence, could discern such subtleties. Nevertheless, as long as Black Zetsu's techniques remain unbroken, Kakashi will be safe. Kana, burdened with an abundance of perplexity, ventured alone to the hospital to visit Naraku, yearning to inquire about the nature of their predicament. Yet, as the words teetered on the edge of her lips, she swallowed them back. If Kakashi were to remain absent, and Uncle Xiaomo continued in his current state, Naraku would be left utterly alone. Thus, she found herself visiting the hospital nearly every afternoon after school, temporarily setting her training aside. Kushina, upon learning the reason behind Kana's request for a training hiatus, frequently prepared items for her to take along. Until the day before Naraku's discharge, Kana could no longer suppress the question that had long festered in her heart. Naraku merely replied that they were fine. However, no matter how convincingly he masked his smile, the sluggish and unanimated chakra, influenced by genuine emotion, could hardly deceive Kana. She was acutely aware that he was far from well. Fortunately, with the compassionate elder sister Kana by his side, she couldn't fathom how Naraku would manage otherwise. Uzumaki Kana, a reliable lie detector. The embodiment of forced cheerfulness. Now I finally comprehend what that entails. If Kakashi is a complete fool, then Naraku is a grand simpleton, and together, they silently torment themselves. Indeed, both are emotional dimwits. Thus, the final episode concluded as Kanna departed the hospital. The animators refrained from showcasing any scenes of Naraku searching for the necklace, seemingly intent on delivering yet another blow to the audience later on. Chapter 97. Refuting Rumors. When Naraku reopened the forum link, he was met with an overwhelming number of new posts, the situation akin to a cacophony of despair and chaos. Some engaged in heated arguments over the plot. Others vented their emotions in a frenzy, while a few announced plans to live-stream the assassination of the old thief upon reaching 10,000 posts. Nevertheless, amidst such turmoil, a proper plot analysis thread stood resiliently in the center. After 3 days and nights of contemplation, I believe Kakashi has fallen victim. 1L, original poster as the title suggests. As for why I arrive at this conclusion, firstly, the old thief's every use of unique techniques carries significant meaning. When Kakashi lingered before the dumpling shop, the entire scene appeared distorted, subtly hinting that Kakashi's psyche has undergone considerable distortion. Secondly, we observe that from the moment Kakashi entered the hospital to see Xiaomo until his rift with Naraku, he hesitated and softened multiple times. Even in the latest episode when Kanna approached him about going to the hospital, his reaction indicates that Kakashi did not genuinely wish for things to unfold this way. Furthermore, after returning home, Kakashi experienced a prolonged headache, likely indicative of his struggle against implanted thoughts. 2L, your points lack persuasive power, they are mere conjecture. 3L, agreed with the previous commenter, this cannot be considered evidence. The distorted imagery could be interpreted as the old thief showcasing Kakashi's darkening process, and his hesitation merely signifies his inner turmoil. The headache could simply be a common cold. 4L, in response to 3L, frankly, if Kakashi were unaffected, his character would be excessively fragmented. 5L, in response to 4L, the transformation isn't overly abrupt. Enduring successive major life changes could understandably lead to a significant alteration in temperament. 6L, I find the ops argument compelling. Coincidences may occur once or twice, but the old thief's repeated manifestations suggest Kakashi is likely in trouble. 7L, let's keep an open mind. Perhaps Kakashi has simply gone mad. 15L, but according to the OP, who would be the one to act against Kakashi? Danzo? Does he possess such capability? Moreover, what would be his motive for orchestrating all this? 16L, Danzo is barely alive. Does he still have the strength for schemes? I suspect it to be Hiruzen Sarutobi. He surely wouldn't want the son of the White Fang mingling with the Uchiha. 17L, in response to 16L, it cannot be Hiruzen. Has he lost his mind? To act against the only son of the hero of Konoha would risk exposing him, effectively ending his reign as third Hokage. 18L, in response to 17L, why wouldn't he dare? What does he have to lose? 31L, I still find the ops insights intriguing, but Danzo likely remains unconscious at this point, and Hiruzen wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Could there be someone else we are unaware of? 32L, this is becoming overly conspiratorial, isn't it? 33L, indeed, introducing a new antagonist midway through is quite jarring. 34L, if not, are we to develop this antagonist from their inception? That would be too straightforward and ultimately less engaging. 35L, have you all forgotten the unresolved mystery of how Xiaomo awakened? If there is indeed someone lurking in the shadows. 36L, oh my, the infamous Zwa Shizen has appeared. 37L, is this for real? This thread has amassed hundreds of posts. Even with the prophet Zwa Shizen involved, no resolution was reached, and somehow, the conversation gradually veered off topic. The discussion strayed so far that Naraku would be embarrassed to witness them, setting aside the unproductive arguments and spam. The remaining popular threads primarily served the purpose of emotional catharsis. I cannot believe it. My roommate is a Naraku fanatic, and after watching the latest episode, she fainted and had to be taken to the hospital. 1L, original poster. We were originally excited to watch the episode together, and then the old thief struck us with a devastating blow. We went through an entire pack of tissues. I was left trembling, and my roommate fared worse, suffering from respiratory alkalosis and being taken to the hospital. She still hasn't returned. 2L, goodness, could those two girls on D&B be you? Link. 3L, original poster. In response to 2L, I just checked. It is indeed us. How embarrassing. The whole school knows now. 4L, in response to 3L, look on the bright side. It's now known nationwide. 5L, life doesn't have that many spectators, but there are cameras everywhere on Duyan. On the matter of how to resolve a conflict between two college roommates, one staunchly supporting Kakashi and the other empathizing with Naraku, leading to a duel in the woods tonight. 1L, original poster. I am merely a casual fan of Naruto, yet my two roommates are a Kakashi enthusiast and a Naraku devotee. And yesterday they vowed to duel in the woods tonight. What can I do to dissuade them? Fighting and brawling would lead to them losing credits. 2L. Ha. 3L. Over there, someone was taken to the hospital for crying. And here we have 2 ready to duel. I was also in tears over the plot. But everyone is being a bit too abstract, and now I can't cry anymore. 4L. My morals and sense of humor are in conflict. 5L. Op. Try to see it positively. At least they Haven T asked you to referee. 6L. Original poster in response to 5L. To be honest, I have indeed been called upon to act as the referee. Alas, the CP record thread has transformed into a memoir. 1L. Original poster greetings, everyone. I am the author of They Are Real, Uchiha Naraku. I was thoroughly enjoying the CP when the old thief dealt a swift blow. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Rereading my own thread only to feel even more heartbroken. I feel compelled to stock up on emergency heart medicine. 2L. A moment of silence. 3L. I recall a sister prophesying that Naraku would open his eyes for love, only to ultimately evolve into a Mangekyo sharing on out of hatred. That alone was tragic enough. Yet the old thief has outdone even that. 4L. Riddle me this. Who is alone in the morning but becomes 2 by night? It's the OP. The OP has split. In truth, I too have fragmented. Woe is me. Does no one know where the old thief resides? I have a gift to present to him. 1L. Original poster in my household. We engage in a modest enterprise and possess a fair degree of wealth. I am offering a handsome reward for the address of the old thief or his company. Substantial compensation will be provided to those who furnish genuine leads. 2L. This is hilarious. The old thief has truly gained notoriety, to the extent that someone is offering a bounty for him. 3L. I can't believe this absurdly wealthy individual exists. Nailuo. Why was that last comment allowed in the plot section? Although the audience may find it somewhat abstract, it is evident that they have been significantly tormented by the storyline. Nailuo chuckled softly to himself, rubbing his hands together as he ventured into the fanfiction zone. The plethora of fan works displayed a stark contrast to what had been seen before. Perhaps the authors, having endured too much suffering in the original narrative, had begun to pen sweet little stories instead. You must indeed have feelings for me, right? Kakashi Nailuo. What is for dinner at the Haytake household today? All Nai direction. Forum post. My wife has amnesia and no longer wants me. Winter sun, Nailuo Kakashi. What should I do if my boyfriend is a manipulative little darling? My senior brother keeps sneaking glances at my diary, Kakashi Nailuo. Yet amidst the myriad of delightful tales, there remained a stubborn few who adhered to the principle of better to inflict suffering upon the world than to be subjected to the world's cruelty. Carving a path through the crowd, brazenly standing out, even turning scraps into wealth. The day I shot my lover, Kakashi Nailuo. Chasing the waning moon, Nailuo Kakashi. Many authors even entertained the notion that Kakashi and Nailuo had truly ended on a bitter note, hastily pairing Nailuo with new love interests. Even dragging the seldom seen Uchiha Fuyu into the mix. Nailuo felt an overwhelming urge to clarify on the forum. We did not have a tragic ending. Absolutely not. Refused to spread baseless rumors. Chapter 98. One must not abandon oneself. Bathed in the radiant glow of the morning sun, Nailuo exited the hospital, laden with bags. Then, a pressing concern struck him. Where would he spend the night? Returning to his biological father's home was out of the question, and Kakashi's place was equally untenable. Did that mean he would have to purchase a house on the spur of the moment? But he lacked sufficient funds, even though he had discovered, upon settling his discharge paperwork, a substantial refund for an unknown hospital fee. It was still not enough to buy a home. Perhaps a temporary rental would suffice. As he stood at the hospital entrance contemplating life, a gentle and familiar female voice, reminiscent of a memory, resonated beside him. What were you pondering, Nailuo? Oh. Nailuo swiftly turned, finding Uchiha Mikato standing in the sunlight, smiling warmly at him with her small handbag in hand. Good morning, madam. Recognizing her, he quickly bowed his head in greeting. Mikato scrutinized Nailuo closely. Despite his discharge, many of the bandages remained on his exposed limbs, and his cheeks were pallid and devoid of color. Most importantly, he appeared utterly devoid of spirit, resembling a flower bud that had withered before blooming. When they first met, Nailuo had been somewhat reserved yet brimming with vitality and hope. Now, his gaze was dim and his resolve diminished. Having received a reminder from Kushina, she sought answers to her concerns and could indeed perceive numerous abnormalities. Mikato, who had always cherished Nailuo, now felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Just as Kushina had indicated, this child had sustained a significant psychological blow. If only she had observed more closely during her previous visits to the hospital. When Nailuo finally raised his head, she quickly masked her worry with a smile, replying cheerfully, "Good morning. Madam, what brings you to the hospital? I have told you many times, call me Aunt Mikato." Mikato's voice was exceptionally gentle, yet underscored with an unassailable firmness. Nailuo never contradicted the wishes of his elders and obediently complied, Aunt Mikoto. Nailuo is such a good child. I apologize for not informing you sooner, Mikoto said, slightly lifting her coat to reveal her burgeoning belly beneath her dress. As you can see, Aunt has a little baby in her tummy, and I came to ensure he is healthy. She then made a request. Would you accompany me? I feel a bit lonely on my own. Nailuo nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. Sure. Time passes swiftly. Itaki is soon to be born. He thought to himself, dutifully following Mikoto closely, attending to her every need. Once all examinations were completed, and it was confirmed that the baby in Mikoto's womb was exceedingly healthy, Nailuo prepared to take his leave. Aunt Mikoto, I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment. Mikoto grasped Nailuo's wrist, causing him to freeze, fearing that any sudden movement might cause her harm. Completely oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Mikoto was a seasoned jonin. You still haven't answered my question. What were you thinking about at the hospital entrance? Nailuo shyly chuckled. Oh, it's nothing, just a trivial matter. Then I have a favor to ask of you, if I may. Of course, please do. Before the baby is born, could you accompany me to the hospital for checkups? The clan leader is always so busy, often not returning home, and I am always alone. As she spoke, Mikoto's voice trembled, threatening to spill over with tears, her performance notably exaggerated, even throwing her husband under the bus. Nailuo was left speechless. Mikoto, your acting is far less convincing than that of my past life, and my intellect simply won't allow me to be deceived. Wah, Mikoto, you're making me feel so sorry for you, she exclaimed, wiping her eyes, escalating her theatrics. Nailuo felt utterly bewildered. All right, I concede. His face flushed with urgency. He nodded repeatedly. I will always accompany Aunt Mikoto. Seeing him so readily acquiesce, Mikoto pressed further, revealing her true intent. Then, Nailuo, would it be possible for you to stay with Aunt? I feel so frightened being alone at home. Nailuo thought to himself. You came to the hospital early this morning just to corner me. Noticing his hesitance, Mikoto immediately intensified her plea, her voice taking on a more pleading tone. Please. Nailuo, you are my only support. Nailuo silently covered his face. All right then. I surrender, just cease your theatrics. Upon following Mikoto home, Nailuo quickly realized that she had prepared a room for him in advance, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Furthermore, her chosen location for his accommodation was somewhat secluded, ensuring minimal disturbances. The clan leader has been exceptionally busy lately, often not returning for 10 days to half a month, so you need not feel constrained, she assured him with a cheerful smile. Nailuo couldn't help but feel that Fugaku had likely been driven out by his own wife. My apologies, Fugaku. As recompense, I shall take good care of your wife. Nailuo silently offered an apology to his clan leader in his heart. Mikoto glanced at her watch. It's nearly lunchtime. To celebrate Nailuo's arrival, we shall prepare a sumptuous meal. No need, Aunt Mikoto, I'm fine with whatever you make. Under Mikoto's gentle, yet disapproving gaze, Nailuo's voice dwindled. Just as he displayed a countenance that suggested he anticipated reprimand, a slender, delicate hand brushed against his head. Take care of yourself, Nailuo. Mikoto gazed at him with affection, her maternal glow evident, perhaps heightened by her pregnancy. Regardless of what transpires, you must look after yourself. Otherwise, when Shoma-senpai awakens one day, he shall be quite distressed. Nailuo sniffled, tugging at his sleeve to wipe his eyes, and then lifted his face into a smile. I will prepare a meal for Aunt Mikoto. You should rest well. Mikoto did not discourage his enthusiasm. Instead, she placed her hands by her mouth, feigning surprise. Oh my! Nailuo can cook too? How impressive! I shall await your culinary skills. Yes, just wait a moment. Nailuo entered the vegetable market with a basket in hand, skillfully selecting fresh produce. Back in his school days, whenever Shuo Mao was absent, he and Kakashi would often venture out together to buy groceries and prepare meals. However, after both graduated and became ninjas, their time together diminished significantly. Yet, they always found opportunities to clear their schedules, either to train side by side or to cook for one another. Kakashi must be feeling quite distressed now too, lost in thought while holding a white radish. Nailuo was jolted back to reality by a tap on his shoulder. Hey Nailuo. Nailuo turned to his left to find Uchiha Fengyao, dressed in his guard uniform, pointing at the radish in his hand, with two teammates curiously glancing over from behind. You've squished it quite badly. My apologies. I've been a bit distracted today, Nailuo softly explained, handing the radish to the shopkeeper. I will pay for it. Don't worry about it. The kind shopkeeper replied, generously adding a few small greens to his basket. You look rather unwell, little ninja. Make sure to eat more. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude and completing the payment, Nailuo was about to leave when someone snatched the basket from his hands. Uchiha Fengyao quietly instructed his teammates, who nodded and departed without further inquiry. He then tipped the basket slightly and gestured for Nailuo to lead the way. Fengyao-senpai, I'm fine on my own. Naruto insisted. As a junior, you should graciously accept the kindness of your seniors. Even if you are a genius, that rule does not change. Uchiha Feng Yao's somewhat firm attitude left Naruto feeling a bit bewildered, and he did not persist in declining this concern as he silently retraced his steps. Have you returned to your clan's residence? Yes, Feng Yao-senpai. That's quite good. Everyone has been hoping to see you more often. Uchiha Feng Yao smiled subtly. You are quite the famous Uchiha. Naruto did not feel elated by the praise. Instead, he lowered his head and quietly countered. I am merely a person of no particular merit. If you are of no merit, then what does that make me, who awakened my second tomo at 19? Uchiha Feng Yao placed his large hand atop Naruto's head, ruffling his dark hair vigorously, causing the downcast youth to sway left and right, while he pleaded in a hushed tone for mercy. Thus, Feng Yao released his grip, and, as Naruto remained silent, adjusted his hair, he spoke earnestly. Many people have been concerned about you, Naruto. You are also the hope of those you cherish. Therefore, you must never give up on yourself. Naruto raised his gaze to the Uchiha clan emblem on Feng Yao's attire. The gentleness of these words contrasted sharply with the stoic image typically associated with the Uchiha of Konoha. Memories of his clan flooded back to Naruto. Each member vivid in his mind, some rebellious and mischievous, others cold yet warm-hearted, some gentle and kind, while others were mature and considerate. In Konoha, the Uchiha had always been defined by outsiders. Yet, every Uchiha was a genuine and multifaceted individual, truly alive. They should not merely exist as the backdrop to heroic narratives or as the tragic tale of a legendary figure's struggles. They fought to survive in this ninja world. Just like everyone else. Naruto stepped past Uchiha Feng Yao, continuing forward a few paces before turning back to him with a faint smile. Let us go, Feng Yao-senpai. Chapter 99. Who would know what two big fools are thinking after bidding Naruto farewell that night? Kakashi isolated himself in his home for 2 full days. Lost in a fog until a warm afternoon finally brought him back to reality. Reflecting on those solitary days, he felt as though he had been sleepwalking. Vague memories floated in and out of focus, but whenever he tried to recall, the details remained shrouded as if obscured by a veil. The one clear realization was that he was utterly alone in this house. The shadow of loneliness weighed heavily on Kakashi, his stomach growling with hunger. What should we eat today, Naruto? Kakashi's hoarse whisper was barely audible, his vocal cords rasping like 2 rusted metal pieces grinding against one another. Yet this time, no one was there to murmur complaints about his persistent thoughts, nor to answer him immediately. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the entrance drew Kakashi from his reverie. He sluggishly dragged himself to open the door, greeted by the sight of Minato, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. Kakashi, are you alright? You don't look well. Minato was startled by Kakashi's appearance. After 2 days without proper rest and minimal food or water, Kakashi's complexion had deteriorated to a state reminiscent of a refugee. Oh, no wonder Kushina was so eager for me to come over. Kakashi's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Minato recognized the gravity of the situation, but he was always measured in his approach. He refrained from probing into the details and instead smiled gently. There's a mission that requires your presence. Let us find somewhere to eat and discuss it, shall we? Sure, Kakashi replied in a hushed tone, nodding slowly as if his neck were rusted. The following morning, Kakashi met Minato at the village gate, his backpack slung over his shoulder. After a night of enforced sleep, he finally felt restored enough to undertake a mission outside the village. To ensure Kakashi received sufficient rest, Minato had refrained from discussing much during their previous meal, only offering a few words of concern before urging him to return home for sleep. He intended to gradually broach the subject or guide Kakashi through the mission, hoping it would yield some positive effect. Will this work? Kushina sensed the chakra of Minato, and Kakashi had already left Konoha and turned to her companion, Kanai, who was also using sensory ninjutsu. She felt an unsettling sense of urgency. Had it not been for Kanai's intervention, she would have already dragged Kakashi and Naruto into her home for a heart-to-heart talk, rather than relying on Mikoto and Minato to look after the 2 boys. How could such a reliable and kind-hearted Shuo leave behind his only son and apprentice to squabble like this? When he awoke, how heartbroken he would be. Take it slow, Sister Kushina. It will all work out in the end. Kanai herself was uncertain, but she knew they could not resort to Kushina's blunt methods of forcing reconciliation. Ever since she realized that Naruto and Kakashi's relationship had genuinely soured, sleepless nights plagued her, leading her to seek out Kushina, only to find her suggestions increasingly radical. Neither Kakashi's stubbornness nor Naruto's reticence would respond well to pressure. Forcing them together would likely have the opposite effect. A brilliant idea was dismissed, leaving Kushina disheartened as she and Kanai exchanged perplexed glances, scratching their heads for hours until the dawn approached. Exhausted, the 2 sisters collapsed onto their beds. intending to catch some sleep when suddenly inspiration struck. If they couldn't think of a solution, they could seek help from others. Thus, Kushina enlisted the aid of her dear friend Mikoto, who, upon learning of the situation, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for her oversight. Deciding to bring Naruto home to comfort the poor child's wounded heart. That very morning, she sent her husband packing to clear space. Fugaku had initially attempted to resist, but Mikoto was resolute, swiftly packing both him and his belongings and relocating them to another residence closer to the guard office. She expressed that if the clan leader were at home, Naraku, as a junior, would undoubtedly feel anxious, making it difficult for him to rest properly. Shouldn't the head of the Uchiha clan show care for a child like Naraku, who is obedient, understanding, and pitiably helpless? Fugaku was left speechless, not wishing to upset his pregnant wife, and thus complied without protest, with someone looking after Naraku for the time being. Kakashi had no choice but to leave him in Minato's care. Fortunately, Minato happened to be at home resting without any missions these past few days. Upon learning the situation, he promptly went to the Hokage building to take on a lighter task before directly seeking out Kakashi. Initially, Connie contemplated whether to seek out Mike Guy, who was said to have a good relationship with both Naraku and Kakashi, to plead for assistance. However, Minato quickly explained that Guy's personality was ill-suited for such matters and that it was best if he handled it himself. Now, all they could do was hope that Mikoto and Minato would be resourceful enough to reconcile the two children. What could have possibly caused their argument? Kushina murmured, perplexed. They are both such considerate children, after all. Connie shook her head in response. I don't know. She then vented her frustration, lamenting that who could possibly fathom what was going on in the minds of these two imbeciles. Achoo. Naraku, waiting in Tsunade's office for adjustments to the sealing technique, was caught off guard by a sudden sneeze, feeling as though he had been scolded. He rubbed his suddenly itchy nose and returned the book he had finished to the shelf. Next, he turned to the third and fourth books on his right. Tsunade, engrossed in writing sealing incantations, didn't he even glance his way as she casually pointed out where he should look next. All right, Tsunade-sensei. Naraku extracted the two hefty tomes. The Essentials of Healing Techniques and Theoretical and Practical Methods of Extracting Illness, their covers worn and faded with age. Come here, Tsunade beckoned, motioning for Naraku to sit in a chair. She removed his forehead protector and lightly tapped the mark on his forehead with her finger. A long chain of symbols, composed of numerous runes, erupted from the mark, enveloping Naraku's entire being, tightly coiling around every inch of him, even extending to his fingertips and toes. After inspecting, Tsunade realized the sealing technique's effectiveness exceeded her expectations, as the ocular power of the Sharingan had noticeably slowed its corrosive effects on Naraku's body. As long as the Mangekyo Sharingan was not utilized, it was conservatively estimated that he could live for an additional 3 to 5 years without significant issue. If adjustments could continue to be made, his lifespan might be further extended. Tsunade visibly relaxed, contemplating the next direction for treatment. Without pausing in her motions, she applied a scroll to Naraku's forehead, activating it with chakra, while the modified technique began to automatically replace the old one. Once all necessary modifications were completed, the runes retracted back into the diamond-shaped mark. All done, Tsunade announced, reclaiming the now-blank sealing scroll. We'll meet again in 3 days. Thank you, Naraku replied, donning his forehead protector to completely conceal the mark. By the way, Tsunade reminded him, Shoma is doing all right. He has been assigned to a regular single-patient room. If you plan to visit him, be sure not to get lost. Yes, I understand. Chapter 100, Soothing Dreams. There's one more thing. I will likely be leaving Konoha in about 2 months. Tsunade's face momentarily betrayed a hint of fatigue, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. Before that, you must learn to master sage techniques, as well as the healing sealing technique you are currently using. After I depart, you need not worry. I will regularly communicate with you, or meet up. Naraku possessed an extraordinary aptitude for ninjutsu, surpassing anyone Tsunade had encountered over the years. Given his talent, fulfilling these requirements should pose no challenge. As for Tsunade's reason for leaving Konoha, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Konoha was a place of sorrow for her. Her return was not solely to treat Naraku at Shoma's behest, but also due to her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, having little time left. She wished to accompany her last remaining family member through the final stages of life. Based on Mito's condition, she was expected to last until the end of next month. By then, she would have no family left. Once her grandmother passed, coupled with Naraku's situation stabilizing, she would have no reason to remain, even for half a day. Yes, Naraku expressed no discontent or dissent, responding seriously to this arrangement. I will strive to meet those expectations. After Naraku departed, a shadow quietly emerged in Tsunade's office. A slightly hoarse male voice broke the silence, carrying a familiar sense of ease. If Jiraiya were to return and find you just left, wouldn't he be lamenting his misfortune? Who cares? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, grumbling. Didn't I tell you to let me think it over? Your experiments may not even be applicable to him. The man with long black hair approached Tsunade's desk, his pale complexion resembling that of someone who had not seen sunlight in years, with golden snake-like eyes encircled by purple eyeshadow. However, conventional methods have ceased to be effective for him. At most, he has a few years left, and you are quite aware of that. TCH. Tsunade impatiently tapped her fingers on the desk, eyeing him suspiciously. Orochimaru, are you truly so benevolent? Even if he is Shoma's disciple, it hardly warrants your initiative to offer assistance. Orochimaru remained unfazed by Tsunade's demeanor, maintaining a courteous smile. We have known each other for many years, Tsunade. To be frank, my laboratory is lacking in funding. I presume the Uchiha clan would not easily abandon that child, especially since you believe he is a genius capable of mastering sage techniques and the healing sealing technique within 2 months. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I knew it. You are indeed motivated by self-interest. Minato, tasked with escorting a merchant convoy out of the land of fire and into the land of rain to hand over to another team of ninjas, found the assignment rather simple. It was said that 2 newly renovated trade routes in the land of rain now allowed passage for a minimal toll, reducing transportation costs by 2 to 3 times compared to before. Upon hearing this news, numerous merchants and traders flocked to capitalize on the opportunity, bringing an unexpected bustle to the traditionally rainy land of rain. Merchant convoys continuously passed along the road, and some enterprising merchants had begun operating inns and taverns, reaping substantial profits. As businesses flourished, more labor was required, providing many civilians with jobs to support their families. In a short time, the number of refugees in the land of rain sharply decreased, and the tumultuous situation began to stabilize somewhat. So that is how it is. The feudal lord of the land of rain is quite visionary, Minato remarked, impressed after hearing the employer's introduction. The roads weren't constructed by the feudal lord of the land of rain. The employer chuckled, waving his hand, a contemplative look crossing his face. It's said that an organization called Akatsuki completed it in just half a month. Even now, they continue to expand the roads. Remarkable individuals, indeed. The old man laughed heartily, his gaze catching sight of a flustered assistant struggling with something, and he briskly approached, delivering a firm slap to the back of the young man's head. Clumsy, you can't even tie a proper knot. Noticing that the employer was preoccupied and would not be able to resolve matters anytime soon, Minato discreetly turned his attention to Kakashi, who was sitting across from him, his expression alert as he scanned the opposite side of the road for potential threats or other dangers. What was Kakashi's perspective on the situation? Minato took the initiative to broach the subject, genuinely believing that the power of ninjas could indeed expedite the construction of roads and bridges, proving far more efficient than the efforts of ordinary individuals devoid of chakra. He recalled having undertaken such tasks during his days as a genin. Kakashi's words trailed off mid-sentence. Back then, he and Naraku had been assigned a mission to assist the villagers of a foreign town in repairing their road. Had it not been for his mastery of earth release, he wondered how long they would have to toil. Nonetheless, even with his abilities, they returned home covered in grime and dust. As he busied himself with changing clothes, he faintly overheard Naraku commenting on the superior productivity of ninjas compared to ordinary folk. What do you mean by productivity? Minato's inquiry jolted Kakashi from his reverie, making him realize he had momentarily lost focus while conversing with his senior, inadvertently echoing Naraku's words. No, it's nothing. Kakashi quickly regained his composure and lowered his head in apology. I apologize, Minato-senpai. I lost my train of thought. It's quite all right. No need to dwell on it, Minato replied with a gentle smile, curiosity illuminating his expression. However, I am quite intrigued by your mention of productivity. Could you elaborate? Perhaps it refers to the notion that ninjas can accomplish more within the same time frame? Kakashi averted his gaze, his right hand unconsciously stroking the hilt of his blade, attempting to quell the restlessness within. I only heard Naraku mention it. I don't fully grasp its significance. Minato gleaned a hint of understanding from his slip of the tongue and chuckled. To propose such an idea is truly remarkable. Indeed, Kakashi replied vaguely, his thoughts drifting uncontrollably back to Naraku. He couldn't help but wonder how he was faring now. Exiting the office, Naraku made his way directly to the solitary hospital room where Xiaomo lay. Though small, the room boasted a large window, through which the sunlight poured, bathing the space in a warm, comforting glow. Xiaomo rested serenely in the center of the bed, appearing as though he were merely in a brief, light slumber. Naraku pulled a stool beside the bed, employing the basic medical ninjutsu he had learned to examine Xiaomo's body, guide his chakra, and massage the underused muscles. The deeper he delved into medical knowledge, the more he realized the slim chances of Xiaomo awakening naturally. It seemed the reality aligned with his prior thoughts. He would need to utilize his popularity to create miracles under the guise of medical ninjutsu. To fully heal Xiaomo would require an immense amount of popularity points, and he would need to devise additional strategies to garner support from the audience. Moreover, that persistent mass of black mud was likely preoccupied daily with devising ways to pitch the infinite Tsunomi plan to him. If he didn't thwart its schemes, it might resort to harming those around him. Thus, it was impossible to remain cooped up within the Uchiha compound indefinitely, nor could he allow anyone to heal him. Once Tsunade departed from Konoha, he would need to set his plans into motion. A gentle breeze wafted through, the sunlight warm and inviting, lulling Naraku into a state of drowsiness. Just as he was finishing the massage, he laid Xiaomo's arm down and leaned on the bedside, preparing to doze off for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he pulled Xiaomo's left hand over to rest upon his own head, pretending for a fleeting moment that he could return to being a carefree child, gradually drifting into slumber under his father's soothing presence. Chapter 101, a name that perfectly coincides. The cargo-laden convoy moved slowly and laboriously, unable to match the swift pace of ninjas. After departing from Konoha, they had journeyed for over 10 days, with Minato and Kakashi having repelled 2 waves of ordinary bandits, finally escorting the merchant caravan to the border. Upon crossing into the rain country, the road quickly transformed into a wider and smoother path, resembling a gentle ribbon of light-colored fabric unfurling across the open terrain. Even amidst the persistent drizzle, the surface remained firm and navigable, allowing the vehicles to traverse with ease, and the caravan's speed even exceeded that within the land of fire. Quite impressive, Minato mused, lowering his head to scrutinize the meticulously laid layer of fine gravel atop the solid soil, designed to enhance drainage and prevent muddiness. Under exceedingly limited conditions, Akatsuki had indeed accomplished all that was within their capabilities. As the caravan ventured deeper into the rain country, the number of roadside shops, inns, and taverns increased, with eager merchants frequently beckoning for business. Passers-by who showed any intention of stopping were swiftly approached, each vendor's face radiating smiles, further conveying the vitality of this country. Often cloaked in rain, the rain country was not vast, and within a day, the caravan arrived at the handover point. Minato presented the documentation to the opposing ninja and, upon receiving it back, noticed the unmistakable insignia bearing the Akatsuki name. "Forgive my intrusion, but you are Akatsuki, the organization responsible for constructing this trade route?" "Indeed," replied the black-haired ninja with a smile. "I am Kasa, and we will be taking over the escort for the latter half of the mission." Minato turned to gaze at the smooth road that extended behind them. "This is truly an extraordinary project." Kasa, feeling a tinge of nostalgia, reflected on the days of tireless labor that had passed, yet still felt invigorated by the fulfillment they had experienced. Seizing the opportunity while the caravan required rest, Kasa began to share with Minato the story of how the road was constructed. As a mid-level member of Akatsuki, he was well versed in the details. Back then, Akatsuki faced significant challenges, nearly unable to offer any form of compensation, yet our leader managed to rally numerous ninjas and civilians, and through collective effort, we completed the project in a remarkably short time. Since its completion, travelers to and from the rain country have remarked on its convenience, leading to an increase in commerce and improving the lives of many, even having the number of vagrants. Kasa recalled, our leader once mentioned that this was not his idea. It was proposed by a friend. What was his name again? Scratching his head, Kasa furrowed his brow in deep thought until a sudden spark of realization lit up his features, his right hand forming a fist as it struck his left palm. It was Naraku. Kakashi, who had been keeping watch nearby, suddenly lifted his head. Though he did not direct his gaze toward them, Minato could sense his attentiveness. Kakashi had consistently reacted this way whenever the subject of Naraku arose, evoking a rather peculiar feeling within Minato, as if distancing himself from Naraku was a task deeply etched in Kakashi's mind, one he felt compelled to fulfill. Yet, outside of missions, in a realm untouched by any spell, his heart inexplicably gravitated toward Uchiha Naraku. It was an uncontrollable pull, an impulse he could not suppress. Minato tentatively inquired, "Have you met this Naraku person?" "Regrettably, only the leader and the other 2 adults have encountered him," Kasa noted, observing the caravan preparing to depart. He bid farewell to the 2 leaf ninjas with a sense of longing. "We must take our leave." "Well, I wish you a safe journey," Minato replied warmly. A name that perfectly coincided, missions that aligned in time. Surely, these could not merely be coincidences? Thus, it was Naraku who, during the mission to retrieve Kunai, had made the acquaintance of Akatsuki's leader. Minato and Kakashi pondered simultaneously, their gazes returning to the road beneath them, their mental state subtly shifting once more. From this path they had traversed, they envisioned a multitude of ninjas and civilians uniting in collaboration, and behind them stood that achingly familiar boy, smiling at them. It felt surreal, a young ninja from the village hidden in the leaves, had left such a profound mark within the distant borders of the Rain Country. The merchant convoy departed, guided by the ninjas of the dawn, journeying towards the distant land of wind, gradually transforming into mere silhouettes against the vast expanse. Minato watched as they faded from sight, until the last figure vanished completely, before softly uttering, "It is time for us to return." As Minato and Kakashi traversed the path back to the land of rain, the surface of Konoha appeared as tranquil as ever, with time flowing serenely. Ever since he began residing with Mikoto Uchiha, Naraku's life had settled into a commendably regular routine. Each morning, he would set out promptly, greeting the dawn as he made his way to the hospital to care for Xiaomo, engaging him in conversation and employing medical ninjutsu to maintain his physical condition. Upon returning to his abode, he would diligently study, practicing sage techniques and healing seals, with his progress becoming increasingly evident. In the evenings, he would accompany Mikoto on leisurely strolls, procuring sweet confections beloved by most of the Uchiha clan to enjoy as they returned home at sunset. The only slight inconvenience arose during these evening walks, as they were often surrounded by clan members. The gentle and amiable matriarch, alongside the reclusive prodigy, invariably attracted much attention, particularly for Naraku. As the majority of ordinary clan members were not well acquainted with him, they merely recognized him as the genius acknowledged by the clan head, who had promised unwavering support for his growth. Thus, countless curious gazes would rest upon him. One could hardly blame them. Naraku's interactions with the Uchiha clan had been exceedingly limited. In his youth, Uchiha Shinonai resided in seclusion, with his introverted nature only allowing him to form superficial acquaintances with a few neighbors. Later, as he trained under White Fang, Naraku seldom returned to the clan's territory, only occasionally summoned by Fugaku for private discussions. By the time he had garnered enough recognition to participate in clan meetings due to his awakening of the two Tomo Sharinon, he was soon embroiled in the aftermath of a failed mission in the Land of Rain and the White Fang incident. In summary, the clan had never had the opportunity to engage with him on a long-term basis, leaving them largely unaware of his true character, past experiences, or the reasons behind his exceptional talents while having trained under outsiders. Now, this prodigious ninja named Naraku had returned to the clan's territory, temporarily residing within the head's household, finally affording them the chance to truly understand him. Chapter 102. Is the illusion real or false? Mikoto welcomed this development, believing that experiencing the kindness of those around him would greatly benefit Naraku in emerging from the shadows of his past. Yet, she remained vigilant, often discreetly observing Naraku's state. Should any issues arise, she would promptly take him back. Fortunately, Naraku exhibited the very progress Mikoto had hoped for, gradually healing from his emotional wounds. During their walks, whenever familiar clan members approached to converse with her, or when children of the Uchiha clan whispered in awe nearby, Naraku would stand quietly to the side, patiently observing. Despite being the center of many gazes, his expression remained serene and composed, no longer revealing the confusion and vulnerability he had displayed on his first day back home. Though Naraku's circumstances seemed to be improving, Mikoto could not shake the feeling of unease in her heart. The recovery process appeared too smooth, too perfect, resembling a meticulously staged performance. She wished to believe that perhaps the fissures in his emotions were mending, allowing Naraku to gradually return to normalcy. Yet, there lingered the possibility that he had simply become adept at masquerading, his feigned smiles so natural that they obscured the line between reality and illusion. Was Naraku truly healing? Were his current behaviors merely facades? If the Black Zetsu, who had long lurked in the shadows beside Naraku, possessed the ability to read minds and discern Mikoto's doubts, it would undoubtedly revel in its malicious triumph, responding with a mocking laugh and stating, "No, this little brat has long since plummeted into the abyss." Having observed from the shadows of Konoha for so long, it was nearly certain that the boy named Uchiha Naraku appeared outwardly normal, yet internally, his emotions were irreparably damaged. He understood the appropriate expressions to wear and the words to utter at certain times, but these were devoid of genuine feeling. He merely acted out of an awareness of what was expected of him. As night fell and Mikoto, fatigued from her pregnancy, succumbed to slumber, Uchiha Naraku found himself ensnared by the depths of his despair, unable to find solace in sleep, staring vacantly at the night sky. Night after night, he evaded the company of those who cared for him, retreating to a nearby stream to search for the necklace discarded by Kakashi Hatake. He meticulously scoured the riverbed, reverently lifting each stone, yet the necklace eluded him. Black Zetsu, too, had considered retrieving the necklace to sever Naraku's lingering attachments. But perhaps due to the swift currents that night, even it was unaware of where the item had been swept away. If it could not locate the necklace, how could Naraku? Contemplating this, Black Zetsu relaxed, casting aside thoughts of that trivial necklace, and focused on waiting for the opportune moment to abduct him quietly. Meanwhile, the Naraku whom Black Zetsu deemed irretrievably lost in his futile attempts to gaze at the moon was actually indulging in fanfiction on forums, particularly the heart-wrenching narratives. After all, he had to feign insomnia in front of Black Zetsu. Enduring the long night was far too tedious without some form of distraction. His vacant, unfocused eyes absorbed the words reflected in the void, a hint of sorrow emerging as he occasionally lamented in his mind. How exceptionally written. It's astonishing. While simultaneously prompting the system to take notes, contemplating that perhaps the knowledge would prove useful someday. Interspersed within the fanfiction threads were several short clips, which garnered considerable attention, particularly one that featured a soundtrack from a trending song, with comments filled with cries of anguish. 1L, original poster. I heard this while browsing Douyin, and it felt so fitting for Kana and Kai, so I stayed up all night editing it. Video. I also posted it on Bilibili and Douyin. Links. 2L, I'll compete with you knife enthusiasts. 3L, national banquet, but with knives sautéed in sugar. 4L, how can you bear to do this? 5L, it really does seem fitting. Kakashi is the white dove, while Naraku is the raven gazing at him from afar. 6L, there's an even more heart-wrenching one. The church's white dove will not kiss the raven, just as I am unworthy of him beneath the starry sky as time drifts into twilight, and we laugh, saying there's nothing we can do. 7L, are you trying to kill me? 8L, original poster in response to 6L, that's brilliant, I'll edit another one. 9L, no? 6L, look at what you've done. 10L, I can't take it anymore. I need to read some sweet stories to lift my spirits. I've consumed too many knives lately. Though aware that the videos posted by the original poster were deeply melancholic, Naraku still recklessly clicked to watch. After all, it was just another tale of sorrow. He had endured plenty of that in the nights past. As his eyes opened wide, he was greeted by the latter half of the song in a remarkably brief video. The busy tone, you hung up the phone. Kakashi selected the woven cord of the necklace, discarding the pendant into the river. The raindrops ticked like laughter at my expense. Naraku stood alone in the rain, gasping for breath beneath the weight of the downpour. The story diverged as you cast me aside. Kakashi walked away into the darkness without a backward glance, leaving only a blurred silhouette. Feigning grace, I pretended to let go. In the hospital, Naraku spoke with Kanai, forcibly donning a smile. I wish you could meet a better version of him. The screen split in two, one side revealing Kakashi, the other Naraku, both with expressions of deep desolation. Just as the waves cannot kiss the evening glow, I am too weary to struggle. Lightning streaks across the night sky, illuminating the despondent visage of Naraku and the emptiness of Kakashi's palm. Once, we cherished each other. Now, only discrepancies remain. On the day they first returned to their clan's land, Kakashi sat closely beside Naraku's shoulder, yet now they stand opposite each other in the hospital. Just like wildflowers cannot touch the crescent moon, they can only be plucked by the evening breeze. In his memories, Naraku, under the sun, presents Kakashi with a pendant, which he picks up again while lying on the hospital bed, claiming it will protect him, while Kakashi's gaze melts with warmth. The tale of doves and crows and love only exists in fairy tales. Images flash rapidly through the warmth of a once happy family scene, the New Year's fireworks, the steaming dinner table, and the glint of blades around the three in the training grounds. Naraku understands the profound sorrow expressed in the comments. This craftsmanship, this emotional depth, is masterful. Just as he admires the editor's skill, a system notification chimes. Friendly reminder, 2 new episodes have been released. He contemplates how to endure the next hour, as if a pillow has conveniently arrived just as he felt drowsy. Chapter 103. Further torturing the audience, blame Danzo for the burden. The scene opens from Kakashi's perspective, presumably after Naraku's discharge from the hospital. Shadows play, and he sits in a vacant house, lost in thought, unaware of how much time has passed, as sharp pains occasionally pierce his mind while time flows away. Finally, in a fleeting moment, his dazed eyes refocus, gaining a semblance of light. Kakashi shakes his head as if awakening from a deep slumber, loneliness and hunger prompting him to utter a line he has repeated countless times. Yet, no one responds. This sense of solitude in an empty home. Kakashi, Naraku is gone. Goodness, you are quite ruthless. I acknowledge your strength. This is only the beginning. Without the previous 2 episodes' old thief's cruelty, I would be far more merciless. The old thief must provide some explanation. Kakashi is clearly in distress. Until Minato knocks on the Haytake household's door, proposing to take Kakashi on a mission, pulling him from his dire state. After dinner, under Minato's gentle yet firm insistence, Kakashi finally collapses onto his bed, closing his eyes to regain his strength. Had Minato not intervened, Kakashi might have succumbed at home. I genuinely believe it's a possibility. I'm beginning to trust the claims on the forum that Kakashi has indeed fallen into despair. Who could possibly starve themselves to such an extent? In truth, the old thief's hints have been quite clear. The following morning, a tall man and a small child set off from the village, following the employer's caravan westward into the land of rain. Several scenes unfold, accompanied by the employer's words. The land of rain has newly renovated 2 trade routes. Minato and Kakashi take turns scouting ahead of the caravan, ensuring the path is safe for progress. It is said to be the work of an organization called Akatsuki. Occasionally, bandits or rogue ninjas attempt to attack, but before they can reach the caravan, they are often subdued by shurikens or kunao. With the remaining few met with Kakashi's exquisite blade work. Until now during the night watch, the two sit in an empty cart of the convoy, casually discussing trivial matters, while a fire crackles nearby, casting a warm glow upon their faces and hair. What remarkable individuals they are, huh? As the old man's words come to a close, the caravan enters the land of rain. Just as the sun rises, clouds drift lazily by, and the audience witnesses a simple yet glistening gravel road, adorned with dew, shining in the morning light. The pale road flows like a river across the fields, its end lost in the vast jungle, guiding countless travelers and merchants over its surface towards distant horizons. The land of rain sees few sunny days, yet its industrious people have forged a path underfoot that illuminates their future like the sun. How impressive! Yahiko and his companions have truly achieved this. Even if the road is merely gravel, it is a grand avenue leading to happiness. Tears well up. Akatsuki is the beacon of hope in the ninja world. With an organization like Akatsuki in the land of rain, it is destined to flourish. Through the screen, Naraku is also struck by the accomplishments of Akatsuki. Initially, he merely mentioned it as a passing favor, yet Yahiko has genuinely taken hope to lead others tirelessly to realize it. Although the land of rain is small, these 2 trade routes may not be grand in scale, but such a breakthrough from nothing to something is the most stirring and exhilarating. However, what surprises him most is hearing his name uttered from Kazumi's lips. Perhaps it is Naraku, from a ninja who has never interacted with Konoha. To hear the name that Minato and Kakashi never anticipated is astonishing. It turns out among the countless pebbles that pave this road, one is named Uchiha Naraku. Naraku has a share in this achievement. Kazumi seems to be the ninja who rescued Naraku, initially saving a spy, but later the spy became an ally. Kazumi, you have done so much good. Now happiness is rightfully yours. Even separated by distance, the desire to improve the ninja world is mutual. Indeed, the common folk merely wish to live peacefully within the ninja realm. The camera shifts from behind Minato, gradually focusing on the distant eastern skyline, where there are no rain clouds, only a sky adorned with ever-changing, pure white clouds. The image blurs momentarily, the clouds remain the same, but as the camera descends, the audience realizes they are within Konoha, sunlight streaming through the clouds, illuminating the vast land. Naraku steps out of the hospital but hesitates, seemingly unsure of where to go. No matter who you are or where you find yourself, we all share the same blue sky. The subtle tenderness of the old thief is most lethal. Finally, it is time for Naraku to make his entrance again. Naraku must recover. In the next episode, Naraku unexpectedly encounters Mikoto at the hospital, who seems to understand his plight and, feigning tears and despair, insists on taking him home for a short stay. Even as Naraku expresses his willingness to manage on his own to avoid being a burden, she gently encourages him to regain his spirits. Wow, Mikoto has a little baby. Congratulations. Mikoto, your acting truly needs refinement. I believe Naraku is aware of Mikoto's pretense. He is far too clever not to notice. He simply cannot bring himself to reject such kindness, especially since he truly has nowhere else to turn. Enough said. The thought of Naraku's tribulations brings tears to my eyes. Naraku will revert to his former cautious self. Sob sob sob. Why does the old thief insist on torturing him so? Is it merely to craft a darkened childhood for Kakashi? The animator conveniently included a cute flashback, detailing how Mikoto had chased Fugaku to another house, with him standing bewildered at the doorstep, having barely managed to utter a complete sentence, while a bundle of luggage lay discarded at his feet. Mikoto is wonderful. Fugaku-so? My dear wife, love is destined to fade, isn't it? Ha 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 ha, Fugaku's bronchitis. Fugaku, do you see how I dare to speak? Fearing he might lose control of his emotions, Naraku takes the initiative to help by going to the market for supplies. At first, he was meticulously selecting items, but as time passed, he became lost in thought, his gaze vacant, oblivious even to the vegetables in his hand that he had crushed. How is Kakashi now? Is he still angry with me? If it weren't for my actions, things would never have spiraled into this chaos. The weight of self-reproach and self-loathing cast a dark pall over Naraku's surroundings, leaving him isolated in the shadows, gradually consumed by emptiness. It is likely that Naraku has been plagued by nightmares these past few days. After all, I too dreamt of the rift that night, and it felt like a descent into hell. Poor guy in front. For the first time, I genuinely invested my emotions in an anime, yet the old thief made me lose so utterly. How infuriating. He still unconsciously cares for Kakashi, which brings me to tears. How could he not care? Kakashi is the first ray of light in his life. Oh dear, it's not your fault, sobbing uncontrollably. This plot's pacing suggests either an early demise for the white moonlight or a transformation into a bitter rival. The descent into despair was abruptly interrupted by a brief call, jolting Naraku from his confusion. He stared blankly at the ruined radish in his hand. After a long absence, Uchiha Naraku stood in the sunlight, appearing before the audience like a savior, his straightforward and assertive concern immediately garnering unanimous admiration. The dark descent was momentarily halted. How wonderful, the old thief mused. Youngster, how could I ever let you guess my thoughts? Fuyu, your arrival is a blessing. Truly a mature and reliable adult. This is pure joy. How heartwarming. A brief taste of sweetness. Upon hearing Naraku's self-destructive words, Uchiha Naraku took it upon himself to tousle Naraku's silky black hair into a disheveled mess. Although this behavior was rather rude and forceful, his demeanor and actions warmed the hearts of the audience. You are the hope of your beloved. Do not forsake yourself. These words struck like a bullet, shattering the numerous shackles binding Naraku and piercing through his increasingly closed heart. Indeed, Xiaoma is counting on you. Naraku, you must persevere. Let us rally behind Fuyu. I apologize, Kakashi, I promise this is the last time. You can't blame me. If I had just broken up with my ex-boyfriend and then encountered a man like Fuyu, I would surely fall for him. A mixed bag of emotions. A remedy. We cannot afford a bittersweet ending for Konoru, sobbing profusely. Why not have both? Sisters, this is the comments section, not a deserted wasteland. The scene shifted. Fast-forwarding to Naraku at Tsunade's, adjusting his jutsu. Judging by her relieved expression, the situation seemed to be manageable. However, upon realizing that Naraku was expected to master the profoundly challenging sage art and healing seals within 2 months, Tsunade wore a look of nonchalance, which immediately unsettled the audience. They were constantly anxious about Naraku's health, fearing any deterioration. Indeed, if his bloodline disease flared up, his body would quickly fail. 2 months. It is commendable for an ordinary medical ninja to grasp the basics in that time. Is Naraku truly that capable? Fire release, lightning release, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu. And now even medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. This is no mere genius. This is divine. Tsunade's departure is good news. It indicates that Naraku's condition is relatively optimistic. Yes. If the doctor isn't anxious, then the illness must not be severe. Confirmed. The earlier remarks were indeed from someone who had been to the hospital. The audience, once buoyed by the hope of Naraku's recovery, felt their spirits sink again as he entered the single patient room to care for Xiaoma, whispering fervent wishes for the latter's swift awakening, while simultaneously cursing Danzo. In the room, the only sounds were the ticking of the machines and the rustling of fabric as Naraku moved. In the end, Naraku wished to take a nap. Pulling Xiaoma's hand over his head, he laid down, closing his eyes, pretending he could still receive his father's forgiveness and comfort, imagining that the latter was merely asleep. And upon waking, he would see his father smiling gently at him, just like before. Oh, how it breaks my heart. I can no longer hold back the tears. My dear Naraku, my heart aches for you. I sit before my computer screen, weeping uncontrollably. Naraku's suffering is unbearable. If you must take a life, do not wield the blade of familial affection. I declare Naraku has decisively lost this round. From now on, I shall never dare to claim I can endure such heart-wrenching moments. Naraku longs to revert to the child he once was before Xiaoma, able to act spoiled, yet alas, he cannot. It is already difficult enough, yet the comments section continues to pierce me with daggers. Amidst the pale stillness, the new ending theme flows slowly and mournfully. The comments flood the screen with cries of despair, filled with heartfelt sentiments from viewers mourning for Naraku, unsure how many tissues they have soaked through. Naraku's few remaining pangs of conscience ache subtly. Yet, in order to awaken Xiaoma as soon as possible, he cannot simply cease his efforts. Thus, he must continue to torment the audience, leaving the blame to fall upon Danzo. The comments are a cacophony of sorrow, and the forums are no better. With 2 new episodes released, several days have passed in the modern world. The trending posts he saw half an hour ago have already been buried beneath a plethora of new ones, some even relegated to the next page. This sensation of time skipping is indeed peculiar. Looking back at the Haytake family of 3 sitting in the courtyard counting fireworks. The joy in their laughter is matched only by the volume of my weeping. 1L, original poster, images. Last month, I recommended Naruto to a friend, and just now, he was catching up on the series. Since he had a free day, I joined him, and he happened to watch the New Year special, where Xiaoma, Kakashi, and Naraku were all doing well. I burst into tears. 2L. Knowing the future and looking back at the past. Every heartwarming scene feels like a knife twisting in my heart. 3L. The audience sheds tears sparingly. They simply haven't reached the point of heartbreak yet. 4L. My younger brother, not very old, insists on calling himself a hardened warrior. After seeing the latest episode's ending, he cried bitterly, saying, "Sister, Naraku doesn't he have a father anymore?" 5L. Replying to 4L, "Wow, wow, wow, wow," sobbing gif. 6L. In the fanfiction section, a post about Konoru has become an emotional knife memoir, growing increasingly heart-wrenching. 7L. OP. I have a brilliant idea. Tell your friend that the Haytake family becomes incredibly sweet later on, and secretly record his reactions when he sees it. 8L. Original poster replying to 7L. Are you a devil? But I like it. I refuse to cry alone. As if in a dream. Long and bright. Fan art. Father-son affection. 1L. Original poster. I was originally comforting myself that Kakashi and Naraku would surely reconcile, and Xiaoma would definitely awaken. So I held back my tears. But when that head pat occurred, it completely broke my defenses. I simply couldn't endure it, and since it's the weekend, I got up in the middle of the night to draw. Video. Everyone, please enjoy. I promise it's sweet. 2L. What am I seeing? The illustrious Qingfeng Ruhi has created a sweet fan art. 3L. Is the sun rising in the west? Toda, endless wait. Feng Yao Nai Luo. Meeting you is like meeting the mountain. Feng Yao Nai Luo. After being called an old cow eating young grass, the captain became silent. Feng Yao Nai Luo. Whether in written form or illustrated, the popularity remains quite commendable. Although he currently lacks in popularity and must devise various means to garner more attention, each new pairing adds another avenue for engagement. Yet Nai Luo remains deeply concerned about the status of the fans of his pairing with Kakashi. Are they disheartened and listless due to their temporary separation? After all, the popularity yield from the Kananaika pairing and the Uchiha Nai Luo supporters is the most stable. Fortunately, the authors remain active in the fandom. Undeterred by the unfavorable winds surrounding Feng Nai, and the Kananaika pairing continues to thrive among numerous pairings. After finishing a couple of fanfics, the system prompted that time was up. Nai Luo closed the website and returned from the mental realm to reality, feeling the slight chill in his body even while wrapped in his blanket, and as per usual, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 104. Simply walking different paths. Ever since returning from the land of rain, Nai Luo has found no opportunity to connect with Kakashi. It seems he has resolutely decided to create distance between them, intentionally or unintentionally avoiding contact, even taking care to choose the right times to visit Shuo Mo in the hospital. Nai Luo has chosen to let things unfold naturally. The time is not ripe. Acting hastily might draw Black Zetsu's attention back to Kakashi. Thus, he remains settled in the clan compound, returning from the hospital each day to read and train, often taking walks, responding politely to clan members he encounters on the way. Occasionally, he meets with Kanna, reassuring her that she need not worry excessively, as he has been well lately. Fugaku sometimes comes home for the night, and whenever the three of them sit at the table together for dinner, Nai Luo feels as if he has already begun to live the life of a family of three. One morning, after once again seeing the clan leader rise early for duty, knowing he would be away for many days, Nai Luo felt a twinge of guilt. Fugaku has truly been exceptionally kind to him during these days. After Nai Luo suggested that the clan leader move back, Mikato discreetly tested several times to confirm that he was not forcing himself, and only then did she nod in agreement for her husband to return home. When Fugaku moved back with his belongings, he was nearly brought to tears, gratefully patting Nai Luo's shoulder with reassurance. Fortunately, his dignity as clan leader allowed him to maintain a composed expression, preventing a complete collapse of his image. Time flowed swiftly, and nearly 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps from the perspective of the animators, Nai Luo's life appeared rather uneventful, hence in the recent episodes. They primarily focused on Minato and Kakashi, showcasing the two male leads they admire. Their lives were indeed busy and fulfilling, particularly for Minato. The process of developing and improving new jutsu occupied an entire episode, and as the final 2 minutes approached, the new technique was taking shape. According to his plan, he merely needed to enhance its stability to complete the jutsu. The formal introduction of the Raise-Non, as known to Nai Luo, was evidently not far off. The animators also employed numerous close-ups, meticulously depicting Minato's impending success with the technique. The chakra, glowing with a bluish hue, was forcibly compressed into a sphere, spinning at an incredibly high speed within the small orb, and one could even hear the buzzing sound of the chakra rubbing against itself. All signs indicated that this technique would possess formidable attacking power. At that moment, Kakashi stood nearby, fixated on the sphere of chakra in Minato's palm, and memories related to the creation of new techniques began to resurface vividly. Since becoming a chunin, he had harbored a vague notion Yet due to a series of unexpected events, he had not had the chance to mention it to anyone until now. With Minato's success, his strong desire to develop a new lightning release technique was reignited. He yearned for the power to protect those dear to him in the future. The latter half of the latest episode depicted Kakashi attempting to create his own lightning release technique after his routine visit to Shuomo. Contemplating this new jutsu consumed nearly all of Kakashi's time outside of missions, temporarily filling the void in his heart. Just a few days had passed since the latest episode aired when a sorrowful message swiftly spread through Konoha. The first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, had sadly passed away at home due to old age. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held a grand funeral, and over half of Konoha gathered to pay their respects to Mito, appreciating her contributions to the village. It was at this funeral that Nai Luo had the chance to see Kakashi once more. However, it was merely a fleeting encounter. Their gazes met, but the distance prevented them from speaking. Thankfully, Kana and Kushina were positioned at the front, unable to witness their interaction. Otherwise, in addition to mourning the loss of an elder, they would bear an additional sorrow. Wherever leaves dance in the air, fire will ignite. The shadow of fire illuminates the village and nurtures new leaves to sprout. Tsunade, as the only direct descendant of the Senju clan and Mito's granddaughter, was naturally present. However, there was little sorrow visible on her face, only a calm acceptance of her family's departure, silently listening to her teacher recite eulogies for her grandmother. Perhaps, in some unnoticed moment, she wept for her grandmother's passing like a child, yet in public, she always remained the steadfast princess of Konoha. As the ceremony drew to a close, Tsunade called Nai Luo aside, and the two ambled along a quiet path. Autumn was drawing to a close, and the previous night's rain had made the weather increasingly cold and harsh. Most of the surrounding trees were left with bare branches, and countless fallen leaves carpeted the ground, the dampness of the rain clinging to the earth. "I will leave in an hour," Tsunade stated unequivocally to Nai Luo. Even as she prepared to depart from Konoha, she would not abandon him. She immediately began to detail the subsequent arrangements. "You can live normally and undertake missions, even utilizing the Sharingan in battle, but be mindful not to overuse it. However, you are strictly forbidden from activating the Mangekyo. Only the 3 Tomo is permitted. You must communicate with me weekly, reporting on your health and learning progress. Additionally, every 3 months, you are to meet me outside the village. I will inform you of the specific time and location in advance." Beneath her slightly stern tone lay an unnoticeable tenderness. Initially, as a doctor and patient, and later as mentor and disciple, their long-standing relationship has fostered genuine care from Tsunade towards Nai Luo. Despite their differing appearances and personalities, she has always seen the essence of Rope Tree within him. Perhaps it is because both children harbor within them a gentle love for the world. "Yes, teacher Tsunade," the youth replied, as obedient and sincere as ever. "I am always grateful for your careful guidance." In the chilly autumn wind, Tsunade absent-mindedly brushed away the stray leaves that had clung to her disciple's hair, still harboring a hint of concern. She was not oblivious to the cheerful scene of the saplings she had seen that morning. Ever since that night, Nai Luo had come alone for treatment, arriving and departing in solitude. Despite her lack of understanding of the situation, she had endured her curiosity until today, finally voicing her thoughts. "Although I do not know what has transpired with that little brat from the Shuomo family, you understand that the Uchiha's bloodline illness is most affected by negative emotions. It's all right. I am not very sad." Nai Luo smiled at Tsunade, his expression flawless. "We are simply walking different paths." A crisp thud resounded as the brain-crushing blow struck Naraku's forehead, for he had not donned his forehead protector today, fully absorbing the force Tsunade had imparted. It hurt immensely. Naraku clutched his head, tears welling in his eyes, his expression a feeble accusation against Tsunade for her bullying. "You little brat, I hope you haven't deceived me," Tsunade declared, hands firmly planted on her hips, raising a hand to emphatically tap his head. "Take good care of yourself, do you understand?" "Yes," he replied. Chapter 105. A small wish. Once the matter was resolved, Tsunade departed without further ado. The Leaf Village, still steeped in sorrow following a recent funeral, was quieter than ever in the late hours of the night. Yet, Kurizetsu was in high spirits. During the lifetime of Uzumaki Mito, it had felt somewhat constrained while lurking in Konoha, although Mito was largely oblivious to its presence. Any hint of potential failure caused it to feel as if a thorn was lodged in its throat. Now, however, with the only person in Konoha capable of sensing it gone, and with the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails still in need of time to mature, Kurizetsu felt entirely unthreatened as long as it steered clear of her vicinity. As was its custom, it arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory to monitor Naraku. Observing him stealthily slipping out under the cover of night, making his way to the riverside, prompting Kurizetsu to follow hastily. Recently, Naraku had diminished his search for the necklace, often standing despondently on the riverbank, seemingly resigned to despair regarding the matter. This evening, as Naraku sat vacantly atop a withered grassy knoll, staring blankly at the flowing water, Kurizetsu contemplated whether it should reveal itself to entice him. It had been waiting for this young cub to leave the village. Yet he had remained indoors for 2 months to study medical ninjutsu. Uncertain of his future excursions outside the village, Kurizetsu pondered the possibility of making a move. Just as it emerged from the shadows of the grass, a faint sound of footsteps approached from the riverbank path, causing it to retreat instantly. On the other side, Naraku was employing a sensory ninjutsu to firmly lock onto Kurizetsu's position, silently berating the creature for its delay in revealing itself. After a prolonged wait, he noticed it was about to approach, but before he could celebrate, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Naraku. Soon after, a surge of youthful chakra brushed against the edge of his sensory ninjutsu, drawing nearer. Who was this disrupting my plans? As the presence drew closer, Naraku rose to ascend the riverbank, spotting a small figure, half a head shorter than himself, limping towards him. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui had long harbored a small wish, to meet the legendary genius Uchiha Naraku. This desire stemmed from a day when his father, Uchiha Dado, returned from a clan meeting particularly elated, recounting to Shisui and his mother the announcements made at the gathering. What struck Shisui most was his father's effusive praise for a boy named Naraku, declaring him the pride of the Uchiha clan. A once-in-a-century genius who had even become a disciple of the White Fang, bringing hope for the clan's improved circumstances. Noticing the growing gleam in Shisui's eyes, his father patted his head and smiled, saying, "Our Shisui will surely become as remarkable as him one day." Shisui nodded vigorously. From that moment, a seed of admiration took root in his heart, beginning to flourish. Sometime later, he learned from fellow clansmen that Uchiha Naraku had returned to Konoha gravely injured, having been rescued by the White Fang after a failed mission. Eager to understand what transpired, he sought information, but his father, being a jonin, had little to share, only hinting that Naraku had managed to eliminate 2 fully staffed teams of the Rain Village's Umbu, carving a bloody path to safety. Truly, the genius of the Uchiha clan, even in the disadvantageous terrain of the Land of Rain, demonstrated such prowess with fire techniques. His father, savoring a bite of his mother's mushroom fried rice, murmured his astonishment. As time passed, rumors regarding the White Fang surfaced, and Shisui, too young to comprehend the intricacies involved, could only surmise that the clan believed Naraku's sensei should not have sacrificed the mission for his sake. Yet, hadn't he the Hokage always spoken of the will of fire and the bonds of comrades? Before he could ponder further, his clansmen had already dismissed the ignorance of Konoha's gossip. For them, the sensational news that Naraku had activated the 3-tomo Sharingan but was afflicted with a bloodline disease eclipsed all else. At just 9 years old, he was only 9. Shisui listened as every clansman expressed their astonishment at Naraku's extraordinary talent or lamented the impending loss of such a genius from the Uchiha clan. His longing to meet Uchiha Naraku intensified. Rumor had it that Obito was Naraku's classmate, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Perhaps he could ask him to introduce them? Before Shisui's small scheme could materialize, another piece of news swept through Konoha. The White Fang was dead. No, it seemed he had not died, but was in a comatose state. The swirl of conflicting rumors left Shisui bewildered, unable to discern truth from fiction. All he knew was that Naraku must be feeling incredibly despondent, far more so than he had when he had been injured during his mission failure. His father had left the village on a mission, so he confided in his mother, who gently pinched his cheek and praised him for being a kind child. However, it would be quite rude to approach someone you do not know, she advised, producing a piece of paper. How about we fold paper cranes to wish Naraku well? To wish him success in the future. Okay. That evening, Shisui folded numerous cranes, stringing them together into a long chain, and asked his mother to request the clan matriarch to deliver them. The matriarch was a warm-hearted individual, and she readily agreed, returning later to say that Naraku was delighted to see the cranes. Days passed, and Shisui finally heard some good news from the clansmen. Uchiha Naraku had returned to the clan's territory, personally brought back by the matriarch, and it had been several days since. On the day he learned this, Shisui, anxious not to miss the opportunity, dashed home from school and hurried down the path where the matriarch was said to often stroll. As the sun began to set, he ran beneath the blush of the evening sky, filled with joy at the prospect of finally meeting Naraku. The cheerful calls of returning birds filled the air, and the laughter of his clansmen felt as warm and inviting as ever. Then he saw him. Standing beside the matriarch was a tall, black-haired youth, his posture straight as a pine tree, resembling a drawn sword. Yet, within his striking features lay a softness, his dark eyes reflecting a profound gentleness that stirred the heart. The boy stood there calmly, and the setting sun seemed to lean closer, draping him in a golden halo that exuded warmth and tranquility. Shisui's breath quickened, his heart pounding. Perhaps even beads of sweat trickled down his temples, though he felt none of it. Perhaps his gaze was too overt. Naraku seemed to notice, turning his head to meet Shisui's stare. Instead of anger, he merely smiled faintly, as if to say hello. Shisui instantly froze, his mind blank, and instinctively bowed before breaking into a run. Naraku. Chapter 106. Naraku indeed, it was intentional. Shisui, who had hidden around the corner of the alley, was engulfed in frustration. He hadn't managed to utter a single word, and why on earth had he bowed? Uchiha Shisui, you are such a fool, he silently screamed, covering his face. Then, he heard the matriarch of the clan seemingly bidding farewell to a familiar acquaintance, turning to cheerfully converse with Uchiha Naraku. Oh, the child who ran off just now is the one who gifted you that string of paper cranes. So it was him. Uchiha Naraku's voice resonated with warmth and purity, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain brook. The matriarch continued, yes, he is quite a shy child. His name is Uchiha Shisui. Shisui felt a twinge of surprise in Naraku's tone as he repeated the name, adding, what a lovely name. Although Naraku seemed to be smiling as he spoke, there was no hint of mockery or jest, just a genuinely gentle smile. Shisui felt a surge of warmth in his heart, dazedly making his way home, taking a while to regain his composure. Next time, I must have a proper conversation with Senpai Naraku. With his mother's birthday approaching, his father had also written, saying he would likely return to the village that afternoon, allowing the family to share a reunion dinner. Shisui pondered over what gift would convey his sincerity to his mother. On his way to school, he unexpectedly encountered Obito, who mentioned his own troubles regarding gifts. Ever resourceful, Obito swiftly devised a plan. Let's go hunting. I know where there are wild rabbits. Your aunt will surely appreciate a rabbit you've caught with your own hands. Thus, Shisui's heart was stirred. The two fearless children informed their families the next day that they would be undergoing special training together, hence would return home later than usual. After school, they hurriedly packed their belongings and made their way to the small grove Obito had mentioned. After a series of escapades, they successfully captured a wild rabbit. However, by then, the sun had set, and the darkness enveloped them. In their pursuit of the rabbit, they inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a wild boar. Logically, such a creature should not inhabit that grove, likely having migrated there recently. By the time Obito noticed the boar, the enormous beast was nearly charging at Shisui, who was obliviously surrounded by rabbits. Get out of the way, Shisui. To protect his younger clan member, Obito had no choice but to confront the beast head-on. As his kunai pierced the boar's neck, Obito himself was slammed against a tree, spitting out blood. Shisui, caught off guard and scratched by the boar's tusks, tumbled down a slope, rolling several times before halting his descent. He tossed aside the rabbit and scrambled back up the slope to assist. After a fierce struggle, they finally managed to slay the wild boar, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Cough. Obito coughed up more blood, feeling the broken ribs and excruciating pain in his leg. Lamenting his misfortune, was it bad luck or some twisted form of luck? He couldn't let Rin know, or he would surely face her scolding. Hey, are you alright, Obito? Shisui, still able to walk, approached to check on him, stepping over the boar's carcass. Nothing serious, just can't walk. You should head back and get someone from the hospital to bring me. Obito replied, his breathing steady, though the pain from his fractures made him grimace. Shisui nodded, recognizing the urgency, and hurried toward the Konoha hospital. Just as he was nearing the hospital, he urged himself to hold on. Uchiha Shisui still had to find someone to rescue Obito. Gritting his teeth, he endured the sharp pain shooting through his ankle with every step, panting as he pressed on along the narrow path. Ahead, a figure ascended from the grassy slope, and before Shisui could see their face clearly, he heard a voice he would never mistake. Uchiha Shisui. Startled, he instinctively halted before the figure. Those gentle eyes were filled with concern as they scanned him from head to toe. What happened to you? Covered in injuries. His mind was racing, and he stuttered, unable to articulate a response. I. Uchiha Shisui, what are you doing? Naruto urged him, exasperated, speak up. Shisui felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly exasperated to the point of self-annoyance. After a prolonged silence, Naruto knelt down, grasping Shisui's swollen ankle with his right hand, a bluish-green light flickering from his palm. Within moments, Shisui felt the pain diminish, and his overheated mind began to settle. And Naruto-senpai. He swallowed hard, urgency propelling him to blurt out the words he had rehearsed throughout the journey. Obito is still in the grove, unable to move. I can guide you to rescue him. As he reached the end of his request, Shisui realized his tone might have been too presumptuous. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded in agreement. All right. Before Shisui could process the situation, Naruto had already hoisted him onto his back and was hastening back to the direction they had come from. Shisui, nestled on Naruku's back, felt the cool night breeze rush past his ears. In a blink, he went from standing beside a street lamp to being far beyond that point. Finally, he relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Following the direction Shisui indicated, Naruku soon arrived at the small grove. Upon delving deeper, he found Obito, who was still fretting over how to transport the boar back, his expression twisted in pain from his fractures as he struggled to bleed the animal. "Obito, what is this?" Even knowing Obito's carefree nature, Naruku couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement at his stubbornness. "Shisui, you're back." Obito turned abruptly, inadvertently jarring his broken bones and letting out a yelp. They needed to act quickly to help him. The more they delayed, the worse it would become. Naruku approached and assessed which ribs were broken. Having studied orthopedic medical techniques over the past 2 months, he felt somewhat confident in his approach. How is it you, Naruku?" Only when Naruku was closer did Obito realize it was him Shisui had brought, exclaiming, "Aren't you out of the hospital? We met on the way." Naruku replied with a smile, and then, with a swift motion, he snapped a broken rib back into place with a sharp crack. "Ow!" Obito barely finished his cry before Naruku continued with the rest, adjusting the remaining 3 ribs in quick succession. "Ugh," he let out a strained sound, rolling his eyes in agony, nearly foaming at the mouth. "Could you at least give me a heads up next time?" Obito managed to stammer, pointing at Naruku with trembling fingers. Naruku, with a serious demeanor, echoed the words of Minato. "If you knew what I was about to do, you would unconsciously tense up, which would hinder the effectiveness." He then examined Obito's bloodied leg, gently squeezing it, which only elicited frantic protests from Obito. Wait, give me 3 seconds to prepare mentally." "All right, no dislocation. But it seems to be broken. We need to set it in a cast." Naruku released his grip and stood up, forming hand seals. As it appeared he was not going to reset the bones immediately, Obito felt a brief moment of relief, only to hear a loud bang as another Naruku appeared before him. Shadow clone. Obito marveled. He hadn't yet mastered that technique. As the shadow clone of Naruku bent down and effortlessly lifted him into a princess carry, he felt no envy whatsoever. Why not a piggyback ride instead? He squirmed in embarrassment, yet was held even more tightly by the other. The shadow clone said sternly, "Don't move. Your ribs are fractured. This is for the best." As it spoke, it leaped onto a sturdy branch of a nearby tree, swiftly departing from the small grove. Obito felt immensely relieved that it was nighttime, ensuring no one would witness his embarrassing predicament. Was this deliberate on that guy's part? He cast a resentful glance at the shadow clone, which was noticed by the other, who looked down and returned a perfectly arched smile. Obito hastily covered his face with both hands, feeling as if everyone was misjudging him. In truth, Naruku was exceedingly cunning. He could rival Kakashi in that regard. The real Naruku, carrying Shisui, closely followed behind, maliciously thinking, "My foolish clansman Obito, you guessed correctly. It was indeed intentional." Chapter 107, Revelation. Naruku dashed forward, employing the body flicker technique with remarkable frequency, finally delivering Obito to the hospital's emergency room within minutes for the doctors to attend to his broken bones. Shisui's injuries were comparatively minor, primarily consisting of scrapes and bruises. He led the boy to a corner, rummaging through the medical kit for alcohol and cotton balls, administering a precautionary warning before proceeding. "It might sting a bit. Bear with it." Shisui silently gritted his teeth. The alcohol-soaked cotton ball touched his wound, instantly igniting a searing pain, akin to flames burning his flesh. With each wipe, the cotton fibers slightly grazed the exposed flesh. The pain mingled with an unbearable itch, making each second feel like an eternity. Once the disinfection was complete, Naruko lifted his gaze to see Shisui's grimacing face, and he gently encouraged the child. "You're doing remarkably well, Shisui. You've managed to endure such severe injuries." The bandage was tenderly yet firmly wrapped around the wound, the pressure just right, ensuring it wasn't overly painful. Shisui merely had to lower his head slightly to see Naruko, who was skillfully tying the bandage, his movements so practiced that it was evident he had done it countless times before. He thought to himself, how could he consider his injury severe? Senior Naraku had endured far more battles and far worse wounds. How much pain must he have felt in those moments? "Hey!" A carefree voice echoed throughout the room, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Obito hobbled in, leaning on his crutch, one foot firmly on the ground while the other, encased in plaster, dragged along. Even in such a state, he still managed to smile at the two. Shisui finally experienced firsthand the exuberance of his older clan member, surpassing even the carefree birds of the jungle. "Thanks, Naraku. I'm grateful you came to find me earlier." Although he wasn't particularly fond of that princess carry, Obito muttered internally. "No need to mention it, Obito." Just as Naraku finished bandaging the last wound, securing it with a bow, he affectionately ruffled Shisui's hair. "You did great too." Yes. Thank you." The boy, flustered by the praise, waved his hands in protest, feeling unworthy of such gratitude since his older clan member had been injured to save him. No, I didn't do anything. If it weren't for you, Obito, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Guilt made Shisui's voice diminish, and his spirit began to wane. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, Naraku, sensing the shift, blinked and abruptly spoke with unusual bluntness devoid of emotional nuance. Next time you have trouble, you can call me. At least I won't end up as miserable as Obito. Taken aback by the venomous remark, Obito's eyes widened. As though he had seen a ghostly apparition of someone in Naraku, he immediately lost his temper. Ah, Naraku, I knew spending too much time with Kakashi would corrupt you. Naraku paused for a moment, then leaned down, resting on Shisui's shoulder with a feigned pout, softly complaining, "It's unfair to say I lack skill when I can't even speak. Challenge. I want to duel you, you jerk." Obito, discarding his crutch, hopped over on one leg, grabbing Naraku by the collar, and turned to Shisui, shouting, "Hey Shisui, you be the referee for us. I'll definitely make him surrender." Meanwhile, Shisui stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how things had escalated so quickly. Even Naraku, such a gentle soul, had suddenly changed. Yet the situation demanded immediate action. He hurriedly stepped forward to steady the swaying Obito, attempting to regain control. "Obito, take it easy. Make sure you hold on to your crutch. We can wait until you're healed." "No, I want him to know my strength right now." No. Naraku, you need to say something." "Obito, I'll give you one leg. Come at me." "You should really stop talking, Naraku." The three of them tumbled about in chaos for quite some time, ultimately concluding with Naraku effortlessly knocking Obito out. The youngest, Shisui, felt utterly drained. Yet after the tumult, the negativity within him was washed away, leaving only a desire to return home and rest. As they exited the hospital, seeing Naraku approach with arms wide open, Obito stubbornly refused to let him carry him home. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. While the two were tugging at each other, a peculiar shadow rushed in from the distance, round and hefty. As it drew nearer, stepping into the light, Shisui realized it was Naraku's shadow clone, returning with the wild boar they had previously lost. "It seems I returned just in time." The clone, effortlessly bearing the weight of the several hundred pounds of prey, still had the energy to retrieve the rabbit that Shisui had inadvertently discarded in his panic. The poor creature had been knocked unconscious after falling down the slope and had yet to awaken. The shadow clone, with a gentle smile, remarked, "This should be important for you, right?" Shisui stared blankly, realizing that this was the Naraku he had always imagined. Noticing the boy's unresponsive gaze, the shadow clone tilted its head in confusion, glancing back at the original Naraku, seeking clarification on what had transpired. Shisui snapped back to reality, noticing that the earlier banter between the two had surprisingly ceased. He turned to see the original Naraku, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he suppressed a smile. It appeared that after being upstaged by a shadow clone, he could no longer maintain the charade, allowing his gentle nature to resurface. Clearing his throat, Naraku forcefully dismissed the lingering awkwardness, avoiding Obito's teasing gaze as he looked up at the deep night sky, attempting to shift the subject. "It's quite late. We should head home." Shisui's eyes sparkled with countless stars as he vigorously nodded. He had come to understand that the previous scene was likely Naraku's way of preventing him from feeling guilty. Given Naraku's consistently warm and kind demeanor, pretending to be sharp-tongued to provoke Obito was indeed a challenge for him. He must not take this kindness for granted. He resolved to regard tonight's events as a lesson, urging himself to carry this lesson forward in his pursuit of strength. Just as Obito began to tease Naraku, joking about how quickly he had succumbed, he suddenly noticed that Naraku had silently moved beside him. He hurriedly attempted to escape, but before he could take a step, he was caught. Under Shisui's sparkling gaze, Naraku disregarded Obito's resistance and struggle, effortlessly lifting him up, determined to carry him home. Unable to resist, Obito wore a frantic expression. "I've said it before. I can walk on my own." "Naraku, you bastard, let me down." Naraku feigned innocence, adopting a concerned demeanor. "With your current state, by the time we get home, it will be dawn, won't it? Why do you care?" Beneath the night sky, the boys' desperate cries echoed clearly and loudly, yet they bore no fruit. Naraku replied, "Give up, Obito. Tonight will surely bring you embarrassment." Chapter 108. He should be a great tree. Once all matters were settled, with several hours still until dawn, Naraku stealthily returned to his room, lying on his bed in preparation for sleep. It was somewhat regrettable not to have encountered Kuro, especially since it had shown itself. However, spending time with Obito and Shisui was not without merit. Perhaps there was even a slight gain? After all, given the talents of these two, their future accomplishments were bound to be remarkable, and they would undoubtedly make numerous appearances in the anime. Lost in thought, Naraku unknowingly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Since that fateful night when Kuro's appearance had been interrupted, Naraku had made several trips to the riverbank, where Kuro had merely observed from a distance, showing no intent to approach. Such caution was almost maddening. If this continued, who knew what mischief it might conjure? To prevent any prolonged uncertainties, Naraku resolved to take the initiative and offer it a chance. Is it truly all right? Mikato's gaze was firmly fixed on Naraku, closely following him as he gathered his ninja tools and supplies with a worried expression. Do you need to rest a bit longer? You needn't worry about money. The Uchiha clan will provide for you. Aunt Mikato, it's fine, Naraku gently reassured her. Lady Tsunade has said I can undertake missions as usual. He tightened his waist pouch and turned it to his back, beginning to conceal shuriken and other weapons on his person. Moreover, this is a simple B-rank mission, and I'll be accompanied by Senior Guy. He is very reliable. Well, if you say so. Mikato was persuaded, yet still cautioned him. Please don't overexert yourself. Return safely. Yes. I understand, Naraku promised, finally sliding his long sword into its sheath and binding his forehead protector around his brow, his gaze focused and resolute. In that moment, he transformed once more from the gentle, neighborly boy into a calm and lethal ninja, erect and sharp. Seeing him prepared for the mission, Mikato instinctively felt that this was the stance befitting the Uchiha prodigy Naraku, unyielding and vibrant. He was destined to become a great tree, standing firm against the howling winds and torrential rains, unwavering as a mountain. He should not be reduced to a delicate seedling in a greenhouse, fragile and unable to withstand any hardship. Regardless of how treacherous the path ahead might be, Uchiha Naraku was destined to shine brilliantly in the ninja world, becoming an unparalleled peak of brilliance. No one could bind him. No one could impede a ninja from pursuing his destiny, whether that future be filled with joy or cruelty. Thus, let him live freely and passionately according to his own will. And when he needed respite, his family would serve as a warm harbor, allowing him to pause and gather the courage to continue. Mikato's anxiety gradually subsided, though still somewhat worried. It was not to the same extent as before. Arriving near the gates of Konoha, Naraku found Guy already waiting there, who waved enthusiastically upon seeing him. Oh, Naraku, long time no see. Naraku nodded in greeting. Good morning, Senior Guy. Since becoming a chunin, Guy had worked even harder, spending most of his time on missions, often returning only to train with Might Guy for a day or two before heading back out. Consequently, he was somewhat out of touch with events in the village and had only learned of Kakashi's father, White Fang, being injured through casual conversations during missions. By the time he received the news, the incident had long passed. However, from the moment he learned of it, he firmly believed that his dependable companions Kakashi and Naraku's father, White Fang, had been injured while bravely engaging in battle, rather than due to the less heroic, less youthful reasons circulated by others. To show his support, Guy had even prepared a matching training outfit to visit Shumo in the hospital, placing it neatly beside the bedside cabinet. He earnestly encouraged Shumo, shouting words of struggle and passion, only to be politely escorted out by the nurses. As he left, he walked on his hands, exerting himself to loudly declare, "Today, I will run 300 laps around Konoha." The following morning, Naraku came by as usual and noticed the neatly folded training outfit, prompting a knowing smile as he carefully stored it away. Returning to the present, Guy continued doing handstand push-ups while awaiting the arrival of his teammates. Dressed in his green training outfit, he resembled a massive green onion. One couldn't help but wonder what Shumo would look like in that tight-fitting suit. Never mind, Naraku thought, shaking his head. If a clear image formed in his mind, there would be no turning back. Before long, two other chunin and the leading jonin arrived at the assembly point, and with everyone accounted for, they officially set off. Although the leading jonin had concealed his intentions well since their meeting, Naraku did not miss the fleeting glimmer of hostility in his eyes. It seemed that while he was preparing to undertake the mission, Kuro had not been idle. Or perhaps it was Danzo. Kuro, using the technique of the mayfly, trailed closely behind the team, maintaining just the right distance, neither too far to lose track of his target nor too close to be detected by anyone in the group. That night, he had intended to reveal himself to Naraku and swiftly execute Plan B, but Shisui's appearance had prompted him to heighten his caution once more. Indeed, it was unwise to reveal himself too easily within Konoha. One could never know when unexpected individuals might emerge. Fortunately, the little brat Uchiha Naraku had soon resumed normal duties after a brief sick leave, to orchestrate some form of unforeseen incident that would cause him to lose track. Kuro knew he would have to manipulate the personnel within the team. Thus, he once again sought out the ever-useful Shimura Danzo, hiding beneath his clothing and bandages, commandeering this body to instruct a jonin from the Shimura clan to undertake a specific mission, designating Uchiha Naraku as a companion. During the mission, the plan was to find a way to eliminate Uchiha Naraku. The body of Danzo articulated these orders, pausing briefly before adding the crucial final line. All this is for Konoha. The Jonin, kneeling at the doorway, accepted the orders and departed, while Kuro quietly slipped away from Danzo's body, merging with the earth. When Uchiha Naraku inevitably found himself in a life-and-death crisis, Kuro would stealthily rescue him, ensuring that Naraku would initially believe he meant no harm, thus enhancing the credibility of the Tsuki no Mi plan. Speaking of which, Kuro glanced once more at Danzo, noting that his condition was significantly improved since their last encounter. He would soon awaken. For now, there was no need to deal with him, allowing him to continue his antics within Konoha and against the Uchiha. As long as Shimura Danzo stirred up turmoil from within, Konoha would never truly flourish, which would ultimately benefit the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Chapter 109. The truth has never been important. This particular B-rank mission was rather unique. The task at hand was to hunt down a rogue ninja who had fled after committing a crime, commissioned by a small ninja clan scattered outside the major ninja villages. Though referred to as a clan, they numbered only a few dozen in total, with less than half of their members capable of harnessing chakra. For many years, they had managed to establish themselves in the ruthless ninja world through commerce. As for the reasons behind the decision to hire ninjas from Konoha to pursue a target, it is necessary to delve into the legacy of their clan. Centuries ago, during the tumultuous era of warring states, the Unmo clan produced an exceptionally formidable ancestor. This ancestor possessed profound mastery of ninjutsu and devised several powerful secret techniques. According to clan records, he even triumphed over many formidable ninjas of his generation utilizing these techniques. Unfortunately, since that time, the clan has not seen any descendants with talent that could rival his. All subsequent generations have been rather mediocre, utterly incapable of mastering the secret arts left behind by their forebear, relegated instead to learning merely common ninjutsu for combat. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been particularly alarming, as the ninja world is rife with small clans that have dwindled due to the lack of capable successors. However, a turning point occurred over 20 years ago. Back then, the current clan head, Unmo-in, was still a young man who stumbled upon a near-death infant by the roadside. He took the child home and nurtured him, naming him Unmo-yen. Upon raising him, and discovered that the child possessed innate talent for becoming a ninja and, treating him as an equal, imparted various ninjutsu to him, hoping he would become a valuable asset. This very action sowed the seeds for the calamity that would unfold today. Yen exhibited exceptional aptitude. No matter what ninjutsu he was taught, he mastered it with remarkable speed. By the age of 13, he was already more formidable than the adult ninjas within the clan. Perhaps feeling that the clan's teachings had exhausted their potential, he began to yearn to practice the secret techniques left by the ancestor to enhance his strength. Concerned that Yen might waste his youth on pursuits that could lead to frustration, Unmo-in advised him to wait a few more years. Disheartened, Yen inadvertently overheard a conversation that revealed he was not of the Unmo bloodline. His volatile nature led him to conclude that Unmo-in had always regarded him as an outsider, which was why he was reluctant to teach him the ninjutsu. Consequently, he sought opportunities to train relentlessly, striving to secretly acquire the secret techniques. Years passed, and one day, he managed to overpower most clan members, breaking into a hidden chamber and absconding with scrolls that contained the secret techniques and various clan legacies. Afterward, he vanished without a trace. Recently, the Unmo clan invested substantial resources and manpower to finally uncover Yan's whereabouts, leading to the assignment at hand. But is the situation truly as it seems? Did Unmo-in genuinely withhold the secret arts for Yan's betterment? Did Yan, in his rebelliousness, commit irrevocable mistakes purely due to his impetuous character? All of this remains one-sided testimony from the clan head. Yet, for the ninjas who operate for remuneration, the truth of the matter has never held significance. The team arrived near the small town referenced in the intel, armed with tracking tools provided by the Unmo clan, dispersing to seek traces of Unmo-yen. Prior to this journey, all members had completed their disguises. Even the typically unconventional Might Guy donned alternate clothing to avoid drawing attention and revealing his identity. As Naraku entered the area assigned to him, he discreetly activated his sensory ninjutsu. The vicinity was a melting pot of various individuals, and within his sensory range, he detected approximately 10 chakra signatures, each varying in strength, yet none reached the level of Jonin. He continued his search until his sensory edge brushed against a unique chakra signature. The strange, elusive energy burned like blood in flames, though they had yet to meet. Naraku could almost taste a faint, metallic sweetness in the air. The source was located in a small tavern near the center of another street, presumably enjoying a meal. Naraku refrained from activating his Sharingan to avoid exposing the extent of his sensory capabilities. Instead, he proceeded along his path, only turning back to the road leading to the tavern after reaching a considerable distance. As he passed the tavern's entrance, his concealed tracking device reacted. He sought a hidden corner to perform a shadow clone technique, instructing the clone to contact his teammates while he feigned a desire to dine. Settling at a table to place his order, his teammates' chakra signatures gradually entered his sensory range, approaching the tavern. Once they were nearly on the same street, the unique chakra suddenly surged from a few meters behind Naraku. He swiftly turned around, and amidst the cacophony of shattered dishes, a young man clad in gray shorts dashed toward the tavern entrance with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, Naraku pursued, leaping atop the rooftops and executing a series of flickering movements, intercepting the individual just before he could escape the street. The clash of blades against Kunao created a shower of sparks as they locked in combat. From the intelligence provided by the Unmo clan, it was estimated that Unmo Yin possessed strength nearing that of a Konoha Jonin, coupled with youth and vigor, making him a formidable opponent. He could not afford to let Yin slip away. In an electric moment, Naraku engaged Yin in a flurry of strikes, steadfastly suppressing his attempts to flee. Damn, troublesome brat. Yin cursed inwardly, decisively abandoning the physical confrontation with Naraku. He took a few steps back and drew his kunao across his palm, allowing dark red blood to flow forth. Miraculously, the blood suspended in midair, rapidly dispersing into countless tiny, dense red dots that shot forth at incredible speed upon his gesture. Is this the Unmo's secret art? A primal instinct warned Naraku that these needle-like blood projectiles were not to be trifled with. However, utilizing a substitution technique to evade them might grant Yin the opportunity to escape. In an instant, his ebony pupils were suffused with a vivid crimson hue, as if the world had been placed in slow motion before the three Tomo Sharingan. In the presence of the blood needles, their speed appeared almost trivial. Naraku deftly carved a crescent with his blade, perfectly shielding himself from the onslaught, though the blade suffered considerable damage, riddled with small charred craters, teetering on the brink of breakage. Without hesitation, he discarded the ruined weapon, launching over a dozen shuriken in a comprehensive blockade against the target. Yin was forced to halt and alter his trajectory to avoid the oncoming shuriken. Unexpectedly, several of the spinning projectiles collided and continued their trajectory toward him, catching him off guard and momentarily halting his escape. Might Guy, having opened the 8th gate, arrived at breakneck speed. He executed a powerful leap from a standing position, delivering a solid kick that sent Unmo Yin flying from the rooftop into a free fall. As Guy landed atop the roof, he propelled himself again, leaping behind the unprepared Yin, securing his arms and sending them both plummeting toward the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Yin, struck by a series of lotus techniques, plummeted headfirst into the earth, transforming into a wooden stake amidst a cloud of dust. Naraku, with his exceptional dynamic vision, caught sight of a figure leaping not far away. There. Chapter 110, A Good Place. The townsfolk expertly found refuge at the onset of the battle, emerging only after several ninjas had departed to assess the situation. In such residential areas, the encounters between ninjas often unfold inappropriately and disregard the surrounding environment, even if they consciously avoid harming civilians. The aftermath of their battles invariably affects buildings and roadways. While the village might offer compensatory measures when evidence is irrefutable, the practicalities of such actions are fraught with challenges. Fortunately, this time, the buildings suffered minimal damage, with only a few tiles broken and a sizable crater forming on the ground, easily reparable to restore it to its former state. Meanwhile, battles continued in the jungle. The arcane techniques mastered by Yun Yuyan are exceedingly peculiar, exhibiting formidable power, swift manipulation, and an extensive attack range, rendering conventional water and fire techniques virtually ineffective. A mere drop of blood transforms into a delicate membrane, shielding him from the fiery projectiles unleashed by Naraku. Subsequently, this membrane morphs into sharp blood spikes capable of piercing through water barriers, aiming directly at the caster behind. From the intelligence gathered thus far in the battle, it appears that only the massive and weighty advanced earth techniques employed by the leading Jonin, Shimura Ro, possess any significant attribute counterbalance against him, preventing a facile breach. However, the circumstances remain grim. The mid-level shinobi, Yagen, who had just released the water barrier, was caught too close to react in time, sustaining several punctures from the blood spikes, causing the skin around the wounds to darken, rendering him uncontrollably aggressive towards his comrades, severely injuring another mid-level shinobi, Zwatang, who stood beside him. Had Yagen not issued a warning at the last moment, coupled with Naraku's timely intervention, Zwatang's life would have likely been forfeit. However, he too has effectively lost his combat capabilities. Following this, the poisoned and uncontrolled Yagen convulsed a few times before swiftly losing his last vestige of speech, the bizarre blood within him proliferating like a virus. transforming him into a puppet fully under the opponent's control within mere breaths. Moreover, this puppet seems to be exhausting its entire life force. Its chakra levels surging to unprecedented heights, enabling it to engage in a standoff with the formidable Might Guy, who, already restrained by his reluctance to employ lethal force, finds himself at a loss for how to proceed, thus delaying the confrontation. Naraku senses that if this continues, Yagen will likely perish within 10 minutes. Although employing the extraction technique might offer a glimmer of hope, it necessitates control over him in a tranquil, secure environment, conditions utterly unattainable in the present scenario. This predicament effectively equates to the loss of 3 mid-level shinobi's combat efficacy. Presently, the only remaining individuals capable of delivering effective output are Naraku and Shimura Ro. From a purely rational standpoint, Shimura Ro ought to order Might Guy to swiftly eliminate the irretrievable Yagen, subsequently allowing the three of them to concentrate their assault on the target, thereby enhancing the probability of mission success. Yet, he shows no inclination towards such an approach, instead opting for relentless, frenzied attacks on the target, disregarding the situation behind him. To put it bluntly, it appears he is deliberately allowing the situation to unfold in this manner. From the moment he received Danzo's orders, he has been contemplating how to execute them. The success or failure of the facade of the mission is of little consequence to him, nor is his own life of any importance. What matters most is adhering to the will of his superiors and successfully eliminating the Uchiha threat to Konoha. Therefore, he intends for the Uchiha to perish at the hands of the enemy, at least on the surface, ensuring the resolution of a significant threat to Konoha while extricating himself cleanly to avoid implicating his superiors, a win-win scenario. To achieve this, he must first shake off those mid-level shinobi who are merely expendable, allowing him and the Uchiha to pursue the target, thus facilitating a decisive action. The moment has arrived. Shimura Ro slightly slows his hand seals, creating an opportunity for the target to escape. Yet, through Naraku's perception, he discerns that his chakra has not diminished to the point of being unable to sustain ninjutsu, indicating a deliberate intent to let the target flee. As the target prepares to exploit the chaos to escape, he swiftly raises his hand to weave seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A roaring inferno rises to seal the gap, its temperature heightened due to the compressed attack range, rapidly scorching the surrounding trees. Confronted with the ferocious flames, Yun grits his teeth and chooses to retreat. Naraku raises an eyebrow. Every ninjutsu has its limits, and Yun's secret technique is no exception. The volume of his blood should be finite, and he is not truly invulnerable to water and fire, given sufficient concentration of energy. Powerful fire and lightning techniques can indeed counter him. Naraku again produces shurikens, launching an all-encompassing assault on Yun. As he manipulates several blood blades to defend, a slender stream of white flame erupts from his mouth. Fire release, line of flame slash. The highly energized slender white flame directly pierces the edges of 2 blood blades, grazing past the side of Yun's face, singeing the tips of his hair to a charred curl. Indeed, Naraku confirms his suspicions. Yun's expression turns grim. He realizes that his secret technique will inevitably reveal flaws after prolonged combat, but he did not anticipate someone discovering it so swiftly. No more delays. Resolving himself, he again slashes his arm, drawing forth a copious amount of blood, which he swiftly scatters into the air, forming several intricate seals. Blood release, blood rain technique. The blood coagulates into a deluge of blood spikes, tearing through the air as they plummet downwards, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Earth release, earth flow wall. To ensure that his intention to temporarily release the target is realized, Shimura Ro erects several sturdy earthen walls at the last moment, shielding his side while simultaneously obstructing all lines of sight, preventing any interception or counterattack against the target. Seizing the opportunity, Yun escapes into the vast primordial forest. Shimura Ro swiftly organizes the task. Uchiha, you pursue the target with me. As he speaks, he has already dashed far ahead, turning to issue a second command. Might. Restrain Yagen. If that's not possible, eliminate him. Then Zwatang, remain on standby. Naraku subtly shifts his gaze. Shimura Ro's letting the target go was evidently a calculated maneuver to fabricate a scenario where only he and the Uchiha would pursue the enemy. Is it a case of using a blade to kill someone, or does he intend to take action himself? It can only be one of these two. Indeed, Might Guy selectively disregards the command to eliminate him. In his eyes, a controlled comrade is still a comrade. How could he so ruthlessly abandon or even kill him? Yet even if he resolutely breaks Yagen's legs, the latter could quickly recover, either pursuing him or attacking the severely injured Zwatang. Is it truly necessary to kill Yagen? Might Guy ponders in anguish, finding it exceedingly difficult to make a decision. Naraku follows closely behind Shimura Ro in pursuit of the target, his expression wavering before he ultimately forms seals to create a shadow clone that returns. This serves two purposes: to ascertain whether Yagen is indeed beyond salvation, and because his shadow clone technique has been enhanced by the system, allowing him to expand his sensory range further, facilitating the detection of Kurojo's position at any moment. Kurojo has been observing this performance for quite some time. All these little maneuvers it undertakes are merely attempts to find an opportunity to rescue him, to meet Madara. As soon as Shimura Ro initiates action, it will undoubtedly seize this fortuitous chance. Observing the shadow clone hastening back, Shimura Ro's eyes flicker, yet he refrains from intervening. Since the Uchiha wishes to squander chakra to save Yagen, who is on the brink of collapse, let him do as he pleases. It conveniently weakens his strength. The two part ways, utilizing tracking tools and summoning beasts, swiftly re-establishing their lock on Yun Yun's location. He appears quite familiar with the terrain around here, heading directly towards a cliff, beneath which flows a turbulent river. If he possesses good swimming skills, escaping through this route should pose no challenge, a perfect site for disposing of a corpse. Both Shimura Ro and Naraku think in unison. Chapter 111. Go to hell and ask the god of death. Uchiha, you find a way to restrain him. I will provide cover. Understood. Naraku responds, activating his three-tomo Sharingan once more, rapidly utilizing the body flicker technique to catch up with the target and weaving seals to attack. Lightning release, lightning net. A massive net composed of electric arcs descends at incredible speed, enveloping Yun Yun in an instant. His blood morphs into a long blade, cleaving a gap through which he leaps. In the next moment, he finds himself besieged by shurikens ablaze with fire from all sides. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Yun Yun, devoid of the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, found himself unable to eliminate his foes one by one. His range of movement was severely restricted, compelling him to manipulate more of his blood externally for defense to preserve his own life. As the metal clashed with the viscous, dark crimson blood, there were neither sparks nor the nauseating sound of friction, only the faint and sticky noise of corrosive blades, drowned within the sighs of extinguished flames. In an instant, the now unrecognizable hidden weapons were repelled, embedding themselves into the ground like fallen petals. Earth release, earthen wall. Seizing the moment while the enemy remained stationary, Shi Yuan conjured an unending series of towering earthen barriers, enclosing a vast area and isolating the trio within. With the hope of escape abruptly severed, Yun Yan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Having already expended so much blood, he resolved to fight with all his might. Blood release, dark blood manipulation technique. Blood needles, larger and more formidable than before, swarmed around Yun Yan like a flock of birds, swirling about him before launching towards Nai Luo and Shi Yuan. Earth release, earth flow wall. Shi Yuan's defensive maneuver was executed just in time, yet the wall's resilience paled in comparison to its previous form, allowing several blood needles to breach its confines. Nai Luo deftly deflected the stray needles with a kunao, only to notice he had stepped back 2 paces, grasping his injured arm in evident distress. Is this how the performance begins? Must it be so obvious? Just as he mentally grumbled, Nai Luo beheld countless blood needles circumventing the earthen wall, converging into a magnificent crimson serpent that lunged towards him. He nimbly evaded the onslaught of the blood serpent while Shi Yuan, hindered by his injury, faltered in his responses. His attempts to assault Yun Yan growing increasingly feeble and sluggish, placing him in ever greater peril. It seemed Yun Yan had recognized the shift, driven by an instinct for survival as he relentlessly pursued Shi Yuan. Do they intend to exhaust me slowly? Their strategy is commendable. Nai Luo deliberately exhibited a resolute expression, drawing forth a spare short blade, its surface glistening with densely packed sealing technique runes. Swiftly, he reversed the grip on the blade, forming hand seals to execute a jutsu. Lightning release, thunderstorm killing formation. Numerous elongated bolts of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, piercing the heavens and spanning nearly 100 meters, dancing wildly around Nai Luo, indiscriminately obliterating any blood needle that dared to approach. Upon witnessing this, Yun Yan immediately retracted his blood needles, but Nai Luo had already completed the hand seals for his next technique. Fire release, great fire destruction arrow. A fierce blaze coalesced into nearly 10 colossal arrows, surging forward with relentless speed towards Yun Yan. The first and second arrows narrowly missed, yet the third grazed his arm, and the fourth sliced through his thigh. The subsequent barrage of immense arrows engulfed him entirely in flames. As Nai Luo dispelled the smoke and advanced, Yun Yan was left powerless to unleash any grand secret techniques, with only a few small blood blades drifting around him. Easily swatted aside by Nai Luo, who then plunged his blade into Yun Mu Yan's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. The runes began to unfurl from the point of penetration, firmly binding his limbs. So, this is the Uchiha of Konoha? As darkness encroached upon Yun Mu Yan's vision, he beheld the seemingly youthful ninja before him, realizing that his previous 20 years of life had been but a narrow perspective. This was true genius in its full glory. Yet, what of it if one possesses such talent? His companions still sought to use my hands to eliminate him. Indeed, the world is as filthy as Yun Mu. Yun Mu Yan closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Nai Luo, panting heavily, relinquished his grip. Kuroju was alarmingly close, almost beneath the nearby tree. Yet there was someone even nearer. With the enemy stripped of their capacity to resist, Shirsiuan Lang would have to take matters into his own hands. As Nai Luo steadied himself, the ground nearby erupted with numerous earthen spears. He swiftly retreated a few paces, slightly adjusting his body at the last moment to allow the piercing blades to graze past his lung and heart, penetrating his chest. Coughing up blood, he turned to see the face of his assailant, disbelief etched upon his features as he queried, "Why, Captain?" From within those blood-red eyes, 3 tomos spiraled. A curse emerging from beneath his forehead protector, wrapping around his entire being, suppressing the tumultuous power of his eyes. "Go to hell and question the Grim Reaper, Uchiha." Just as Shirsiuan Lang bellowed his malevolent curse, attempting to twist the blade, Nai Luo's ocular prowess erupted uncontrollably, forcing the sealing technique to operate against its will. Amidst the torrent of blood and tears, the tomo transformed into an exquisite pattern of interwoven crescent moons. A colossal pure white skeletal frame materialized around him, the boiling and tempestuous chakra stirring a sandstorm that violently hurled Shirsiuan Lang away, obliterating everything in its path. The fierce winds carried both lightning and fire, shattering the earthen walls, thick as fortress walls, that encircled the 3. Why? The immense skeletal arms swept wildly, pounding the ground, causing the cliff to fracture and collapse, debris tumbling into the turbulent abyss below. The onset of bloodline disease was swift and brutal. He coughed blood in great heaves, his vision blurring. It was nearly time. Kuroju would soon arrive to collect the corpses. Nai Luo staggered a few steps toward the cliff, ultimately commanding Suzanu's arms to strike the ground with tremendous force, cleaving the precipice as he plunged downward. On the other side, Yi Yuan had been forcibly subdued by Might Guy, his limbs restrained. Unfortunately, even with Nai Luo utilizing the extraction technique to purge the toxins from him, it proved to be a futile endeavor. Zuotang had barely regained consciousness from his stupor, sorrowful over Yi Yuan's departure. At the moment the ground trembled. The shadow clone seemed to sense something, lifting its head in desperation towards Might Guy. The main body seems to, but before it could finish, the shadow clone vanished with a resounding pop. Nai Luo, Might Guy leaped to his feet. Something must have gone awry over there. Zuotang struggled to rise, urging, "Guy, you must go. The captain and the others need your help." Understood. Might Guy hastily assisted Zuotang to a concealed spot, leaving behind all his explosive tags. "Be careful on your own." With that, he bolted towards the source of the disturbance, opening the 4th gate. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, he bore witness to the terrain's collapse and the cliff's ruin. He barely caught a glimpse of Nai Luo's garment before it was engulfed by the falling rocks, disappearing from sight. Chapter 112. Indeed, one remains exceedingly concerned. Kuroju darted through the underground, hastily traversing with his cherished Plan-B, his mood buoyant. After enduring such misfortune for so long, he finally had a matter conclude successfully, and he had even saved the Sharinon as a precaution. Initially, he had prepared for Uchiha Nai Luo's demise, ready to use Izanagi to resurrect him. Yet, this young man had managed to evade the final lethal blow and even manifested Susanoo, an unexpected delight. He could hardly wait to return and strategize. Having painstakingly and diligently brought Uchiha Nai Luo back to the cavern beneath the mountain graveyard, Kuroju feigned unwavering loyalty as he presented Nai Luo before Madara. The latter's aged eyes widened in disbelief. "Uchiha Izuna, Kuroju." Uchiha Madara was on the verge of rising from his seat. He would never mistake it. Even after decades, he could not forget the visage of Izuna in his youth. The boy named Uchiha Nai Luo bore a striking resemblance to Izuna, and should he grow a few more years, the similarity would likely deepen. His breath grew increasingly labored as he fixated on the unconscious Nai Luo. The youth's visage, hauntingly reminiscent of Izuna, was pale and withered, utterly devoid of vitality. His chest exhibited but the faintest, feeble rise and fall, as if the next breath might be his last. It echoed the moment when Izuna was on the verge of death before his eyes, and he had been powerless to intervene. Ancient memories, laden with that profound anguish, surged forth, breaching the dam of decades past, vividly replaying in his mind. Fury and sorrow threatened to drive him to madness. You did this. The aged body erupted with a fierce, murderous aura, startling Kurizetsu into an involuntary shudder. My lord Madara, wasn't this precisely our plan? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's fevered mind was doused with a bucket of cold water, cooling him from head to toe as his awareness returned to the present. Indeed, it was he who had consented to Kurizetsu's scheme, bringing the successor here. Yes, this was Uchiha Naraku, not Izuna. Yet deep within, he could not help but associate Naraku with his brother. What was the relationship between Uchiha Naraku and Izuna? Could it be that Izuna left behind an heir before his demise? At 24 years old, it was entirely plausible. Or had his brother reincarnated anew into the Uchiha after all these years? Previously, Kurizetsu had mentioned the boy's gentle nature, extraordinary talent, and mastery of swordsmanship, fire style, and genjutsu. At first, Madara paid little heed. Yet now, these traits were an exact mirror of Izuna's. Could it truly be a reincarnation? Madara's emotions surged turbulently once more, but this time, the cold solitude and loneliness he had endured over the years quelled the tumult, allowing reason to reclaim dominion. He lowered his head and silently sank back into his seat, his breathing slow and steady. Impossible. Izuna had long since perished, dying in this hopeless, illusory shinobi world, never to return. This brat was merely a fortunate youth bearing a slight resemblance. Even if he were Izuna's descendant, so what? He would never be Izuna himself. Only by realizing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan and creating that dreamlike, perfect world could war be utterly eradicated, granting Izuna and all others true happiness. Madara forcibly suppressed the fluttering in his heart, signaling Kurizetsu with a glance. Place him over there. Observing Madara's restoration of cold rationality, Kurizetsu quietly exhaled in relief. Who would have thought that at such an advanced age, Madara still remembered the visage of his brother who had died decades ago? For a moment, it had even entertained the notion that Madara might relent, having prepared 3 drafts of persuasive pleas. Fortunately, Madara remained clear-headed, understanding that this brat was merely an ordinary Uchiha, unworthy of pity. Uchiha. Kurizetsu sneered inwardly. It despised the Uchiha clan most of all. Nearly every generation of Indra was Uchiha, stubborn as mules, heedless of its counsel, obstinate to a fault. Such a troublesome temperament was a constant headache. Over the years, only this current Indra, Madara, had been somewhat docile and cooperative, with strong resolve. It had not exerted much effort to reach this point. With Plan B, the liberation of the mother was imminent. In this light, the Uchiha did not seem so loathsome after all. With these thoughts, Kurizetsu casually laid Naraku upon the spacious bed, revealing his blood-stained, tattered garments. Suddenly, a voice behind broke the silence. What exactly did you do, Lord Madara? Kurizetsu turned, perplexed, though its expression was inscrutable. Madara furrowed his brow, staring intently at Naraku's chest. Never before had a wound appeared so vexing and displeasing. Anger surged forth, and he reprimanded in a low, dissatisfied tone. He suffers from the bloodline curse. How could you let him sustain such grievous injuries? Kurizetsu, you really do care deeply about this brat, don't you? A death-obsessed brother. I loathe the Uchiha. Naraku, watching this drama unfold within the mental space, almost laughed until his mouth ached. Were it not for the need to conceal his identity, he would have woken and taunted Kurizetsu. Yo, if it isn't it's Satsuki Kurizetsu. Haven't seen you in a millennium, and you look this shabby? After his amusement, Naraku summoned the system to replay the first season of Naruto. Focusing on the scenes involving Uchiha Izuna, he intended to study them carefully once more, hoping to evoke within Madara's mind an illusion of Izuna upon seeing him. Nothing else, purely for his own amusement. Perhaps, if he could raise Madara's favorability, he might glean some additional benefits from the old man. Resolute, Naraku devoted himself to the arduous task of catching up on the series, entrusting his body entirely to the system's care, occasionally applying eye medicine to Madara. 2 days passed without the slightest sign of Naraku awakening. Were it not for his wounds gradually healing, his chakra slowly recovering, and the occasional faint syllables uttered from his throat, Madara might have believed him dead. Troublesome brat, Madara muttered to himself, tapping the armrest with his fingers and closing his eyes in mild irritation. Only thus could he restrain himself from looking at the boy. Since first beholding that face, he had been unable to suppress the impulse to gaze upon Naraku, using him as a vessel to remember Izuna. Each time he realized what he was doing, he found he had already been staring for a long while. How had the great shinobi warlord Uchiha Madara come to be so weak? At that very thought, Madara, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and turned his gaze toward the other side of the chamber. He sensed the youth's chakra stirring faintly, as though awakening. Chapter 113, he could have awakened. Naraku returned from the spiritual realm to his physical form, gently fluttering his eyelids and slowly opening his eyes. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for a single candle flickering on the bedside. Was the oxygen level underground sufficient to keep a candle alight? Across the room, Madara observed Naruka's bewildered expression, interpreting it as the youth's confusion over the successive blows he had suffered, unaware of his current location or his future path. The face so strikingly akin to Izuna's bore such a look that Madara swallowed back the usual cold remarks he often muttered. When words finally escaped his lips, they took the form of a greeting. "How do you feel?" Feigning awareness of another's presence, Naruka turned sluggishly to look. At the far end of the room sat a decrepit white-haired elder, the candlelight illuminating his profile and revealing the distinctive three-tomo Sharingan eyes. "Who are you?" Naruka inquired. The elder paused briefly, answering simply, "Just an ordinary Uchiha." "Ah, is that so? You play the part well, Uchiha Madara." Barefoot, Naruka swung his legs over the bed and rose, stepping deliberately toward him. With measured adjustments in gait and gaze, he approached. From Madara's perspective, the youth drew nearer, increasingly resembling Izuna, until even he found himself momentarily unable to distinguish them. Reason repeatedly assured him that this brat was merely a look-alike, yet his emotions, scarce as they were, churned turbulently, defying calm. Only when the youth came close enough for Madara to discern those jet-black, vacant, and desolate eyes, like a vase shattered and painstakingly pieced back together, its form intact but the cracks indelible, did the boy cease to resemble the lively Izuna he once knew. Fortunately, he no longer did. Madara thought with relief as the storm of emotions began to subside. Then, he heard the youth articulate a question in a clear and resonant voice, flat and rigid, that he had never anticipated would cross the other's lips. "Grandfather, you seem rather unhappy?" For a fleeting moment, Madara's breath caught in his throat. "Brother, you appear to be, cough cough, rather unhappy." Years ago, when Izuna was gravely injured and on the brink of death, he had gazed at his solemn elder brother and uttered a similar jest. He stood frozen, the carefully prepared words lodged in his throat, solidifying into an unexpected dry cough. The youth approached and squatted before him. Despite the lack of luster in his eyes, his handsome features still conveyed concern for the elderly man before him. However, as the youth endeavored to control his expression, attempting to display the practiced smile meant to comfort, it ultimately resulted in a mere twitch of his lips, forming a peculiar arc. He had forgotten how to smile. Even the facade of a smile faded from his face. Realizing his own abnormality, the youth attempted a few more times before silently conceding defeat. The proud shinobi, Uchiha Madara, had found himself wishing to flee in desperation twice in his life. The first time was when Izuna perished, a powerful urge to escape this world filled with falsehoods overwhelming him. The second time was now. In the dim, vague depths of the youth's eyes, Madara could distinctly see his own reflection. That reflection stared back at him, revealing a truth he had deliberately chosen to ignore moments before. "It was you who destroyed this Izuna with your own hands. You have transformed Uchiha Naraku into someone no longer resembling Izuna." Upon this revelation, a surge of anger erupted within Madara, compelling him to retort vehemently. "But this is not Izuna." "Yes," the reflection nodded, then shook its head. Yet he could have been more akin to him. Whether as a descendant or reincarnation, regardless of the identity retained by your side, he could have mirrored Izuna perfectly. Silence. Madara, exasperated, sought to avert his gaze, unwilling to confront that reflection any longer, yet his body remained inexplicably frozen, held captive by an unamiable emotion. Locked in a tense stare with the reflection, unable to even shift his eyes, he could only bluster impotently. "These sacrifices are necessary for the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Naraku is the finest pawn. Whether he resembles him or not, what does that matter for the plan?" The reflection countered. "There is no best or worst. How can you be certain that a better pawn will not emerge in the future?" "Admit it, Uchiha Madara," it said with a silent laugh, each word resonating with truth. "You regret it." As the mist of his mind dissipated alongside the apparition, when Madara regained his senses, he found himself gasping for breath. Clutching tightly to the jagged remnants of the stone railing, the sharp edges had sliced into his palm, soaking in the crimson blood that poured forth from the wound. The youth knelt silently beside him, attempting to pry open his hand. Unconsciously, he relaxed his grip slightly, allowing the other to gently pry apart his bloodied fingers, picking the fragments of stone from the flesh and tossing them aside. A flickering green light illuminated the dark underground space, becoming the sole spark of life in the desolate world. Madara's throat moved slightly, and after a prolonged silence, he posed his first question. "Aren't you afraid?" The youth, still cradling his withered hand, continued his ministrations without raising his head, his voice nearly devoid of inflection. "If you wish to harm me, you would not be saving me." The monotonous tone stirred a sense of irritation within Madara, who scrutinized every detail of Nairi, hoping to discern something genuine from the latter's reaction. Perhaps. I wish to do something for the living you. Perhaps to keep you here, serving me until the end of my days. He paused, gesturing toward the shadows hanging at the far edge of the room. Or perhaps to use you as fertilizer. Regardless of his threats, the other showed no signs of fear, merely responding softly, "It is only right to repay the debt of saving my life." At that moment, having finished tending to all the wounds, the youth lifted his head, his expression one of calm. "But I'm afraid I have many things to accomplish and cannot stay here. If I complete everything and am still alive, I will surely return." "What did you say?" Madara's already agitated mood escalated further, as he retorted, "What could possibly be more important than me?" The youth looked at him, responding with his hollow gaze. "Those things hold more significance than my life." Madara scoffed. "So, my debt of gratitude is not prioritized, is it?" The only answer was silence, and that silence served as a tacit acknowledgement. Madara withdrew his hand, leaning back against the cold stone chair, his voice imbued with an unprecedented chill. "Humph. Do you truly believe you can leave this place? This is the chasm between the underworld and reality, and you are already a living dead, lingering between the realms of the living and the dead." A crimson light ignited in his eyes. "You shall not escape." Chapter 114. It cannot be just a passing encounter. Ever since that afternoon, when Kakashi was pulled from his home by Minato, transforming from a mere shell of a man back into the living, he had frequently received invitations from him to join in missions. Whether in work or life, Minato and Kushina had shown him considerable care, occasionally inviting him to share meals. He mused that perhaps the elders were extending such kindness out of respect for his father's friendship. This thought stirred a pang of bitterness within him. Since childhood, he had yearned to surpass his father, yet now, bereft of protection, he found himself receiving preferential treatment solely due to his father's legacy. Whenever he reflected on this, Kakashi couldn't help but recall the times of yore, realizing that since becoming a Chunin, he hadn't engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his father in quite some time. The last instance was amidst the chaotic darkness, when he had sought guidance on the value of comrades versus missions. Why hadn't he spoken more with his father in the past? Why was he always in a rush to chase rather than accompany? Why, only now, did he come to appreciate what he had once taken for granted? Regrettably, no matter how he chastised himself, time would not grant a second chance to the repentant, nor allow him to return to his father's embrace as the child who could shyly seek affection, basking in his loving smile. Kakashi had pondered whether he should learn medical ninjutsu, but the reality of his lack of talent in that field became evident after much effort. All he could do was wait for a miracle. After yet another mission concluded, Kakashi returned to the village to recuperate. In truth, he found little pleasure in returning home. The empty room exuded a chill, with only a pair of chopsticks and a bowl left on the table, failing to lift his spirits. Without his father and Nairi, the house was merely an empty shell. Yet he had no choice but to return. Autumn had arrived, and upon entering the door, he noticed that the entire Konoha had taken on a color as dull and gray as his own. After the cold rain, the desolation was even more pronounced, with withered yellow leaves falling thickly from the trees, carpeting the streets, while only the gnarled branches stretched futilely toward the sky, seeking the last remnants of warmth from the sun amidst the cold winds. He walked with his head bowed, as two younger boys dashed past him, laughing and chattering about how much pocket money they had saved to buy skewers of dumplings. The innocent, joyous laughter pierced his ears like silver needles to his heart. Each heartbeat and breath brought forth a reminder of the precious thing he had lost. The things he should have possessed have long since been extinguished in the biting cold wind, existing now only as ephemeral shadows within the recesses of his memory. Unbeknownst to him, he has drifted so far from his former life that the details of his once agonizing decisions have become blurred. He struggles to recall how he managed to sever ties, forsaking even the tokens of their bond. Each recollection transforms that once familiar Kakashi into a stranger. He stands at the downstream of time, gazing upstream at his former self, increasingly ensnared by confusion and bewilderment. What thoughts occupied Kakashi's mind back then? He gazes skyward, where the gray-blue expanse reveals a pale sun cautiously peeking from behind the clouds, casting a modicum of sympathy upon the wandering souls lost in reminiscence. Kakashi, a call, vivid and familiar, resonates from behind him, seemingly near, prompting him to turn abruptly, yet finding no one in sight. Kakashi. That voice appears to echo from the depths of his heart, meandering through his mind. It is as if a portion of his soul, once sealed, has begun to loosen with the passage of time, unveiling a narrow, mysterious fissure through which a glimmer of light escapes, manifesting as an urgent summons to him. Naraku? He observes the cold wind swirling fallen leaves, forming a small vortex at the roadside, as if responding to him. At the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Minato stands before his desk, receiving a mission from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Behind him are Koji Akimichi and Shizun, both familiar faces. After reviewing the mission details, he requests Hiruzen's approval to include Kakashi in the team. Lord Hokage, Kakashi is an exceptionally skilled and dedicated ninja, capable of shouldering this task. Hiruzen ponders, puffing on his pipe before nodding in consent. Very well, proceed as you deem fit. He is aware that Minato has frequently taken Kakashi under his wing lately, showing considerable care for him. While such favoritism would typically be frowned upon, Minato, being his pupil and having grown under Jiraiya's watchful eye, garners Hiruzen's trust in his character and loyalty. Moreover, he harbors concerns regarding the current state of Konoha's White Fang's son. A brilliant talent should not be squandered. He hopes that keeping an eye on Kakashi will save him some effort in the long run. After dispersing from his companions, Minato exits the Hokage building alone, glancing at the white-haired man waiting not far off. Noticing Kakashi's appearance, which still bears the marks of profound desolation, he smiles wryly. Jiraiya-sensei, have you not yet recovered? How do I regain my composure? Jiraiya steps forward, clutching Minato's shoulders, his face contorted in a comically woeful expression. Why didn't you tell me Tsunade was in the village not long ago? It was so close. Minato, bewildered, responds, you and Lady Tsunade aren't strangers. Why the sudden despair? As Jiraiya leads his disciple back, he imparts wisdom with gravitas. Minato, you may lose opportunities time and again, but it cannot be a mere brush with fate, nor can it be a missed chance. You have yet to grasp this feeling. You are still too young. By the way, what mission have you taken on now? I just returned and intended to offer you some guidance. Didn't you say you were nearing completion on that jutsu you've been researching? As always, their conversation meanders off topic, and Minato, although perplexed, maintains a polite smile. I sincerely apologize, Sensei. Lord Hokage has assigned me to the Lilin mission, and I shall be away for approximately 1 to 2 weeks. That is acceptable. It's not an extended absence. I will await your return in the village, and we shall converse then. With that, Jiraiya sets aside his troubles, his thoughts beginning to percolate. Although it is a pity not to see Tsunade, the weather is growing colder, and there are surely ample materials to gather from the hot springs. Understanding Jiraiya's thoughts, Minato hastily suggests they visit a tavern for a drink, hoping to lessen any moral debts. After all, his mission begins tomorrow, so it won't cause any delays. Chapter 115, Lilin. While drinking with Jiraiya, Minato sends a shadow clone to notify Kakashi to prepare for their mission the following day. Kakashi, oh, he is Shikaku's son, right? Jiraiya exclaims, clapping his hands together in admiration. That fellow truly is fortunate. Such a promising child. What is with that expression? His demeanor shifts, the jovial facade vanishing. What is amiss? Sensei, that is a long story. Time has passed, and Minato is now able to reflect upon recent events with a calm demeanor, recounting the widely discussed summer night to his long-absent mentor. In summary, Kakashi has indeed been acting unusually, but Kushina examined him and found no signs of any jutsu. Thus, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he is simply troubled. After relaying his observations, Minato takes a couple of sips from his tea. Jiraiya sighs, and Shikaku's hospital room? It's the one at the back on the 3rd floor, facing south. I wonder what the old man has been up to all these years. Even Shikaku, how could he still not let him go? After grumbling about Hiruzen for a moment, Jiraiya downs a gulp of his drink, casually toying with the empty cup in his hand. So, Tsunade's prolonged stay in Konoha was for this reason. Indeed, Sensei, Naraku is a kind-hearted child. You will surely come to like him once you meet him. He hardly sounds like an Uchiha. Ha ha ha. Sensei, should you find yourself apprehended by the security team, do not expect me to rescue you, Minato replies, half amused, attempting to dispel the tension that had settled. He understands that Jiraiya harbors no prejudice against any clan. Such jesting merely serves as banter between them, poking fun at stereotypes. Those who have long interacted with the Uchiha know that while pride may define them, each Uchiha possesses a unique personality. After a satisfying meal and drink, Minato takes his leave to rest at home, while Jiraiya, after watching him depart, slowly makes his way to the hospital with a small bottle of sake in hand. The evening has deepened, and upon entering the hospital room, he must turn on the light to discern the figures within. His old friend lies quietly in bed, slightly gaunt, but his complexion appears decent, indicating that he has been well cared for thus far. The nurses cannot provide such meticulous attention alone. It suggests that even if the 2 children have had their spat, they are still dedicated to looking after their father. Jiraiya pulls a table closer to the bedside, setting out 2 cups and filling them to the brim. The aroma of the sake wafts through the room, dispelling the scent of antiseptic and the chill of the air, bringing a touch of warmth reminiscent of human connection. He lifts one of the cups, takes a deep breath, and, upon raising his gaze, a hearty smile befitting a hero graces his face. Come, let us share a drink. At dawn, Kakashi arrives punctually at the meeting point. Alongside team leader Minato, he is joined by Koji Akimichi and Shizune. Their mission destination is none other than Lulin, a nation adorned with magnificent skyscrapers amidst a desert, where verdant trees provide ample shade. When the four of them arrived at Lulin after a grueling journey, despite their mental preparation, they were momentarily awestruck by this towering city rising from the vast desert expanse. What formidable power could have possibly erected such a utopia in such an inhospitable place? This was Lulin. Kakashi voiced the doubts that had accompanied him throughout the journey. Senior Watergate, what exactly is my mission? Logically, 3 Jonin would suffice for this operation, and bringing along a Chunin like him seems superfluous. There is an important task I entrust to you. You can accomplish it, can't you, Kakashi? Watergate's gentle yet earnest expression was profoundly convincing, prompting Kakashi to nod immediately in response. Yes, I will do my utmost. After the squad delved deeper into Lulin, Kakashi departed alone with the mission, while Watergate and the other 2 conducted a preliminary investigation to verify the accuracy of existing intelligence. Lulin, nestled deep within the desert, bore no visible signs of aging on its buildings, confirming that it had been constructed only in recent years. Moreover, the city was bristling with highly mobile combat puppets, which would employ drastic measures to annihilate any intruders. As a sparsely populated small state with scarce resources, Lulin could not possibly have constructed such towering edifices and powerful puppets. The sole plausible explanation was that Minister and Lushan, as the intelligence indicated, had developed and harnessed the dragon vein, and the technology had matured to an advanced stage. If he so desired, he could launch an external war at any time, potentially igniting the Third Great Ninja War, should the relentless combat puppets swarm forth in an invasion. Fueled by the virtually inexhaustible energy of the dragon vein, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mission assigned by the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to Watergate and his companions was to thwart Lushan's ambitions and seal the dragon vein. At midday, Queen Sarah of Lulin appeared atop the central tower of the city, waving to the populace. Yet, peculiarly, the crowd gathered beneath the tower consisted entirely of lifeless puppets dressed in civilian attire. The so-called greeting was merely a staged performance orchestrated by Minister and Lushan to deceive Sarah into believing all was well in Lulin. However, the very arrangement of this charade suggested that, given Sarah's temperament, she would undoubtedly oppose any war if she learned the truth, and would revoke Lushan's authority. Thus, any subsequent action on their part would be both justified and inevitable. With a rough plan in place, Watergate and his team awaited the opportune moment, intending to approach the Queen during her next public appearance. Elsewhere, as dawn broke, Kakashi emerged from his concealment, deftly evading the patrol puppet's search as he continued to set explosive tags in covert locations. Approaching the city gates near noon, his keen eyes spotted a man dressed as a ninja lying prone outside the gate, bearing the insignia of Konoha. Could there be others undertaking missions within Lulin? If this continued, they would inevitably be discovered by the puppets. Judging by the man's condition, he seemed unable to continue fighting. After brief deliberation, Kakashi cautiously lifted the man onto his back and carried him to a secure location, leaving behind a shadow clone to keep watch. This way, whether the man regained consciousness or any other event occurred, Kakashi would be immediately informed. Later in the afternoon, Kakashi received memories transmitted by the shadow clone. The ninja had awakened, and after verifying passwords and various ciphers, it was confirmed beyond doubt that he was indeed a shinobi of Konoha. Strangely, upon first seeing the shadow clone, the man froze for a long moment before urgently addressing him as Senior Kakashi, then anxiously inquiring about his current age. Had it not been for the matching ciphers and codes, Kakashi would have likely restrained this eccentric fellow and silenced him. Upon learning that Kakashi was now 10 years old, the ninja finally relaxed and declared that he had something very important to discuss, urging Kakashi's original body to return at once. Perhaps there were new instructions from the village concerning this mission? To be prudent, Kakashi deployed another shadow clone to handle his current tasks while he returned to meet the Konoha ninja. This man, who appeared somewhat dull and awkward, introduced himself as Yamato. Despite being considerably older than Kakashi, he addressed him as senior, explaining that he was accustomed to doing so. Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, Kakashi interrupted Yamato's endless rambling. So, what exactly do you want to tell me? I'm very busy. I'm not sure how to put it. But it's crucial for you. Extremely important. Yamato pleaded. Seeing Kakashi's dissatisfaction and his intent to leave, Yamato urgently grasped his arm, his expression unprecedentedly grave and solemn. I don't know all the details. Nobody told me much. But I remember you once said you wished you could reconcile with him sooner. Kakashi, if you have regrets, you must make amends early. Those words struck Kakashi deeply, causing his pupils to contract sharply as he instinctively withdrew 2 steps. Although Yamato was vague, Kakashi's intuition told him the statement referred to Nagato. Who exactly was this Yamato? And why did he act as if he knew Kakashi would be consumed by future regrets? Lowering his gaze to conceal his trembling eyes, a daring conjecture took shape in Kakashi's mind. Yamato, mistaking Kakashi's reaction for impatience, was unaware of the young man's true temperament. Recalling the Kakashi he had seen before, Yamato looked at him with a mixture of urgency and sorrow, barely managing to address him properly. I once saw you like that. Senior. Honestly, you seemed calm, but in reality, suddenly, unfamiliar chakra manifested abruptly beside them, silencing Yamato. Chapter 116, From the Future. Yamanaka Shimai. Having tracked them via the insect he left on Kakashi, arrived calmly and relaxed, showing little surprise at Yamato's sudden appearance beside Kakashi. Perhaps it was because the Yamanaka clan was accustomed to concealing their expressions, so no one could discern his current demeanor. Shimai casually remarked, "Is he also a Konoha ninja?" Kakashi responded, "Yes, I have confirmed it." "Good." Shimai nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiry. Since Kakashi assured him, he chose to trust his comrade's judgment. Then, he conveyed the latest orders. "The situation has changed. We have already spoken with the queen, and Lushan will be treated as a rebel. You must complete the deployment before sunset. Can you manage?" Gazing upward at the sun, Kakashi swiftly assessed his progress and promised, "No problem." "Good. I will signal you with the insect when the time comes." With the orders delivered, Shimai tilted his head toward Yamato, his tone tinged with a warning. "Don't disclose too much information. We will get you all back as soon as possible." Before Yamato could respond, he noticed the word "you all" and, excited, tried to confirm, "Who else? Is it someone with blonde hair?" "No more questions," Shimai interrupted, vanishing in a swirl of dust at his feet. Yamato was left dumbfounded and speechless. "As you can see, I still have tasks to complete. If you can't help, stay out of sight." As Kakashi was about to depart, Yamato hastened to follow him, resolute in his decision to accompany him on the mission. "I can assist you. Two working together is always swifter than one alone," he offered. After some contemplation, Kakashi's trust in his fellow villagers prevailed, and he cautioned, "Stay close to me. Do not stray too far." Despite feeling unwell, Yamato, being a seasoned jonin, executed all required tasks with agility, placing each explosive tag at the most strategic points. Having completed their preparations, there remained a brief interval before sunset. The sun generously bathed the city of Lulin, casting the last glorious hues upon its architecture. Kakashi stood atop a towering spire, silently gazing upon the city fated for destruction. Yamato positioned himself 2 paces behind and to the left, his eyes wandering, at times lost, at others anxious, as if engaged in a prolonged and intense internal debate. From the outset of their joint endeavor, he wrestled with whether to confess to Kakashi that he had traversed time from the future. Yet, each time the words hovered on his lips, he recalled Abarame Shivi's admonition and swallowed them back. Although his mastery of space-time ninjutsu was limited, he understood, upon reminder, that altering history could yield catastrophic consequences. Indeed, the very words he had just spoken to Kakashi might have already spawned an alternate future. His gradually calming mind urged discretion, yet facing this Kakashi, whose visage so closely mirrored that of the future, compelled him to act. Time afforded little room for hesitation. Darkness swiftly descended, and under Lushan's dominion, countless puppets surged forth, scouring the city for intruders. The insects on Kakashi's body crawled into his palm, while a small swarm approached, arranging themselves into characters. Operation commence. Draw their attention. Yamato, I will initiate explosions from the west. You take the east. Divert and eliminate as many puppets as possible. Once done, rendezvous at Lulin's center. Understood. As the battle intensified, Yamato cast aside his worries and sprang into action. Explosions erupted in succession, toppling Lulin's once proud skyscrapers one after another, crushing innumerable puppets beneath their rubble. The once flourishing desert oasis was now a wasteland. Upon reaching the subterranean chamber beneath the central tower, Kakashi found Lushan wielding control over a colossal fortress puppet, locked in combat with Minato and 2 others. A previously unseen blonde ninja, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, shielded a young girl, presumably Queen Sarah, behind him, with nearly 100 civilians nearby. When the blonde ninja escorted the queen and the populace to the surface, Minato approached Kakashi, instructing him to destroy the Dragon Vein-S energy transmission apparatus. Kakashi promptly dismantled the conduits channeling energy. Soon after, Yamato completed his mission and arrived. Together, they descended to the deepest chamber, just in time to witness Lushan's desperate self-detonation, causing the blonde ninja and Queen Sarah to plummet beneath a bridge, with Minato on the verge of falling in pursuit. Terrified, Yamato acted without hesitation, deploying wood release to rescue the 3. utilizing the versatility of wood release. He transported Kakashi to the Dragon Vein-S core. Captain Yamato, the blonde ninja exclaimed with excitement. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yamato replied, "Glad we made it in time." If his recognition was correct, this was none other than Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Had Minato failed to save them, the future world might have been unrecognizable. After sealing the dragon vein completely, Yamato and the blonde ninja's bodies began to glow. Minato explained that this was due to the jutsu's failure, signaling their return to their original time. Truly, were they ninjas from the future? Kakashi recalled a phrase he was destined to say in the future, and a piercing headache returned, leaving him frozen and drenched in cold sweat. Yet he masked it well. Others merely interpreted his furrowed brow as puzzlement. Had his future self truly regretted the method used to protect Naraku? No, that could not be. His thoughts were interrupted by Yamato's urgent tone. Kakashi shifted his gaze to find him anxiously speaking rapidly to Minato. Minato cast a sorrowful glance at Kakashi before closing his eyes and shaking his head. Speechless and unwilling to accept this, Yamato suddenly drew a kunai, slicing across Kakashi's hand. Kakashi felt no pain, allowing his hand to be drenched in blood. When the cut formed a teardrop-shaped scar by connecting its ends, a dazzling white light filled the underground chamber. When the radiance faded, Yamato and his companion had vanished. From that moment, Kakashi noticed his memories of Yamato fading. The assistance and warnings he had received grew faint. This disorienting sensation persisted until, midway en route to the village, Kakashi abruptly looked up, as if awakening from a dream. Bewildered, "I seem to have forgotten something," he murmured, tapping his head in thought. Yet the memories eluded him like a nightmare upon waking. Just as he was about to relinquish the attempt, a sharp pain struck his mind, accompanied by faint but vivid voices echoing in his ears. If only I had reconciled with him sooner. Kakashi, if you have regrets, you must make amends swiftly. His left hand felt as if scorched by flames. Lowering his gaze, Kakashi observed droplets of blood seeping from the wound, akin to slowly burning tears of sorrow. Chapter 117. No longer needed. When Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha, it was early morning on a day of rest. White steam rose from every window, and villagers, yawning, greeted one another as they ventured out to shop. The team disbanded, with Minato heading alone to report to the Hokage. Upon leaving the building, he proceeded directly to Kushina's residence, eager to surprise her by being the first to say good morning. However, upon knocking, he found her eyes red-rimmed and weary, as if she had not slept all night, tears glistening as she looked at him. Minato's heart clenched. He swiftly entered, locking the door behind him. Grasping Kushina's arm to soothe her and asking gravely, "What has happened?" Kushina. Her lips trembled, though her reason had long accepted the loss of loved ones. Her emotions still mourned deeply, especially for the child both she and her sister, Kana, had cared for so dearly. "Naraku is dead." Minato's eyes widened slightly. His breath faltered momentarily before he asked, "Is this confirmed?" Senior Might Day reported it personally after the mission with Naraku. Another figure emerged, a slender, red-haired woman smaller than Kushina, clutching a damaged forehead protector to her chest. Kana's voice was hoarse from crying, gentle yet stiff. "Senior Minato, Kakashi has returned." "Hasn't he?" "Kana, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to discuss this." Kushina managed a strained smile, attempting to calm her visibly unsettled sister. "Don't worry, Sister Kushina. I won't argue with Kakashi." Kana shook her head, lowering her gaze to the Konoha emblem on the protector, her long hair veiling her expression. It was Naraku's relic, retrieved from the Hokage building. For 2 days, Might Dai searched near the cliff, ultimately retrieving only the battered forehead protector that hung precariously at the edge of the rubble. When he handed it to her, he was on the verge of tears. "Kushina certainly wouldn't want me to blame Kakashi. That child, upon witnessing it from above, might even lay the blame on himself. He is such a foolish boy." As she spoke, Kana began to choke up again, her nearly exhausted tears once more streaming down her cheeks, cascading like a waterfall. She could no longer suppress her sobs, pouring forth her remorse and self-reproach in a state of near collapse. "I deeply regret not having noticed the signs back then, yet I dared not ask anything. If I had been more direct, as Sister Kushina suggested, would they have reconciled by now? This way, Naraku would not have felt so utterly alone in his final moments." After leaving the team, Kakashi went straight to the hospital. When speaking with his father, he felt a lingering unease, a restless agitation that hindered his focus, compelling him to conclude the visit hastily. He had originally planned to rest at home today, but upon exiting the hospital, he spotted a familiar figure standing by the roadside, holding something in hand, quietly gazing at him. "Kana?" As he approached, the more he discerned the exhaustion and sorrow etched on her face, the more ominous a premonition gripped his heart, entwining itself within his very being. He vaguely sensed something was amiss, but forcibly redirected his thoughts. compelling himself not to delve too deeply. What has happened? He didn't even realize his voice trembled, faltering mid-sentence. Kakashi, Kana's eyes and face bore the remnants of tears. Her voice a hoarse whisper, Naraku is dead. Kakashi felt as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky, his complexion turning ashen. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, severing his connection to the world, leaving only the sound of blood rushing in his ears and his own labored breathing. What? He stepped forward, his legs nearly buckling beneath him, his hands on Kana's shoulder lacking strength, shaking uncontrollably. What did you say happened to Naraku? Kakashi clung to the last flicker of hope, doubting he had misheard any part of it. But Kana shattered that illusion, her tone unwavering as she repeated, Naraku is dead. He is gone. The red-haired girl's tears had long since dried, and she stared at Kakashi's dazed expression for what felt like an eternity before her gaze drifted to the large, withered tree not far behind him. Upon it, two sparrows nestled together, preening one another's feathers. Her voice was hollow and ethereal. Kakashi, do you remember? On the way back, when Naraku saved me. When we were both on the verge of collapse, he spoke of how wonderful and prosperous Konoha was, how kind-hearted its people were. At that moment, I thought, what a wonderful place this must be. Yet, the more I listened, the more I realized that while he spoke of Konoha, his lips uttered your name, Kakashi, far more than anyone else's. In truth, Naraku cared for nothing but you. Why, Kakashi? Tears streamed down Kana's torn eyes, mingling with traces of red. Why did Naraku have to die? Why did he have to fall into that abyss alone, burdened with boundless regret? Her lamentations, reminiscent of a cuckoo's blood-curdling cry, pierced Kakashi's heart like icy blades, carving wounds deeper and deeper until he bled profusely, yet the pain did not cease. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, enveloped in an all-consuming darkness and chill that gnawed at his soul. Kakashi felt an unprecedented emptiness, as if a part of him had shattered and vanished, dissolving into dust upon the wind. He could not recall how he made his way home, but when he regained his senses, he found himself standing in the living room. His right hand clutched tightly around the scarred forehead protector, its jagged edges cutting into his palm, blood dripping steadily onto the floor, pooling into a small crimson stain. Naraku is dead. The news echoed in his mind, leaving him disoriented as he glanced around helplessly. A ray of sunlight streamed through a crack in the window, illuminating the pure white blade on the rack. That was the chakra blade his father had forged for Naraku. Would it never be used again? Kakashi suddenly rushed over, thoughts unformed, slinging the weapon he shared with Naraku across his back. I must go save him. I have to save him. Why? There's no reason. Naraku is more important than the mission. But why did you force him to choose the mission like everyone else, rather than you? Kakashi halted. The memories of that night resurfaced, and he scrutinized his every action, whispering to himself, why indeed? I, too, chose the wrong path. Why did I compel Naraku to choose correctly in such a manner? Why did I never consider his feelings? A faint cracking sound reverberated from the depths of his mind, and then Kakashi distinctly heard a calling. Kakashi. Turning toward the source of the voice, he saw a small figure, radiating a gentle, warm glow, running toward him, holding out a damp towel. It was 6-year-old Naraku. I think that's the prettiest one. The shadow seated on the outer corridor appeared slightly older, pointing at the empty sky, smiling at the vacant space beside him. It was 7-year-old Naraku. Why does it always have to be me? Another shadow, adorned with a forehead protector, peeked out from the kitchen, holding a handful of fresh vegetables, glaring at him but continuing to prepare the food. It was 8-year-old Naraku. Look, it will protect me. A shadow of a boy, about his height, leaned closer, raising his right hand to show him a charm hanging from it, urging him to take out another. It was 9-year-old Naraku. Kakashi instinctively reached for his chest, only to remember that he had thrown away the charm with his own hands. The surrounding shadows gradually faded, leaving only the last one, drenched and helpless, standing alone in the courtyard, eyes filled with endless confusion and void. Kakashi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Naraku. Kakashi murmured softly, his head throbbing increasingly. Yet he instinctively countered, no? Crack. Another sound of breaking. The true self, which had long struggled in anguish, finally broke free at that moment, shattering the seals that had confined his heart. A blinding light erupted from the rift in the barrier, liberating his soul. Kakashi shed tears. It is not your fault. Chapter 118, The Real World. The Prison of Mountains. After being rejected by Madara, Naraku's expression displayed only a flicker of shock and disappointment, which quickly faded. Ever since he awoke, he had been this way, all emotions dulled. He felt neither fear, nor sorrow, nor anger. The only thing that lingered in his heart was an unending pain. He stepped back a few paces, softly repeating, thank you for saving me, but regardless, I must return to the village. What is there to love about that wretched place? Madara scoffed, you don't think I can see how you were hurt, do you? Betrayed by your comrades, what does that feel like? As the words left his lips, Naraku's complexion paled further, and he pressed his lips together, falling into a silence. The subtle shifts in his expressions and the unconscious movements of his hands made him appear even more akin to Izanai. It took an immense effort for Obito to divert his gaze from Naraku, lest he succumb to pity for this stubborn little wretch. After a few moments, Naraku resolutely shook his head, once again refusing to stay. Please forgive me. It is foolish. A nameless wrath ignited within Obito, despite his earnest entreaties. This child remains so oblivious to his own fortune. Why insist on returning to Konoha? Who remains there, after all? Thus, he spoke coldly, if you wish to leave. You are free to do so at any time, but with that frail body of yours, you will never make it out. Following the direction of Obito's gaze, Naraku beheld the enormous boulder blocking the exit, a mass so colossal it resembled a small mountain. Even if he were not gravely injured, it was unlikely he could shatter it. Even if you could escape, you would not survive for 2 years. What is the point of all this struggle? Moreover, this world is so false, dark, and decayed that everything you do is utterly meaningless. Suppressing his earlier ire, Obito adopted the demeanor of a true elder concerned for his junior, gently persuading, stay here, and I shall impart all my knowledge and abilities to you, granting you the chance to enter the real world. Naraku murmured the parts he could not comprehend. You speak of a real world? A world where only victors, peace, and love exist. Obito slightly lifted his gaze to the void, as if envisioning such a future, then fixed his crimson eyes upon Naraku, seemingly attempting to see through him. A realm devoid of conspiracy and betrayal, where salvation is attainable and all may live peacefully. Observing Naraku's trembling eyes and the flicker of indecision within them, Obito stoked the flames further. Your eyes have witnessed much. You must have endured a great deal, have you not? The affairs of this world seldom align with our desires. Yet in that world, those you have lost will return to your side, and your unfulfilled wishes will be realized. Do you not wish for this? The world where your cherished ones still exist. Contemplate this carefully. Having spoken, Obito closed his eyes, denying Naraku any opportunity for inquiry. Naraku stood in a daze for quite some time, until the chill of the air caused him to tremble, awakening him as if from a dream. And he returned to his bed. Cuddled beneath the covers, he tossed and turned, unable to find peace. In the observing gaze of Kurizetsu, it appeared that Naraku was nearly ensnared by Obito's scheme. With just a little more weight added to the scale, he could be entirely swayed to their side. Perhaps, he could be shown a glimpse of his own Tsuki no Mi world ahead of time. Once he awoke from this dream, he would undoubtedly struggle to accept reality. Kurizetsu was highly satisfied with this plan, patiently awaiting Naraku's slumber to initiate the genjutsu and lead him into dreams. Naraku feigned restlessness, lying in bed, lost in thought about when would be the most opportune moment to leave. The reason he refrained from departing now was twofold. First, he was severely injured and required time to recuperate. Second, he wished to linger a little longer in Obito's presence to gather more material for when the truth would eventually be revealed. However, he never contemplated staying indefinitely. After all, joining the Eye of the Moon plan now and never leaving could result in him being erased from the narrative entirely, relegated to obscurity for many years to come, an unwise trait. Thus, it seemed most prudent to return to Konoha and engage in the main storyline of the Third Great Ninja War, waiting for a suitable opportunity to escape back to Kurizetsu's side. If promising to join the Eye of the Moon could grant him the temporary freedom to act, he would not mind playing along, masquerading as a double agent in Konoha. But if even that were not possible, he would have no choice but to unleash his Susanoo and break free. One cannot sacrifice the watermelon for the sesame seed. Speaking of the main storyline, the anime must have updated by now. Naraku prompted the system to open the website, and Naruto finally had several new episodes. Picking up from the last episode's progress, it immediately transitioned to the funeral of Mito Uzumaki, dedicating an entire episode to depicting the myriad of human emotions, with the audience mourning the passing of the last member of the original protagonist group. The era had truly turned a page. Even Mito had departed. Sigh. As an old fan, I cannot bear to witness this. I missed the Konoha during Hashirama's time, though it was not as advanced as now. Everyone seemed so happy. Damn that old thief, still throwing daggers at us during such times. In the next episode, the first half depicted Kakashi undertaking various missions, attempting to numb himself through busyness. However, Minato often brought him along, and even invited him to the Kushina household for dinner when they returned to the village, the three of them celebrating together. Kakashi sat at the table, devouring curry, while his inner voice gradually revealed to the audience that he was acutely aware that the care shown by his two seniors stemmed from their regard for his father. Each time he thought of his father's current state, his sorrow deepened. Supplements. Kakashi cannot become a mere task machine. Woe is me. Without their support, who knows what Kakashi would be like? Kakashi was truly striving to live. It was painfully here trending, and I found it difficult to watch. After another mission concluded, Kakashi returned to Konoha. His head hung low as he walked alone down the street, memories flooding back as he passed by the boys. Kakashi stared blankly at the two children departing, and in his mind, their figures transformed into those of Naraku and himself. Has it truly been this long? As this thought resonated, the scene swiftly flickered through several past moments, all choices made on that rain-soaked night. Once the flashback concluded, Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing skyward. Why did I do this? The white clouds and sun were vividly reflected in his eyes, the warm glow illuminating his face like divine solace. A gentle breeze ruffled his pale hair, and all viewers heard a sound reminiscent of glass shattering. The animators synchronized with the sound effect, plunging the screen into darkness, where a fleeting golden crack appeared before everyone. Then, Kakashi too heard a voice from the depths of his soul, familiar yet ethereal, as if it were right beside him. Kakashi, Naraku? He turned in surprise. Yet behind him was nothing but emptiness, with only the autumn leaves swirling in the breeze, tracing graceful arcs before gently landing on the ground. They were reminiscent of the time when Kakashi and Naraku once were, as if it had truly been a long time ago. At that moment, it seemed ordinary. Kakashi must surely regret it, mustn't he? Regretful, dear brother. What the hell is happening? What is shattered? I said Kakashi had problems, right? He did not intentionally harm Naraku. Sob sob sob. Who laid hands on our Kakashi? A wild guess, Danzo. It must be him. Chapter 119, The Uchiha Brothers' Debut. Naraku was utterly astounded. Kakashi managed to break the Genjutsu on his own? Is Kurizetsu that inept? Yet upon further observation, he felt a slight relief. The jutsu had not yet fully unraveled. Kakashi was temporarily safe. However, given the circumstances, the Genjutsu would likely not endure for long, and he needed to quickly reassure Kurizetsu. Otherwise, once Kurizetsu realized the jutsu had dissipated, would he not retaliate against Kakashi to prevent future complications? The scene shifted to Minato, who had just received a mission from the Hokage's office and was attempting to console Jiraiya, who was downstairs lamenting his missed opportunity with Tsunade. After Watergate inquired about the reason behind his profound despondency, Jiraiya revealed a bittersweet smile, reflective of an elder weathered by the vicissitudes of life. One may encounter missed opportunities time and again, yet none should be mere encounters that slip by unnoticed or be opportunities squandered. Youth still lingers within him. Initially, the audience anticipated a deeper exploration of life's philosophies, but as the conversation unfolded, Jiraiya veered off onto the topic of developing new ninja techniques. In the final moments of the episode, the scene froze on Kakashi and Watergate as they set off towards Lulin, casting a glance back at Konoha. Jiraiya has finally made his reappearance. Even in middle age, he retains his charm, the Toad Sage. It's palpable, this is genuine life. Indeed. I happened to miss the last train last time, which nearly drove me to despair. Although taking a cab is an option, it remains a disheartening experience. That feeling of being just a hair's breadth away from something significant can indeed lead one down a dark path. This unexpected twist caught me off guard. When did the conversation stray? A missed opportunity. Naraku let out a faint sigh, barely perceptible. The animator deliberately isolated this segment, hinting at the connection between him and Kakashi. From the animator's perspective, even if Kakashi could later unravel the Genjutsu of Black Zetsu, it would ultimately be too late. Currently, Uchiha Naraku's emotions and character are nearly obliterated. His soul plunged into an abyss from which there is no return. Kakashi's awakening has come a step too late. They cannot return to the past. Is this not also a form of missing out? Skipping the opening theme, the next episode surprisingly does not focus on Kakashi's experiences in Lulin, but rather embarks on a fanboy journey from Uchiha Shisui's perspective. Woohoo! A new character unlocked. Come to Annie's pocket, adorable Uchiha boy. Step aside, strange auntie. I shall protect Shisui's smile. Goodness, that scoundrel Shin has nearly given me PTSD. Thankfully, Enzo is so normal. This is what constitutes a good father. Shisui, taking my father's advice, this is indeed delightful. Ha ha ha. It's just like my experience of following an idol, such a strong sense of déjà vu. The audience follows Shisui on his complete emotional journey, swiftly falling for this innocent and lovely boy. Shisui is an angel. Only he cares about whether Naraku is feeling down. Sob sob sob. Mother is so wonderful, even suggesting he fold origami cranes. In comparison to Shisui, Naraku's childhood was indeed quite arduous. Let Shisui bring a little sweetness to Naraku. He truly deserves it. Naraku's soul rolls restlessly in the mental space, utterly perplexed. It is highly probable that Naruto and Yamato, two ninjas from the future, will appear in Lulin. It is understandable that the animator chose to omit this portion in favor of other content. But why start with Uchiha Shisui? Although Shisui possesses remarkable talent, it seems premature for the animator to focus on him at this point. lost in thought. The progress reached Shisui's mysterious bow. Cloaked in the romantic and resplendent hues of dusk, Shisui dashed forward with eager anticipation until he encountered Naraku, sparkling in the setting sun, and offered him an exceptionally gentle smile. His heart raced wildly, overwhelmed with nervousness, ultimately leading him to bow instinctively, nearly causing the audience to burst into laughter. The comments section filled with ha ha ha. Finally, amidst the conversation between Naraku and the clan matriarch, Shisui clenched his small fist, vowing to speak with his senior, Naraku, next time. I completely relate to Shisui. On my way to an idol concert, everything seems particularly wonderful. Oh my, Naraku has leveled up in handsomeness by several degrees. Simply breathtaking. One cannot blame the Uchiha for being captivated from top to bottom, not really. What's this, staring blankly while taking screenshots? Overwhelmed by his handsomeness. This is exactly how I feel when I meet my idol. Quick, shut off the surveillance camera. Ha 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 ha, what a pure-hearted little cat. How adorably charming. Darling, you are a sweet, soft little cake. A younger partner isn't out of the question. Such audacious words. Naraku isn't even 10 years old yet. Forgive me, Kakashi. This truly is the last time. Brother Fuyo and little brother Shisui, how difficult to choose. Oh my Uchiha Enchantress. Naraku, with a face full of exasperation. So that moment was out of nervousness? I thought it was a farewell. As I continued watching, the next episode also revolves around Uchiha Shisui's perspective. Could it be that the animator truly has high hopes for Shisui? With his mother's birthday approaching, Shisui has been fretting over gift preparations for several days, leading to the long-awaited reappearance of Uchiha Obito, who suggests hunting in the forest. They indeed managed to catch a wild hare, but soon after, they encountered a massive wild boar. The two exerted tremendous effort to subdue the boar, resulting in Obito sustaining serious injuries, with a broken leg, prompting him to send Shisui ahead to the hospital for assistance. Obito, I have a plan. Shisui, all right brother. My goodness, that boar must weigh several hundred kilograms. Obito is truly a man of valor, showing no hesitation whatsoever. It was perilous. Had Obito not pushed him aside, the tusks would have grazed Shisui's waist. Thankfully, they narrowly triumphed. Brothers. Shisui, enduring the sharp pain in his ankle, rushed towards the hospital. Passing by the riverbank, he spotted a familiar figure approaching from the grassy slope. Seeing him stammer and struggle to speak, Naraku promptly healed his twisted ankle, then heard a lengthy string of pleas for help, immediately nodding in agreement and carrying him back the way they came. Why would Naraku be here so late? What a coincidence. Shisui, speak quickly. Naraku is truly gentle. If only my idol treated me the same way, I would follow him for a lifetime. However, at first glance, he appears utterly exhausted, his gaze vacant. Suddenly, I pondered whether Naraku's path was filled with memories of Shomo. Late at night, amidst the urgency of rescuing someone. The tension is palpable, the stakes are high. Stop, I have no enmity with the esteemed individuals before me. Why must I be killed? When Naraku finally arrived in a frenzy, Obito was energetically cutting open the boar's throat to drain its blood. Despite having encountered numerous challenges, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Shisui's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. 6 large black dots emerged behind them, along with a cartoon raven leisurely floating by. Ha ha ha, Obito is such a character. Shisui, brother Obito, in your presence, we are merely greenhorns. It was so abstract that even the relatively normal Naraku and Shisui found it incomprehensible. I always said that the people of Konoha are all abstract masters. This episode is so joyful, it feels a bit unusual. Naraku was the first to recover from the shock, approaching Obito to check the location of his rib injury. And in the moment of responding, he deftly reset a rib back into place. The sound of it cracking was incredibly crisp and resonant, sending shivers down the audience's spines. Before Obito's anguished scream could fully escape, Naraku swiftly reset 3 more ribs, leaving Obito pale and rolling his eyes. As for the weak and feeble complaints that followed, Naraku, with a righteous expression, borrowed Watergate's previous rhetoric to deflect the situation. Ouch, my ribs hurt. How could I dodge that? A 100 similarity rate. Naraku, finally. It's my turn to say this to someone else. Who could resist how amusing Obito is when he gets riled up? It appears that even back in their school days, Kakashi delighted in teasing Obito, especially relishing the moments when he saw Obito lose his composure. Quite amusing indeed. As Naraku once again reached to touch Obito's calf, the latter flinched in alarm, only to realize that Naraku merely intended to inspect, harboring no malicious intent. Privately relieved that a bone-setting session was unnecessary this time, Obito's admiration swelled when Naraku employed the shadow clone technique he had long aspired to master. His eyes nearly bulging with envy. Yet, his brief envy was swiftly quashed as the shadow clone firmly secured him in a princess carry. His complexion turning a vivid shade of green. Attempts to struggle only resulted in tighter restraint, leaving Obito to cover his face and console himself with the thought that it was the dead of night and no one could witness his predicament. Secretly, he muttered to himself, branding Naraku as a consummate schemer. Wait, what? Why am I being rewarded? I can fight boars too. Naraku, carry me, he thought, only to have beads of frustration literally bounce off his face from the onlooking comrades. Could Kakashi be facing yet another rival? Not quite, since Obito's affections lay with a girl named Rin. No matter, that didn't impede his silent support. Obito, who said no one saw. The entire audience just witnessed you being carried like a princess, they teased. You might as well embrace Naraku's kindness, dear little Princess Obito. Kakashi chimed in. You still find that embarrassing? I'd give anything to be in your shoes. This episode of Naraku indeed exuded a natural, almost sly charm, irresistibly captivating. Our Naraku is just that cool. Hahaha. The trio soon found themselves at the hospital for treatment and bandaging. With Naraku's prompting, Obito cheerfully thanked Shisui, utterly indifferent to the fact that his own injuries were sustained while helping capture a rabbit for him. As Shisui's guilt threatened to overwhelm him, Naraku's expression shifted abruptly from his usual modest and gentle demeanor. He unleashed a verbal barrage at Obito, who stared in disbelief and accused Naraku of picking up bad habits from Kakashi. Unfazed, Naraku leaned conspiratorially into Shisui's ear, provoking Obito to angrily fling aside his crutch and grab Naraku by the collar, ready for a duel. Despite Shisui's attempts to mediate with soothing words, Naraku's only response was further provocation, leaving Shisui exasperated and pacing. Obito's sunny disposition suggested that spending time with him would inevitably bring Naraku joy. Indeed, Naraku seemed quite content, having gleefully tormented Obito moments before. The sudden sharp wit only deepened the affection. It seemed that teasing Obito was genuinely enjoyable, even for someone like Naraku. The darling Naraku suddenly appeared so sweet and fragrant, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss him. Naraku's affected antics are truly overwhelming. One might muse. The comment section was far from deserted. Shisui and Obito's rapport was enviable. Shikamaru and Kakashi had never witnessed Naraku's playful side quite like this. Senior, say something. No, it's better if you stay silent. Naraku retorted. If I speak, you won't be pleased anyway. This single exchange silenced his devoted admirer. Truly, these three were a comedic trio destined for stardom. Let us debut right here and name the group the Uchiha Brothers. Too corny. So lame. Finally, this impromptu farce concluded, leaving Shisui exhausted and eager to return home, his guilt and remorse momentarily forgotten. Naraku's shadow clone returned, carrying the captured prey and thoughtfully retrieving the lost rabbit. Casting a puzzled glance toward the hospital entrance where his original self was embroiled in a scuffle with Obito, the shadow clone retained the familiar warmth, attentiveness, and gentleness that Shisui knew well. Suddenly, it all made sense, why the gentle and considerate Naraku had orchestrated such a ruse. Shisui looked back at Naraku's original form. Surprise mingled with a touch of emotion. Was this all to prevent him from drowning in self-reproach? Such kindness from the senior was commendable. To perform such an act was no small feat. Bearing this lesson in mind, he resolved to grow stronger and not betray this heartfelt intention. The devoted admirer's infatuation thickened yet further, even interpreting Naraku's insistence on carrying Obito home, despite the latter's resistance, as concern for his injured legs. Senior Naraku is truly perfect. Naraku was acting all along. I wondered why he suddenly started teasing Obito. Honestly, I wish it were real. At least it would make him happy. Always putting others first. When would Naraku consider himself? May I ask, why do people always want to assassinate me in the comments? Am I not good enough? Shisui's quick wit was impressive. Alas, the child was utterly captivated. Welcome to the Naraku fangirl family, little Shisui. One cannot encounter too dazzling a person in youth, lest the rest of life be restless. The audience remained immersed in the joyous atmosphere throughout the episode, marveling at the rare mercy from the veteran. Yet, in the final moments, a sharp sting was delivered. After escorting Obito and Shisui home, Naraku walked alone along a narrow path bathed in moonlight. The night was deep and silent, save for the soft rustle of his footsteps. The gentle smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an aura of exhaustion and helplessness emanating from within. All appearances were but a facade. Only when utterly alone did he allow his loneliness and sorrow to surface, granting himself a fleeting respite. Naraku was once again solitary. Even that quiet smile was a performance. He had become a master of feigning happiness. Wounds to the soul were not easily healed, perhaps requiring a lifetime. Enough, veteran. I say enough. I truly pity him. Veteran, do you have an addiction to tormenting the audience? Chapter 120. Surely this was purchased by the Jonin. Ignoring the audience's lamentations at the ending, Naraku glanced at the progress, 3 episodes remaining. Whether they would focus on Kakashi or reveal his past remained uncertain. Yet he sensed it would likely revisit the earlier mission to apprehend Kimoyama, serving as a grand finale for the audience. Otherwise, why allot so much screen time to the trio and include the deliberately showcased scene at the end? Opening the next episode, the camera fixed on Naraku preparing his gear that morning. The shots were close-ups, his gloved hands placing kunao into hidden compartments, a long sword strapped to his back. Finally, a full-body shot revealed his sleek and purposeful form. Mikoto worried about Naraku's condition and offered gentle counsel, but was moved by his resolve and determination, unwilling to diminish his dignity. An episode centered on Naraku. So handsome. Is this a mission? Can Naraku handle it? With Tsuneda's confidence, it should be manageable. Perhaps only by working and living as before can Naraku find some solace. Indeed, passivity breeds depression. Activity is beneficial. Might Guy accompanied him, enlivening the atmosphere. Though initially only Naraku replied, Guy enthusiastically recounted tales of youth throughout the journey, eventually infecting the others with his exuberance. All chatting away merrily, the animators used the captain's monologue to succinctly introduce the mission. The scene then shifted to the moment the team arrived at the location. The 5 each disguised themselves and dispersed to act independently. Hooray! More chances to watch Uncle Guy utterly dominate the enemies. Having a familiar face around was reassuring, instilling confidence. Uncle Guy is truly a social butterfly, effortlessly sparking conversation. Beware the ever-watchful Konoha ninja guy Wa Fun. As Naraku circled the streets a few times, he unexpectedly detected movement at the tracking equipment while passing a quaint tavern. Dispatching a shadow clone to relay the information, he entered the tavern himself to continue his investigation, only to find that his teammates had yet to arrive, and the target had already sensed the impending danger, making a hasty escape. However, Naraku's body flicker technique was swifter. In a mere flicker of light, he had engaged the target. The scene became ablaze with the sparks of clashing weapons as Naraku executed his exquisite swordsmanship with remarkable finesse, exhibiting none of the frailty one would expect from someone ailing, and instead delivering lethal strikes with effortless precision. What fortuitous timing! Within such a brief span, he had managed to locate his quarry. One couldn't help but worry about Naraku's health. How had the target discovered him? Was it a case of alarming the snake in the grass? Perhaps the Yunyu clan possessed some unique ninjutsu, enabling them to counteract surveillance. What an astounding difference there was between this body flicker technique and a mere teleportation. It was truly impressive. Wow, Naraku looks so dashing. He doesn't appear sick at all. Initially, as Naraku dominated the confrontation, onlookers believed victory was assured. Yet, once the Yunyu bloodline technique was unleashed, the horrifying destructive power and corrosive effects sent shivers down their spines. Is that the storm of pear blossom needles? There must be 1,000 or 2. Only the Sharingan could defend against it with a single blade. Anyone else would have turned into a shower of petals. I suspect this blood is toxic. Such talk. Be confident and dismiss that feeling. Even a single needle could spell doom. I now understand how the ancestor of the Yunyu clan met his end. He bled to death from anemia. But this technique, relying on vitality, could backfire. The enemy might not even be eliminated before it drains him. Taking advantage of Naraku's brief delay in the target's escape with a shuriken, Might Guy seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent the target flying. Before the opponent could even land, he unleashed a series of strikes, reminiscent of the much-lauded Lotus Blossom combo. The target attempted to use a substitution technique to escape, but could not evade Naraku's keen perception, quickly revealing their position. This Lotus Blossom technique is exhilarating. I relish the visceral nature of hand-to-hand combat, and the clash of blades. Cannon fire is simply lackluster in comparison. Only Taijutsu and Cold Steel? Then Naruto would need to be retitled Naruto, the Samurai Chronicles. Naraku's timing was impeccable. When did he cast that substitution technique? It must have been prior to the Lotus Blossom, or the target would have been incapacitated already. Naraku was destined for the MVP title. Meanwhile, the remaining teammates arrived, surrounding the target while engaging in a flurry of ninjutsu clashes. Initially, with scan intelligence, Naraku's fire and water techniques yielded little effect, costing them a comrade, Yuan. It wasn't until the captain employed Earth Release for defense that they discovered the weakness of the bloodline technique lay in Earth-based ninjutsu. Yet after Yuan was injured, he seemed to succumb to some virus, causing uncontrollable convulsions and nearly eliminating Left Hall. This led to a sudden drop in the Leaf Village's numbers, with 3 casualties. The Yunyu clan seemed utterly incompetent, unable to provide even basic intelligence. Their clan hadn't produced a practitioner of secret techniques in centuries. Ignorance was to be expected. This isn't blood, it's venom. What? A zombie apocalypse threat? Is this akin to a curse technique? Or is it remote-controlled curses? Fortunately, Naraku managed to avoid contamination. Recalling the previous deluge of blood, he felt his hair stand on end. Even a single needle could have spelled disaster. Uncle was facing the unprecedented dilemma of whether to eliminate a teammate. Surely, there was still hope? No one could hastily decide to kill a comrade. Indeed, it wasn't a decision to be made lightly. As Naraku perceived the dwindling combat strength of his side, he discerned the limits of the Yunyu's secret technique and successfully employed his line cut technique to destroy the toxic blood for the first time. A cornered Yunyu Yin unleashed an even more expansive and destructive bloodstorm, and with the captain miscalculating his earth flow wall timing, the target ultimately escaped. Much to the audience's chagrin, who vented their frustrations during the end credits. It was Naraku's keen intellect that shone through. His tactical acumen was truly commendable. Strength yields miracles. The internet does not deceive me. Why does it seem like this captain is so inept? His commands lack direction, and his cover is inadequate. Naraku's line of sight was completely obstructed. Indeed, a simple heart-cleaving technique could have subdued Yi Yuan. Was it necessary for Guy to be detained? An incompetent general can exhaust the entire army. The following episode commenced with the captain finally commanding Might Guy to deal with Yi Yuan directly before assuming a standby position. Naraku, unwilling to abandon Yi Yuan to his fate, sent a shadow clone back to administer aid. The captain did not impede this action, and as they pursued the target to a cliffside, they once again spotted him, delegating Naraku to lead the assault while he provided cover from behind. As Naraku engaged the target, the captain swiftly erected a massive earth flow wall, effectively severing any short-term escape routes for the adversary. This substantial earth technique garnered a modicum of audience approval, diminishing some of the complaints. However, it wasn't long before they witnessed the captain's disheartened demeanor, his support dwindling with each passing moment, ultimately hindering Naraku, inciting a flurry of vitriol in the comments. Standby position? Is this captain out of his mind? Yet, Naraku remained astute. Unlike this muddled and cold-blooded captain. Are you the captain because you designated yourself? You're a Jonin, and he's a Jonin too? If it weren't for Naraku's prowess, this would be an exercise in futility. For the first time, I've been so incensed by a leaf Jonin that I could spit blood. It's profoundly unprofessional. This infuriates me. How could there be such a useless Jonin? Who approved his Jonin examination? Who? Did they take a bribe? I am truly exasperated. There was a significant opportunity for victory, yet it devolved into this chaos. One does not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. Chapter 121. Falling off a cliff won't lead to death. Meanwhile, Naraku found himself increasingly besieged. Especially after Yunyu Yin unleashed the blood manipulation technique, leaving no respite whatsoever. Even a momentary lapse would result in being devoured by the blood python. The camera zoomed in on Yunyu Yin's pensive expression, and his attacks grew even more relentless, as if he sought to eliminate Naraku in one decisive blow. Wait, brothers. Something is amiss. Oh no, that kid is doing it on purpose. Even Yunyu Yin has realized. He intends to use the blade against another. Suddenly, viewers who had pieced together the unfolding events or gleaned hints from the comments felt a surge of alarm and indignation, their hair standing on end. In the frame, Naraku realized that if things continued this way, his demise was inevitable, with resolute determination. He unleashed a still immature large-scale lightning release in hopes of finding an opportunity to close the distance to the target. The lightning release, Thunderstorm Massacre, obliterated the surrounding flora and terrain, annihilating numerous toxic blood needles in the process. In a precarious situation, Yunyu Yin consolidated his blood for defense, but was overwhelmed by a powerful fire technique, rendering him incapable of further combat, allowing Naraku to close the gap and pierce his blade into the enemy's body. Is this the Uchiha of the Leaf? Yunyu Yin regarded Naraku's youthful visage with a mix of derision and regret. Yet the entire world was as filthy as Yunyu himself. This lightning release is stunning. Second only to Kirin, perhaps. Naraku is indeed the favored disciple of the god of ninjutsu, proficient in numerous impressive techniques. Yunyu Yin, it seemed, was harboring secrets. Who cared about him? Naraku's captain remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. With this outburst, Naraku found himself devoid of chakra. Hurry back, Naraku. As Naraku regained his footing, a dark shadow abruptly emerged behind him, a blade radiating malicious glimmers piercing through his chest. Naraku, be careful. No. Naraku. The majority of the audience was left in stunned disbelief, mirroring the incredulous expression on Naraku's face, whispering, why? Almost immediately, amidst the swirling remnants of the three tomo, a venomous curse echoed. Go to hell and question the Grim Reaper, Uchiha. In a moment of dire peril, the kaleidoscopic power erupted from his crimson eyes, a colossal, snow-white Susanoo rising from the ground, conjuring a tempest of unfathomable fury. The violent currents of thunder and fire obliterated the earthen walls. wreaking havoc upon everything that obstructed its expansion, the shockwaves even sweeping across the precipice on the opposite side of the abyss, shattering countless stones. This cannot be. You old wretch, how could you do this to him? It was over. Completely over. The white Susanoo epitomized Naraku himself, ordinary yet pure in its hue. Why? Naraku's blood-curdling lament struck the hearts of the audience like a relentless hammer. He was on the brink of losing his sanity, as the pristine Susanoo gradually took shape, emanating a sacred glow while bellowing in feral fury, demolishing the crumbling cliffs. The kaleidoscopic ocular power was overwhelmingly tyrannical, swiftly corroding Naraku's veins and organs, rendering even the sealing techniques nearly ineffective, unable to suppress the ferocious onset of his bloodline illness. Ultimately, the dazed youth coughed blood, engulfed by the torrent of earth and rock, plummeting into the abyss, burdened by despair for the world. Why? You old wretch, why? Witnessing Naraku's descent into madness evoked tears from the audience. I was already sobbing to the point of breathlessness. Naraku's heart truly felt shattered. The voice of Susanoo had become a wail of despair, illustrating just how hopeless Naraku had become. He had endured until this moment. How cruel must this world be to him? How much torment must he endure to satisfy its cruelty? The old wretch relished in his suffering. The most brutal act in this world is to first bestow upon him the most exquisite of gifts, only to strip them away without a trace. Once nothing remains, it concludes his life. With a fragment of stone shielding the camera, the animator transitioned to Might Guy, capturing the scene from behind the trunk of a large tree as it zoomed in. Naraku's shadow clone dissipated, the green light in his palm fading, barely managing to exchange a few words with Might Guy before being compelled to vanish. Guy reached the cliff, traversing through a desolate expanse of charred remnants, only to catch a glimpse of a corner of clothing disappearing into the deluge of earth and stone. Naraku. The cries ceased abruptly. As the ending theme began to play, a whimsical and cheerful piano melody swirling lightly in the air, contrasting sharply with the preceding harrowing narrative, akin to an unending nightmare from which one cannot awaken. No, please don't let Naraku die. I beg you, I beg you. Ah, my Naraku, TT. I knew Naraku might not have much time left, but I never anticipated it would come to this. He truly deserved a glorious finale. Falling off a cliff won't kill him. Naraku will surely encounter an old man, learn secret techniques, and return to Konoha. Ha ha, what am I even saying? I've gone mad. I can't go on like this. He and Kakashi haven't reconciled yet. Sob sob sob. Naraku glanced at the episode list, noting there was only one episode remaining. If this episode did not feature him being rescued by Obito, but rather a narrative involving characters such as Kakashi, Minato, or the Uchiha clan, it would indicate that the animator was adamant about concealing Obito and Black Zetsu until the later stages. In that case, he would need to devise a plan to temporarily extricate himself from the Moon Eye plan, reappearing before the audience as Uchiha Naraku. However, he must tread cautiously, ensuring that Obito and Black Zetsu do not perceive him as a traitor seeking to sever ties with them. Naraku initially intended to directly view the next episode's content, but the comments section was particularly vibrant, with numerous lengthy reviews pinned at the top. He glanced briefly, noting that many viewers were analyzing the plot in real time, while others had shared forum screenshots, allowing him to see what everyone had deduced upon the episode's initial airing. I don't like eating watermelon. I prefer pears. Old wretch. Look what you've done. Image. Clicking to enlarge the images revealed screenshots from a live stream, featuring a girl in a mask, the host, seated behind a table in a fluffy pajama set. The first image was captioned, "Before watching this week's update, the girl seems to be cheerfully greeting her fans, her face adorned with a bright smile." The second image's caption read, "After watching this week's update, the girl's expression was clearly one of tears, her eyes swollen, holding the folding chair she had just been sitting on, which was now warped and deformed." Comment 1. Look at what the old wretch has done to Naraku. Sweet girl turned berserker. Comment 2. It's not just her, even an old fan, the mountain monkey from Naruto, smashed his monitor. Comment 3. Moreover, this girl watched those major streamers' plot analyses, and by the end, her chair was completely broken. Chapter 122. Here, I suggest we just blow up Konoha. The inventor of the magnifying glass. Friends, this captain, someone in the forum has identified who he is. Image. In episode 34, he briefly appeared on the list of Jonin. Shin Uchiha. His surname is Uchiha. Uchiha Danzo. Comment 1. I knew it was this thing causing trouble. Ah, I want to take him down. Comment 2. Help. Has this guy awakened? Is he like a cockroach? How can he be so hard to kill? Comment 3. Upon seeing that image, my head was instantly flooded with blood. Comment 4. I can vouch for this. When I showed this picture to a friend, his face turned completely red in less than 3 seconds. Comment 56. Latest news. Uchiha Danzo has risen to the top of the most hated anime characters list. Naraku fans are spending money to vote for him, laughing and crying JPG. Comment 74, breaking news. A prominent figure is collaborating to produce a self-made animation of Naraku's revenge against Uchiha Danzo in just 3 days. Everyone go watch it. Link. Drowning my sorrows with a knife. I hope everyone doesn't blame Danzo. After all, everything he did was for Konoha, so I suggest we just blow up Konoha. Comment 1. When Hashirama founded Konoha, did he ever consider that just a few decades later, the entire tree would be rotting? Comment 2. If he knew this, he would have definitely taken down Danzo. Do you think Hashirama is some kind of saint? Comment 23. Oh heavens, are there no good people left in Konoha's upper echelons? Tat. Comment 24. At this point, I would rather have Tobirama lead the Uchiha to establish a new village than be with this swarm of insects. How could one possibly manage a shinobi village like this? Naraku fan reactions compilation of the streamers breaking down. Link. This collection of videos is growing increasingly extensive. All thanks to the old wretch. Haha, 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 madness JPG. Comment 1. I can hardly bear to watch. Each video makes me cry all over again. My eyes are about to go blind. Comment 2. When will it be okay to cry it out? Comment 3. Each night, sleep eludes me. The mere thought of Suzanu's roar brings forth tears. Cherry Red Bean. Registration for the team to assassinate the old thief. Likes. For 40,000. Comment 1. I shall first scout the way. Comment 2. The wealthy forum members are still offering bounties. It has already reached 100,000. Comment 3. Is there truly no one who knows the whereabouts of the old thief? I find myself in dire need of money lately. Comment 4. 1. Comment 10. 10089. A myriad of comments dazzled Naraku's eyes, but time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to open the final episode, resolving to feign sleep once it concluded. The setting sun bled crimson. A pair of muddy, worn shoes stepped through the gates of Konoha. The camera panned upward, revealing the figure of Might Guy. His jumpsuit, tattered and stained with dirt and grime, bore witness to his weary gaze fixed upon the end of the road. There stood the imposing Hokage Tower, silently observed by the 3 Hokage rocks nearby, illuminated by the orange-red glow of the evening sun. A fleeting image of his last sight of Naraku flashed before him, an edge of fabric stained with blood. The captain, who had survived the collapse, had long since entrusted the mission's objective to the Yunura clan and returned to the village with the left haul. Only he stubbornly remained there for 2 days and nights. Despite his relentless efforts, all he found was this battered and bloodied forehead protector from the sharp edge of a stone at the cliff's base. Naraku. If only at that moment, he instinctively clenched the forehead protector, gritting his teeth in an attempt to steady his tumultuous heart as he continued towards the Hokage Tower. Uncle Dai had done his utmost. Surely, Naraku could not be dead. If there was no body, he must still be alive, sobbing. Uncle Dai would never forget that moment, a haunting nightmare. Just a hair's breadth away, just a hair's breadth. Jiraiya's words carried even greater weight now. The scene shifted to the Hokage's office, where Might Guy stood with his head bowed before the desk, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Indeed, is it so? Yes, Hokage-sama. Might Guy endeavored to respond as fluently as possible. Yet the weight of sorrow rendered him momentarily speechless. Uchiha Naraku had perished in a fierce battle, his body lost to the abyss. Very well. I shall arrange for the matters that follow. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a tone tinged with grief, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. Losing such an exceptional junior is a fate no denizen of Konoha wishes to endure. Yet, as ninjas, we must have anticipated this day. Uchiha Naraku, he must have prepared himself for this in his heart. Do not grieve too deeply, Guy. Take a few days to rest. You have borne a heavy burden this time. Might Guy offered a slight bow before turning to exit the office. Uncle was truly suppressing his heartache to utter those words. If Sarutobi Hiruzen could not discern the oddity, I would stand on my head to wash my hair. However, given Sarutobi's nature, once matters had unfolded thus, he would not take action against Danzo. I wish I could grasp the second Shinobi World War's Tobirama and say, this is the Hokage you chose. Hashirama. Open your eyes and behold what Konoha has become. Just as he descended to the lobby on the first floor, he encountered a crimson-haired girl, who seemed to have awaited him for an eternity, solely for this moment. You are Dai-senpai? The girl hastily approached. Senpai, why hasn't Naraku returned? I heard he was on a mission with you. A friend of Naraku's, indeed. Might Guy's heart twisted in anguish as he retrieved the keepsake he had preserved with utmost care, silently extending it forward. The girl noticed his gesture. As she instinctively lowered her gaze, she beheld the forehead protector in his hand. She froze, gasping for breath, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked up at Might Guy, silently pleading that his next words would not align with her darkest fears. Might Guy's voice, hoarse and choked, trembled as he raised a hand to cover the upper half of his face. I am sorry, This is all I could bring back. Oh. Kanai had been so attentive to Naruku's news. To learn that Naraku was gone would surely devastate her. The boy who had tenderly rescued her from the abyss was no more. Uncle wept, and I too wept, sobbing uncontrollably. The facade crumbled. I could no longer hold back my tears. Kanai stood there, dazed, as she reached out to accept the item, feeling its weight settle heavily in her palm. Struggling to maintain her grip, lest it slip through her fingers. The jagged edge of the damaged forehead protector sliced her fingertip, drawing forth a few drops of blood that stained the cold iron surface, seeping into the grooves that symbolized Konoha, gradually turning them a dark crimson. For Kanai, the light that once illuminated her darkness had vanished. She had not even had the chance to bid farewell to Naraku before his departure, nor had Kakashi. The anguish was unbearable. I lamented for a week. Now, I could mourn for another. How ironic that Konoha, nourished by blood, stood as such a bitter testament. Chapter 123. Each day, my heart is truly in tatters. As night descended, a melancholic melody enveloped Kanai, numbly guiding her steps along the streets. She cradled the forehead protector against her chest, yet the cold, unyielding metal offered no solace. Instead serving as a stark reminder that Naraku had left behind nothing but this fragment. The scene was devoid of tears, rather. She had expended all her strength merely to maintain her composure, too weary to cry. How long would this journey be? It felt too real. One cannot simply weep upon encountering such calamity. Kanai now envisioned herself as she once was, resting upon Naraku's slender yet resilient back. Friend, will you take my life? Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head and captain of the police force, had received the notification of Naraku's death from the Hokage Tower. Clutching the paper, he stood at his doorstep for an extended period. Fragments of memory flickered before him. The prolonged silence of clan meetings after 2 late-night discussions, the heated arguments with elders, the receipt for hospital expenses tossed aside by his wife, and the resigned sighs that followed. During dinner, his expression remained stern, though he occasionally revealed moments of tenderness. Uchiha Fugaku had always held great hope for Naraku, believing in his potential, intelligence, and loyalty to the clan, nurturing boundless expectations. Over time, this hope morphed into the genuine care of an elder for a younger generation. Even upon learning of Naraku's bloodline illness, he never entertained thoughts of abandoning treatment, consistently funneling clan resources toward medical expenses. If not for his deep-seated concern for Naraku's recovery, how could the esteemed clan leader have been so easily forced out of his home by his wife? Moreover, during the time he was permitted to return home, the three of them coexisted harmoniously, truly resembling a complete family. Merida and Mikoto were even expecting. What a dreadful piece of news this was. Perhaps it would be best to keep it under wraps for a while. It turns out Fugaku had done so much. I wept bitterly. The inherited stoicism seemed to be a trait shared by all Uchiha. Fugaku must have truly cared for Naraku, as an elder, when he disbanded the police force's pursuit. It was not a decision made lightly. Perhaps Fugaku felt overwhelmed by the pressure from Konoha's higher-ups, but his affection for Naraku was undeniable. Indeed, Fugaku inhaled deeply, folding the paper and tucking it into his cloak before hastily returning to the Uchiha police station. Summon Kazekage and enter my office. No one responded nearby. His silhouette gradually faded into the distance, yet the audience knew this command would soon reach the 2 men. The elder rises. Fujitake. Fujitake. How have you suddenly become so dashing? Even if Fujitake's senses were dull, he should still perceive the oddity of the situation. Danzo truly considers people to be fools. Danzo does not merely regard others as simpletons. He is audaciously confident, treating the Uchiha as if they were mere clay figures. The Uchiha must uncover the truth. We shall seek vengeance. Regardless of what the Uchiha intend to do, we of the Naraku will surely lend our support. Rapid yet light footsteps echoed as they entered the foyer, resonating throughout the living room and storeroom. There were also hushed voices, male and female, deliberately lowered, as if fearing to disturb anyone. The camera focused on the man's visage, and the audience recognized him as Uchiha Shisui's father, Uchiha Entei. He had just returned home from the security building, disregarding the late hour, and immediately began to prepare his gear for a night departure to fulfill the clan leader's orders. His wife, Uchiha Shun, remained awake as well, assisting him and quietly inquiring about the situation, unable to wait until the early hours. Entei hesitated, furrowing his brow as he contemplated for a brief moment, ultimately deciding to confide in his wife. However, we did not see the body. Hence, the clan leader instructed me to search that location alongside Kazekage, as we might discover some clues. Furthermore, as fellow Uchiha, we can understand better what transpired there. Shisui's father appeared reliable. We must ascertain the truth, for the sake of Naraku. And Kazekage, we are counting on you. Kazekage, do you understand? Naraku has indeed not abandoned himself, yet he has been forsaken by Konoha. They say not to reveal your trump card in the comments. I will handle it myself. Allowing Shun to assist in securing the wristbands, Inte leaned closer as his wife busied herself, cautiously conveying his concerns. Please keep a close eye on Shisui these next few days. That boy constantly calls out for Naraku, and I fear he may not be able to bear it. Yes. Understood. Shun had already appeared sorrowful since he began speaking. Now, tears brimmed in her eyes. That child is still not even 10 years old. And I have barely seen him once. He is truly a wonderful boy. Inte, too, wore a face of compassion. We will uncover the truth. Mother is so gentle, caring so deeply even after just one meeting. Naraku's mother must love him dearly as well. Now that Naraku has reunited with her, they must have endless words to share. Just as Shun wished to offer further advice and was about to speak, a familiar chakra fluctuation resonated from behind them. Both parents, being Uchiha, were well acquainted with such a disturbance. It was the spiritual tremor produced when an Uchiha awakens their sharing on. Shisui. Inte quickly turned and flung the door wide open. And there, indeed, stood his son. Tears streamed down the boy's small face, and his usually vibrant eyes were now blood red. There's movement. Oh no, what the hell? Shisui has awakened his eyes. To awaken with the news of an idol's death will be a lifelong torment for Shisui. Help, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Why is every Uchiha so burdened by sorrow? Now Naraku understands why the animators devoted 2 entire episodes to Shisui's perspective. It seems they decided to showcase Shisui's interactions first, allowing his death to be a poignant narrative that seamlessly introduces a new genius of the Uchiha, awakening at such a tender age. Shisui surely cannot be afflicted with the bloodline disease as well. Naraku summoned the system, instructing it to add another item to the memo titled Things to Do upon returning to Konoha, to have Uchiha Shisui undergo a physical examination to prevent the bloodline disease. Day by day, it is truly exhausting my heart. Sigh. Chapter 124. A sin, a sin. Next time, I shall not dare. As Shisui was embraced by his parents, who whispered words of comfort, the final episode concluded. It appears that Kakashi should still be unaware of my demise. Naraku closed the website and opened the forum, preparing to observe how the fans were coping with their emotional turmoil. In the fanfiction section, various CP fanworks concerning Uchiha Naraku, whether tragic or sweet, were all mixed together in abundance, with plenty of otome and shoujo content, and handmade videos sprouting like early spring grass. It seemed that only by fervently producing content could the authors assuage the pain within their hearts. Unyielding life and death, Kakashi x Naraku. Lie to me, Naraku x Kakashi. The crisp winds of winter, the full moon, Kazekage x Naraku. Remember to smile at dawn. Hey, take family reunion. Handmade. Naraku otome, when he feels unworthy of you. Operation to save Uchiha Naraku otome. There were simply too many to count. It was likely that even 3 days and nights would not suffice to peruse them all. Naraku regarded his surge in popularity with an exceedingly optimistic disposition. However, it felt as if he were being offered as a sacrificial offering, didn't he? He nearly chuckled at his own grim humor, quickly suppressing the corners of his mouth. He rummaged through these threads, selecting a few that piqued his interest, reading them to his satisfaction before retreating. He then turned his attention to the plot discussion section. The sugar is full of glass shards. I absolutely cannot be the only one crying. 1L. Original poster. The Uchiha Brothers episode seems cheerful and lighthearted, yet the knives cut deeper than just that final minute. Oh, wailing JPG. Since I have seen it, I shall generously share this deliciousness with everyone. Shisui saw Naraku rise from the hillside, at the location where the necklace had fallen into the river, downstream. Moreover, when Naraku emerged, his sleeves and pant hems were rolled up. Image. It is highly probable that he went to retrieve the necklace that Kakashi had personally discarded, TT, in the icy waters of autumn, chilling to the bone. And furthermore, even Toby, who is rather oblivious, could discern that Naraku intended to provoke. His instinctive choice was to mimic Kakashi. Image. Their influence on one another is so profound that they carry each other's shadows. However, later on, when Toby remarked that Naraku had learned ill from Kakashi, he momentarily paused, his expression subtly shifting before quickly readjusting. Image. Naraku has truly suffered deeply. He even reacts at the mere mention of Kakashi's name. The emotional blade is unbearable. Who could have anticipated that just a short time ago, they were kindred spirits, yet now, the world has changed, and they have diverged paths. Before the day of reconciliation could arrive, Naraku departed first. Every recollection of these moments brings forth a profound sorrow that renders him unable to eat. 2L. The op's first knife struck me dumb. Even in such circumstances, Naraku still searched for the necklace. I can vividly imagine him searching while weeping. 3L. Another point is that Naraku carried Shisui to save Toby. It mirrors the time he saved Shaoma so closely. What thoughts might he have had on the way? Surely, he would recall that night when Xiaoma's blood grew cold beneath him, the weight of his impending doom, and the seemingly endless road ahead. 4L. In response to 3L, I shall contend against you lot who stab yourselves to survive. 5L. Kakashi and Naraku are the two characters who epitomize the mastery of the old thief's blade techniques. 6L. Much like Tobirama, they embody differing philosophies and physically engage in mutual slaughter, ultimately meeting their demise one after the other. 7L. Original poster. In response to 6L, I believe Kakashi holds the upper hand. His words inflicted profound psychological torment upon Naraku. In the final minute of those two episodes featuring the three brothers, Naraku appeared as if he was desperately attempting to piece himself back together after his spirit had shattered, feigning a semblance of normalcy. 8L. In response to 6L, it truly was a case of killing both body and spirit, striking at the most vulnerable points. When I witnessed that moment, I was utterly dumbfounded. How could Kakashi choose to wound Naraku by exposing his scars? It was as if even his own father, whose character had crumbled, no longer recognized him. 9L. In truth, Naraku's state by the end was perilously unstable. I am a student of psychology. Let this post serve as my testament. If Kakashi remains unscathed, I shall purchase an inverted hair washing machine for my own grooming. 1L. Original poster. This is irrefutable evidence. My friends, image. Hallucinations and auditory distortions, along with blurred memories, all signify a disturbance in the psyche. Furthermore, the sound of ice crystals shattering is a common auditory technique in animation, representing the breaking of illusions and the liberation of the soul. Given the circumstances, Kakashi is on the verge of regaining his normalcy. 2L. I attest that what the original poster states is true. I am but a leaf in that very scene. 3L. I concur. This is indeed a sound and reasonable deduction. 4L. In response to 3L, 13 brother, given your assertion, I shall temporarily place my faith in the original poster. 5L. Why can it not be that Kakashi, overwhelmed by excessive guilt and self-reproach, is teetering on the brink of mental collapse? The sound of shattering could also signify the onset of such a breakdown, could it not? 6L. Original poster. In response to 5L, I find that possibility rather unlikely. Aside from his unusual behavior towards Naraku, Kakashi generally exhibits normal and logical conduct. If he truly were to experience a mental breakdown, it would manifest in his interactions with other matters as well. 7L. In response to 5L, I too find your assertion implausible. Considering the narrative development and character growth, the likelihood of Kakashi deteriorating is minimal. The old thief invested considerable effort into crafting a competent protagonist. How could he allow him to be rendered obsolete so easily? I am the one who previously expressed concerns over Naraku's respiratory alkalosis. I declare that I am at odds with the old thief for life. 1L. Original poster. I can no longer concern myself with notions of shame. I simply seek to understand why a creator would harbor such animosity towards their own characters, subjecting them to relentless torment both physically and psychologically, to have him born without a mother, to suffer paternal abuse, and to barely survive to the age of 6 only to be taken in by the Haytake father and son, and now to have both his master and closest friend wrenched from his life. Moreover, one is slain, while the other suffers heartache. A character treated with such cruelty by their creator must indeed be exceedingly rare, wouldn't you agree? 2L. Naraku's plight is truly tragic. 3L. It is the kind of sorrow that would linger painfully even a decade later. 4L. What of it? Original poster. Have you been hospitalized this time? 5L. Original poster. In response to 4L, I was on in 4 for 2 days. Image. 6L. Goodness, that temper is quite formidable. 7L. In response to 6L, she is fortunate in comparison. Those reaction streamers who favor Uchiha Naraku are often driven to tears, resorting to anti-anxiety medication. And one even broke a folding chair in frustration. Naraku. Oh, what a sin, what a sin. I truly am wretched. Just as I was contemplating giving the fans a respite, I glanced at the popularity rating, which had soared to nearly 200,000 and continued to rise. Naraku. I was wrong, but I shall dare to do it again. JPG. Chapter 125. I will kill him. Time was drawing near, and Naraku closed his eyes, slipping into a light slumber. After a prolonged period, a peculiar chakra within his perception gradually approached, halting approximately a meter behind him, followed by a strange wave of energy. Naraku relaxed his mind, allowing the illusionary chakra to invade his brain. As he fell completely under the illusion's spell, Kurizetsu retracted his Sharingan, glancing back at Uchiha Madara, who had been stirred by the chakra's disturbance. Madara responded with a knowing look. He had always trusted Kurizetsu's plans, considering him a product birthed from his own consciousness, and he had rarely erred from their inception to the present. This illusion was certainly not the infinite Tsukiyomi, but it produced a similar effect, drawing forth the deepest desires of the heart, and allowing the victim to partake in a brief, yet nearly authentic reverie. How could Uchiha Naraku, having lost everything, resist such a slice of sweetness? As the prey Kurizetsu was determined to capture, Naraku found himself, as Kurizetsu desired, wandering within this dreamlike realm, displaying no suspicion regarding his surroundings. Possessing a system allowed him to somewhat conceal his true intentions. The animators could observe everything that transpired in this world, and thus they could certainly witness his entire experience within the illusion. Therefore, he could not afford any slip-ups. Naraku bent down to pluck a wildflower from the roadside, holding it to the sunlight, where the pristine white petals and soft yellow stamens complemented one another beautifully, the intricate patterns of the stem and leaves strikingly vivid and lifelike. As he became captivated by the sight, he failed to notice that the person beside him had taken several steps away, only to return and stand before him, reaching out to take the flower from his hand. Kakashi. With the flower taken from him, Naraku gazed at this dreamlike apparition before him, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Kakashi twisted the flower's stem, causing the plump bloom to roll and spin. I never knew you had an interest in such flora. His tone seemed casually indifferent. Yet his grip was perfectly measured, ensuring not to harm the delicate stem in the slightest. If he did not hurry, it would soon be too late. I understand. Naraku placed the small flower into the basket he was carrying, which was filled with fresh produce, suggesting he intended to prepare dinner at home. The two returned to the Haytake residence, busily preparing ingredients and cooking for a couple of hours. Before long, night fell, and the house lights illuminated to welcome the hurried return of the father. I'm home. Xiaoma rushed in, weary from his journey, and upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of the meal, inhaling deeply and holding his breath for several seconds before exhaling. The sensation of happiness dispelled his fatigue, and he drew forth a chakra blade with a pure white sheath adorned with sporadic golden accents, presenting it to Naraku. Xiaoma affectionately ruffled his apprentice's hair, saying, "Happy birthday." "Thank you, master." Naraku received the ninja blade with both hands, his eyes sparkling with surprise and emotion, though a hint of anxiety soon surfaced. "This must be quite expensive." "I sent it, if you don't want it." Kakashi, with his characteristic wide-eyed expression, extended his hand toward Naraku, jesting, "Then give it to me." Naraku instinctively tightened his grip on the sheath, hesitating for a few seconds, just as he was about to part with the blade. Kakashi playfully delivered a light flick to his forehead. "You fool. I'm so sorry." Naraku, sporting a sizable bump on his forehead, looked up at Kakashi with a pitiful expression, prompting the latter's heart to soften with both affection and sorrow, as he rubbed Naraku's face gently with both hands. "Whatever your father gives you, cherish it, and do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts." I understand." Xiaoma, who had entered the kitchen at some point, poked his head out. "The soup is ready. Time to eat." Kakashi, having let Naraku go with his cheeks flushed, placed his hands behind his head and beckoned him to hurry along, reminding him that the chopsticks were yet to be set. Naraku stood rooted in place, clutching his sword and observing Kakashi and Xiaomo busily working at the stove, the father and son exchanging playful banter from time to time. It was delightful, reminiscent of days gone by. With a wistful smile, he placed his long blade on the rack and turned to assist in the kitchen. "Let us first complete this dream. I'm here to help." As night passed, Naraku slept soundly, showing no signs of struggling to awaken. Kurizetsu increasingly believed that this young lad had become utterly enmeshed in the dream world, perhaps now lost in its enchantments. It was time for him to confront the harshness of reality. With a toothy grin, Kurizetsu prepared to unravel the illusion, intending to pull Naraku from that ethereal realm back into the real world. Just then, Naraku stirred awake, sitting up in bed, staring intently at him, and then breaking into an utterly natural smile. Kurizetsu, who had been devoid of hair since birth, felt as though even the non-existent hairs on his body stood on end. Something was amiss. Uchiha Naraku appeared very peculiar. "Awake, are we?" Kurizetsu swiftly adjusted his demeanor and began to introduce himself. "I am Kurizetsu, a consciousness separated from the master. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to speak with me." "Then please awaken him." Naraku, barefoot, stepped down, his smile exuding warmth and kindness, much like the self he had not long ago when everything was within his grasp. "I am quite intrigued about that real world you mentioned." Madara had long since awoken from his slumber, opening his eyes to fixate on Naraku, asking in a deep voice, "Have you come to a realization?" "Indeed," Naraku replied, taking a few steps forward, his movements indistinguishable from the previous night. The only difference was that he could smile again. In this hellish world, no one could attain happiness. Thus, the arrival of reality was the sole salvation for all. His smile was sincere, yet a frenzied cold glimmer flickered deep within his eyes, where madness and obsession lay in quiet waiting for the moment to unshackle themselves. "Humph," Madara scoffed, his frail aged body emanating an astonishing aura as he bore down on Naraku like a tidal wave. "You little brat, no one can lie before me," he demanded. "Who are you?" The old man was indeed perceptive. After all, I am not so different from him. Uchiha Naraku maintained his placid demeanor. Winking at Madara, he is still ensnared in that dream, and he will likely remain asleep for quite some time. Madara, well versed in the ways of the world, perceived the situation with utmost clarity. The mentally unraveling Uchiha Naraku had been shattered by the impact of the illusion, giving rise to an alternate personality. This secondary persona seized control of the body while the primary was still weak. "Let Naraku come out and speak with me." "Why?" Upon hearing this request, Uchiha Naraku displayed a hint of confusion. "What does it matter if it's me or him? Can you maintain control of this body for long? I have no need for an unstable successor. But as long as I exist, neither can he. Moreover, he has yet to resolve to assist you. So why not converse with me first?" Uchiha Naraku knelt beside the chair, gazing at him with a face that Madara could not tear his gaze from, even adopting a tone of playful affection. "This world is as false as hell. I care not for anything anymore. Therefore, I prefer the real world you speak of. I will kill him, soon." Chapter 126. Ian is incredibly strong. After being ensnared in the intricacies of a sealing technique, Yunfu Ian awoke to find himself in the deepest recesses of the Yunfu family's underground crypt. His hands bound behind his back with ninja tools, and his chakra nearly stilled. It took him considerable effort to shift from a lying position to sitting cross-legged, quietly surveying his surroundings. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with several flickering candle flames barely illuminating the ground, while the overhead darkness loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to consume him at any moment. Countless runes extended beneath him, intertwining to form a vast black net that ensnared him tightly. A dim light emanated from a distant, shadowy entrance, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The face he had seen countless times in nightmares gradually emerged from the darkness, appearing much older than when he had last departed, yet still bearing the same greed as before. Yunfu Ian forced a disingenuous smile, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. "Little Ian, how does it feel to have roamed outside for so many years?" Yunfu Ian did not respond, merely regarding him with wariness and disgust, seemingly anticipating his silence. Yunfu Ian placed the candlestick on the table and began to muse to himself. Having granted you such prolonged freedom, if you were to die now, I suppose there would be no regrets?" He turned to the still silent Yunfu Ian, adopting a fatherly tone. "Our little Ian is quite clever, managing to escape before becoming a sacrifice and hiding for so many years. I imagine your secret techniques have reached new heights. Thus, upon obtaining your heart, the Yunfu family will have a chance to become one of the foremost clans in the ninja world." Yunfu Ian dreamed of the future, as if the vision of the Yunfu clan grasping the world was within arm's reach. His foolish and short-sighted expression prompted Yunfu Ian to snicker derisively. "You lot. After struggling outside for so many years, I would not dare claim to have an accurate understanding of the contemporary powerful ninjas, let alone the Yunfu clan, which has nearly devolved into a merchant family. Their grasp of ninjutsu likely pales in comparison to the grassroots ninjas in the great ninja villages. And yet, they foolishly believe that a mere heart could secure their family's prosperity, which was indeed a delusion. The Yunfu clan had long ceased to engage in battle with true ninjas, utterly ignorant of the capabilities of the most formidable ones. Since it appeared he could not escape, why not provoke the opponent a bit before his demise? Have you ever considered, Yunfu Ian asked earnestly, that a team led by a mere jonin from Konoha was able to capture me? Am I truly that strong? Yunfu Ian stood frozen, while Yunfu Ian continued unabated. Did they not inform you that the Uchiha who ultimately sealed me looked to be no older than 10? That is the true power of a bloodline, and compared to the Uchiha Sharingan, what use is my heart? Ultimately, the notion of using a heart as a material to enhance the awakening probability of a bloodline was merely a fallacy you had unwittingly acquired from somewhere, wasn't it? Silence. Yunfu Ian's hoarse shout reverberated throughout the underground space, followed by his rapid breaths and a tirade against Yunfu Ian's ignorance. What do you know? I spent a fortune in the black market to acquire that reliable intel. It's just Uchiha. Once our Yunfu awakens the bloodline, those mere Uchiha will be no match for us. I've changed my mind. I intended to let you live a few more days, but it seems unnecessary until that crucial day. Yunfu Ian drew a short blade from his bosom, kicking over the still mocking Yunfu Ian, leaning down, and raising his right hand high to strike. Clang. A glimmer of cold light flashed, the short blade deflected by an unknown projectile, leaving a deep gash across his palm, blood streaming forth. Who? Yunfu Ian, disregarding his injury, swiftly scanned the surroundings to identify the assailant. Yun Muyan sat upright, and in the next moment, he felt a gentle tap upon his shoulder. Instinctively, he cast a glance sideways. The figure beside him was of comparable stature, cloaked in a voluminous black robe that concealed the entire body, save for a hand resting lightly upon Yun's shoulder, an indication that the stranger was likely a slender, fair-skinned youth. The hood shrouded the visitor's visage entirely in shadow. Noticing Yun's gaze, the figure turned, revealing a stark white mask illuminated by flickering candlelight. The mask bore no ornamentation, save for two eye-shaped apertures where human eyes might be, and a horizontal slit at the mouth, curving downward at the edges like sorrowful lips. Seemingly unafraid of engaging Yun in combat, the stranger made no attempt to conceal chakra nor to launch a surprise attack, instead remaining motionless, awaiting discovery. Though the tap was faint, to Yun's ears it thundered like a clap of lightning. He swiftly pivoted toward the source of the sound. Beholding a mysterious intruder who seemed to have materialized from thin air, his heart raced and palms grew clammy. To infiltrate this heavily guarded subterranean chamber so stealthily demonstrated formidable prowess. Could it be that this individual coveted Yun Muyan's heart for himself? How did you get in here? Yun demanded angrily, his hands clasped, preparing to unleash a probing ninjutsu. Yet, to his horror, his body stiffened abruptly. Not a single finger could move. Even more terrifying was the dull ache radiating from his internal organs, his chakra thrown into utter chaos. Seizing control over Yun, the youth chided him lightly. That was perilous, almost too late. His voice, muffled by the mask, nevertheless conveyed a teasing tone. Are you planning to give up entirely? Yun retorted. Something like that. Yun Muyan shrugged nonchalantly. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well amuse myself. You're remarkably composed. Not afraid I'm here to kill you? The youth inquired. Doesn't he seem like it? Yun replied. Congratulations, you guessed right, the youth chuckled, patting Yun's shoulder once more. Instantly, the shackles and restraints on his wrists crumbled, and the sealing formation binding his body dissipated. Stretching his limbs, Yun Muyan, out of courtesy to his savior, asked, You don't mind if I kill him, do you? Be my guest, the youth replied with a slight tilt of his head, gesturing permission and even thoughtfully offering, Shall I release the ninjutsu, so you two can have a proper duel? No, that sounds rather unpleasant, Yun said, shuddering at the thought of violently battling Yun while baring their hearts to one another, exchanging a glance with the youth. You surely don't need me to prove my strength against him. Of course not. Though the mask concealed his expression, his unique aura betrayed a smile. I know you're incredibly powerful, Ian. Chapter 127, Vice Leader? The truth? Ugh, how nauseating, Yun Muyan suddenly felt. He might as well have fought that damned old man. Wearing a disgusted scowl, he stepped aside, retrieved the short blade that had been knocked away, returned to the old man's side, and swiftly ended the life he had long dreamed of extinguishing. Wiping the blood from his hands on the man's sleeve, he exhaled deeply. Having dealt with what needed doing, he raised an eyebrow at the youth. Shall we be off? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already strode far ahead. The youth hurried to catch up, feigning innocence and playfulness. I haven't even said anything yet. You saved me so I could work for you. Oh, our Ian is so clever. Yin muttered softly. Don't call me that so familiarly. It's rather disgusting. That's what makes us good friends. The youth grinned, leaning closer. Why don't you call me the same? What's your name then? The youth touched the mask on his face, remaining silent for a long moment. It was only as they emerged from the underground chamber, just as the last vestiges of sunset vanished beneath the horizon, that he spoke. Beneath the infinite stars that now adorned the night sky, he stood tall, arms outstretched, as though welcoming the world's myriad life forms resounding acclaim. My name is Jean, the Ashes Jean. I am a malevolent spirit born from the remnants of others' flames. Vengeance and battle are my purpose. Until this hypocritical, decaying shinobi world is consumed by fire, I shall not cease my stride. Yun Muyan, become my companion. He extended a hand to one likewise ensnared by darkness, struggling endlessly, pledging under the witness of myriad stars, when the flames die. I shall forge a new world from the ashes. Sounds intriguing, Yun Muyan thought, finally encountering something fascinating in an otherwise dull and cruel existence. He reached out, clasping the hand of his first true friend. Suddenly recalling something, he clicked his tongue and inquired, just in case, how many of us are there now? Jean raised his hand in a cheer and answered cheerfully, 2. Yin closed his eyes, intuition foretelling a bleak future. Just 2. And you want to create a new world? We're just getting started. When we grow stronger, you'll be the vice leader. That sounds more like it. So what must I do now? First, you'll spend some time in an organization. I still have some matters to resolve here. TCH, are you serious? Watching Yun Muyan depart with a white Zetsu toward their destination, Jean leapt down from the giant tree, landing lightly. He glanced slyly toward the shadow of a large tree ahead, where a nearly insubstantial black humanoid figure emerged and nodded at him, as the wolf separated from Lord Madara. Why are you always so sneaky? Jin's face beneath the mask bore a teasing expression. Could it be, Kurozetsu, that you are the darker part of Lord S' heart? Kurozetsu offered no reply, instead dutifully conveying orders. Lord Madara said once the task is done, return swiftly. His time is short, and there is much he must teach you. I think Lord Madara can still endure many years, Jin, or rather. Uchiha Nagato's performed alter ego slowly reverted to his original form, regressing to his youthful appearance. The youthful guise was a special transformation technique that concealed chakra anomalies and resisted detection, though it was limited to assuming his own different ages. For him, this was quite fitting. Kurozetsu urged impatiently, you'd better hurry. If the Lord grows angry, I want to be able to help you. Fine, fine. Nagato stamped the ground and, emerging from the shadow, summoned another white Zetsu, twisting his body within the other's form. Together, they employed the mayfly technique, rapidly advancing toward the mountain prison. Meanwhile, at the site of Uchiha Nagato's fall, Uchiha Endo and Uchiha Kazahane arrived breathless, beholding the cliff recently collapsed. A desolate wasteland spanning hundreds of meters. Earth and rock were overturned, strewn chaotically across the terrain, as if countless beasts had burst forth from the depths, ravaging the ground into ruin. At the remote edge of the cliff lies a colossal chasm, reminiscent of a fragment violently shattered, bearing witness to the overwhelming terror of its creator. Nearly a week has elapsed since the incident, and the remnants of clues are likely scarce. However, the Uchiha clan possesses methods to trace the chakra left by their kin. Inra unfurled a scroll, upon which the intricate incantations stirred to life, animated by the lingering chakra, darting about with a semblance of vitality. First came the lightning and fire techniques, followed closely by a summoning of his ninja cat, Hewing, beseeching her assistance in discerning sense. Although the sensory prowess of ninja cats is somewhat inferior to that of ninja dogs, it far surpasses that of humans, and Hewing, in particular, is a paragon among her kind. Right here, meow, she exclaimed, dashing toward a spot near the cliff, where her little paws scratched at the earth, signaling Fuya's attention. There's a scent of blood, meow, Hewing elucidated, peering toward the edge of the chasm, and curiously, it abruptly appears here, then vanishes at the very edge, meow. The disappearance of the blood aligns with the mission report detailing the fall from the cliff. Fuya was haunted by the image of the perpetually melancholic youth who met his demise here, a heavy stone seemingly pressing upon his chest, often sending waves of oppressive pain coursing through him. He shook his head, casting aside those troubling thoughts, and inquired in a solemn tone. Where were the others at that time? Hewing intently sniffed around before moving a few steps away. Over here, it seems someone was gravely injured, meow. Inra approached and observed the scroll's text suddenly become chaotic, his gaze darkening with concern. According to the mission report, only Captain Naraku and the target were engaged in combat at that time. If the one injured was the captain, how could the target force Naraku to leap off the cliff after being captured? Are you suggesting the injured individual is the mission target? Fuya's breath quickened, his heartbeat resounding like a drum within his chest as he grasped the horrifying truth that loomed over the Uchiha clan. Naraku was betrayed by his own comrade, the captain. Following a brief tumult, the runes transformed into a swarm of tadpoles, swirling in a vortex upon the yellowed paper of the scroll, moving slowly. Even as the realization of the truth shook him to his core, Inra instinctively began to analyze the clues presented by the scroll. It was not the 5 elemental techniques, but rather immense and powerful. This was the unique ocular prowess of the Uchiha. Kaleidoscope. Chapter 128. Even a phantom. Naraku was effortlessly escorted back to the mountain prison by White Zetsu, who remarked, White Zetsu truly lives up to its reputation as a versatile material. Even as a single-pass high-speed train, it performs exceptionally well. As he pondered these thoughts, Naraku took only a few steps into the underground cavern when he felt a sudden pain in his chest, hastily removing his mask. Indeed, before he could even take in half a breath, he was seized by a fit of coughing, expelling 2 mouthfuls of crimson blood. Cough, cough. Since the fall from the cliff, his bloodline disease had worsened day by day, had it not been for his vitality sustaining him. He feared he might not live to see the day Madara healed him. Though the cells of Hashirama were beneficial, Madara still needed to make adjustments. It was impossible to apply them directly to Naraku, lest he end up like the corpses hanging from the trees. Madara cast a sidelong glance at Naraku, who was wiping away the blood, seemingly indifferent to his ailment, and coldly retorted, What good is that inferior bloodline? Why bother going out of your way to save him? Naraku cleaned the blood, and once the pain subsided, he no longer coughed. A faint smile graced his lips as he displayed the charm of his face, which could elicit favor from Madara, showing not a hint of self-pity befitting a terminally ill patient. Lord Madara, accomplishing the plan cannot rely solely on me, otherwise, who knows how many years it would take to resurrect you. Madara regarded the youth, who had leaned in to take credit, with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. That matter has long been arranged. But I've met that fellow named Nagato. He appears rather dull-wit and unlikely to follow your directives. We need a backup plan, Naruto said, resting his hands on the back of the chair and circling around behind Madara, like a bird feigning joy, even in such a dark and oppressive environment. He could sing mournfully, creating an unsettling noise that disrupted the peace. Enough of this racket, go train. All right. Just as he was about to head to the training grounds, Naruto recalled the new name he had given to his second personality and turned around to announce his new identity. I am now called Jean. Please refrain from calling me Naruto. Madara, inexplicably irritated, scoffed and resolutely ignored the announcement. No matter who you are, you will only be called foolish brat in my presence. He couldn't fathom why he was perpetually dissatisfied with Uchiha Naraku's second personality, especially since that persona was even more desperate and deranged, skilled in deception and lies. Perhaps it was simply the incessant chatter that grated on his nerves. How unfair. I once idolized you, Lord Madara. How imposing you were. Foolish brat. Are you not tired of this? Look at you, getting all flustered. As Madara's white hair began to bristle, Naruto made a swift exit. When deciding on a new identity, Naruto resolved to equip Jean with a bloodline ability distinct from the Sharingan for offensive capabilities, to avoid prematurely exposing the connection between his alias and true self. Thus, he had long since exchanged for a highly cost-effective bloodline ability that would not conflict with his original powers, the rootless ninjutsu, Black Flame. With superheated flames as its foundation, coupled with the might of thunder, it possessed the ferocity of blazing fire and the destructive nature of a cataclysm. Compared to ninjutsu, Black Flame resembled the superpowers familiar to Naruto from various fantasy works in his past life, allowing for effortless manipulation and the creation of strikingly unique forms. It was certain to make him one of the most captivating villains in Naruto. Upon arriving at the training ground, Naruto contemplated seizing an opportunity to showcase his newly awakened bloodline to the animators when he received a system notification indicating that 2 new episodes of his animation had been released. Excellent. It was finally time to determine which path to pursue next. Naruto settled into a cross-legged position, pretending to extract chakra while actually retreating into his mental space to watch the animation. Just as he skipped the opening theme, barely catching the opening scene, the screen was inundated with a barrage of comments. This episode is packed with action. Non-combatants, retreat immediately. Yo, siblings, this episode is a sweet treat. Friends, take my advice and jump to 8 minutes and 35 seconds for the sugar rush. I don't trust you. I fear I might have a heart attack. Prepare some tissues. That's all I can say. As Kakashi and his teammates stepped into Konoha bathed in morning light, they greeted one another before dispersing in different directions. The animator seemingly skipped the report and directly aired the segment where Minato sought Kushina. Upon noticing something amiss with Kushina, he rushed inside to inquire what had transpired, only to be blindsided by the devastating news. Naruto is dead. Hearing others utter this news, his heart felt as though it were being sliced into thin noodles. Naruto's demise is truly painful. Minato struggled to maintain his composure. The plight of the Uzumaki family was simply too tragic. Any intelligent person would recognize that there was something amiss, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indifferent. When Kunai emerged from the inner room and saw Minato, she realized that Kakashi had also returned to the village. Faced with her elder sister's earnest counsel, she gently shook her head, firmly stating that she would not seek a confrontation with Kakashi. She was acutely aware that Naruto would be disinclined to witness such distress. That foolish soul would undoubtedly blame himself if he were to learn of the pain inflicted upon so many. Tears cascaded drop by drop upon the frigid metal surface. As Kaname sobbed, confessing her remorse, she lamented her cowardice in not asking anything at that moment. If she had been more forthright, might they have reconciled long ago? This way, Naruto would not have felt so utterly alone in his final moments. Oh, Kaname, the anguish was palpable. In the years to come, she would repeatedly question herself, seeking answers to why this had happened. It felt as though Kaname was envisioning Naruto's despair before his demise, and it was driving her to the brink of collapse. The very individual who had once been her emotional anchor now faced such a tragic fate. It was a testament to her resilience that she had not completely lost her sanity. Kaname wandered in a daze to the hospital entrance, glancing down at the forehead protector in her grasp. The comforting words she had painstakingly prepared had evaporated, leaving her mind a void, as if her very essence had been wrenched away. After a considerable time, she noticed Kakashi emerging from the hospital, hands buried in his pockets, approaching her. As the figure of the young man drew near, she seemed to catch a glimpse of another silhouette beside him, tall and elegant, the tips of his hair dancing in the wind, revealing deep, dark eyes filled with a gentle, yet sorrowful gaze directed at her. Ah, Naruto. She blinked vigorously, forcing the mist back down, and as her vision sharpened, that ethereal figure vanished. Poor Kaname had begun to hallucinate. Even if merely a specter, it still lingered beside Kakashi. Or perhaps, in Kaname's heart, Naraku would have chosen to return to the place where Kakashi was. Everyone surrounding them was aware of how deeply Naraku cared for Kakashi. Yet Kakashi had callously cast him aside. Chapter 129. The true soul always persists. The perspective shifted to Kakashi, who approached Kaname. Perceiving through the biting autumn breeze the exhaustion and sorrow etched upon her face, accompanied by streaks of tears. Sensing danger, his breath quickened involuntarily. The steady, powerful fingers of a ninja trembled violently, and even a single question faltered. Then, from Kaname's lips, he heard the shattering news that would devastate him. Kakashi, Naraku is dead. Kakashi stood frozen, his pupils constricted, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. The scene began to tilt and distort, a profound sense of dislocation permeating every corner, pulling him into the depths of a terrifying abyss. He nearly collapsed to the ground, yet he fought to remain upright, desperately wishing to overturn the dreadful words he had just heard. But the message remained unchanged, splitting his heart in two. Naraku is dead. He is gone. Perhaps from the very first moment he laid eyes on Kaname, Kakashi had sensed foreboding. Kakashi, you no longer have the opportunity for regret. It is only in the final moments that one comprehends the significance of what has been lost. Yet, why must Naraku pay the price for this lesson? The old thief was merciless. With Naraku's death, all that Kakashi had done became meaningless. Next, a vacant scene unfolded. A cold, white sun hung high in the sky, and a chilling wind swept through the desolate, gray Konoha, rustling the barren branches and fallen leaves, echoing like cries from an unknown source. Kaname's thoughts drifted away. Returning to the arduous journey she had undertaken, memories surging like tides in her mind, battering her already fragile sanity. The screen illuminated these recollections with a soft glow, as a poignant background score resonated in the hearts of the audience. Through Kaname's eyes, they glimpsed the past, observing Naraku's profile from behind. The young man displayed a smile to everyone, expressing his affection and loyalty to Konoha, proclaiming how kind and benevolent its people were. You will surely come to love Konoha, Naraku had said, appearing disheveled, yet radiating happiness. What nonsense. You've talked about that guy named Kakashi from beginning to end, Kaname playfully complained, only to witness the boy's ears flush with embarrassment as he stammered an explanation. Others are wonderful too. I simply didn't have the chance to mention them. In truth, Naraku cared for nothing else. The scene returned to the present, tears blurring her vision as Kaname stepped forward, yearning to discern Kakashi's true countenance. He only cares for you. Kakashi. She longed to see the expression of the one Naraku cherished most. Why, Kakashi? How did you two end up like this? Why did Naraku have to die? Why were you not by his side in those moments? Kakashi was the pillar supporting Naraku until the very end. The boy's face blushed deeper than any confession. Oh, the canon faction had surely gone mad. Why? Why did you only tell me these things after Naraku was gone? Oh, the despair. For the next decade, Kakashi would likely find no rest, as each time he closed his eyes, these words would echo in his mind. Kakashi was on the verge of breaking apart. On the screen, he gazed at Kaname, her face streaked with tears, his pupils gradually losing focus, the world behind him fading into darkness. A chilling, eerie sound enveloped the audience, and as the image tilted once more, it accentuated his fear and confusion. The scene shifted, he staggered back home, his once bright eyes now obscured by a veil, rendering everything invisible, devoid of even a faint reflection. A damp, sticky sensation gripped his right hand, and he looked down to find himself clutching a tattered forehead protector, its edge deeply embedded in his palm, blood flowing freely. This belongs to Naraku? The sunlight fell obliquely upon the pristine blade, a weapon in perfect condition, silent and waiting for its master, never to be delivered. Was Kakashi breaking down? Alas, there were no cicadas in late autumn. The blade gifted to Naraku by his master. Oh, the sorrow. Things have changed, and the past is irrevocable. Naraku never even laid eyes upon this blade before his passing. Perhaps he could not bear to take it. For Naraku, such reminders were too painful. Kakashi recalled Naraku rushing to take the blade in a moment of danger, only to realize that he remained as he had been before, unhesitatingly choosing the wrong path. At that moment, he severed the bond between himself and Naraku, forcing the other onto the right course. Why had I never considered his feelings? The screen flashed back to the moment they had shared a gaze through the mirror, magnifying the eyes of a bystander, accompanied by a chilling sound effect. Immediately, darkness engulfed Kakashi's vision, the image of their confrontation on that rainy night reappearing, obscured by a haze that rendered everything unclear. With the sound of something shattering, the scene began to fracture, revealing a brilliant golden light. The rumors on the forum were true, indeed. Someone had plotted against Kakashi. I knew it. Kakashi is not like that. But Naraku would never know. Oh, the sorrow. Kakashi heard distant, faint cries echoing in his mind, growing closer and louder. Kakashi. At long last. He distinctly heard the call, glimpsing numerous luminous figures encroaching upon his vision, which was on the brink of being wholly engulfed by darkness. With voices resoundingly familiar, they spoke to him. Those Naraku of various ages encircled him, emanating a soft, warm glow, akin to the sparks of souls bursting forth, dispelling all shadows that had lingered until now. The talisman was waved before him by one of the Naraku, and Kakashi instinctively patted his chest, realizing that he possessed nothing there. How could he have discarded it at that time? Raising his gaze, he beheld the sole Naraku cowering in the courtyard, hesitant to step inside, their thin garments drenched by the rain, clinging tightly to their form, unable to lift their head under the deluge, their heavy breaths intermingled with sobs. Kakashi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But it was not Naraku's fault. Kakashi murmured, as the image, teetering on the brink of fragmentation, cracked and crumbled, ultimately disintegrating into dust amidst the resplendent light. A portion of his sealed emotions surged forth, restoring the essence of his soul. He rushed forward to embrace Naraku, yearning to pull them back from that torrential rain. In the close-up of the scene, his eyes finally regained clarity, as if awakening from an interminable, uncontrollable nightmare. Tears of remorse cascading down, each one striking the ground. It was not your fault. Was the sealed emotion merely Kakashi's feelings for Naraku? It was equally possible that it had directly warped his logic, alienating his emotions. It turned out that Kakashi's true soul had always been present, witnessing as he had. With his own hands, pushed Naraku away. Naraku, look. The real Kakashi has never blamed you. The cruelest part was that Naraku would never uncover the truth. As long as they lived, Kakashi could not unleash his emotions to shatter the seal. Who has subjected us to such suffering? Kakashi and Naraku. Who? I shall rend them into 3,600 pieces. Chapter 130. No one understands the gluttonous girl better than he does. Naraku mused, so? I really did manage to break free on my own. This is troublesome. He muttered internally, grappling with yet another complication, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Realizing this, he quickly raised a hand to cover his expression and coughed lightly. Alas, Kakashi truly leaves me at a loss. Thankfully, I have now successfully deceived Black Zetsu. Affecting a calm demeanor, he clicked to play the next episode. A glance at the opening scene assured Naraku that his design was nearly secured. The animation's timeline reverted to after capturing Yunmu Yin, with Ji Siyuan Lang engaging in a handover with the employer, receiving documentation confirming the task's completion. The atmosphere was stiflingly silent, and at their feet, Yunmu Yin lay sealed, side-lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut. Once the Leaf Ninjas departed, the Yunmu clan members carried Yunmu Yin into the entrance of the underground palace, descending into the depths along a dimly lit passage illuminated only by a few candles, placing him in the center of a pre-prepared sealing array. This GRD actually survived? Did Naraku's Susanoo fail to kill him? At that time, Naraku was gravely injured and emotionally shattered, so it was only natural that he missed. Blood Brother was unharmed too? He must have been unconscious then. What incredible luck. This suggests that Blood Brother still has a role, not merely a minor character. The subsequent animation employed several brief shots and dialogues to succinctly convey Yunmu Yin's intentions, to extract Yunmu Yan's heart for sacrificial refinement, activating the clan's bloodline. The clan's folk dispersed, filled with hope, while Yunmu Yin meticulously examined his treasured old scroll, every wrinkle on his face etched with greed. Blood Brother's fate was dire, indeed. One must not heed a single perspective. It seemed Blood Brother belonged to the Yunmu clan, only to be viewed as experimental material after awakening his bloodline. After all, it was a rare occurrence to have someone awaken a bloodline only to be subjected to dissection. Was this old man mentally unfit? He seemed intent on mass-producing a unique specimen. The bloodline itself was not particularly potent, and having only one or two wouldn't benefit the clan much. So why not take a risk? What was the old thief attempting to achieve here? Could Blood Brother possibly turn the tables? There was also the potential for this operation to yield a monstrous creation, perhaps an aberration of sorts. The scene shifted to the dark of night, the moon shining brightly amidst sparse stars. A small black beetle emerged from the soil, slowly crawling up dry blades of grass, seeking any remaining sap within the stems, only to be brushed aside by the edge of a cloak. The camera transitioned from the ground to the back of the newcomer, following them as they walked into the Yunmu clan's dwelling. The audience never received a frontal view, only catching glimpses of the tall figure obscured by a loose cloak, the fabric parting to reveal bony hands, and dark hair billowing in the wind, occasionally exposing a hint of a fair neck. Every detail hinted that this mysterious visitor was likely a handsome young man. A new character? He certainly seemed striking. There is an air of authority surrounding him. This is a boon for hand control enthusiasts. His proportions are simply exquisite. As long as his face holds up, he is undoubtedly a contender for the top 10 in the Naruto series. Those waist, legs, and hands are utterly captivating. Wipe the drool, it's all coming my way. Naraku recognized the enigmatic figure as himself, a mature version disguised through transformation jutsu. He held ample confidence in his future form, even without revealing his face. He could garner popularity through other details. After all, no one understood what those gluttonous girls wished to see better than he did. Was it not merely a matter of trading on his allure? He had been selling the CP for so long. Why should this be any different? Reflecting on the grown-up version of Uchiha Naraku he had seen in the mirror, he felt his future was bright. After mulling over various thoughts, he finally settled down to analyze the information revealed in this episode. The events of Yunmu Yin being imprisoned in the underground palace and his mission to rescue him were separated by several days. The animation utilized a montage technique to connect these two segments, precisely as he had anticipated, intending to sever the ties between Jin and Uchiha Naraku, crafting the former into a villain entirely unrelated to the latter. This disguise had indeed been successfully activated, quite commendable, potentially earning him double the popularity. How delightful! As the animation continued, the mysterious figure strolled leisurely through the Yunmu clan's residence, night watchmen collapsing behind him one after another. Yet the audience could not discern any signs of him having made a move. His steps were light, and he appeared utterly composed, exuding an air of comfort that belied that of an intruder, almost as if he were at home, his movements imbued with an oddly cheerful demeanor. At the entrance of the underground palace, two vigilant Yunmu clansmen, upon noticing a stranger approaching, prepared to act, only to lose focus and collapse to the ground, lifeless. The mysterious figure paid no heed to the fallen ants at his feet, proceeding directly into the cave. What is this? I can smell a hint of mischief. The calmness emanating from a powerful figure is utterly captivating. What is this ability? I saw nothing. Yet how have they already fallen? This character is not simple. It seems there is more intrigue to unfold in Naruto. The scene transitioned to the interior of the underground palace, where Yunmu Yin awakened from his stupor. Listening to Yunmu Yin's ridiculous fantasies, scoffing derisively. In just a few short sentences, he managed to dismantle the old man's defenses, disregarding the carefully planned days ahead, demanding immediate results from this incessantly prattling individual. Was he dreaming? Did he truly believe he could manage with just a handful of Yunmu's cats? What a spectacle! The old man's defenses have crumbled. Ha! Blood brother, you are truly a candid person, mercilessly disparaging yourself. Blood brother, with a mere opening of my lips, life and death are rendered inconsequential. Indeed, Blood brother speaks the truth. To be captured alive by a seasoned elite team is hardly a feat worthy of elevating Yunmu's bloodline. Yunmu Yin. To breach my defenses is a mark of arrogance. This strike shall render your fate uncertain. The dagger, shrouded in dim light, remains indistinct. Yet at the precipice of its descent, sparks fly, and the sharp clang of metal resonates in the air. The scene shifts to Yunmu Yin's bloodied hand and the short blade that has been violently thrust into the ground after being deflected. The enigmatic figure that had emerged moments earlier now stands beside Yunmu Yin, gently patting his shoulder. Upon turning to look, the mysterious figure's white mask is illuminated by flickering flames, casting an eerie glow upon the hollow shapes of his eyes. Vocal, is he a companion then? Is that why he remains so composed? Blood brother truly knows how to play the game. Had he delayed any longer, he would have met his demise. A sense of apathetic acceptance of life and death pervades the atmosphere, evoking laughter. Mysterious man. Upon entering, I find the one I must save engaging in reckless behavior. Noticing something amiss, Yunmu Yin hurriedly turns, yet upon meeting the stranger's gaze, he becomes paralyzed, drenched in cold sweat. The mysterious figure speaks with a tone both familiar and haunting, and Yunmu Yin, showing no signs of formality, engages in a casual exchange, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance that leaves the audience believing they are indeed old friends. Upon hearing the mysterious man inquire whether Yunmu Yin fears he has come to kill him, the audience senses a complex relationship of both enmity and camaraderie, prompting speculation on why their first encounter would lead to such a question. What a soothing voice. As a voice enthusiast, I am thoroughly satisfied. In the voice acting realm, this talent ranks among the finest. Where did the old thief find such a gifted voice actor? Initially, I presumed the mysterious man to be an aloof figure. Yet his speech reveals an endearing charm that is even more appealing. One is eccentric, while the other is whimsical. Their chemistry is palpable. Is this the tacit understanding of longtime acquaintances? Wow, I have already envisioned a 1,000-word narrative of their tumultuous love-hate relationship. He escapes, he pursues. He finds it hard to take flight. This dynamic is utterly exhilarating. Chapter 131. Indeed, a confrontation ensues. Freed from captivity, Yun Mu Yin, out of courtesy, inquires whether he may slay the old man, to which the mysterious figure gestures nonchalantly, inviting him to proceed. His elegant, slender fingers hover in the air, maintaining a graceful arc that captivates the audience's attention, even without a close-up. When the mysterious man poses his question, the audience initially expects Yun Mu Yin to seek a grand act of revenge. However, instead of adhering to the ceremonial expectations, he displays a countenance of disgust. Sensing something amiss, Yun Mu Yin raises an eyebrow, yet he finds proving his strength with such an old relic beneath him. Ultimately, to err on the side of caution, he confirms that he need not demonstrate his power to the other. Of course not, the mysterious man replies, his tone laced with a hint of laughter. I know a yin is extraordinarily formidable. This hand beckons me. Lick, lick, lick. Share a finger with me. I want it too. Ha ha ha. Blood brother turns the tables. Typically, one would engage in a battle with an adversary to conquer their inner demons, but this is true nonchalance. Those unnecessary matters are beneath blood brother. Oh. He calls him a yin. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine, my fists clenching. Oh, old thief, I implore you. Let the mysterious man call my name in that voice. I would do anything. Tomorrow, I shall change my name to Zhao Yan. Then I shall be known as Wang Yan. After vanquishing his long-desired foe, Yun Mu Yin motions for the mysterious man to depart, candidly stating that the latter rescued him merely to assist with his tasks. As their conversation progresses, they touch upon names, with Yun Mu Yin expressing disdain for being called a yin, to which the mysterious man suggests he too may adopt such a name, yet falls silent when asked about his own. Wait, are they not familiar with each other? What was that peculiar atmosphere of a reunion among old classmates? Some individuals, even upon first meeting, possess an inexplicable resonance. I understand. It's the concept of soulmates, is it not? The mysterious man is undeniably a whimsical individual, and given blood brother-esque demeanor, it seems he too is indifferent to life and death. These two are indeed conspirators in mischief. Ha! Upon stepping outside, they are greeted by the setting sun, with the moon ascending into the sky. The vast and shimmering sea of stars resembles a river of light, cascading through the long night, gently enveloping the world. The mysterious man raises his hands, the brilliant starlight cascading upon him, as if he is adorned with divine garments bestowed by celestial beings. The ashes of burnt remains, under the witness of all existence, declare his name. He shall become the torch that ignites the world, using his hatred and fury as fuel until all is reduced to naught. After the flames extinguish, I shall create a new world from the ashes, with the moon as witness and the starry river bearing testament. How romantic. This is the grandeur befitting a true BOSS. How exhilarating. I adore it. Lord Jean, I long to be your hound. This resonates with the essence of a villainous BOSS. A world-destroying war, how thrilling. At last, the ninja realm has a villain intent on annihilating the entire world. The animation abruptly concludes, leaving the audience in suspense regarding the subsequent events, the identity of Jean, his abilities, and his accomplices remaining shrouded in mystery. Some viewers immediately begin to analyze in the comments section, while others opt to delve into forums for more detailed information. The introduction of new characters breathes vitality into the forum, with posts analyzing Jean temporarily occupying a significant portion of the front page, densely packed together. Could Jean be the one who targeted Kakashi? Hot. 1L, original poster as the title suggests. Initially, it was believed that Danzo was responsible. While the motives were somewhat plausible, they still felt contrived. The technique that Kakashi was afflicted with could influence thought processes or lead to emotional distortion. It is undoubtedly an illusion. Danzo and his subordinates likely lack such formidable illusionary prowess. Jin's abilities have been analyzed by prominent figures. The illusion he employed to rescue Yun Mu Yin appears to be of an advanced kind, executed without a medium or hand signs, indicating he has mastered this art to an exceptional degree. Moreover, considering Kakashi had just broken his seal, and moments later, the old thief released Jean, it seems Jean is likely involved in this matter. Additionally, I have never believed that Danzo could unravel the Jinjutsu within Shou Mao, yet the true culprit remains elusive. Now I suspect that the one who broke the Jinjutsu is also Jean, as he appears to possess the highest level of illusionary skill, making him entirely capable of unraveling the Jinjutsu. 2L, if it is indeed him, then he can traverse Konoha with ease. That is terrifying. Does the ninja realm hold any secrets from him? 3L, it's hard to say. Jin's ultimate goal is likely world destruction or inciting a global war, right? What benefit would he gain from undermining Shou Mao and Kakashi? 4L, original poster in response to 3L. Undermining Shou Mao is somewhat understandable, given that situation. Shou Mao would undoubtedly confront Danzo upon awakening, and if a conflict arose within Konoha, it would weaken their strength, allowing him to benefit as an outsider. 5L. In response to 4L, original poster that makes sense, but why would he undermine Sho Mao and then Kakashi? What value does Kakashi's slight stature hold? 6L. Perhaps it's a manifestation of his whimsical nature? He simply enjoys tormenting those two youngsters. 7L. In response to 6L, that is delightfully dark humor. If he truly is the perpetrator, then doesn't that mean Naraku has indirectly caused his own demise? 8L. I genuinely believe it's a possibility. What was that saying? This child possesses a terrifying talent. He must not be allowed to remain. As a result, ever since Kakashi fell victim, he has been wallowing in despair and gloom. And Naraku is not much better off. Both of Konoha's prodigies are on the brink of being rendered useless, which is a significant gain for the antagonist. 9L. Indeed. And Naraku has even unlocked the Mangekyo. His days are numbered. Once he perishes, Yin might devise a scheme to seize his eyes, potentially acquiring a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon. 10L. Wait, do I sense that you all have already concluded that Yin is behind this? There's no evidence to support such a claim. 11L. The old thief hasn't left any clues pointing to Yin's involvement, yet you all hastily brand him as the culprit? 12L. Let's hold off for now. The evidence is too scant, and our deductions lack substantiation. The hundreds of comments below are predominantly embroiled in a debate about whether Yin is responsible for the deaths of Shomo and Kakashi. The supporters of the storyline and the fans of Yin, who have rushed to the scene, are in a heated argument, with dozens of new messages appearing every minute. Naraku had anticipated the possibility of being framed, especially since so many hidden hands could not be traced back to the original instigator, making it inevitable that the audience would connect the dots to his alias. However, the rapid defense from Yin's fans came sooner than he had expected. This alias was even more captivating than he had imagined. The fervor of the fans is overwhelming. It seems he must provide more rewards in return. Naraku perused other analytical posts, but found few that offered substantial insights. The information released by the animators is indeed minimal, leaving everyone at a loss when it comes to analyzing Yin's character, resorting only to speculation. Perhaps influenced by the post titled, "Could Yin be the one targeting Kakashi?" Many have automatically assumed Yin to be the mastermind, particularly among the fanbases of Naraku and Kakashi, which have shown signs of escalating conflict with the emerging faction of Yin supporters. Unbelievable. How can anyone still defend a madman cloaked in a cape and mask? 1L. Original poster. They say one's worldview follows one's senses, yet this new antagonist has neither features nor discernible traits, and there are still those who defend him? Moreover, this fellow is clearly a lunatic who disregards human life. 2L. Sometimes, I truly cannot fathom the preferences of certain individuals. 3L. The analysis posts have indicated that Yin is highly likely the hidden hand behind the framing of Shomo and Kakashi, and yet this lunatic still has admirers. 4L. Replying to 3L, defamation. Pure and simple defamation. Where is the evidence that Yin is responsible? 5L. If it isn't him, then who could it be? Such formidable Jinjutsu abilities cannot possibly belong to Danzo. 6L. I'm telling you, do not come here with baseless accusations and demand accountability. Naraka looked up at the sky. Well, it seems the fans of my true self and my alias have indeed clashed. Chapter 132, A More Ruthless Scheme. Naraku continued to remain incognito in the mountain prison, while Konoha was rife with undercurrents. Uchiha Ento and Uchiha Kazao reported their findings to Fugaku, upon hearing that Naraku was likely assassinated by the squad leader. The veins on Fugaku's forehead throbbed, and his clenched jaw revealed the simmering fury within this clay figure. When he heard the words Mangekyo, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he slammed his palm on the table. What did you say? Ento took a deep breath and reiterated, according to the chakra traces on the scroll. Uchiha Naraku apparently activated the Mangekyo before his death. Fugaku felt a surge of blood rush to his head, a deafening buzz resonating in his ears. This was the power the Uchiha clan had long coveted, the strongest support that could ensure their continued survival. His crimson eyes burned with unrestrained anger. His child was slain by a fellow villager. The precious Mangekyo was now missing, and worse still, the higher-ups in Konoha were undoubtedly aware that Naraku activated the Mangekyo before his demise. They must have sent people to search for it. If they couldn't find it, it would be fortunate for the Uchiha clan to have a chance to breathe. But if the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo were to acquire that pair of Mangekyo, the crisis was imminent. He needed to devise a plan. Fugaku recalled how Shomo faced a public relations crisis, and Naraku had come to consult him late at night, articulating his thoughts clearly and demonstrating decisive effectiveness in his strategies. If Naraku were still around, he would have another ally to confer with, especially since the latter possessed the Mangekyo, which would bolster the Uchiha clan's confidence significantly. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu agent knelt before the desk, reporting the results of their surveillance on the Uchiha. Fugaku had dispatched someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Naraku's fall. and the Uchiha responsible for the inquiry possessed special tools. It was highly likely that Fugaku had already uncovered the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag of smoke, exhaling slowly before nodding. Understood, you may leave. The Umbu disappeared at once. He turned to the individual seated on the sofa beside him, who remained bandaged and cloaked in a loose kimono, concealing his peculiarities. Danzo, why not just let that boy die slowly? Why the haste? Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's probing question, Danzo felt a wave of irritation and vehemently denied. I did not instruct Shimura Dan to carry out this task. He had awoken to find that Dan had completed the assassination of Uchiha Naraku, leaving him utterly bewildered. While Naraku's death was indeed gratifying, he had never issued such an order. This was absurd. Could it be that he had been sleepwalking during his unconsciousness? Now, the order had originated from him, and the one who executed it was his staunch ally. This was a mess that could not be explained away. Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed he was merely being stubborn, feeling a flicker of anger rise within him. It was one thing to repeatedly disregard the orders of the Hokage, but to execute such a dirty job that left them with incriminating evidence only made matters worse. I have no time to argue with you about this. The Uchiha will not let this go. You brought this upon yourself. Now find a way to resolve it. What can they do? Danzo scoffed, exhaling a breath through clenched teeth, showing no sign of regarding the Uchiha with any seriousness. Uchiha Fugaku is just a matter of scaring him and then offering him some benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, seemingly contemplating how to exert pressure on Uchiha Fugaku, and what benefits he could offer in return. Danzo then conceived an even more ruthless scheme. Perhaps he should simply let things escalate out of control. The other ninja clans would not remain indifferent, and the Uchiha would find themselves with even less leverage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been looking down to smoke, raised his head and gave Danzo a knowing glance, and Danzo understood that this plan aligned more closely with Hiruzen's intentions. The interests of Konoha had long been apportioned among the major ninja clans. If the first plan were to be enacted, proactively compensating the Uchiha would mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to sacrifice something from the other clans. This would alienate his supporters and fatten the Uchiha, which could only spell trouble for Hiruzen. The latter plan, however, was different. If the Uchiha were to cause a ruckus that harmed the interests of the other clans, they would naturally unite to support the Hokage in quelling the troublemakers. Danzo displayed a hint of determination to redeem himself, readily taking on the task. Leave it to me. Hiruzen, it will be resolved within 2 months. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially intended to refuse but, upon reflection, realized he had no one else capable of handling this matter. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to entrust it to Danzo. Danzo, exercise prudence. Do not be overly hasty. The centipede, though dead, does not succumb easily. The Uchiha clan is not so easily dealt with. Indeed, Danzo leaned on his cane as he slowly exited his office, a manic yet steely smile curling at the corners of his lips. In truth, he had only disclosed half of his plan, enough to secure Sarutobi's consent for him to address the matter. With Sarutobi's nod, the roots of his organization could be rightfully restored, facilitating his execution of the undisclosed second half of his scheme, in which he would manipulate events to exacerbate the tensions between the village and the Uchiha, ultimately forcing the Uchiha clan to turn against the village. At that juncture, the village could justifiably quell the rebellion and eradicate this malignant tumor entirely. It was a pity about the pair of Mangekyo Sharinon. Had it not been for the current scarcity of manpower, he would not still be searching for the body of Uchiha Nairi. Due to his concealment, Sarutobi was still unaware that Nairi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. If he were to locate the body first, he could possess the Mangekyo, which would grant him a significant advantage over the Uchiha, especially when vying for the position of Hokage in the future. Never mind. Once the Uchiha are dealt with, the Sharinon will be as plentiful as he desires. And as for Kakashi Haytake, you and your son shall not escape unscathed. A cold, sinister glimmer flickered in Danzo's single eye, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. He would not forget the near-fatal ordeal he had endured, nor would he overlook who had decimated the roots of his organization. Everything he had lost, he would ultimately reclaim with his own hands. Chapter 133, They Are Indifferent. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Since the onset of winter, the climate had grown increasingly harsh, with biting winds that chilled to the bone, casting a somber and oppressive atmosphere over Konohagakure, as if dark clouds pressed down upon them. The most conspicuous reason for the village's deteriorating mood was the Uchiha clan. Villagers observed that the Uchiha guard seemed more irritable than usual since winter's arrival, their expressions dark as if burdened by 1,000,000 ryo in debt, and their patience in resolving disputes had noticeably waned. As for the few who were privy to the truth, they understood the Uchiha's simmering resentment. Approximately a month prior, During a high-level meeting attended by the Hokage, several elders, and the leaders of various clans, Uchiha Fugaku had asserted his belief that Naru's death was suspicious, presenting the evidence in his possession and demanding a confrontation with Shimizu. However, at that time, Shimizu was absent from the village, having left several days earlier on a mission, and had since vanished without a trace. It was evident that he intended to let matters dissolve quietly. Naturally, the Uchiha could not swallow this humiliation. At another high-level meeting, Fugaku once again broached the subject, insisting the village summon Shimizu for questioning. Just as the Hokage was about to issue an order, Elder Danzo interjected, arguing that Shimizu's mission was of utmost importance and could not be interrupted lightly, claiming that the Uchiha's evidence was understandable only to them and that its authenticity should be verified by the Hokage before any further decisions were made. No one understood the intricacies of this maneuver better than Fugaku, who was directly involved. If they did not submit the evidence, it would imply the Uchiha's guilt, suggesting that the evidence might be fabricated. Conversely, if they did submit it and the evidence were manipulated, the Uchiha would lose their opportunity to pursue the matter further. After much deliberation, Fugaku ultimately chose not to submit the evidence, explaining that he could bring it to the Hokage's office for verification at any time, but that it could not leave the Uchiha's control. This blatant mistrust towards the higher-ups further plunged the Uchiha into a disadvantageous position. The situation remained deadlocked, and the Hokage's impartial stance, perceived by some astute individuals as tacit support for Fugaku's claims, indicated that the higher-ups were indeed eager to rid themselves of the Uchiha. Consequently, many opted to remain neutral, avoiding entanglement in the affairs, and prioritize their own safety. In the Uchiha Assembly Hall, the clan members who had been searching for Naru returned with letters, each reporting a lack of success. Predictably, arguments erupted once more. When the news of Naru's death was first announced, nearly all Uchihas lamented the loss of a prodigy within their ranks. But soon their anger flared at the perceived truth of the incident. They could accept the deaths of their kin in battle or on missions, but they could not abide an assassination by a fellow villager. The indifference of the village's higher-ups to these developments, coupled with their disregard for the truth, left the Uchiha feeling profoundly disheartened. Or perhaps the mastermind behind Shimizu was among the higher-ups, likely none other than Danzo himself. Some conservatives opined that given the uncertainty of the situation, it was imperative to gain the Hokage support to investigate any possible connections between Danzo and this matter. More radical voices suggested they should venture outside the village to capture Shimizu and exact vengeance for Naru's death. Even more extreme individuals proclaimed that a coup should be launched to cleanse the higher-ups of Konoha, who had long conspired against the Uchiha, advocating for the clan to seize control of the village, and their numbers were steadily growing. Had Fugaku not kept the existence of the Mangekyo a secret, this tide of resentment would likely have already spilled over. The meeting concluded without yielding any decisive strategies from Fugaku, who returned home exhausted. His pregnant wife had prepared a warm meal to welcome him, yet he could not bring himself to meet her sorrowful gaze. The truth was impossible to conceal from Mikoto. Prior to the meeting where the truth was revealed, Fugaku had confided everything to her, including the existence of the Mangekyo. Mikoto did not collapse in despair or weep loudly. She simply shed silent tears as she tucked away the new clothes she had bought for Naru at the bottom of the wardrobe. Then she embraced Fugaku, gently patting his slumped back, whispering, "You must seek vengeance for him, for the Uchiha clan." Her words echoed in his ears, yet now he felt utterly powerless, incapable of formulating a plan or making a decision. Never before had he felt so inadequate, both as a clan leader and as a father. "Come, eat," Mikoto urged, placing a bowl of hot soup into Fugaku's hands, her gentle smile encouraging him. "Once we are nourished, we shall think of a way." Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi returned home from the assembly to find his son, Shisui, waiting for him, hoping for some good news. "I'm sorry, Shisui." Itachi removed his coat and shook his head, indicating that there had been no progress. Shisui had learned to stabilize his emotions amidst repeated disappointments. Taking his father's coat to hang it up, involuntarily recalling the increasingly long chain of origami cranes in his room that remained unclaimed. A pang of sorrow washing over him. More than a month had passed, and Naru's image in his mind had grown increasingly vivid. The events of that night felt as though they had transpired only yesterday, the warmth of Naru's shoulders still lingering in his palm. Why? Knowing full well who the true culprit is, why does everyone in Konoha remain indifferent? They simply do not care. Not even the Hokage. Shisui clenched the fabric in his hands, leaving creases on his father's neatly hung coat. Observing the small figure of his son, filled with indignation and frustration, Itachi sighed softly. "Come, Shisui, since you cannot sleep anyway, shall we practice a few techniques?" "All right, father." To alleviate his son's emotions, Itachi led him to train in their backyard, guiding him through throwing techniques for half an hour before urging his son, now glistening with a light sheen of sweat, to wash up and get some rest. Having arranged these trivial matters, he sat in the courtyard, gazing at the multitude of stars in the sky, his heart heavy with concern for the future of the Uchiha clan. It is a well-known secret that Konoha bears animosity towards the Uchihas. Yet, only now does he perceive this malice as a sharpened blade, inching ever closer to the throats of all Uchihas, sending waves of anguish through their souls. In the depths of the mountain's prison, a white Zetsu entered the underground training ground, its bizarre posture and appearance reminiscent of a walking, inverted tree root. It presented Naraku with a piece of intelligence, tilting its head as Naraku unsealed the message and read it intently. As you might expect, they are forever bickering, yet have taken no action. This is because the Uchihas are all fools. A smile, akin to that of a dying ember, crept across his face as he tucked away the note, seemingly indifferent to the life-and-death crisis facing his kin. Chapter 134. When will you come to see me, Naraku? The white Zetsu inquired curiously. Aren't you also an Uchiha? Indeed, Naraku nodded in acknowledgement. Hence, I am also a fool. The already dim-wit white Zetsu momentarily faltered. But upon receiving a firm pat on the head from Naraku, its gaze instantly regained clarity, resolutely dismissing the parts it could not comprehend. What has Kakashi Haytake been up to lately? Jean, do you care about him? The tone was saturated with malice, prompting Naraku to cast an expressionless glance at the white Zetsu, which promptly swallowed its laughter. Although the white Zetsu could not feel pain, being gradually dismembered and then roasted was rather dull. That fellow seems perpetually lost, as if on the brink of overexertion. If you wish to kill him, you must act swiftly. So he, too, would grieve for the death of a fool? A complex light flickered in Naraku's shadowed eyes, yet he coldly scoffed, truly unexpected. Alas, it is all a debt. He helplessly scratched his head in contemplation, thinking it was high time to find an opportunity to release Naraku. From the day he received the news of Naraku's demise, Kakashi had completely broken free from his restraints. In his newfound clarity, he realized how ludicrous and flawed the rumors surrounding his father's suicide had been, yet upon returning to the village, he had fallen prey to an illusion, unthinkingly embracing those beliefs. When he clandestinely located his father's medical records at the hospital, confirming that his injuries had been inflicted by others, regret and despair gnawed at his insides day and night, almost transforming him into a mere puppet. The thought of the treachery his father had suffered, and the words and actions he had once directed toward Naraku, made Kakashi wish to rip out his own heart, stabbing it mercilessly with a kunai. Yet, whenever he contemplated such an act, hatred would preserve the last vestige of reason, forbidding him from dying so pathetically, compelling him to grow stronger, to live for Naraku, and to live for his father, until the day he could uncover the puppeteer behind the scenes and avenge Naraku and his father. Until then, he had no right to perish. Minato, concerned for Kakashi, sought him out for a heartfelt conversation, discovering that the previous abnormalities had seemingly vanished. Kakashi would feel pain at the thought of Naraku, but no longer avoided it, no longer intentionally distanced himself, shedding tears as he admitted that Naraku was his dearest friend, gritting his teeth and murmuring, someday, someday. Minato sensed something was amiss and inquired about the events that had transpired, why Kakashi had exhibited such peculiar behavior during that time, only to learn from him a chilling truth. Kakashi had once been manipulated by an illusion. Minato believed Kakashi would never lie, and thus, his confusion and horror deepened. Kushina had tested him countless times, yet had gleaned no hints from Kakashi, and now, the illusion had left no traces, revealing the terrifying prowess of the caster. Who had orchestrated this remains unknown, and their motives are shrouded in mystery. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet Minato felt a chill enveloping him, as if something sinister lurked within Konoha, hidden in corners invisible to all, radiating malice towards the world. Suppressing these feelings for the moment, Minato observed Kakashi's reddened eyes, finally grasping the weight of his teacher's words. One may lose opportunities time and again, but one must not merely brush past them, nor let them slip through one's fingers. And Kakashi, ensnared by the illusion, was destined to miss Naraku. From that point onward, Kakashi grew increasingly withdrawn, solitary. And even Minato and Kushina were unable to pry open his heart. When asked how he had been faring lately, his response was perpetually the same. I'm fine. Accompanied by a weary yet polite smile. Just like Naraku had once been, Minato realized that this could not continue. Fearing that the recent whispers regarding the cause of Naraku's death might reach Kakashi's ears, prompting him to take irreversible actions. After much contemplation, he finally devised a plan. He approached Jiraiya, requesting that his mentor take Kakashi out of the village for a period of training. After a moment's thought, Jiraiya agreed. For he had long traveled across the land of fire, gathering inspiration, and had ample time to look after his old friend's son. Moreover, he had heard of Uchiha Fugaku's repeated accusations at high-level meetings, even if Jiraiya had not attended. He was nonetheless aware of the matter and intended to seek out the whereabouts of that ambitious individual soon, to uncover the truth behind it all. Now that the Sage of the Toads was aware of the situation, those who had conspired against his comrades would find it impossible to sweep this under the rug. There would be no way. However, since their departure from the village was ostensibly to pursue the perpetrator, the master and disciple agreed to keep this from Kakashi for the time being, until they located the culprit. Otherwise, Kakashi might be blinded by the flames of vengeance, and should he attract the attention of certain individuals, no one would be able to save him. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya was eager to take Kakashi under his wing for training. And the eager Kakashi had no reason to refuse, promptly gathering his belongings and setting off. Thus, the two of them, an elder and a youth, embarked on the same journey, each harboring different thoughts. On the road, Kakashi proved to be remarkably low maintenance in terms of personality, understanding, independent, and often caring for the somewhat scatterbrained Jiraiya. Much like Minato, he was precociously mature. However, in terms of training, he pushed himself relentlessly, rivaling the legendary Might Guy and his father. Jiraiya worried that he might inadvertently train himself to death. Every time Jiraiya attempted to advise Kakashi against such self-imposed pressure, Kakashi would display a stubborn expression, yet would evade the conversation by repeatedly adjusting his leg wraps, head bowed. Jiraiya understood that the child was suffering internally, believing that only through self-torturous training could he find solace. In a moment of exasperation, Jiraiya journeyed to Mount Mayaboku to procure some medicinal oil from the Sage of the Toads, instructing Kakashi to apply it each night before sleeping. As the night deepened, even after applying the oil, Kakashi would still feel a lingering ache throughout his body, making sleep elusive. In those moments, he would gaze at the moon, or at the stars, praying that Naraku might visit him in his dreams, allowing him to feel a flicker of warmth from the extinguished embers of his heart. In a forest in the northern part of the Land of Fire, Kakashi awoke once more from a tumultuous dream, letting out a disappointed sigh. Once again, he had not dreamt of Naraku. When will you come to see me, Naraku? Is it that you are unwilling to forgive me? Chapter 135. Jiraiya, what on earth is going on? Kakashi stared at the horizon gradually illuminating in the distance, lost in thought, until the sky brightened. Finally emerging from his sleeping bag, washing his face, and beginning to prepare breakfast. The conditions for camping in the wild are rather harsh, and the food lacks variety. Thus, he merely chopped the ingredients and placed them into a small pot to boil, seasoning them with a sprinkle of salt and soy sauce. Ordinarily, he would scoop a bit out with a spoon to taste, but as he stirred the soup, his gaze was captivated by the ingredients bobbing up and down under the bubbles, causing his mind to wander unknowingly. It wasn't until Jiraiya, drawn by the enticing aroma, ambled over to sit beside the pot that Kakashi was jolted back to reality. Good morning, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi greeted. Morning, Kakashi, Jiraiya replied cheerfully, taking the spoon from Kakashi's hand and sampling the hot soup, once again marveling at the wisdom of bringing Kakashi along on this trip. The reason for his recurring admiration had already been expressed 16 times. This kid Kakashi really has a knack for seasoning. The two exchanged words while enjoying their respective bowls. The atmosphere pleasantly amicable. Perhaps due to his experience with children and his own disposition, Jiraiya managed to elicit a few words from Kakashi throughout the journey, preventing it from devolving into a monologue. To this day, he entrusted the cooking and other minor tasks to Kakashi to instill in him a sense of humanity and the warmth of life, ensuring he did not become a mere puppet, fixated solely on missions and survival. If we head east for a while, we will soon reach Kusagakur, and if we hurry, we might just soak in the hot springs before nightfall. The thought of the endless writing material beckoning to him caused Jiraiya to daydream, revealing a rather unheroic expression. Having traveled together for so long, Kakashi could easily discern what was on his mind. The still innocent Kakashi chose to close his eyes and focused on his meal, unable to understand the allure of peeping into women's baths that captivated Jiraiya so. Moreover, even if one were to entertain the notion, such a hobby hardly seemed ethical. It could only be said that the strong possessed their peculiar quirks, Jiraiya's lecherous tendencies, Tsunade's penchant for gambling, and the rumor that Orochimaru spends years hidden away in his lab pursuing research. Kakashi found himself pondering for the umpteenth time how, among such powerful figures, his father might be considered almost too normal. After finishing breakfast, Kakashi packed his belongings, donned his custom-made heavy gear, and continued on their journey. After all, they would be soaking in the hot springs that evening, so any sweat shed would be inconsequential. As he stepped into the gates of Kusagakur, the setting sun casting a golden hue, Kakashi felt the fatigue of the day weigh heavily upon him. His chakra had dwindled to nearly nothing after a day of intense travel, and damp strands of hair clung to his forehead, dripping with sweat. Jiraiya, however, remained composed. Playfully patting Kakashi on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly, his brows furrowing in reluctant annoyance, as if to complain about Jireya's childish antics as a senior. Ignoring the unspoken grievance, Jireya attempted to deflect the situation with praise. Impressive, Kakashi. You've improved significantly since last time. Without waiting for a response, he eagerly lifted the perspiring youth and strode towards the bathhouse. After a brief wash, Jireya slipped away, leaving Kakashi to ponder in the soothing waters, allowing his mind to drift. Strangely enough, he had yet to share a soak in the springs with Naraku. Relaxing his body, Kakashi gradually submerged himself beneath the surface, the rippling water scattering the light into glimmering fragments, reminiscent of the dappled sunlight filtering through trees during summer. He reached out, his fingers breaking the surface and creating ripples, the sensation of the water flowing through his fingers bringing a slight tickle. Aside from soaking in the hot springs, there were countless experiences Kakashi had yet to share with Uchiha Naraku, and so many words left unspoken. Even in dreams, he longed to see her again. A warmth gathered at the corners of his eyes, and Kakashi found himself uncertain if he was on the verge of tears. Contrary to Kakashi's assumptions, Jireya was not gathering materials, but was, instead, impeccably dressed as he navigated through the shadows. Renowned as a hot spring haven within the ninja world, Kizakur was also a bustling city rife with intrigue, serving as a crucial hub for information among wandering ninjas. Various factions had established their foothold here, including the underground exchange. Jireya donned a slight disguise and confidently entered the exchange's stronghold, where a mere glance prompted the guard to allow him passage. The proprietor, seated behind the counter, wore a genuine and welcoming smile. "What can I assist you with, esteemed customer?" Jireya produced a photograph and slid it across the table, inquiring, "Where is this individual now?" "Ah, we happen to have information on this person," the proprietor replied, retrieving a scroll from a hidden compartment and placing it beside the photograph, gesturing to it while offering an additional tidbit. "Not long ago, another client commissioned us to investigate this individual. You must act swiftly." "Understood." Jireya nonchalantly placed the coins on the table, pocketed the photograph and scroll, and turned to leave. Emerging from the underground, he sought a quiet spot to unroll the scroll, only to emit an irritated click of his tongue upon finishing. Good grief, the last sighting was right here in Kizakur. Should he deem this individual a fool for staying in a place teeming with informants, or should he commend their cleverness for believing they could hide in plain sight, ultimately leading to their discovery? Yet, who else was investigating Shimura Danzo? Jireya stroked his chin, realization dawning in his eyes. The relentless pursuit was unmistakably from the Uchiha clan. They had not given up the chase. It seemed the proprietor was right. He needed to hasten his actions, lest the Uchiha apprehend their target, complicating matters considerably. After all, if the assassination was genuine, then according to the old man's temperament, he would never allow a vital witness to fall into Uchiha hands, which could subsequently threaten the village's stability. Should a spark ignite, it would be beyond Jireya's control. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the roof of a vibrant three-story tavern erupted in a cloud of dust, and a figure was propelled from within. The posture suggested they had been forcefully ejected. Upon seeing a slender golden figure following closely behind, Jireya nearly dropped his jaw. What on earth? Tsunade? Chapter 136. Yet, she emerged victorious. Upon her return to Konoha, Tsunade's motivations were not solely rooted in the favor owed to Heitake Sakamo and the bonds of friendship. A significant reason lay in the fact that her grandmother, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, had already transferred the tailed beast to the young girl known as Kushina, who now relied on her vast and resilient chakra. But time was running short. Upon returning to Konoha, she first visited her grandmother, sharing a cup of warm tea and exchanging a few words. Satisfied with her grandmother's well-being, she then accompanied Sakamo, who had been waiting outside, to the hospital to attend to his young apprentice. Even within the ninja world, Uchiha Naraku was an exceptionally rare talent. Regrettably, her bloodline not only bestowed her with power but also cursed her with an insidious affliction that slowly gnawed at her fragile body, ceasing only with her demise. This was her first patient suffering from a bloodline disease within the Uchiha clan, and perhaps it would be her last. Tsunade gazed at Shoma, who seemed to be murmuring to himself, sensing instinctively that he was concealing something. Otherwise, such an expression would not have graced his features. Soon, her curiosity was satisfied. Even someone as guileless as Shoma was not spared, and those old geezers were indeed beyond redemption. Konoha, oh Konoha, its roots burrow ever deeper. Yet its branches and leaves grow increasingly sparse and withered. Should the day arrive when this grand tree can no longer sprout new leaves, it will herald its catastrophic collapse. It is no wonder that Shoma was so determined to save that child, Naraku, of the Uchiha clan. His understanding was poignantly heart-wrenching. The three-tomo Sharingan was already a heavy burden for a child. Every time he activated it, his meridians would suffer damage from the overwhelming power, causing him immense pain. Yet Naraku would merely say a little, "I'm sorry." Even knowing his illness was incurable, he still wore a bashful, gentle smile. Why did he not harbor hatred for this world? Having lived half a lifetime, Tsunade had witnessed far too much. The shinobi world was never short of those who bore various pains and despised everything. For one so young, Naraku had awakened the Sharingan, and logically, he could easily veer towards extremity, yet he did not. Tsunade sat by, leaning against the table, observing the circle of children frolicking about. Their faces were alight with joy, akin to tender buds blooming on an ancient tree, adorned with a golden sheen from the morning sun. Perhaps there was still hope for this grand tree to rejuvenate anew. But would that day truly come? Tsunade slumped to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. An old friend was not far away, yet she lacked the strength to rise, even to meet his bloodied form with her gaze, until Naraku knelt before her, imploring her like a mourning cuckoo, and with mere fragments of words. He forcefully pulled her from the clutches of panic. The various instruments in the operating room wailed, their cacophony grating on the nerves. Though it was a critical moment where every second counted, Tsunade's attention drifted to the sounds beyond the door. She could envision the overwhelming despair when Naraku had collapsed, carrying the lifeless Shoma forward. The Uchiha had always awakened in the depths of extreme emotions. The power of the Uchiha was the power of love and hate. At the moment when the seal was about to break, the shadow clone burst forth. Shoma would survive. Thus, Naraku, you too must endure. After accepting Naraku as a disciple, Tsunade often found herself watching him as he diligently studied, inevitably reminded of the many she had lost. Both grandfathers, her parents, and soon, her grandmother as well. Knowing this little boy had little time left, yet still feeling soft-hearted, she wondered if she deserved such fate. Fortunately, it seemed this day would not arrive quite so soon. During her first week away from Konoha, she received a letter from Naraku, detailing his progress. Mastering ninjutsu and sealing techniques, he truly lived up to being her disciple. She carefully stored the letter and penned a response, reminding him that the sealing techniques had numerous intricacies and should not be rushed. However, from that moment onward, she received no further correspondence. Could it be that Orochimaru had abducted him? Tsunade preferred to suspect Orochimaru's involvement rather than entertain any other grim outcomes. Initially, to avoid suspicion and minimize trouble, Tsunade had refrained from contacting the Uchiha. Yet this time, after much contemplation, she sent a message to confirm the situation. Then she entered a casino, casually selecting a table and wagering all her funds, bracing herself to lose everything. To her astonishment, she won. A mound of gleaming chips piled before her, resembling a small mountain cast in silver. They had truly lost their minds. Tsunade clutched the scroll, frozen for a long moment. An icy dread seeping from the cracks of those few words, infiltrating every pore of her being, corroding her insides with a pain akin to being pierced by needles. A familiar anguish spread from her heart, and she seemed to witness someone collapsing, their body growing cold. Yet this time, that phantom morphed into Naraku's face. Perhaps waiting was not the right choice. Waiting would only lead to the gradual disappearance of what one cherished, ultimately leaving nothing behind. In the stillness, a sudden muffled cry broke the silence. What was there to weep about? Tsunade heard her own harsh inquiry, as though dark clouds pressed down with unyielding thunder. Then the door curtain was flung aside, and a cold wind rushed in. Go, let us chop that damn thing to bits. Thanks to the Uchiha's relentless pursuit of leads and information, Tsunade learned that Kusagakur was the recent location of their adversaries. The Uchiha messenger who had delivered the news was detained, brought along into the city for easy access to their family's latest updates. He struggled only symbolically before quietly yielding. After all, he too sought vengeance for Uchiha Naraku, and following Tsunade might expedite their quest. Kusagakur teemed with casinos. Yet Tsunade paid them no mind. Her exceptional ninja skills honed on the battlefield allowed her to quickly track their quarry. Upon seeing that face, the pent-up rage erupted like a volcano, spewing forth from her fists and feet, shattering all obstacles in her path. The floor cracked beneath a powerful kick, and in the next instant, a lithe golden-haired figure appeared before her target. Her fist slammed into the unprepared abdomen, launching him upward and through 2 layers of ceiling, sending him dust-covered into the night sky. Tsunade followed the hole created by his ascent, leaping from the building, and with a swift kick, she drove him back into the ground, fracturing the pavement beneath. An accompanying Uchiha hurried to intervene. Lady Tsunade, you cannot kill him. Tsunade clenched her fist, a series of crisp cracks emanating from her knuckles. How amusing, to be thwarted from killing by an Uchiha. Chapter 137, The Long-Awaited Justice, Within Reach. Under the cold gaze of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, Uchiha Fuyo remained steadfast, resolutely blocking the target's path. If Shimuradan were to die, the matter would forever be buried, and all the Uchiha clan's efforts to seek justice for Naraku would dissipate into nothingness. Therefore, he could not falter. Tsunade was well aware of Uchiha Fuyo's intentions, and since she had no impulsive desire to kill Shimura Dan, she relaxed her fist, tilting her chin to signal him to restrain the man. As for whether allowing Shimura Dan to fall into Uchiha hands would incite a rift within Konoha, she had hesitated when choosing to contact the Uchiha, but soon, it no longer mattered. If the pursuit of truth by the victim would only result in condemnation and suppression, then no matter how they retaliated in the future, the retribution they deserved was warranted. Just as Uchiha Fuyo restrained the target, he sensed another powerful presence approaching swiftly from behind. He cautiously glanced at Tsunade, who seemed to have recognized the newcomer, though her demeanor showed impatience. There was no hint of wariness. Thus, he resumed his focus on sealing Shimura Dan. Click! The sound of wooden sandals striking the ground was faint yet crisp, accompanied by the hearty greeting of a middle-aged man. Long time no see, Tsunade. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Perhaps due to her unsettled emotions, Tsunade's tone was hardly cordial. Yet Jiraiya seemed oblivious to this, responding with an air of nonchalance. In pursuit of an individual, though it appears you have outpaced me. Observing Tsunade's slightly perturbed expression, Jiraiya comprehended that the child named Uchiha Naraku held a significance in her heart that transcended that of a mere patient. Nevertheless, he opted to make one final appeal. Tsunade, how about entrusting him to me? Tsunade cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware of her old partner's intentions. It was likely that he wished to confront the Uchiha and demand accountability, urging the old man to act decisively, to deal with the relevant parties, and to compel the Uchiha to relent, all in a bid to resolve the matter with minimal repercussions. But did Jiraiya consider that if evidence lay in the hands of a disciple of the Hokage, what leverage would it afford against the shadowy figure in the higher echelons? The outcome would only lead to continued procrastination, devoid of any alterations. Ultimately, it would lead to a mere cessation without resolution. Yet, what if there was a chance? Do not become like them. Jiraiya. Tsunade interjected, her brow furrowed tightly, soon realizing her tone was overly harsh, and softened her voice. You know what the result will be. If you feel aggrieved, relinquish any illusions of a peaceful resolution. Regardless of the consequences, they must face what they deserve. Jiraiya tilted his head slightly towards the heavens, exhaling a heavy sigh. Fine then. Having resolved to support Tsunade's perspective, he appeared to unburden himself, stretching languidly and inviting. I know of a splendid hot spring. Shall we? Boom. The wall, shattered by a powerful punch, sent bricks and debris cascading down. Jiraiya blinked, swallowing the remainder of his sentence. I misspoke. Let us go for drinks. He laughed heartily, intending to lead Tsunade to a nearby izakaya, when he suddenly remembered they were still accompanied by children. Is Shizen with you? Kakashi is here too. Perhaps we could enjoy hot pot instead. Very well. Tsunade turned to instruct Uchiha Fuyu to swiftly contact the other Uchiha and return the individual to their clan, urging him to avoid any delays to prevent complications. The individuals from the Shimura clan would not allow him to act freely. Once they learned he was captured, they would do everything in their power to eliminate the evidence. The Uchiha must return the individual safely before the opposition could react. Uchiha Fuyu nodded and, carrying the individual, vanished in an instant. Upon hearing Tsunade call Jiraiya's name, he recognized the legendary Sunin, the illustrious frog sage. When Jiraiya requested the individual, Fuyu felt a chill run down his spine, preparing to defend the witness at all costs if necessary. Thankfully, Tsunade's reliability swiftly dispelled any thoughts of opposition. With the Shimura in hand, utilizing some interrogation techniques or directly extracting his memories, the mastermind behind Naraku's demise would be unable to escape justice. Vindication was tantalizingly close. Once Uchiha Fuyu disappeared from view, Jiraiya surveyed the chaotic surroundings of crumbled buildings and debris, beginning to fret over how to manage the aftermath. To his surprise, he witnessed Tsunade casually produce a stack of banknotes from her pocket, summoning the tavern owner. Wait, something's amiss. How can Tsunade possess such a sum of money? Perhaps Jiraiya's gaze was too direct, for Tsunade shot him an irritated glance and quietly explained, I placed a significant bet previously and emerged victorious. As the proverbial cash cow, Tsunade's winnings signaled that something was amiss. Perhaps her incessant gambling was a means to repeatedly assure herself that those around her remained safe and would not abandon her. Jiraiya quickly masked the flicker of sympathy in his eyes, adopting a carefree demeanor once more. Let's go, this time I shall treat. As he spoke, he utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to summon Kakashi, and Tsunade employed the same technique to bring Shizen along. By the way, Jiraiya recalled, Kakashi is still in the dark. We need to synchronize our story. I told him we left the village for training and materials. Understood. I'm aware, Tsunade replied, arms crossed, her fingers tapping thoughtfully on her arm. Jiraiya's actions were justifiable. Kakashi was too young to be ensnared in the depths of hatred this early. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. This matter would not stay concealed for long. By the time he returned, Konoha would likely be engulfed in turmoil. Sigh. We shall find a suitable opportunity to address it. Kakashi rose from the bottom of the hot spring, even as his chest ached from prolonged breathlessness. His heart nearly leaping from his throat. His breaths were calm and measured, showing no concern for the physical pain. The distant tremors of battle had grown faint, drowned out by the gentle sounds of flowing water, becoming a barely perceptible hum. Yet, as if guided by instinct, he tilted his head toward that direction. Perhaps I should seek out Lord Jiraiya. He stood and left the hot spring, entering the changing room to dress. Just as he finished donning his attire, Jiraiya's shadow clone arrived. Oh, finished with your soak? The clone draped an arm around the child's warm shoulders, completely disregarding that he had just been thoroughly washed. Let us go. I ran into someone familiar. We're off for hot pot. Kakashi sighed, half opening his eyes. The smell will linger for quite a while. No matter. We can wash up again when we return. Chapter 138. This journey will not be smooth sailing. In this extravagant and chaotic city, the Uchiha undoubtedly had their own clandestine operations. Uchiha Fuyu, bearing the witness, skillfully evaded most prying eyes and swiftly entered the contact point. Upon arriving at the hidden room, the Uchiha clan member on duty was about to act when a seal was thrust before him. Quickly, summon everyone west of Kizegakur to provide support. We have secured the items. Excellent. The clan member immediately retrieved ninja tools, beginning to form seals while channeling chakra, inquiring about the specific plan. My lord, when do you intend to depart? In 15 minutes. Uchiha Fuyu unrolled the sealing scroll, wrapping Shimura Danzo into a stiff, mummified form for easier transport should they encounter pursuit or conflict. He had an inkling that this journey would not be without its challenges. My lord. A shadowy figure abruptly appeared before the one-eyed elder, bowing respectfully, delivering the message in a stiff tone. Today, we did not receive a timely report from Shimura Danzo. The elder opened his remaining eye, a flicker of malice crossing his features. The time has come. Dispose of him. Understood. The subordinate vanished in an instant, and Danzo, leaning on his cane, rose slowly, moving toward the door, gazing at the dimly lit, dilapidated root base, which was gradually being restored. When Kakashi Sakamo had decimated Root. Upon awakening and assessing the situation, he found only a few of his operatives remained, those who had been on missions and thus escaped the massacre. The loss of military strength equated to a loss of power. Fortunately, he had the opportunity to reclaim authority and return to a position of influence. The successful assassination of Uchiha Naraku, while somewhat unexpected, necessitated addressing the aftermath. He remained the leader of Root, and his request for reinforcements had received support from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dispatched 30 men. Yet, it remained woefully insufficient. Thus, he sought out the prominent figures of various ninja clans, resorting to both coercion and inducement, and at last, he managed to gather a meager half of the numbers previously amassed by the Root. To fully restore the former strength, it would likely require a considerable passage of time. The mere thought of Uchiha Fugaku clinging to the hope of securing witness testimony during the high-level meetings in Konoha over the past 2 months elicited an involuntary cold chuckle from Danzo. When the Uchiha clan discovers that Shimura Dan and the escort personnel have perished at the hands of the Umbu, coupled with the disappearance of several gifted young children from the village, it would likely incite a collective uprising. At that juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no choice but to act decisively. Either Konoha would descend into civil war, or he would preemptively eliminate the Uchiha's living forces, quelling the crisis in its infancy. As long as he was not foolish, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the path he must take. As for whether he would face accountability afterward, the events had already transpired. What good would accountability serve? Moreover, with so few capable individuals at his disposal, and unwilling to dirty his own hands, he could only entrust matters to me, Danzo. He was utterly reliant on me, rendering me untouchable. A squad of Uchiha traversed through the dense forest, each member acutely alert, prepared to confront any impending adversaries. Suddenly, the foremost clan member heard the distinct sound of a projectile slicing through the air and swiftly unsheathed a kunao to deflect a shuriken arcing towards his chest. Alert! Not long after his warning, a dozen rogue ninjas, masquerading as defectors, emerged from the shadows, unleashing a barrage of various ninjutsu and explosive tags. Half of the Uchiha team activated their Sharingan, easily countering the intensity of the assault. Yet, burdened with the need to protect the witnesses, they dared not stray far from the group, finding themselves in a somewhat passive predicament. The adversaries had taken full advantage of this, directing all their efforts towards the central figure, Uchiha Fuyu, compelling them to consolidate their defense in the midst of the battlefield. Uchiha Fuyu, with his 2 Tomo activated, searched for a breakthrough. The second wave of reinforcements had yet to arrive, and if this stalemate continued, the situation would become dire. He needed to break free swiftly to elude his pursuers, otherwise, the entire squad, including himself, would be exhausted here. He mouthed a phrase only the Uchiha could comprehend. There's a gap in the northeast. The other clan members understood and unleashed their most expansive jutsu, intertwining lightning and fire techniques to form a massive net, repelling another wave of enemy attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he moved towards the indicated gap. Even with a person on his back, it did not hinder his agile maneuvers. He swiftly dispatched one enemy and broke free from the encirclement. His comrades would hold off the majority of the pursuers. His foremost task was to rendezvous with the second support team. As for those who remained behind, their survival was left to fate. Uchiha Fuyu pressed on, darting between the ancient trees and dispatching two pursuing ninjas in quick succession, one of whom had even resorted to his clan's secret techniques in a desperate bid. He distinctly recalled that clan would never have bloodlines beyond Konoha. This implied that not all their enemies were rogue ninjas. Some were indeed fellow villagers mingled amongst them. How outrageous. Konoha had cast aside all pretenses and brazenly emerged to hunt them down. Just as he ground his teeth in indignation, he sensed several more enemies encircling him, significantly stronger than the previous rogues. He had anticipated that the gap used for his escape was, in fact, a trap, yet he had no choice but to gamble. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball technique. The two enemies were compelled to retreat, dodging his attack, while he hurled dozens of shuriken, forcing the remaining adversaries to halt and defend. Uchiha Fuyu seized the moment, drawing a kunao and pivoting to thrust it fiercely into the chest of the nearest assailant. Blood splattered across his face, accentuating the eerie brilliance of his crimson shuriken, which glimmered with a malevolent light. Another foe circled around behind him. He propelled himself off the corpse pierced by his kunao, leveraging the momentum to vault into the air and evade the enemy's line of sight. Lightning release, lightning spear. A spear of crackling azure lightning materialized in his hand and shot forth, impaling the enemy below. In that perilous instant, 5 or 6 sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, aiming for his vital points from various angles. The tomo in his irises spun rapidly. He managed to deflect the first spike with his kunao, using the momentum to dart leftward, narrowly avoiding the second and third spikes as they grazed past his ribs. The trajectory of his descent had veered too far from the advantageous cover of the trees, and he plummeted straight down. Upon landing, a vast mire had already formed. Even as he activated lightning release upon impact, he was still wounded by the waiting enemies. Chapter 139. Who is he? Why does he not kill me? With a swift motion, he dispatched the enemy within arm's reach, granting himself a moment to breathe. Blood seeped between his fingers, but he had no time to tend to his wounds. Water release. Water shuriken fell from the sky at an alarming speed, the sound of tearing air overwhelming and severely disrupting his judgment. Uchiha Fuyu defended himself while retreating, but was still struck by 2 shuriken. The 2 tomo were sufficient to perceive all incoming attacks, yet his injured body lacked the speed to respond accordingly. This was becoming increasingly perilous. As he beheld the 3 remaining adversaries eyeing him hungrily, Uchiha Fuyu gripped his ninja blade, his expression resolute. Just as he prepared to unleash his chakra to its fullest, an icy dread enveloped him, a profound terror surging from his soul to his mind. It felt akin to prey quaking before a famished predator, left powerless to do anything but shiver under the predator's bloodthirsty gaze, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. The 3 enemies around him stood frozen, their fear palpable, their chests heaved, hands trembling around their weapons. Had Uchiha Fuyu not known these were rigorously trained professional ninjas, he might have doubted they would not flee in that instant. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of their breaths vanished. From afar, an invisible wave seemed to approach. The ancient trees swayed in the tempest, startling flocks of birds from their perches among the leaves. The birds emitted sharp, chaotic cries, swirling like withered leaves caught in a whirlwind, coalescing above the forest to form a dense, dark cloud. Sunlight, already scarce through the thick canopy, was now all but extinguished. It felt as though some monstrous entity was slinking through the shadows, drawing near. Uchiha Fuyu could almost sense its footsteps, the warm, bloody breath brushing against the nape of his neck. Thud! The sound of saws striking the trunk reverberated like thunder in the stillness. Uchiha Fuyu turned to behold a figure cloaked in black, standing atop a tree. By his stance, it was evident he was observing this desperate skirmish, a silent witness to their plight as cornered beasts. The 3 enemies, unable to withstand such overwhelming terror, succumbed to panic, breaking free from their paralysis and launching an assault. Die! One of them unfurled a scroll, unleashing a barrage of projectiles toward the mysterious figure. In the next instant, the enigmatic figure had already materialized beside the attacking ninja. Uchiha Fuyo perceived no movement or sound. The ninja had succumbed to death quietly, offering no resistance. The lifeless body began to topple, swiftly withering into decayed timber before it could reach the ground, crashing down and shattering into dark remnants. The enigmatic figure did not continue their assault. Instead, they tilted their head, seemingly awaiting a meager display of trickery from their opponent for amusement. The remaining two ninjas, seizing their chance to attack, swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth prison. The ground around them began to rise rapidly. Mounds of earth and stone coalescing into a hemispherical prison that ensnared the mysterious individual, incessantly siphoning their chakra. Yet, as the impenetrable earthen prison was formed, it began to collapse and shatter instantaneously, unable to maintain its shape despite the relentless influx of chakra, leaving only a circle of soil and ash around the mysterious figure's feet. Boring. The mysterious figure coldly uttered two words, their voice somewhat muffled by the mask. The intonation imbued with a peculiar resonance that rendered their true voice unrecognizable. They extended their right hand, lightning flickering in their palm, coalescing into a sharp form. Uchiha Fuyo barely caught a glimpse of the two Tomo, witnessing the figure vanish for an instant and reappear. The two remaining foes, unable to react in time, fell one after the other, their demise mirroring that of the first. A cold breeze swept through, the withered, carbonized bodies disintegrating with the movement of air, producing a delicate rustling sound that sent shivers down Uchiha Fuyo's spine. The mysterious figure noticed another presence at the scene, glancing in their direction. Is it my turn? Uchiha Fuyo tightened his grip, subtly adjusting his stance. Even if he was not a match for the opponent, he had no choice but to fight. The Uchiha would never surrender. Contrary to his expectations, the mysterious figure did not employ that bizarre ninjutsu, vanishing after a couple of breaths. Uchiha Fuyo remained vigilant for an extended period. Distant footsteps approached. Fuyo-senpai. The faint call prompted him to relax his grip, gazing at the wounded yet unscathed clan members. Realizing that the adversary had indeed departed, he breathed heavily, attempting to calm his racing heart. Then he felt the cold sweat soaking his back, his palms slick with perspiration, the gloves nearly wringing out water. Who is he? Why did he spare me? Uchiha Fuyo pondered, yet it was not prudent to linger in this place. He beckoned his clansmen to follow him as they hastily retreated. Naraku, cloaked in the guise of Jin, concealed himself in the shadows, listening to Baiju provide him with intelligence. The second batch of Uchiha was approximately 100 kilometers away to the southwest, whom Naraku responded dismissively, then his body tensed. Bending down to remove his mask and coughing violently. Only after expelling blood did he feel somewhat better, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Enduring the dull ache in his chest as he straightened up to breathe, Madara-sama said that using the Mangekyo will only shorten your lifespan. You have only a few days left. The root-like, Baiju chimed in. Naraku replied coldly, I have my own count. Such a rebellious child. Baiju feigned a shake of the head, completely ignoring past lessons, daring to tease. Jin, why do you bother saving them? Do you still care about the Uchiha? You might as well stop calling yourself Baiju and change it to Baiji. Naraku's expression turned disdainful as he raised his hand and severed Baiju's arm, still wearing a smile. If they take witnesses back, how could Konoha create discord? With Uchiha Fugaku's cowardice, would he dare to turn against them without solid evidence? Baiju, accustomed to losing limbs, picked up his intact arm, feeling a strange sense of tenderness that Naraku had not shattered his arm today. Just as he reattached the limb, Naraku issued a cold command. Let us go, idiot. Understood. Chapter 140. I don't want to grow the face of the first Hokage. Hastily returning to the mountain graveyard, Naraku received a somewhat positive message from Kuroju as soon as he entered the underground. Uchiha Madara intended to infuse him with Hashirama's cells. Excellent. This is a splendid opportunity to awaken a new bloodline and gradually revive the master persona. A fleeting thought crossed Naraku's mind before a joyful smile spread across his face. Really? Has Madara-sama finally fine-tuned it? His movements were exaggerated, hands clasped beside his face, his tone filled with delight as he uttered a harsh reality. I thought I wouldn't live to see this day. Kuroju could not help but close his eyes. What a madness, Uchiha Naraku's alter ego. The mere thought of having to coexist with this individual for many years after Madara's demise darkened his vision. Uchiha Madara, perhaps you should hold off on dying for now. Ignoring Kuroju's thoughts, Naraku jogged into Uchiha Madara's laboratory. Sure enough, Madara awaited him there, a syringe filled with a peculiar liquid resting on the surgical table. Naraku deliberately circled around Madara, arriving at the opposite side of the table, leaning forward with his hands pressed against the surface, chattering away. Madara-sama, shall we begin now? Do I need to prepare anything first? Perhaps a prayer? No need to fast for 8 hours before the surgery? He glanced around. Noticing no strange instruments or medical equipment in sight, it appeared Madara merely intended to administer an injection. A hint of grievance creased his brow. It all felt so casual and haphazard, despite being a pivotal moment in his life. Shut up, you foolish brat. Madara rubbed his throbbing temples, pointing at the surgical table. Get on with it. All right. Naruto puffed up his cheeks, leaping onto the surgical table and lying down, allowing Madara to manipulate his arm. This posture reflected either complete trust in Madara or a total disregard for his own life, or perhaps a combination of both. The needle pierced through the skin, entering the vein, the cold liquid spreading rapidly, soon rendering his entire arm numb. Once the injection was complete, Madara withdrew the syringe, instructing Naruto to apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Naruto, with his palm glowing green, covered the injection site, expressing strong condemnation. I'm the patient. Yet I have to stop the bleeding myself? Madara-sama shows no concern for me at all. He smiled, his hollow eyes fixated on Uchiha Madara, unaware that his entire left arm had taken on a pale and eerie hue. A prickling pain surged from his arm, followed by his shoulder and chest, then radiating through his internal organs, an expanding realm of agony that intensified. Naruto coughed softly, his consciousness fading, his eyes hazily gazing at Madara's chest, even managing to jest. By the way, I don't want to grow the face of the first Hokage. I don't like him. Uchiha Madara's brow twitched. Just as he was about to scold, he noticed that Jean had completely lost consciousness. Damn it, foolish brat, this isn't what I intended to grow. Suddenly, he realized that if others saw him adorned with Hashirama's face, peculiar rumors would surely circulate. The nearly senescent Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, for the first time concerned about his reputation in this regard. Cough, cough. The lad on the table coughed up blood, even in his unconscious state. His limbs spasmed from the overwhelming pain. Ultimately, he turned slightly to curl up, the blood flowing from his mouth trickling down the edge of the table, cascading down the stone wall in varying lengths of crimson trails. From this point onward, he must rely solely on himself. As Obito was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint whisper behind him. The syllables were so subtle that even Obito could hardly decipher them. Rather than a whisper, it resembled the ambient sounds produced by breath. Regardless, there was no opportunity to hear it again. With that thought, Obito turned away from the laboratory, leaving the foolish child to fend for himself. Naruto, having dulled all sensations of pain, curled up within his mental space, watching his body convulse intermittently, flicking his tongue in pity. How tragic indeed. The animation has been updated with 2 new episodes. Upon hearing the system notification, Naruto ceased his gaze upon his pitiful form and swiftly opened the website. He had accumulated several episodes that he had yet to watch, and now seemed the perfect time to resolve that backlog. Since awakening with the persona of Jean, the information system of White Zetsu had similarly become accessible to him. With the stealth capabilities of the creature White Zetsu, he could ascertain most happenings within the ninja world, even knowing the precise moments when Kakashi, accompanied by Jiraiya, left the village or fell asleep at night. Therefore, the informational function of the animation had evidently diminished for him, now serving primarily as a valuable reference for gauging popularity. Of course, indulging in entertainment also constituted a significant purpose of the animation. After Jean rescued Unmo Yen, the next episode commenced with a return to the scene where Naruto plummeted from the cliff. Uchiha Inju and Uchiha Fuyo arrived, employing different methods to investigate, quickly converging their efforts. Through scrolls and ninja cats, the two managed to reconstruct the final segment of that battle. When Inju realized the truth and alerted Fuyo, the latter's expression shifted from one of terror to one of fury in a remarkably short span of time, accompanied by heavy, chilling sound effects that left the audience gripping their hearts. Hinata was adorable, wishing to pinch her cheeks. Detective Inju, at your service. At long last, the Uchiha clan finally understood that Naruto had been betrayed by his own villagers. Oh, how tragic. The Uchiha clan was on the brink of explosion. Not merely a mere explosion, but how could they tolerate the loss of a kaleidoscope wielder, only to have him slain by Konoha? Such enmity could not be forgiven. The grievances were too profound to be assuaged. Influenced by the residual chakra traces left by Naruto, the scroll exhibited further disturbances. Uchiha Inju gazed at the peculiar patterns. Even with his extensive experience and calm demeanor, his voice trembled slightly. This is... Boom. The scene shifted abruptly to Uchiha Fugaku, who slammed his hand down on the desk, nearly vaulting from behind it. What did you say? Upon hearing Inju reiterate the weighty news that Uchiha Naraku might have awakened his Sharingan, he staggered back a step, his eyes igniting with fury. The sky had fallen upon Fugaku. A calamity had befallen the Uchiha. That was the most formidable weapon. What are you still dawdling for? Dispatch someone to locate Naraku's remains. Since Shimura Danzo was still alive, the The matter of Naruku's awakening would undoubtedly reach Danzo's ears. And the old man would be frantically sending out search parties for the body. What if Danzo discovered it? The Uchiha would be utterly doomed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew even heavier. After the reporting Umbu departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked the ash from his cigarette, exasperatedly questioning Danzo why he could not simply wait, his cold-heartedness provoking the ire of countless viewers. Danzo continued to deny the accusations. Yet he held no credibility with Hiruzen or the audience. His justifications were merely stubborn refusals to acknowledge the truth. Subsequently, the two men, amidst their quarrel, began to discuss how to handle the aftermath, ultimately deciding on a strategy of cold indifference. Whether they waited for the Uchiha to quiet down or escalated the situation to suppress it further, one thing was certain. They would never voluntarily compensate the Uchiha. Hiruzen, do you hear the words coming from your mouth? He shouted. The heroic figure had already perished, now. The individual occupying the Hokage position was simply a gradually aging politician. The leader of Konoha felt no sorrow for an innocent child slain by a comrade. Instead, he was enraged by the clumsiness of an old friend. It was utterly absurd. Oh, how tragic. Let it be destroyed. There is no hope left. Chapter 141, The Backbone of the Uchiha. Originally, the antics of these two had already irked the audience, but after Danzo exited the office, a further internal monologue only served to ignite their fury. This old man not only sought to undermine the Uchiha, but also seized the opportunity to commit murder and pluck eyes, showing no mercy even to the unconscious Kakashi. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, viewers frantically wishing they could dive through the screen to eliminate Danzo. I will kill you, Shimura Danzo. To have supported Shimura Danzo would be my only cybercrime. Why can't I enter the ninja world? I cannot bear to watch the Uchiha being victimized. Help! Who will save the Uchiha? Old thief, quickly arrange for a villain to take down Danzo. I absolutely will not criticize you for being abrupt. Is this really the time for such semantic discussions? To eliminate Danzo would hardly constitute villainy. One must regard him as a hero. Is this really the time to deliberate on titles? If Shimura Danzo succeeds, it will mark the darkest hour for Konoha since its inception. Once more, in the dead of night, Uchiha Fugaku returned home, this time without hesitation, striding purposefully into the house with Naruku's information in hand. If revenge was to be sought, this information could not be concealed from Mikoto. It would be better to prepare her mentally than to catch her off guard with such news later. Fugaku helped his wife settle onto the soft couch before taking a seat opposite her, adopting a serious demeanor. Mikoto, sensing the gravity in her husband's expression, coupled with the fact that Naruku had been missing for over 10 days without news, took a deep breath, clutching her clothing tightly before slowly exhaling. Even with her mental preparations, upon hearing the confirmed outcome, tears streamed down Mikoto's cheeks as she covered her face, weeping softly. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the window into Naruku's room, illuminating the neatly made single bed, upon which lay a set of new clothes Mikoto had recently purchased for Naruku. The Uchiha family crest intricately embroidered on the fabric sparkled faintly in the moonlight. Naruku had not perished due to a mission sacrifice. Hearing her husband's voice, laced with resentment, Mikoto gritted her teeth, wiping away her tears, placing her hands firmly on Fugaku's shoulders, and resolutely declaring, "You must avenge Naruku. Avenge the innocents who perished. Avenge all that the Uchiha clan has endured." Fugaku gazed steadfastly into Mikoto's eyes, perceiving the unwavering determination beneath the tears, an unyielding resolve that would not relent until justice was served, until the perpetrators faced their due consequences. None of us could afford to falter. Their first child had been lost even before the birth of their eldest son. Would Mikoto regret not having intervened more vigorously at that time, when their child grew to be the same age as Naruku? Would that attire ever see the light of day again? Why, my friend? Why do you indulge in your own suffering so? Mikoto was far stronger than they had imagined. Would the rest of the Uchiha clan consent to avenging one individual, if they chose to turn a blind eye to such a murder? The backbone of the Uchiha clan would be shattered. That would herald the true end. Through struggle, we seek peace, and thus peace endures. Through compromise, we seek peace, and thus peace perishes. In the next episode, the scene opened once more in the dead of night. A gray-white figure entered the hospital, slipping into a heavily secured archives room. A faint flicker of firelight illuminated the screen, revealing Kakashi's face, as he busily rummaged for something. He retrieved a relatively new medical record from a corner, the rustle of rapidly flipping pages resonating through the air as the camera followed his gaze to a particular page. Several entries were swiftly revealed in close-up by the animator, with key terms illuminated in white light, allowing the audience to grasp the contents of the document with haste. Knife wounds, approximately 6 open lacerations, shoulder, chest, severe blood loss. No matter how one looked at it, These were injuries sustained during a battle. Kakashi's hands trembled. An overwhelming pain surged from his heart, akin to a dagger forged from despair and regret, slicing away at his very essence. How could he have believed such ludicrous rumors? Even with the knowledge that a Jinjutsu was at play, he could not absolve himself for his actions that fateful night. The sight was harrowing. The two individuals he cherished most had both fallen victim to treachery, and it was likely that Kakashi would henceforth live fueled by vengeance. This Jinjutsu was remarkably potent. Kakashi, ensnared, had felt no anomaly until awakening to the realization that something was amiss. Was it truly Jin who orchestrated this? According to the current intelligence, Jin was the most probable suspect, his mastery of illusion far surpassing Kakashi's defenses, making manipulation effortless. How I loathe this. If only Naraku were still alive. Perhaps one day he could measure his strength against Jin. Alas, Naraku is no more. How tragic. Days turned into weeks as Kakashi languished in unbearable agony. Unable to control his thoughts of that night, mentally torturing himself as if subjected to a slow execution. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, the flames of hatred would ignite within his chest, questioning whether such avoidance could truly honor his father and Naraku. Who was it that caused his father to remain in a state of slumber? Who had twisted his thoughts, compelling him to harm Naraku? Until he could track down the perpetrator and exact his revenge, he must endure any suffering that came his way. How could one possibly contain such longing? Oh, poor Kakashi. How wretched he is. Kakashi was on the brink of becoming but an empty shell, with hatred serving as the fuel for his existence. At the very least, survival promised hope. Kakashi must strive to live and grow. I fear that if he continues his investigation, he might unearth connections leading back to Danzo. Could he be silenced? Naraku observed Kakashi's despondent visage on the screen, pressing his lips together in contemplation. The impact of the visuals and sounds was far more striking than the information relayed by White Zetsu, leaving him restless. Just hold on, Kakashi. I shall return before long, he murmured, rubbing his aching conscience as he resumed the playback. Chapter 142, Konoha's Strange Tales. Judging by the angle of light in the scene, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when Kakashi, exhausted from training, lay on the ground, covered in dust and panting. He waved his hand to the invigorated Might Guy and his son, signaling that he was fine, before watching them run laps around the training ground. Exuberant shouts of youth echoing in the air. The duo, one large and one small, moved with astonishing speed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust beneath their feet. Kakashi found himself lost in a perplexing thought. When exactly had the simple-minded Might Guy transformed into a fanatic for green spandex, much like his predecessor? Perhaps after the Chunin exams? Perhaps it was due to Might Guy's connection with Naraku that he found himself spiraling into memories. The scene flickered back to a few days prior when Kakashi encountered Might Guy at the training ground. The latter's eyes always seemed to carry a weight of guilt, his stoic demeanor cracking with unsaid emotions. A gentle breeze tousled Kakashi's hair, pulling him back to the present. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, appearing to disdain the harsh brightness of the sun. A tall, blond youth approached, casting a shadow over Kakashi's face. Lowering his hand, Kakashi looked up to see Minato's warm smile, accompanied by 2 tickets in his hand. How about we go for ramen, Kakashi? The psychological scars of that day would forever haunt Uncle Dai. The river ebbs and flows, each wave a reminder of him. I gaze upon the wild mountain flowers, and they are all him. I have traversed countless rivers and mountains, and they are all him. It is the sunlight that is too blinding, not my yearning for you. Thankfully, Kakashi had so many who cared for him. The future would surely improve. Minato led Kakashi to a corner table in the ramen shop. While waiting for the noodles to be prepared, he inquired about Kakashi's recent well-being, assuring him not to hesitate if he or Kushina could assist. In response to this kindness, Kakashi merely shook his head, insisting he was fine, only to hear Minato apologize on Kushina's behalf. Kushina must have said something inappropriate that day. Please don't take it to heart. Kakashi tightened his grip on the cup of water, ripples disturbing the surface and reflecting a sorrowful expression. It's nothing, sensei, he replied. His eyes dulled, lowering his head to conceal his emotions in the shadows. I said many hurtful things to Naraku. Otherwise, he wouldn't. His shoulders trembled slightly, the cup in his hand cracking as if harboring a simmering rage and resentment. One day, he felt a pang of sympathy for Kakashi, who had inexplicably lost everything. He must have blamed himself countless times. I fear that on the day Kakashi exacts his revenge, he may end his own life to join Naraku. It's over. I feel he could truly do it. No, he still has Shoten to care for. Minato sensed something was amiss. His previous suspicions regarding Kakashi's unusual state resurfaced, prompting him to seek clarity on what had transpired. What had happened during that time? You were acting quite strangely. Perhaps it was the lengthy absence of someone to confide in, but after much hesitation, Kakashi decided to disclose his bizarre experiences to Minato. If he could not trust Minato, There would be no one left in the shinobi world to confide in. I was manipulated by Jinjutsu. At the moment those words left his lips, a chill surged through Minato's mind, the scene shifting in tandem with his reaction, blurring and accompanied by a chilling sound effect akin to thunder. Even Kushina's multiple examinations had failed to uncover the source. How powerful was the caster? Who was behind this? What was their objective? Subsequently, the animator ceased to focus on their faces, shifting the lens toward their respective bodies, revealing their tense hands gripping the cups. Amidst these close-ups, numerous shots of a bustling kitchen were interspersed. The sharp blade of a knife sliced through vegetable stalks, scattering droplets of water from the torn leaves. Meat sizzling against the scalding pan emitted a hissing sound, releasing a hint of oil. Cooked noodles were neatly arranged in steaming broth, merging with the milky white soup in the rising steam. These seemingly inconsequential flashbacks rapidly interspersed with scenes of the two sitting face to face, amplifying the silence and tension surrounding Minato and Kakashi. Minato looked down at his right hand, illuminated by a small patch of sunlight, and after a long moment, he felt a flicker of warmth, gradually relaxing his tense brow. He regained his composure, silently remaining vigilant against the lurking puppet master. Their schemes would not be limited to Kakashi alone. There were surely other malevolent plans afoot. As the steaming bowl of ramen was served, its enticing aroma wafted through the air, significantly alleviating the tense atmosphere. In any case, Watergate cracked open a pair of disposable chopsticks, offering a slight smile, suggesting they should commence their meal. Watergate indeed possessed a keen intellect. Goodness, I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. On this sweltering summer day, a chill ran down my spine, and it was somewhat eerie. The tension seemed almost palpable, threatening to spill over the screen. Faced with an entirely unknown adversary, one formidable enough to instill fear in anyone who wouldn't be apprehensive. In the next episode, the clash between the Uchiha clan and the highest echelons of Konoha would officially unfold. The animators devoted the entirety of this episode to depicting the high-level assembly. At the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku raised questions regarding the circumstances surrounding Naraku's demise, presenting relevant evidence and demanding the recall of Shimura Danzo for further investigation. However, the duo of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo proved to be quite the formidable pair, employing a tactic that forced Fugaku to surrender his evidence, thus placing the Uchiha at a disadvantage. Initially, others assumed the Uchiha had lost a genius and sought to exploit the situation, but as events unfolded, it became apparent that matters were far more intricate. The Hokage showed no inclination towards justice. Rather, he seemed intent on allowing the situation to stagnate. Narashikaku, the current head of his clan, discerned that something was amiss. Danzo had harbored grievances against the Uchiha for quite some time, and it was highly probable that he was the orchestrator behind the turmoil. The Nara clan leader subtly scrutinized the expressions of those around him. Some feigned indifference, while others wore expressions of schadenfreude, with only a handful sympathizing with the Uchiha, clearly understanding that Fugaku's aspirations were unattainable this time. He was not oblivious to the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Yet he found himself isolated and powerless to alter the foolishness and short-sightedness of the majority. Before the axe fell upon one's own head, no one believes they will be the next victim. Even the Nara clan, for all their standing, merely enjoyed a temporary safety by occupying the right position. It's astonishing to think that the foremost shinobi clan in the ninja world stood alone and unsupported in Konoha. If one were to embody the Uchiha perspective, Konoha truly appeared terrifying. The attitudes of the highest-ranking individuals towards them were surprisingly unanimous, almost as if they wished to extinguish them outright. The only one with a favorable relationship, who might succeed the Hokage, had also been targeted for assassination, leaving little hope for the future, including the third Hokage. Those at the pinnacle of power were deemed untrustworthy by the Uchiha. Submitting evidence would only lead to its obliteration. Without evidence, they would find themselves utterly helpless. Should the Uchiha fall, another would rise in their stead. Sooner or later, it would be your turn. To survive, Nara had no choice but to remain silent. Yet he was acutely aware of the ultimate cost of silence. It was akin to a frog in boiling water, aware of its impending demise. Yet any attempt to leap to safety would result in being swiftly subdued. There was an eerie sense that this assembly embodied the bizarre rules of Konoha. Failure to adhere to them would result in dire consequences. Indeed, Konoha resembled a horrifying game of survival at present. Chapter 143. The youth's blood has yet to cool. When will old friends enter dreams? A series of fleeting images depicting relentless disputes revealed that ever since that day, each assembly had yielded no fruitful outcomes for the Uchiha, while those in the know harbored their own thoughts, unwilling to take the lead. The overall atmosphere in Konoha swiftly descended into gloom. Villagers would display impatience or resentment upon encountering the Uchiha's security forces. Such is the world. When the oppressed demand what is rightfully theirs, they often face animosity from others. Should the Uchiha attempt to rise, it would mean toppling those who had long stood upon their backs. Mere compromise was insufficient, yet mere verbal sparring would not yield fairness. Thankfully, the Uchiha possessed an abundance of resolve and martial prowess, coupled with an indomitable spirit that was on the brink of revival. This represented their last glimmer of hope for survival. The scene faded to black before illuminating once more. On a gloomy morning, Kushina arrived with Kanai to visit Mikato. Mikato's belly had grown considerably. She had been resting at home, likely not far from her delivery date. Kushina gently pressed her ear against Mikato's abdomen. Her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. No matter how many times she witnessed it, it was hard to fathom that a small baby resided within Mikato. Suddenly sitting upright, she blinked her large eyes and exclaimed, "Hey, Mikato, when he grows up, can I play with him?" "Of course," Mikato replied, gently patting her belly. "I would love that." The screen flickered, revealing memories that surged within her mind. Those recollections were veiled in a warm, hazy filter, showcasing Naraku the day before his departure, delicately resting against her, softly stating that it was surely a brother. "When the brother is born, I will protect him." Naraku's lips curled into a soft smile, his expression warm and joyful, as he rarely engaged her in such conversations. "In spring, we'll fly kites. In summer, we'll fish by the river. In autumn, we'll climb mountains and gather wild fruits. In winter, I'll help him build snowmen. No matter what he wants to do, I'll be right there with him." Mikato chuckled. "If you spoil him like that, it might become troublesome." "That's all right. I'll take care of the hard stuff, as long as he is happy." Naraku merely smiled, resembling a protective older brother. She never realized that this would be her last glimpse of Naraku's smile. The scene shifted back to stark clarity, as Mikato wiped her face, leaving behind a streak of tears. It turned out Naraku had once so fervently anticipated the future. He never had the chance to see his brother, even once. Would Mikato's child ever learn of the existence of an unseen elder brother? Certainly. He would grow up hearing the tales of Naraku. Given Naraku's thoughtfulness, how could Mikato and Fugaku ever find peace? "Don't be too sorrowful, Mikato," Kushina comforted, embracing her friend's shoulders, aware that she was still grieving for Naraku. "Be strong. Naraku wouldn't want to see you like this. You have a little baby now, so you must take care of yourself." Kanai forced a smile, adding, "Yes, that silly boy is probably up there, anxious and pacing." Taking a deep breath, Mikato hesitated several times, seemingly on the verge of revealing the truth about Naraku's death. Yet ultimately, she said nothing. Even the Uchiha clan, with all their might, could not accomplish what she might divulge to Kushina and Kanai, for it would only place them in danger as well. All the girls are doing well. At present, the Uchiha and Konoha were at odds, leaving me feeling somewhat fearful of the narrative's trajectory. Mikato's mother needed to take care of herself and live safely. The scene shifted to Watergate, who was dining with two companions at a barbecue restaurant, celebrating their promotions to elite jonin. Their table, tucked away in a far corner of the hall, was secluded from prying ears. Oil woman Shaimai, being taciturn, spent most of the time quietly eating while listening to the other two converse. In contrast, Akimichi Choza was quite the extrovert. And as the young clan leader of the Akimichi, he was no stranger to hearing numerous confidential tidbits from his father, which he would then share with friends at the table. Especially during this period, with the recent uproar concerning the Uchiha, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious. Akimichi Choza was no fool. He could easily discern the implications behind his father's words. The Uchiha matter was undeniably real. One among the highest ranks had ruthlessly eliminated their clan's most gifted child. Youth still courses through their veins, and Akimichi Dingza gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved to make a decision. "Minato, I recall that you shared a cordial relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, correct?" Indeed, Minato nodded candidly, acknowledging their past collaboration that had fostered a friendship. However, since Fugaku assumed the role of clan leader, his responsibilities have rendered him too busy for missions, resulting in fewer encounters between them. "You might not be fully aware, Minato," Dingza interjected, "recently." "I am aware, Shaimai," Dingza retorted with a calm yet resolute gaze. Then turned to Minato, his expression grave. "The current situation is precarious. If you have the opportunity, please advise Uchiha Fugaku to remain vigilant." Minato sensed that something troubling was afoot. What has befallen the Uchiha clan? The surrounding noises faded into oblivion, including Dingza's subsequent words, leaving only the sight of his lips moving and the ever louder thumping of his heart echoing in his ears. The information disparity between common ninjas and those of noble lineage, even among elite jonin, could not be bridged. Akimichi Dingza was a man of integrity. The Uchiha clan was not entirely devoid of support either, regardless of their lineage. The underhanded dealings orchestrated by Danzo were intolerable to anyone with a semblance of conscience. "Minato, You must mature swiftly, unite with others, and ensure that Sarutobi Hiruzen is ousted. As he listened to Dingza recount the intelligence, Minato felt a surge of indignation and fury. In the midst of his rage, he recalled Kakashi's mention of Jinjutsu that fateful afternoon, the restless feeling resurfacing within him. Senpai Shakumo remained in a coma. Kakashi had fallen victim to an unknown enemy's Jinjutsu, and Naraku had been slain by a fellow ninja from their village, leaving the Uchiha clan in a perilous state. It seemed as though an unseen hand was stirring chaos within Konoha, instilling fear among its inhabitants, yet Minato had not a single clue to grasp. Moreover, if matters continued to unfold this way, Kakashi's safety could not be guaranteed. Whether he had uncovered something he ought not to know or had learned the truth from elsewhere, leading to his resentment towards Konoha, he could not allow Kakashi to sink too deeply into this turmoil. Minato made up his mind. Could that unseen hand belong to Jin? If that were the case, Minato had finally acquired a nemesis. Jin was of a similar age to him. Oh my. The Hokage is about to enter a battle of wits. One could only imagine the uproar among Jin's admirers should he be behind these events. Jin's kitchen would be trembling in fear. In the next scene, as dawn broke, Kakashi heard a knock at the door and, bleary-eyed, climbed out of bed to answer it. He was greeted by a tall, middle-aged man clad in casual attire, sporting 2 red streaks across his face, his white hair resembling a lion's mane, tied back with a string. Yo, Kakashi. Jiraiya beamed, resembling a peculiar uncle with a penchant for mischief. The scene shifted back to the previous night when Minato sought out Jiraiya. The two engaged in lengthy discussion, ultimately leading Jiraiya to agree to take Kakashi out of the village for training. His consent was twofold: to allow Kakashi to evade the brewing storm and to investigate the situation regarding Shimura Danzo. Hooray! Jiraiya and Kakashi, what a marvelous duo. The legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya made his grand entrance as a professional caretaker. It was a touching moment to finally witness their camaraderie. Once more, Jiraiya returned to his duties. The animators bypassed their dialogue and cut straight to Kakashi, shouldering his pack and following Jiraiya out of the gates of Konoha. Light-hearted music played as a montage of Kakashi's journey unfolded, reminiscent of a vibrant travel vlog. As they traveled, Kakashi, feeling peckish, reached for a soldier pill, only to find Jiraiya had already set up a pot and was pouring ingredients into it, urging him to start a fire. The two shared warmth around a campfire at night, exchanging banter or grilling wild fish and rabbits, occasionally adding firewood to the flames. Whenever they encountered rare herbs, Jiraiya would collect them and introduce them to Kakashi, prompting him to carefully press them between the pages of his book. During quieter moments, Jiraiya, as the elder, diligently offered Kakashi pointers on his taijutsu and ninjutsu, playfully tooling his hair into a disheveled mess afterward. Whenever they stumbled upon a town, Kakashi would stand beside Jiraiya, arms crossed, bemused as Jiraiya shed his sage persona to sneak a peek into a bathhouse. Viewers relished this light-hearted segment, enjoying the refreshing vibe of their road trip. Indeed, with Jiraiya's culinary skills in tow, Kakashi finally exuded a hint of vitality. He was fortunate to have the sun, in the form of Jiraiya, continually illuminating his path. With this, Kakashi and Minato had become sworn brothers of sorts. Kakashi's perception of Jiraiya as a formidable figure has been shattered. Kakashi mused, in comparison to Jiraiya. I realized my father was quite ordinary. I misjudged him. As the music gradually faded, this cheerful montage concluded. In the dead of night, Kakashi sat by the fire, shedding his burdens, stacking them neatly. Jiraiya noticed the myriad injuries Kakashi had accumulated over time, the firelight reflecting a mix of compassion and turmoil in his eyes. I'll be back shortly. With that, Jiraiya formed a few hand signs and used reverse summoning to summon Fukasaku and Shima from Mount Mayaboku to procure some potent medicine. Just as he acquired a few vials of medicinal oil, a toad arrived to deliver a message. The great sage toad had awakened from his slumber and wished to meet with Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, the great sage toad spoke. As heavy and slow as ever, there are changes on the horizon. Jiraiya's heart tightened. What kind of changes? A pensive look crossed the great sage toad's face. Before he shook his head, it is unclear. The child responsible for these changes will incite a storm within the ninja world. However, whether the outcome will be good or ill remains uncertain. Such ambiguous words caused Jiraiya's brow to furrow, giving rise to an uneasy premonition. Despite the weight of his concerns, when he returned to Kakashi, he managed to wear a cheerful demeanor, presenting him with several small jars. Kakashi, apply this before sleeping. It will expedite your recovery. What is this? Kakashi inquired. Toad oil from Mount Mayaboku. Do not underestimate its unassuming appearance. It is remarkably effective in alleviating fatigue and repairing injuries. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Oh dear, Kakashi is pushing himself too hard. Can he withstand it? Observing the injuries upon him, one couldn't help but worry about the long-term effects. Jireya's attentiveness was admirable, displaying both a rough exterior and meticulous detail. Is there a new child of prophecy emerging? How is it that there are so many of them? Who could it be? Perhaps the recently introduced character, Jean? That seems improbable. The notion of inciting a storm undeniably sounded like the work of a villain. In yet another scene, the camera focused on an expansive forest. The sun had yet to fully rise when Kakashi awoke, covering his face and sighing heavily. Rapid flashes on the screen revealed moments of familial warmth. Harrowing experiences he had endured, and distorted, unclear fragments of his dreams. These were undoubtedly remnants of the chaotic and bizarre dreams Kakashi had experienced the previous night. His monologue, calm yet bordering on despair, resonated deeply with the audience. When shall old friends visit my dreams? Such exquisite swordsmanship leaves my head spinning. How could Naruto possibly blame you? Foolish Kakashi? Indeed, he only wishes for your well-being. After a long day of travel, the two arrived in Konoha just as dusk fell, ready to rest. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, leaving Kakashi alone in the hot spring. As he soaked, he relaxed his body and sank beneath the water's surface, observing the shimmering light and the gentle bubbles rising above. It occurred to him that he had yet to share a hot spring with Naruto. A fleeting illusion seemed to appear before him. He reached out, his fingertips breaking the water's surface and creating ripples, only to brush against the cool air. Even in dreams, let me see you, just once. Word has it, Jiraiya bullies children. Acknowledged. Jiraiya has a heart of pure malice. Coconut candy? A bite, ugh. Spits blood, there's a blade in the candy. With lines like these, you dare claim nothing is amiss between them? You old rogue. You have done nothing but create mischief. You have torn apart our Nakaka. Woe is me. Stand firm, Nakaka. Who told Kakashi to be so dreary at such a young age? I am thoroughly impressed by your antics. Meanwhile, Jiraiya adeptly navigated his way to the underground exchange, only to discover that information about Shimura Danzo had already been procured by another before him. After stepping outside, he found a place to peruse the intel. Realizing that Danzo was indeed in Konoha, suddenly, an explosion erupted, and he turned to see the roof of a tavern blown apart from within. The scene zoomed in on the explosion, the frame slowing down to capture the billowing smoke and the golden-haired figure that followed, all reflected in Jiraiya's eyes. He nearly let out an expletive. "I, Tsunade." In the next moment, the scene shifted to Tsunade delivering a powerful punch, sending her opponent crashing into the ground, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the force of her might. The sudden appearance of Tsunade, coupled with the dramatic slow-motion shots, left the audience both shocked and exhilarated. However, the progress bar could not endure much longer. The screen went dark, and the comments erupted in frustration. Wow, this is quite the skilled performance. Jiraiya must have spent considerable time in the underworld. Jiraiya aimed to capture Danzo, likely hoping to control the situation. I struck gold. The search was effortless. Wonderful. It's Tsunade. We are saved. Shimura Danzo. The password is Tsunade. I'm doomed. Tsunade-sensei is here to avenge Naraku. Woe is me. Is this where it ends? Am I to be trapped here? Chapter 144. The Konoha Princess Tsunade and the hero Jiraiya. Naruto glanced at the directory and saw there were only 2 episodes left. He decided to binge-watch them now. After all, whatever would happen when Hashirama's cells entered his body and how long it would take to take effect was entirely up to him. The penultimate episode rewound time to the day Tsunade left Konoha after attending the funeral of Uzumaki Mido. As she walked along the path, Shizune occasionally glanced back toward Konoha, hesitantly asking, "Lady Tsunade, is it truly all right to leave Naraku in this state? He seems stable. There shouldn't be any issues for a year or 2. Tsunade exuded a calmness reminiscent of an experienced physician, casually fiddling with her nails. Flashes of memory revealed that Tsunade had once hesitated over whether to take Naraku with her, as it would enable her to provide treatment whenever necessary. However, upon seeing Naraku tirelessly attending to Shoma's bedside, she realized he would not leave with her. In the limited time he had left, Naraku surely desired to remain with the Heitake father and son. Thankfully, the child was resilient, quickly mastering 2 advanced medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, ensuring that even in her absence, his condition would not deteriorate. Take it easy. Sustaining for 2 years should not be a problem. 1 or 2 years. It dawned on her that Naraku had but a fleeting moment left. Yet, that cursed Danzo could not even wait that long. Indeed, if he followed Tsunade away, Naraku would never see Kakashi and Shoma again. How tragic. Naraku's plight is unbearable. Tsunade received her first letter, reading it slowly by candlelight before pinning a response to send back. Yet, no second letter ever arrived. Growing anxious, Tsunade ventured to the gambling house, hoping for a stroke of luck, and the dice rolled in her favor. Nestled in her chair, she tuned out the raucous cheers, her shoulders slumping slightly, as if releasing a breath she had been holding. In the scene, The dice that brought victory and wealth lay still on the table. The zoom lens pulling away, ominously cursing her fate. Each dot on the die, liquefied and distorted, transformed into a heartbreaking truth written on a scroll. Just moments ago, she had resolved to endure the pain of separation once more for that child, and now he had slipped away so easily. The scroll felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nearly slipping from her grasp and unfurling onto the ground. One should not wait for the world to improve on its own. That would only cause all beautiful things to fade away. Tsunade's dazed eyes regained their luster upon hearing Shizen weeping, though this light was fueled by the flames of indignation burning within her. She crushed the table's edge in her fist, gritting her teeth in fury. What are you crying for? I shall have his head. Tsunade's victory at the gambling table marked yet another failure in her life. The ninja world was rife with tragic destinies. Without struggle or fight, one could not even protect a child. To actively change the world is the only way to sever the chains of tragedy. Determined to seek vengeance, Tsunade radiated an undeniable charisma. The fearsome princess of the battlefield had returned. The animator succinctly conveyed the narrative with a single scene of Tsunade snatching the scroll from Uchiha Windblaze and dragging him along. As a direct descendant of the first Hokage and disciple of the third, Tsunade audaciously chose to ally with the Uchiha, solely to avenge her newly accepted apprentice. This, however, aligned with her long-standing approach to matters. The next shot captured Tsunade stepping into Konoha. In an instant, the elusive Shimura Danzo was within her grasp, sent flying through 2 layers of ceiling by her formidable punch. Goodness, even he has left the village. Uchiha had proven reliable. Their intelligence capabilities were commendable. One could understand why Konoha was wary of the Uchiha. Such resources and the fateful advantage of the Sharingan would instill fear in anyone. An innocent man bears the burden of the guilty. A gentleman avenges, but for Tsunade, it is a matter of hours. Tsunade declared, to hear the way of the morning. I would die by evening. Taking a blow from Tsunade, was he still alive? Windblaze must have wished to tear this man to shreds. However, he could not. For the Uchiha required evidence to justify this revenge. As he stood before Tsunade, his own heart bled for the conflict. Once again, Jiraiya's timeline intersected with Tsunade's, as he attempted to persuade her to hand over the individual, only to be met with a resolute refusal. Tsunade scrutinized her old partner's eyes, searching for signs of corruption within his soul. Do not become like them, Jiraiya. You know all too well what the outcome will be. If you wish to champion justice, do not cower in fear. Regardless of the consequences, they are the burdens of their own making. They must bear their sins. Jiraiya understood Tsunade's meaning, realizing with alarm how drastically his thought process had diverged from that of his youth. Is this the formidable power of time? It transforms us, rendering us less courageous, less principled, and less steadfast in our pursuit of justice, leading us to forsake the vibrant selves we once embodied in favor of maintaining the status quo. What would my 15-year-old self have said? Jiraiya mused, recalling that white-haired youth from his memories, almost bursting forth from the screen, hands on his hips, boldly proclaiming to the burdened man he has become, to hell with it, Jiraiya. Laughter erupted from Jiraiya as he tilted his head back, momentarily reverting to that carefree and audacious hero. Come on, let us go drink. Though Jiraiya still yearned to seek peaceful solutions, he recognized the improbability of such an outcome. You reap what you sow. Tsunade halted him before he could become the next Hiruzen's Sarutobi. Seeing the youthful Jiraiya made her want to cry. Oh, how he once abhorred evil. The heroic Jiraiya, my gallant toad sage, he has returned. The death of Naraku has truly transformed many. Yet my youthful spirit shall never return. Seeing Tsunade's profound sorrow for him, Naraku felt a pang of emotion. Though he feared the inevitable reprimand of a loving fist upon returning, perhaps if he made things a bit more disastrous, she would hesitate to strike him? Naraka thought to himself, what a clever little rascal I am. The final episode is approaching, and Naraka speculated he would make an appearance, albeit still in the guise of Shinjitsu. He hoped the animators would adhere to his envisioned plan. As the final episode commenced, it opened with Uchiha Kazuki storming into the stronghold, commanding the station personnel to gather all the Uchiha from the Western Front to escort him back to Konoha with the evidence. Along the way, he was predictably ambushed by what appeared to be rogue ninja, yet among them was one who wielded a conspicuous clan's secret technique. Even the audience recalled that this clan had its bloodlines solely in Konoha. Kazuki barely tore through the encirclement to escape, only to encounter a second wave of pursuers. Facing several enemies while burdened, even Kazuki's formidable combat prowess began to falter. What is the matter? Are these Konoha ninjas? He pondered in confusion, questioning why they hadn't silenced him sooner. Eliminating Shikamaru from the start would have averted the risk of Uchiha capture. Indeed, now they were hastily seeking to eliminate witnesses, and doing so rather clumsily. Brothers, anything unclear can be attributed to Danzo's schemes, and you'll understand. What does that mean? It implies that Danzo is acting with intent. He wishes to provoke the Uchiha. Just as Kazuki prepared to fight with all his might, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The entire forest plunged into a frigid, icy abyss. A chilling aura emanating from a monstrous presence that eroded the sanity of all present. Flocks of birds screeched as they fled the woods. The camera sweeping upward to reveal Uchiha Kazuki beneath a tumultuous sky, darkened by swirling flocks of birds, obscuring the sun. Subsequently, the camera drew closer from behind Kazuki, mimicking the perspective of a predatory beast poised to pounce. After a faint crackle, the scene returned to the front, accompanied by a terrifying, ominous buzzing sound. The audience beheld a shadow looming above Kazuki on a thick branch. Perhaps it had arrived long ago, but only now chose to reveal itself. A tempest was brewing. As startled birds fled the darkened sky. How magnificent! Good heavens, the sense of oppression is unmistakably that of a grand BOSS. My hair stood on end. The three ninjas pursuing Kazuki, overwhelmed by sheer terror, descended into madness, chaotically charging toward the mysterious figure. In the blink of an eye, the first to attack lay lifeless on the ground. The remaining two quickly followed suit, paying with their lives for a mere dismissal from the figure. Throughout the encounter, the enigmatic individual exhibited no discernible hand signs or offensive maneuvers. He merely stood there, and the enemies walked willingly to their demise. Had he truly frightened adult ninjas into insanity? How terrifying! What just transpired? This behavior, this stylish presence, reminded me of a certain whimsical being. Oh my, it's Shinjitsu. What is he doing here? This grand figure is exuding an extraordinary presence. Ah, how striking, how striking. Who understands? I adore Shinjitsu's demeanor, viewing everything as insignificant. Lord Shinjitsu, step on me. I long to be your loyal servant. Kazuki thought he might be next, but the mysterious figure merely cast a glance his way before vanishing. He stood frozen in place until his clanmates arrived to regroup, awakening from a stupor. With no time to contemplate whether the figure was friend or foe, Kazuki urged everyone to depart swiftly, as returning the witness to his clan was of utmost urgency. Was Shinjitsu sparing Kazuki? Had he come to rescue him? I surmised that this whimsical being simply enjoyed the chaos, eager to ignite a conflict among the Uchiha. Shinjitsu. Oh, there's an internal war in Konoha to witness? I must lend my support. No acceptance of Shinjitsu's redemption here. The grand villain need not be redeemed. Malevolence is, after all, a charm of its own. Naraku scrutinized his appearance in the episode twice. As anticipated, the animators concealed Shinjitsu's identity by omitting the fates of the three ninjas, instead focusing the camera on Shinjitsu while blurring the bodies in the corners. After all, Uchiha Naraku and Shinjitsu were not truly adversaries. In the dreamscape, Naraku had created another self using his popularity, playing dual roles to fabricate the birth of a secondary persona. The animators knew that the primary persona, Naraku, would eventually reappear. If he wielded the same Mangekyo abilities as Shinjitsu, then his secret would be compromised, hence their assistance in concealing it from the audience. As for Kazuki, Naraku had initially cast an illusion upon him, preventing him from recalling this battle. Even before returning to Konoha, his memories would blur. Only as the plot progressed would Naraku provide him an appropriate opportunity to remember. Chapter 145. As long as Shinjitsu is happy, the pain gradually subsided. The transformation induced by the Hashirama cells appeared to be completed. Naraku slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up from the stone platform, casually wiping the dried blood from his face. How do you feel? Black Zetsu emerged from below, its yellow eyes fixed intently on Naraku, attempting to discern any abnormalities. Although Madara had modified the Hashirama cells multiple times to ensure the treatment of bloodline diseases with certainty, until the end, no one could predict the outcome. I feel nothing particularly unusual. Naraku leaped down from the experimental platform, bouncing on his toes, inspecting his body, his small face falling. Has Lord Madara's craftsmanship declined? Oh dear. A pebble struck Naraku squarely on the head, bouncing off the ground a few times before disappearing into the darkness at the edge of the laboratory. Naraku looked toward the door, cradling his head and grumbling. How unfair. Not only did you fail to cure my illness, but now you also have the audacity to assault the patient. Madara thought he should have just crushed this foolish child with a stone to spare himself daily annoyance. All right, just a joke, Naraku said, observing Madara's increasingly dark expression. He promptly raised his hands in surrender, then placed them before him to form a few hand signs. Carefully sensing the changes within his body, his chakra seemed different from before, and his ocular power had become much gentler. The first Hokage is truly remarkable. Even after so many years of being deceased, the cells still possess such effects. Nero gazed at the flickering text prompts on the system interface, which indicated that his bloodline illness was indeed gradually improving under the influence of the Hashirama cells. If he exercised caution in the future and refrained from overexerting his ocular power, his lifespan would significantly extend, and he would no longer need to expend vitality points to sustain his life. However, when the time came to elicit sympathy, he would still play the part. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him as he clapped his hands, darting to Madara's side and leaning over the back of his chair with a tilted head. Allowing his thoughts to wander, Lord Madara, have you ever researched your own cells? They might be quite extraordinary as well. Enough noise, Madara muttered, closing his eyes and gesturing impatiently for him to leave. If you're bored, go advance the plan instead of pestering me here. With a dissatisfied puff of his cheeks, Nero turned away, silently mimicking Madara's earlier words with a mocking tone. Even Kurizetsu couldn't help but admire Nero's audacity, as he exuded an air of indifference towards life and death that was almost beautiful. Just then, a Root White Zetsu, who had been boasting to others about his new name, spotted Nero and approached him, inquiring, "Are you heading out?" "Indeed," Nero replied with a grin. "Konoha must be quite lively right now." "Yes, the Uchiha and the others are almost at each other's throats." Nero raised an eyebrow. "So they haven't yet?" he declared. "Let us go stoke the flames." In Konoha, ever since the Uchiha had returned with proof, the higher-ups had been devising various schemes to silence them. Yet, no matter the stratagem, the Uchiha had thwarted every attempt, although Shimura Danzo had remained silent up to this point. The presence of such a ticking time bomb in Uchiha's possession left them all sleepless. After all, the Uchiha were among the foremost clans in the ninja world, renowned for their mastery of illusionary techniques. It was highly likely that they had already pried open Danzo's lips, merely biding their time before unleashing a fatal blow. Danzo had frequently been summoned to the Hokage's office by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and their exchanges typically devolved into routine quarrels. One would sit in the office chair smoking a pipe, filling the room with thick smoke, while the other, propped on a sofa with a cane, pondered tirelessly, incessantly expounding on the detrimental nature of the Uchiha. Hiruzen often heard Danzo's rhetoric about cutting the roots before they can grow, and a brief pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. As a seasoned veteran, Hiruzen gradually began to catch on. Could it be that this old curmudgeon was deliberately sabotaging things? By utilizing Danzo to exacerbate the tensions between the Uchiha and the village. If a conflict truly erupted, the Uchiha would become wholly untenable. He had assumed that after eliminating Uchiha Nero, Danzo would lay low for a while, which is why he had granted permission to rebuild Root. To his dismay, the opposite had occurred, forcing him to choose between stabilizing the village and sparing the Uchiha. Given the current trajectory, persuading the Uchiha to settle down had become virtually impossible. Thus, the only option left was no. Hiruzen shook his head. It was still too early. Konoha could not afford to be without the Uchiha. Seeing Hiruzen's indecision, Danzo recognized that this weakling was still wavering. It was time for more assertive measures. He leaned on his cane and exited the Hokage's office, returning to the Root base. Someone, a shadowy figure, appeared at the door, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. Acquire those talented Uchiha children and relocate them to the Inuzuka base. The figure remained silent, bowing their head in acknowledgement before vanishing without a word. Since Hiruzen was unwilling to take the initiative against the Uchiha clan, he would simply provide him with an opportunity for retaliation. No one would believe that the Uchiha truly lacked children. They would merely see it as an excuse for the Uchiha to strike back. At least, that was the facade they all had to maintain. Thus, the Uchiha, branded as a blameworthy clan for causing turmoil in Konoha, would justifiably face obliteration. Beyond Konoha, deep within a secluded forest, tisk, tisk, tisk. Nero listened intently as White Zetsu reported, stroking his chin in reflection. The Inuzuka base. I recall it has ties to Orochimaru. This old coot Danzo doesn't wish to get his hands dirty at all. White Zetsu nodded, chuckling softly. It seems that even without your intervention, Konoha will inevitably clash with the Uchiha. It's merely a matter of time. Nero smiled casually in response, and with a flicker of thought, he momentarily halted his chakra flow before resuming its normal rhythm. Noticing the change in his expression, White Zetsu leaned in to ask, "What's wrong, Yin?" "Perhaps it's the Hashirama cells." He took several deep breaths, feigning discomfort, and after a moment, straightened his back, grumbling. "I told you, Lord Madara is getting old. His skills are failing him. I want to end up dying quicker than before, will I?" "Probably not." White Zetsu replied somewhat uncertainly. "Or should we return to consult Lord Madara?" "Forget it. It's more entertaining to watch from the sidelines." Despite his lack of intelligence, White Zetsu sensed that ignoring bodily anomalies just for amusement wasn't wise. However, Yin had never treated his life with any seriousness, and if he were to intervene, he would likely end up losing limbs again. After contemplating for a while, White Zetsu chose to remain silent. Whatever, as long as Yin was happy, it was worth it, and he could avoid dismemberment a few times longer. Chapter 146, The Worst Possibility. Fugaku entered a dimly lit chamber, stepping carefully over layers of intricate ceiling scripts, and knelt before a figure in the center, wrapped in several layers of talismans. After scrutinizing the figure for a moment, he turned to a clan member who had followed him in, asking, "Is it still not working?" Indeed, he has been cursed. If he were to disclose any information related to specific confidential matters, the curse would activate, leading to immediate paralysis, and in severe cases, it could even claim his life. Is it impossible to simply nod or shake his head? That too is unfeasible. Fugaku pondered, his brows furrowing deeper. I see. He turned to leave the darkroom, ensuring that the clan member remained unaware of his own powerlessness. The evidence they had painstakingly retrieved proved to be of little consequence, and the Uchiha's situation was steadily growing more dire. Fugaku felt as though he was perpetually making the worst choices, drawing everyone into an abyss alongside him. A cold breeze brushed against his cheek, slipping into his ears, transforming into a sound that only he could hear, subtle and chaotic. What is the purpose of all this? The injustice remained unavenged, and now it endangered the entire clan. Mikoto still has children. What if something were to happen? Is it worth it? Wouldn't it be better to just go with the flow like before? The despair of feeling lost and directionless crashed over Fugaku like a tide, threatening to drown his very soul. In the past, he would have succumbed to this suffering, bowing his head as if all inequities were non-existent, letting each day pass monotonously. But as he exhaled the pent-up frustration from his chest, the flames ignited by Naro and Mikoto blazed within his heart, occasionally sparking and searing his insides, reminding him that the only choice was to move forward. This is not good, Fugaku murmured to himself. Not good at all. The Uchiha had never lived like this. A shadow traversing the darkness revealed a pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with murderous intent. As evening fell, Uchiha Shisui was engaged in outdoor training with his teacher and classmates in the woods near the village. Though termed training, it was more akin to a ninja version of a winter camp, as they introduced the newly enrolled children to wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, teaching them how to gather firewood, start fires by hand, and conceal themselves. The graduating class, a few levels above Shisui, happened to be active in the same vicinity, though their tasks were considerably more stringent. They were required to conceal themselves within the woods for 2 days without sustenance, remaining undetected, cautioned against utilizing ninjutsu to ignite a fire. Shisui was intently focused on creating friction for sparks when he spotted one of the instructors from the graduating class emerging from the thicket, clutching a senior student. As the teacher walked out, he mumbled about the student's numerous flaws, remarking that he was even less adept at hiding than Uchiha Obito. Sensei Hoshino, please give me another chance. That's not possible. Failing is failing. The instructor, bearing the surname Hoshino, spoke with a tone that was kind yet resolute, offering no room for leniency. Hang in there, Obito. You only have half a day left to pass. Shisui silently cheered for his clan brother, hastening the motion of his wood scraping. A puff of smoke erupted from the small opening, and he quickly discarded the stick, covering the ember with cotton and gently blowing to ignite it. The flame flickered to life, consuming the gray fibers. Observing the fire he had painstakingly kindled, Shisui couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, even though it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the great fireball technique. Shisui, can you take a look at this? A youthful, sharp voice, tinged with a hint of rudeness, called from behind. Turning around, Shisui saw Inyazuka Hana striding toward him, tossing several pieces of wood at his feet while venting her frustration, her breath visible in the cold air. I can't get this to light. It's so infuriating. Sensei Takahashi, seriously, who can't do a basic fire release? Why do we need to learn to start a fire? Hana had always been unconventional and carefree, unfazed by the opinions of others, yet her relationship with Shisui remained amicable. Ignoring her friend's relentless complaints, Shisui scrutinized the wood, noting that the pieces only bore slight char marks on their surfaces. Applying some strength, he broke one to inspect the cross-section before looking up at the upright Hana beside him. They're damp. Ugh, Hana groaned, rubbing her face in frustration, resembling an agitated little wolf baring its teeth. All right, I know where to find dry wood. Let us go. The two ventured deeper into the thicket, where the trees grew denser. Fortunately, it was winter, and most branches were bare, allowing ample sunlight to filter through. Upon reaching a clearing thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, Shisui uncovered a sturdy branch beneath the yellowing foliage. Just as he was about to hand it to Hana, he turned to find her absent. Hana? A shadow darted past, and Shisui's instincts kicked in, sensing the ominous presence closing in from all directions, sending chills down his spine. He swiftly discarded the branch, gripping a kunao in his hand, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Another shadow flitted by. This one do. I can't even see where the danger lies. He blinked, lowering his head to shroud his upper face within the shadow of his hair and hat, quietly activating his Sharingan. At last, he discerned a figure rushing toward him from the right, garbed in attire reminiscent of the umbu, drawing a blade. Unaccountably, thoughts of the fate of his senior, Naraku, crossed his mind. With a swift motion, the small kunai met the initial strike, barely deflecting the attack. Shisui could even perceive the sparks flying from the clash of metal, akin to embers igniting in his eyes, causing them to burn with fury. The assailant seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly intensified their assault, pressing him relentlessly and denying him the opportunity to use ninjutsu to call for help. Before long, the attacker, relying on experience and brute strength, knocked Shisui's weapon aside, delivering a blow to the back of his neck. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he vaguely perceived a somewhat familiar silhouette rushing toward him, drawing the attention of his assailant. As the outdoor training concluded, teacher Takahashi summoned the students to gather. When he called out the names Uchiha Shisui and Inyazuka Hana, silence lingered for an unusually long time without response. He instructed another teacher to escort the students back, while he dispatched 2 shadow clones to search. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he still had not located the 2 children. Growing increasingly anxious, he suddenly recalled the memories of his shadow clones. Upon viewing the traces of what appeared to be a struggle, he grasped the most dire possibility. Enemies had abducted the children of Konohagakure. Chapter 147. This was never the doing of the Uchiha. When Uchiha Shisui awoke, he found himself lying in a basement, his chakra sealed, and his hands and feet bound, rendering him immobile. Struggling weakly, he bumped against something that felt alive. The contact seemed to rouse the other person slightly, who squirmed and, feeling trapped, exclaimed in a voice that was all too familiar to Shisui. "Damn it, where are we? Hana? Shisui?" The 2 children quickly huddled together, piecing together their circumstances. It seemed that someone had initially abducted Hana, who had been following Shisui, and then struck Shisui unconscious, taking them both. "I believe we've been captured by spies," Hana said, licking her small canine teeth, vexed by the situation. How could she have been taken down without even seeing the enemy? At least Shisui had managed to exchange a few blows with the opponent, while she had simply closed her eyes and found herself here. How frustrating. Hana kicked the wall in frustration, only to miscalculate her strength, causing her heel to slip and strike a soft object nearby. A pained cry ensued. "Ouch! Is that you? Shisui, are you alright?" "Obito?" Shisui recalled the shadow he had seen just before losing consciousness. Indeed, it was Uchiha Obito. In an effort to pass the assessment, Obito had hidden in the forest for a day and a half, finally catching a glimpse of victory when he spotted 2 children walking by. The one in front was none other than Uchiha Shisui. It should have been a simple matter of waiting for the children to collect firewood and leave. But then he noticed a furtive figure stealthily approaching, quietly taking down the girl. Oh no! Obito sprang into action, hastily shedding his layers of disguise and sprinting toward that direction. Just as he reached the enemy, ready to engage, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When he finally came to, he was greeted with a kick to the head. He hadn't managed to rescue anyone and had ended up in this predicament himself. How embarrassing. Obito lamented his situation, striking his head against the wall in despair. The Uchiha clan had long endured a state of heightened tension, barely holding onto their last vestiges of sanity, teetering on the brink of explosion. That night, the spark ignited several alarming messages. Laid bare on the Uchiha clan's table: Uchiha Shisui, missing. Uchiha Obito, missing. Uchiha Kagetsu, missing. 5 children had vanished in total, causing a cacophony of concern within the clan grounds, illuminated as brightly as day by the lights of panic. Everyone gathered near the security building, awaiting the clan leader's decision. While the parents of the victims stood at the forefront, nearly overwhelmed by a tide of anger and despair, Fugaku stood by the office window, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, a sense of suffocation enveloping his heart. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Was this situation peculiar? Indeed. It was exceedingly strange. At such a tense juncture, abducting several Uchiha children was almost as if they were eager for the world to know who the puppet master was. This was a provocation, compelling the Uchiha to revolt. But did he have a choice? If he did not resist, would his clansmen acquiesce? Even if they could endure such humiliation and hatred, passivity would only prolong their suffering. The Uchiha would inevitably march toward extinction in this silence. The Uchiha had reached a dead end. Yet, even in death, they would drag Konoha down with them. Slowly opening his eyes, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly as he looked at his wife seated on the sofa, and the unborn child within her. How unfortunate it was that he would not witness his birth. 2 tears of blood streamed down Fugaku's face, the 3 tomo gradually merging into a single form. The long-awaited Uchiha finally saw their clan leader descend the stairs, fully armed, flanked by all members of the security team. "Let us proceed." Fugaku's voice was soft, yet it resonated in every ear. The first to stand behind him was Uchiha Indo, followed closely by Uchiha Shun, and every parent of the abducted children, along with their relatives. Within mere minutes, all capable Uchiha had temporarily joined the security team, assigned tasks. The throng of people, like a great dragon, surged forward, occasionally splitting into smaller groups, seizing and controlling advantageous terrains to ensure they could advance or retreat at will, should a conflict arise. Several scattered teams would be responsible for repelling the attacks from the Umbu, aiming to inflict maximum damage swiftly. If they wished for the Uchiha to perish, very well. Then none of them shall survive. The unusual and extensive mobilization of the Uchiha was swiftly noted by the Umbu, and before they had traversed halfway to the Hokage building, they encountered several obstacles. Uchiha Fugaku. The Hokage commands you to disband this unit immediately and report to the Hokage building. Stand aside. Fugaku coldly admonished, his stride unwavering. If Konoha seeks war with us, then let them attack. The Umbu found it challenging to intimidate Uchiha Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not granted them permission to strike first. As long as the opposing party did not initiate an assault, they were powerless to act. The Umbu could only watch helplessly as Fugaku advanced, his arms and neck grazing the edges of blades, striding forth with determination. One of them shouted in anger, "Is the Uchiha clan seeking to incite civil strife?" Fugaku paused for a brief moment. This had never been instigated by the Uchiha. He then resumed his march toward the imposing building. "Are you satisfied now, Danzo?" Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm down, shattering the office desk, and roared at Danzo, who remained seated with a calm demeanor. "You have truly lost your mind. Who cannot see that the Uchiha have been driven to rebellion? What do you think the other clans will think?" The other ninja clans watched with keen interest. If they engaged in internal conflict, Konoha would enter a prolonged state of weakness. Have you considered that? They would pounce upon us, devouring Konoha whole. After a tirade of accusations, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, his intense fury causing him to tremble like an enraged lion. Meanwhile, Shirani Jinma and Inyazuka Kiba, who had just learned of the situation, looked pale, struggling to comprehend that Danzo had acted so recklessly behind everyone's backs. Forcing the Uchiha into rebellion could only spell disaster for the village. Could it not be handled more discreetly? After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly contained his anger and spoke in a low voice. "Hand over those children. There is still room for de-escalation. I will announce that it was the work of spies from a foreign village." Huh, who would believe that? Danzo scoffed, meeting the piercing gazes of those around him with indifference. Yes, they can certainly see that something is amiss, but who truly cares? Do you think they empathize with the Uchiha? Those fools only see the Uchiha as a feast, hoping to ride this wave and secure a share for themselves. Furthermore, you overestimate the Uchiha. What capability do they possess to inflict significant harm upon Konoha? Even if there are casualties, Konoha has never lacked for ninjas. If the Uchiha were to fall, every clan would swiftly exploit that corpse to replenish their forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing gradually steadied as he irritably pulled out his pipe, igniting the tobacco and taking a deep drag. Jiraiya and Tsunade. You have recalled them, have you not? Indeed. Chapter 148. Shizui, I have come to save you. The Uchiha marched with great fervor toward the Hokage building, awakening many residents along the way. Upon witnessing the scene, most retreated into their homes, paralyzed by fear. While only a few brave souls dared to peek out, the elite Jonin arrived swiftly. Many had been stationed near the Hokage building before the Uchiha's arrival, creating an almost confrontational standoff. The Hinata, Inyazuka, and Yamanaka clans could not remain indifferent. Several clan leaders gathered to assess the situation, exchanging silent glances. The Uchiha were indeed serious about this. But which side should they support? On the surface, the Uchiha seemed to have slim chances of victory, even if they joined. The situation would only be evenly matched. Yet, standing with the Hokage, they were not entirely willing. Everyone had witnessed Danzo's actions over the years. Oppressing the Uchiha was a common tactic, and forcibly abducting children for the Umbu was routine, with no regard for their opinions. Yet the Hokage trusted him implicitly, granting him resources and authority, leaving them feeling powerless. Particularly for Inyazuka clan leader, who felt his resolve wavering. His granddaughter had also gone missing, and when he approached the Hokage for help, he received nothing but a dismissive assurance that the children were not in danger. Previously, he had never cared about the Uchiha's plight, but now he truly empathized. The Inyazuka leader looked at Uchiha Fugaku, subconsciously hoping that he could muster more strength and resolve this time, giving him a glimmer of courage and hope to stand beside them. Fugaku, Minato, who should have been lying in ambush in the southeast corner, could no longer remain in his position. He left a shadow clone behind and appeared before Fugaku. With things escalating like this, the Uchiha will have no way back. Fugaku sighed, raising his head to gaze at the brightly lit window at the top of the building. The Uchiha had never had a way back. We have been forced onto this precarious bridge. Minato, keep your distance. I do not wish to involve you. Saying this, he revealed his blood-red eyes, chakra surging ominously. Behind him, the other Uchiha activated their Sharingan, the chakra emanating from them solidifying ominously. Cold as an iceberg, yet searing like lava. Everyone immediately felt a sense of impending danger. Third Hokage, are you still not going to show yourself? Fugaku's tone was rigid, devoid of honorifics. What does this mean, Uchiha clan leader? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared with 2 advisors atop the building, overlooking everything below. Even in such a critical moment, he maintained the last shred of dignity, refraining from speaking first, leaving it to his subordinate, Mito, to play the fool. Gathering in the dead of night near the Hokage building, could this be deemed rebellion? Upon hearing such probing inquiries from the other party, Fugaku could only respond with a series of cold smirks. We have merely come to reclaim the children of our clan who have gone missing, as well as to uncover the truth behind the death of my adopted son, Uchiha Naraku. Tonin Kamatsu, adopting a demeanor steeped in bureaucratic formality, displayed a hint of impatience upon his face. If the Uchiha had children that were missing, they ought to follow proper procedures to report it, rather than inciting a public uproar. As for Uchiha Naraku, as long as there is irrefutable evidence, it is only natural that it be addressed. Fugaku had anticipated such a bureaucratic response. In the past, he would have endured, but now, he felt a surge of madness. A desire to tear apart these hypocritical individuals and reduce the entirety of Konoha to rubble. Report to whom? To those who abducted our children? I know none of you would dare to admit it. In your eyes, the Uchiha are merely meat on a chopping board, slaughtered at will. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally ceased to observe with detached indifference and admonished sharply, Uchiha Fugaku, choose your words with care. Habitually, he sought to maintain the last remnants of balance before the situation became irretrievable. Regarding the matter of the missing children, we too are in a state of distress. If you are willing to return and await news, I can overlook tonight's events. No, Fugaku declared, each word resonating with finality, I refuse. On the periphery of Konoha, atop a 4-story building, the atmosphere was indeed lively. White Zetsu, with his arm extended and hand resting on his forehead, gazed towards the Hokage building. The Uchiha's grand procession erupted from their clan grounds, illuminated by torches, resembling an unstoppable dragon surging forward. Now, this should be quite the spectacle, right, Jean? White Zetsu turned to Naraku, only to find the latter's eyes flickering erratically, his breath quickening, fingers trembling, and chakra spiraling chaotically. If this continued, the burden on his internal organs would intensify, potentially leading to internal injury. Jean, what is wrong? Jean, just as he placed a hand on Naraku's arm, that very arm, along with half of his shoulder, was severed by a flash of cold light, landing with a thud on the ground. Do not touch me. The abnormalities on Naraku's body gradually subsided, returning to a state of calm, yet White Zetsu felt an unsettling discord. He utilized the ephemeral technique to sink along the wall to the ground, retrieving his severed arm and reattaching it seamlessly. The fissure quickly mended, and with a clench of his fingers, he felt no discomfort. Upon returning to the rooftop, however, he found no trace of Jean. What the? White Zetsu scratched his head in confusion, suddenly recalling that the tone Jean had used earlier was not the lively and erratic demeanor he was accustomed to, but rather calm and serene, imbued with a stillness akin to stagnant water. How peculiar. Naraku raced along the route etched in his memory, dispatching a shadow clone with brief instructions to head in another direction. The Inyazuka base was not far. It would take merely a minute or two to arrive. At the entrance of the base, before the guards in the passage could catch sight of Naraku, he swiftly dispatched them with a clean slice to their throats, their blood spilling onto the ground. The Kiba sword technique was executed with such finesse in his hands, the blade reflecting light like a crescent moon, reminiscent of the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. Upon reaching the lowest level, Naraku's ninja blade was already drenched in blood, the crimson liquid sliding down the blade, creating a trail of blood with each step. In a dark room, Shizuku, who had struggled multiple times to no avail, was resting to regain his strength for another attempt. When a dark red light illuminated a section of the wall, the glow intensified, seemingly on the verge of breaking through barriers, causing the surrounding iron walls to melt and flow due to the escalating heat. In an instant, a ball of flame burst through the molten iron door, flooding the room with brilliant light. Shizuku turned towards the entrance, his eyes widening in disbelief. The figure he had recalled countless times in his mind, sketched in detail, now stood vividly before him. He could not help but question whether he had fallen asleep, dreaming of the long-anticipated rescue. Naraka-senpai? Hearing the faint call, the figure turned to him, the arc of their brow softening slightly. Shizuku. He recognized the hoarse yet tranquil voice, reminiscent of days gone by. I have come to save you. Chapter 149, The Abyss. Naraka-senpai. Once his restraints were removed, Shizuku immediately lunged into Naraku's embrace, pressing his face against the latter's warm chest to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. He needed to reaffirm that this person was indeed alive, not a mere figment of his imagination. It is all right, you are safe. Naraku gently ruffled Shizuku's hair in a gesture of reassurance, swiftly undoing the bindings and seals that restrained Inyazuka, Hana, and Itaki. Throughout this, Hana gazed at Naraku with curiosity, having never before seen the Naraku-senpai that Shizuku always spoke of. Indeed, he lived up to his reputation, single-handedly breaching the enemy's stronghold to rescue them. Naraku, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. How did you find us? Where are the enemies? Who are they? Itaki, upon regaining his freedom, sprang into action, bombarding Naraku with a flurry of questions. Those can wait for later. Naraku had no time to entertain such inquiries. He led the three out of the secret chamber and proceeded to another door, repeating the process to rescue 3 additional Uchiha children. At this moment, dozens of ninjas had breached his sensing range, converging toward the depths of the base. Follow me. Sparks of electricity danced from Naraku's hands, coiling around his ninja blade like serpents, cleansing it of the sticky warmth of blood. I will lead you out. The final syllable resonated, and Naraku's chakra surged, erupting in a tempest of thunder and flames, the cacophony echoing through the dim corridor. The children merely glimpsed his form flickering in the blink of an eye. He had closed the distance, extracting his long blade from the chest of an advancing enemy, leaving another lifeless body in his wake. Quickly, without the need for further prompting, Itaki was the first to react, crouching beside Naraku, scavenging weapons from the fallen enemy's corpse and distributing them among the following children. From the moment they learned to walk, the children of the ninja clan had begun their training. However harsh it may be, the benefits of this training were now manifesting. Even though it was their first encounter with death, none of them panicked excessively. Instead, they gripped their newly acquired weapons tightly, instinctively channeling chakra. If this is insufficient, there are many more above. Navigating through the labyrinthine corridors of memory, Naraku had to slow his pace to ensure that everyone could keep up without falling behind. Because of this, every strike he made against enemies was etched deeply into their minds. The interplay of blade light, fire, and lightning intertwined, planting a seed within the still innocent hearts of these children, a seed named Uchiha Naraku. After dispatching another foe, Naraku gasped for breath, resting a hand against the wall for support before immediately pressing forward once more, the arcs of electricity around his blade dissipating as he awaited the next eruption. To minimize delays while ensuring the safety of those behind him, he activated his Sharingan for nearly every attack, embodying the relentless spirit of a warrior, striking down all who stood in his path. Itaki lost count of how many foes Naraku had felled, his concern growing that Naraku might exhaust his chakra in the relentless battle. Do you need to rest, Naraku? You have been, no? Slowing down means we won't make it out. Just as Naraku turned back to assess the condition of his companions, he noticed an enemy flanking them from behind. Heavy square stone pillars erupted from the walls with a thunderous roar, charging towards the retreating Uchiha Shisui. At the moment when Naraku swiftly returned to sever the rock, Shisui narrowly evaded the assault, his blood-red eyes unable to conceal their vulnerability from Naraku's Sharingan. Despite having witnessed this in the animation, Naraku feigned surprise. What is this? Just as he was about to inquire when Shisui had arrived, 2 foes appeared at the end of the side passage, prompting him to immediately form hand seals and cast his technique. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The slender, concentrated lines of fire, reaching extreme temperatures, pierced through the bodies of the 2 enemies in succession, the residual force crashing against the stone wall, scorching a large patch black. He turned to meet Shisui's gaze. It seemed he could read everything from the effort the other put into concealing his sorrow. A look of sadness and guilt crossed Naraku's brow. He swallowed his words, ultimately choosing to keep them to himself. Let us leave first, he murmured, his tone devoid of inflection, before returning to the front of the group. Shisui sensed that his senior, Naraku, seemed altered from before. On that night by the river, he had appeared like a tranquil and gentle lake, occasionally stirred by a breeze, shimmering with fragmented glimmers of light. But now, he resembled a dark, silent abyss, submissively absorbing all that others brought upon him, allowing all emotions to settle at the depths. While an ever-deepening lethargy spread unchecked, as Naraku reached the front of the team, he felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Moments later, a rumbling collapse echoed from above, as if a massive boulder were rolling down the mountainside, drawing nearer with alarming speed. Get down. The instant Naraku spotted cracks erupting in the ceiling, his eyes formed a triad of interlocking tomo. I refuse. Uchiha Fugaku's resolute stance caught the vast majority by surprise, leaving those who had previously deemed him too weak to exchange bewildered glances, even causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to falter momentarily. Unless you hand over the children today, Along with the true culprit behind Naraku's demise, the Uchiha will not relent. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly gathered his composure, raising his voice in admonition. Everything requires evidence. Who exactly are you accusing? Present your proof. Otherwise, any dissent will be suppressed as rebellion. We certainly have evidence, Fugaku declared, surveying the bewildered faces around him with a scornful gaze. I fear you are all too cowardly to look, pretending to be blind, burying your heads in the sand to survive. He nearly laughed in fury, exclaiming, Konoha has become the domain of wolves and hyenas. If the Uchiha perish today, guess who will be next? Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen forcefully gestured, and nearly 100 Umbu, along with many Jonin and Chinin, surged forward, intent on delivering a devastating blow to the Uchiha to gain an advantage in this battle. Fugaku's chakra surged, his eyes swirling with the tomo. Just as the kaleidoscope was about to manifest, a light figure descended from the heavens, delivering a punch that struck the ground between the two opposing sides. Accompanied by a deafening roar, I dare anyone to try. Boom. Countless massive fissures erupted from beneath her feet, the earth shattering inch by inch, causing the very ground to quake, and the assault was abruptly halted. Emerging from the dust, the figure cast a glance at the eager ninjas, then boldly placed her hands on her hips, positioning herself in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 150, The Breath of Life. Lady Tsunade. Many ninjas recognized the figure obstructing the conflict as none other than Tsunade, the princess of Konoha and one of the legendary Sunin. Fugaku assumed she had come to assist the third Hokage, thus his imposing demeanor remained undiminished, even escalating further. Stand down, Uchiha Fugaku. Tsunade turned her back to him, standing resolutely in front of all the Uchiha, confronting her teacher. Hiruzen, I believe the Uchiha's demands are reasonable. Let them present their evidence. It is a perfect opportunity for everyone to see the truth of their claims. This stance surprised everyone. Prior to this, no one had anticipated Tsunade would align herself with the Uchiha against her own teacher. Yet, she did just that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, incredulous, retorted, Tsunade, what are you doing? Step back. Toyama Komaki and Mito Kasuke echoed his sentiments, expressing discontent at her rebellious actions. Tsunade, do you realize the consequences of your behavior? Withdraw at once. Humph. What evidence? Everyone knows the Uchiha thrive on chaos. This is all their conspiracy. Faced with the trio's united front against her, Tsunade stood firm and unwavering, her gaze resolute. No, I will not back down. Some matters must be resolved now. Otherwise, you might as well start fighting. Watching her teacher's fluctuating expression, Tsunade felt a mix of disappointment and anger. Disappointed that her once ambitious teacher had become indecisive, allowing Danzo to tyrannize one of the village's most vital clans, nearly inciting a riot. Angered by his callousness, at such a critical juncture, he still conspired with Danzo, mislabeling the victims and seemingly wishing to eradicate them to conceal his own negligence. If the Uchiha were to perish, Konoha would plummet into an irretrievable abyss, devoid of justice, ultimately leading to its own demise. Therefore, Danzo's crimes must be exposed, and all his actions must be punished. Even if revealing the truth tonight would tarnish the Hokage's prestige and necessitate his resignation, she could not stand idly by, allowing her teacher to be hindered by Danzo, sinking deeper down the wrong path with no chance of return. Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the verge of losing his facade of calm authority, his anger pushing him to command his subordinates to launch another attack, but reason held him back, rendering him immobile. As he vacillated between rationality and emotion, another familiar figure landed beside Tsunade. Jiraiya? Danzo, concealed in the shadows, felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Jiraiya there signified that he and Tsunade shared the same opinion. With two of the legendary Sunin standing with the Uchiha, the morale in Konoha would undoubtedly waver, and the fighting spirit would dissipate. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, had to weigh the odds and consequences of initiating a battle at this moment. As expected, Hiruzen frowned, noticing that most of his subordinates and clan leaders displayed varying degrees of hesitation and conflict on their faces. His fury was gradually quelled by reason. He pulled out his pipe, taking a few puffs, the smoke carrying away much of his agitation, and upon weighing the pros and cons of forcibly suppressing the Uchiha, he reluctantly realized the moment had passed. If they could not fight, he could only hope Danzo would be meticulous enough to leave behind few irrefutable pieces of evidence. Otherwise, even as Hokage, he could not shield himself from the fallout. Watching Hiruzen waver again, Toyama and Mito, those who merely followed the wind without any real ability, could not be relied upon. Danzo turned to instruct his subordinates to relay an order to eliminate evidence as swiftly as possible. Initially, he had intended to keep a few of the promising Uchiha children alive, to deal with them after they awakened their Sharingan. But it seemed that plan was no longer feasible. Uchiha Fugaku found the scene unfolding before him surreal. questioning if the third Hokage and his disciples had orchestrated a trap to ensnare the Uchiha. It was only when Tsunade, in frustration, shouted at the gathered Uchiha. "What are you waiting for?" That Fugaku hesitantly signaled Kazekage to return to the clan to gather their people. In no time at all, Kazuo returned, bearing a substantial trove of evidence alongside the human witness, Shimura Danzo, who was swathed like a mummy. Danzo, struggling free from the wrappings, appeared dazed and vacant, perhaps still recovering from shock. Tsunade pried open his mouth and scrutinized the seal on his tongue, the mark of tongue calamity eradication, before snapping her fingers to summon assistance. Responding to the summons, a young woman with flowing fiery red hair swiftly made her way through the crowd to Tsunade's side and began to dismantle the seal. As the direct descendant personally brought forth by Namikaze Minato, Kushina's mastery of sealing technique surpassed even Tsunade's, rendering the removal of the tongue calamity eradication mark merely a matter of time. Moreover, Tsunade had discreetly secured a sample from the Root faction upon her return to Konoha the previous day, entrusting Kushina with its study. Standing among the others, Minato watched his beloved with a blend of helplessness and pride, heartened by her courage to confront the situation head-on, feeling honored by her bravery. A gentle elbow from Choza Akimichi brought him back to composure. "Tone down that expression, will you?" Akimichi murmured. Shimai Abarame nodded knowingly. "He seems eager to be there." "Is it that obvious?" Minato smiled sheepishly. While Kushina worked on breaking the seal, on the Uchiha side, Endo and Kazuo grimly recounted the details of their investigation to everyone present, displaying the relevant evidence. Although the proofs were all provided by the Uchiha and their absolute reliability was questionable, it did not prevent the assembly from understanding how the boy named Uchiha Nagato had been methodically lured into a trap leading to his demise. Might die, having infiltrated the inner circle, felt his blood run cold. The village of Konoha, where he had lived for decades, suddenly seemed alien and hostile, rife with lurking blades and deadly intent. If one could not trust even comrades in arms, what sanctuary could a shinobi find in this world? No, he reasoned. It must be the work of a spy, an agent from another village who orchestrated Nagato's assassination. He longed for this to be the truth. Fixating on the mission's leader, waiting for testimony, Kakashi, who had returned to the village with Jiraiya the day before and now stood behind him alongside Shizu, only then understood why the two elders at the hot pot table that night had remained silent, heads bowed in solemn silence, and why Shizun had avoided his gaze. They all knew exactly how Nagato had died. Only I remain ignorant. Replaying Nagato's final moments of despair in his mind, Kakashi's chest twisted with anguish. His heart struggling as though gripped by a colossal hand, his ears filled with the pounding of his own heartbeat. The world spun wildly before his eyes, shadows thickened, and he gasped for breath, as if a great wound rent his lungs, leaving him unable to sustain even the thinnest air. The agony of suffocation and heartbreak convulsed his limbs, leaving him staggering. "Kakashi!" Shizun's alarmed voice broke through as she caught sight of his distress. She hastened to support him, steadying his stance and placing her palm on the nape of his neck, applying medical ninjutsu to alleviate his symptoms. Hearing the commotion, Jiraiya stepped back, placing a firm hand atop Kakashi's head, solemnly urging him to regain composure. "Pull yourself together, Kakashi. You must endure this. Do not falter. Watch carefully and witness the consequences of these events." Enough. Kushina completed the incantation, swiftly forming over a dozen seals. The characters sprang to life, writhing like tadpoles as they flowed into Danzo's mouth, encircling the tongue calamity eradication mark with an additional protective ring. Tsunade arched an eyebrow, seeing through her sister's clever ruse. "So, you haven't truly broken the seal?" "No choice," Kushina replied with hands on hips, a proud smile lighting her delicate features. "Time is tight. Fully removing it would be difficult. Instead, I devised a sealing technique capable of containing the tongue calamity eradication mark." With a playful ruffle of Kushina's hair, Tsunade hoisted Danzo and deposited him at the center, beckoning the Yamanaka clan to send a few members. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened further as he restrained the restless Koharutan and Homura Mitokedo from speaking prematurely. As the Hokage charged with upholding justice, he lacked sufficient grounds to obstruct the proceedings. Interference would only enrage the Uchiha and expose his own insecurity. "It's all right," Hiruzen murmured, biting his lip in self-reassurance. Danzo would not be foolish enough to issue orders to Danzo directly. He must have used coded language and passwords. Without direct evidence, there remains room for maneuver. The Yamanaka clan leader glanced at the third Hokage, who refrained from halting the process, and resignedly led 2 guards forward. "You too." Tsunade nodded toward Endo and Kazuo. "Go with the Yamanaka clan to observe Danzo's memories. While memories could not be tampered with, to ensure neither side could deceive." Tsunade summoned reliable representatives from several other ninja clans to witness the proceedings. Nearly a dozen gathered around Danzo as the Yamanaka clan read and transmitted his cerebral information. Before long, the leader located the relevant memory and experienced it fully through Danzo's perspective. Upon witnessing Danzo himself issuing the orders face-to-face, he knew the man was truly finished. Pressing on grimly until the moment the exceptional Uchiha youth was pierced through the heart by Danzo's blade. The Yamanaka clan leader ceased the technique, opening his eyes with a somber expression. Others emerged from the vision with darkened faces, involuntarily shuddering. That boy, burdened by grave illness and nearing death, obedient, considerate, and caring for his comrades, had met a fate devoid of even a proper burial. To remain indifferent to this was to invite the same slaughter upon one's own kin. Shimura Danzo. The instant Indo opened his eyes, he bellowed furiously, his Sharingan blazing as he searched the room. If Nagato was indeed assassinated under Danzo's command, then Shisui and the others must be in his grasp as well. As Uchiha Indo, I cannot forgive this injustice. Kazuo's hoarse voice reported to Fugaku and the clan of witnessing Nagato's final moments, his chest impaled by a long blade. Collapsing exhausted off a cliff, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Fugaku shut his eyes in pained sorrow before transforming grief into lethal resolve. Third Hokage, surrender Shimura Danzo at once. At Fugaku's roar, every Uchiha unveiled their eyes, their murderous intent palpable as they fixed the opposite side with fierce stares. The anger and wrath coalesced into a tangible tsunami, overwhelming all who faced it. The assembled ninja trembled, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. No way could it be true. The village assassinated an Uchiha? Konoha's shinobi felt their faith fracture, many unable to face the truth. Their weapons dropping to their sides as their will to fight evaporated. Observing these reactions, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized the gravity of the situation was far beyond his expectations. After hearing the Yamanaka leader's report, he sighed hopelessly, gazing skyward. Danzo truly is that foolish. How could he be so reckless as to say these things openly? The hidden Shimura Danzo was stunned, cursing his own sleepwalking folly upon realization. He had believed himself to have issued orders covertly through special means. Now it appeared he had indeed spoken directly to Danzo. Kohar Udaten stepped forward, signaling silently. What now? Homura Mitokedo clicked his tongue and gestured secretly. Detain him first. We cannot hand him over to the Uchiha, or Danzo will be dead for sure. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, in light of sufficient evidence. Shimura Danzo is hereby relieved of all duties, to be confined in the Umbu dungeons pending further interrogation. The village will undoubtedly offer compensation to the Uchiha clan. As for the disappearance of the children, does the Uchiha clan possess any further evidence to present? If not, I shall instruct the Umbu to commence an investigation and provide everyone with an explanation at the earliest opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to articulate more, but suddenly discerned an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, exuding a chilling and ominous aura far more potent than before. I have spoken, Fugaku declared. The chakra radiating around him ignited, the tomo of his Sharingan elongating and warping, its power undergoing a profound transformation that erupted forth, causing the very earth beneath to fracture under the immense pressure. Surrender Shimura Danzo. Before the echo of his words faded, a colossal crimson skeletal structure materialized from the void, commencing with ribs and spine, followed by shoulders, sternum, cervical vertebrae, and arms, culminating in a skull ablaze with flames that emitted a thunderous roar. The expressions of all Uchiha were fervent, their gazes riveted upon this grand silhouette. With several elder statesmen overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. The Mangekyo? The half-giant skeleton, vibrant and fiery, reflected in the pupils of every observer, granting them a renewed understanding of the Uchiha's inherent pride. Those who had only gleaned fragments of knowledge from texts or elders dared not even blink. They comprehended that this was one of the most ancient bloodline clans in the ninja world, endowed with divine power. Susanoo. In that fleeting moment of Susanoo's manifestation, Fugaku realized the necessity for a swift resolution. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen regain his composure, capturing Shimura Danzo with minimal casualties would become a formidable challenge. The Mangekyo ability within his left eye, Keijanui, activated instantaneously, enabling him to pierce through all illusions and deceptions, reaching the truth he sought. In the next instant, Uchiha Fugaku sprang into action. Intercept him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, disregarding the prospect of a battle, sought to obstruct the oncoming threat aimed at the Hokage Tower. Protect the clan leader. Protect the clan leader. The Uchiha surged forth, their battle cries echoing as they charged towards the throng of Jonin and Chunin opponents. Amidst the chaos, Even Tsunade and Jiraiya found it challenging to intervene in the fray. With a resounding crash, Fugaku, wielding Susanoo, disregarded all assaults, crashing into the tower, sweeping aside obstructive debris, and tearing through layers of illusions and seals designed to mislead the outside world, his hands gathering before him. This is bad. Shimura Danzo, astonished that all his preparations were effortlessly penetrated, hastily unleashed a wind release. Vacuum great sphere to break free from the encroaching skeletal hands, slipping through the narrow gap. Fugaku, intent on sealing the escape route for capture, found himself engaged in fierce combat with Danzo, both combatants equally matched within the constricted confines of the building. The tomo of the Mangekyo spun rapidly, blood tears streaming from Fugaku's eyes, as his left eye's Keijanui unveiled Danzo's escape path. While his right eye's Kaminari, no Kami activated instantaneously. You shall not escape. Just steps away from fleeing the Hokage Tower. Danzo found the space before him suddenly warping and expanding violently, accompanied by a black-blue arc of high-temperature electricity born from the fierce friction of the atmosphere, unleashing a tremendous shockwave in an instant. The explosion resonated across the heavens, drawing the gaze of many who turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes wide with terror. The Hokage Tower, the spiritual totem of Konoha, now lay in ruin, nearly half of its side walls obliterated, the rooftop teetering precariously. The situation was spiraling out of control. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just resolved to summon the summoning monkey, when he witnessed Susanoo emerge from the tower, firmly clutching a figure. Shimura Danzo, who typically lorded over others, was now ensnared in Susanoo's grasp like a defenseless rat awaiting its fate. Cough. How is this possible? Danzo spat blood, his exposed left eye obscured by crimson. Damn Uchiha. You are the one who should atone in hell. Fugaku roared, prepared to crush Danzo, but was abruptly halted by Tsunade rushing to his side, sternly admonishing, wait. He has information yet to disclose. The whereabouts of the Uchiha children remain unknown. Susanoo hesitated, having shattered all of Danzo's ribs, pausing its relentless grip. Recognizing the weight of Tsunade's words, Fugaku reluctantly restrained his impulse to eliminate Danzo, retreating with his captive back to the Uchiha's territory.